Upon awakening, the esteemed Ling Zhisher Su-Ying found herself an exiled convict on the desolate planet known as A001 within the interstellar wasteland. Stripped of all possessions and suffering from hunger, she soon realized that the soil, infused with revitalizing spiritual energy, served as her most formidable asset. The very garbage planet that others shunned transformed into her treasure-laden agricultural haven, flourishing with celestial crops. Nobles of the empire squandered fortunes, while leaders of the Federation queued to procure her harvests. Even the fearsome insectoid species brought their families to work in exchange for vegetables. It was not until one fateful day, when the haughty war god, who had sworn never to marry, feasted upon a cucumber from her field, that everything changed. This planet belongs to you, the empire belongs to you, and I also belong to you. Chapter 1. Transmigration. In the A1 star domain, on the garbage planet A001, the air was thick with a nauseating stench, a rancid blend of decaying refuse. Su-Ying, once a prominent figure in the realm of cultivation, excelling in the nurturing of spiritual plants, found herself in a most unpleasant predicament. Who could remain in high spirits after transitioning from admiring the freshly harvested divine ginseng in her spiritual field to being pinned against a filthy garbage heap by a grotesque and deranged man with dubious intentions? Ha ha ha. Truly the daughter of a noble family. Just look at this delicate skin, it would be a pity to waste it. Allow me to. The man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, and advanced menacingly. The stench of his breath nearly overwhelmed the newly awakened Su-Ying. How dare he? Though she may be an unremarkable Ling Zhisher, she was not one to be trampled upon by any scoundrel. In a flash of instinct, her remaining spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing in her hand, and she struck with lethal precision. With a dull thud, the once arrogant man was sent flying, crashing several meters away, clutching his chest and groaning in agony. To her dismay, he still breathed. Furrowing her brow, Su-Ying felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Where was the lethal sword aura capable of obliterating a golden core cultivator? This was hardly impressive. Instinctively, she lifted her fist only to find her fingers empty, devoid of the Jinwu ring that contained 3 strands of sword energy capable of slaying golden core practitioners, or the space ring housing her entire fortune. What the hell? Whoever dares to steal from me shall perish. Fueled by rage, she advanced toward the man. Seeing her approach, he was struck with terror, scrambling backward in desperation, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Miss Su, spare me. It's not my fault. It was the madam who ordered me to do this." "Miss, madam?" Su-Ying paused, nearly manifesting 2 tangible question marks above her head. What nonsense was this? Su-Ying, an orphan who had navigated the cultivation world for decades, relying solely on her wit and diligence, had no knowledge of any noble lineage. Wait, divine ginseng. She recalled the moment she had reached out to harvest it, as if the roar of divine thunder had resonated in her ears. Divine thunder, the ultimate force capable of reducing even the most powerful beings to ashes. How could she possibly survive its gaze? Yet, not only was she alive, but she seemed to be intact as well. She instinctively lowered her gaze to inspect herself. Aside from her frail physique, resembling a mere sprout, and this oddly familiar outfit of long sleeves and trousers, she appeared largely unharmed. So what was the situation at present? Before she could ponder further, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind, akin to a wild beast breaking free from its confines, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. The interstellar world, the Federation star domain, the illustrious Su family, an ungrateful father, a wicked stepmother, a scheming stepsister, even her betrothed, who had been swayed by her stepsister. Su-Ying. It seemed she had, perhaps, transmigrated once more. Why the again? Because she had initially been a naive university student in the 21st century, and an accident had thrust her into the world of cultivation. Now, a thunderstorm had hurled her from the cultivation realm into this interstellar domain. Should she feel fortunate? Or perhaps just resigned? After all, she had been granted 2 lives. In her memories, the original owner of this body also bore the name Su-Ying and belonged to one of the 5 great families of the interstellar empire, destined for a life of opulence and luxury. Yet, due to her mother's early demise, her father's neglect, her stepmother's schemes, and her sister's betrayal, she had been reduced to a figure of ridicule within high society. Even her childhood betrothed had been stolen away, proclaiming his intent to annul their engagement. Unwilling to accept this fate, the original owner, spurred on by a treacherous friend, foolishly attempted to drug her fiancé in hopes of forcing his hand. Instead, she was caught red-handed. Ultimately, Due to her fiancé's military status, she was sentenced to a century of exile on this garbage planet. A mere 100 years, considering the average lifespan in the interstellar era was only 150, but what was unfolding before her was evidently the handiwork of her malicious stepmother, ensuring she would not meet a swift end. After digesting these memories, Ying immediately began to search for her belongings. Her chinquin bag, chinquin pendant, chinquin bracelet. After thoroughly checking her body, she found only a hideous bracelet adorning her wrist, nothing else. Ying. All the spiritual stones she had painstakingly accumulated over the years. The rare materials she had treasured. Everything she had worked tirelessly to earn. Gone. In an instant, a palpable sense of despair and resentment named poverty erupted from her, threatening to engulf her. The joy of rebirth was shattered, leaving only a profound sorrow and an urge to curse. As she wallowed in her financial ruin, the man, still kneeling and begging for mercy, mistakenly believed he had found an opportunity and attempted to flee, crawling away. Desperately, just as he was about to escape her line of sight, Ying, without lifting her head, casually picked up a sharp stone from the ground and flicked it with her fingertip. Whoosh! The stone accurately pierced the man's back, causing him to stumble and collapse, utterly silenced. This act provided Ying with a modicum of solace. At least her cultivation roots remained intact. However, her original golden core cultivation had plummeted back to the early stages of chi refinement. More concerning was the noxious air surrounding her, laden with filth and barely a trace of spiritual energy, causing her previously rekindled hope to dissipate. Well then, better to endure than to perish. At least she had retained her life, hadn't she? Recalling her early days in the cultivation world, when she had been a mere slave without freedom, she had ultimately thrived. Armed with the memories and experience of a divine Ling Zhi, how could she possibly starve amid this refuse? The garbage planet was abundant not only in waste, but also in unclaimed wasteland, perfect for cultivation without the need for costly land purchases. As for the harsh environment, she was a Ling Zhi, what had she to fear? With this thought, her spirits lifted once more. After bolstering her resolve, Ying promptly entered a determined state, cheerfully activating the holographic interface on the bracelet adorning her wrist to assess the assets of her original self. After all, she hailed from a noble family. Despite her stepmother's wickedness, her father was at least her blood relative. Chapter 2. The Spirit-Infused Stone. The interstellar holographic interface resembled a fusion of smartphones and computers from the 21st century. However, in this technologically advanced era, its functions were undoubtedly far more extensive. As the interface activated, a soft blue virtual screen materialized before Ying. Name, Ying. Gender, female. Birth date, September 12, 2005. Address, a 1-star domain. Planet, A001 ID, 45567424243243254. Her gaze lingered upon the birthdate section for a moment. What a remarkable coincidence. Today marks the date of the celestial calendar, September 12, 2025, which should have been the 20th birthday of the original self, yet it has become her day of mourning. Ying silently lamented for this unfamiliar young girl for a fleeting minute before continuing to scroll down. At last, she arrived at the financial account section. It displayed 0-star coins. Very well. The heart that had been in suspense finally succumbed to despair. She had overestimated the conscience of that scoundrel father. Now it was her turn to mourn for herself. With a deep sigh, Ying's gaze inadvertently fell upon the nearby corpse of a man. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried over, crouching down to explore the still warm body. Her movements were remarkably adept and fluid. The art of profiting from the dead was a traditional skill she had honed in the realm of cultivation, and it was not something she could easily discard. At first glance, she noticed a green wristband light brain on the man's wrist. She attempted to power it on, hoping to check the account balance and find a way to transfer the funds to her own name. However, it was evidently futile. Due to the utmost protection of personal property, once the light brain detected the absence of vital signs, it would automatically deactivate. To claim the deceased's inheritance, one must possess proof of kinship or inheritance notarization and personally visit the Interstellar Bank. Ying remained undeterred, deftly removing the wristband. Even a second-hand basic light brain could fetch at least 500-star coins. Subsequently, she tore a vibrant red droplet-shaped pendant from the corpse's neck. Upon sensing it in her hand, she was thrilled to discover it was a spatial button. Delving into the space within, she found approximately 10 cubic meters. While it could not compare to her previous vast spaces capable of containing entire mountain ranges, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Ying's eyes sparkled with delight, showing no disdain. Not only did she find a heap of miscellaneous metallic scrap, but there were also 3 vials of nutrient solution. These metals were evidently scavenged from a garbage heap and could be taken to the recycling station for some star coins. Even this small collection could be worth dozens of star coins, not to mention the 3 vials of nutrient solution. Although they were merely the most basic type, each vial was still worth 50 star coins. Consuming one could sustain a person's energy for an entire day, which was remarkably economical for the impoverished. In the interstellar age, edible resources were extraordinarily scarce and costly, making nutrient solutions a staple for the majority. The original self had not eaten for 3 days, and this body was ravenously hungry. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Ying uncorked 1 vial and gulped it down. The taste was horrendous, fishy, and gritty. Truly, it was the epitome of a poor person's sustenance, serving little purpose beyond filling the stomach. As the nutrient solution settled in her belly, the sensation of hunger diminished significantly. To be honest, since her foundation establishment, she had begun fasting, and she had not experienced hunger since. Little did she know she was now back at square one. Reflecting on this, Su-Ying silently shed 2 tears. She had originally hoped to leverage that divine ginseng to become a wealthy matron in the cultivation world. Instead, she had transformed into a penniless wretch in the interstellar realm. Moreover, the corpse before her held little value. Aside from the light brain and spatial button, there was nothing of worth. Ah, what were these black stones mixed among the metallic scraps? Su-Ying's gaze fell upon several dark stones, and she quickly realized they were energy stones, the core energy source for various interstellar machines and devices. Judging by their condition, they were unlikely to be depleted waste. These were treasures that could not be sold as scrap. She reached out to extract them from the pile of metal. Just as her fingertips brushed against the stone's surface, Su-Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. She could actually sense a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from these black stones. Eagerly, she seized one and applied a bit of pressure. With a crisp crack, the energy stone shattered in her palm. Immediately, a faint yet pure stream of spiritual energy permeated her skin, coursing through her limbs and ultimately converging in her dantian. Feeling the abundant spiritual power circulating within her body, Su-Ying could not help but let a smile spread across her face, which gradually blossomed into a hearty laugh. Ha! There is indeed a path for the desperate. Energy stones infused with spiritual energy are akin to spirit stones in the cultivation realm. With spirit stones in hand, she could cultivate even in this barren, desolate interstellar garbage planet, creating an oasis even in the endless sea without soil. Empowered by this newfound confidence, Su-Ying felt no reservations. She dusted herself off and stood up, resolved to head to the soul goods exchange point, the recycling station, to trade for some star coins. As the saying goes, having money in hand brings peace of mind. With money, she could purchase seeds, buy energy stones, and cultivate to earn a profit. After making money, she would acquire more seeds and energy stones, thus earning even more. For a moment, she was immersed in a beautiful vision of abundant harvests and great wealth, completely oblivious to the glaring red light flashing on the wristband's light brain. Information flickered silently one after another in the light. Congratulations, Ms. Su-Ying, on turning 20 years old. The Imperial Gene Bank will soon begin your gene matching process. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center, gene matching in progress. Please be patient. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center, gene matching complete. Screening in progress. Please be patient. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center, congratulations, Ms. Su-Ying. The Imperial Gene Bank has selected the optimal gene match for you. Please confirm within 12 hours. Otherwise, it will be deemed as an acceptance of the matching result. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center. Almost simultaneously, a trending topic exploded across the star network. Perfect gene match. Watching you, Su-Ying. On the capital star of the Alpha Empire, on the second floating island, at the Hua family castle. Thanks to that boy Qingyu leading the assault team to strike directly at the mother nest, the front line managed to suppress the insectoids so swiftly. General Ol smiled as he slapped the table. Commander, your son is truly a born commander. Chief of Staff Qin Zheng nodded in agreement, raising his glass. His SSS-level mental power is indeed extraordinary. The footage of him single-handedly restraining 3 king insects is now part of the 1st Military Academy's curriculum. Chapter 3. Is this the same Su-Ying? Not just that, General Vano chimed in with a smile. I've heard he's being referred to as the war god of the Empire on military forums. Huiting feigned seriousness and waved his hand. All right, you all need to stop praising that boy. What good is strength if he's still single at his age? When I was his age, I could have a yard full of admirers. Vano laughed heartily at this. Commander, You underestimate Qingyu. As far as I know, several noble young ladies are eagerly waiting to marry into the Hua family. What good is that? Huating huffed. When I suggested he meet the young ladies, that brat actually said, rather than waste time, I'd prefer to kill a few more insect beasts. Can you believe that? Ol suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in with a conspiratorial look. I heard Princess Lanyu is pursuing Qingyu quite fervently. Commander, perhaps you should consider it. Princess Gong Lanyue, the third princess of the empire, was well known for her affections towards Hua Qingyu. Upon turning 20, she even approached the Hua family with a 69 gene matching value to propose marriage. Unfortunately, Hua Qingyu was as stubborn as they come, utterly unmoved. Get lost. What use is it for me to consider? Huating knew his son had no interest in the third princess and waved his hand with a sigh. Ah, that boy has his own plans. His mother and I cannot control him. I don't expect him to bring back any highborn ladies. As long as he's happy, I'd even accept it if he brought home a mother insect. This remark elicited a hearty laugh from everyone present. Those in attendance were all seasoned veterans of the 1st Combat Division, having followed Huating into battle since graduating from military school. They were not just his subordinates, but also his brothers in arms, sharing a relaxed camaraderie. The strategist, Lung Feng, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Commander, what about the gene pairing? Is there no news? Don't mention it. The commander replied with a helpless shake of his head. The gene bank is almost ready to compile a matching list for a whole battalion, yet he hasn't even glanced at it. Before he could finish his sentence, the doors of the conference hall were abruptly pushed open. Madame Zanya entered hastily, accompanied by several noble women, her face alight with barely contained excitement. Huating, something has happened. A monumental event, she exclaimed, her expression brimming with exhilaration as she approached her husband. The perfect gene match for Qingyu has been found. The pairing value is 99.9999. What? Huating sprang to his feet, astonished. A perfect match? Is this real? See for yourself. Zanya raised her hand to display her holographic screen. The entire conference hall fell into a hushed silence, everyone instinctively turning to gaze at the projected virtual screen. Upon seeing the names of Hua Qingyu and Su Ying listed side by side in the Imperial Gene Bank's announcement, along with that astonishing number, a collective gasp echoed through the room. After a moment, Huating slammed his hand on the table, bursting into laughter as he stood. Now let's see how that brat tries to wriggle out of this. Gene pairings with a matching value exceeding 90 are deemed perfect, as such combinations possess a probability of over 90 of producing offspring with SSS-level psychic abilities. With a population of 600 million across the empire, there are barely 100 individuals with SSS-level psychic powers. Each one is a treasure to the empire, a pillar of strength, and the most formidable combatant. Consequently, the empire's laws unequivocally state that those with a matching value exceeding 90 must be compelled to enter into marriage. Moreover, this remarkable pairing boasts a staggering 99.9999. As everyone raised their glasses in celebration, Zanya couldn't help but mutter, Su Ying. Why does that name sound so familiar? Zanya was momentarily unable to recall the origins of the name Su Ying, but the netizens across the Star Network remembered it all too well. Not long ago, the scandal involving the Su family had become widely known, and Su Ying, the subject of the controversy, had been vilified across the Star Network. The moment the announcement of the perfect gene match was made, the Star Network transitioned from a brief euphoria to a prolonged silence. Su Ying? Is that the Su Ying I know? No way, that can't be true. That's Hua Qingyu, the pinnacle of SSS-level psychic power, the first commander enshrined in textbooks of military academies, the valiant god of war feared by the Zerg. His perfect match should at least be S-level, if not higher. I assent that Su family's young lady only a D-level psychic? What makes her worthy of our Major General Hua? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What young lady of the Su family? She has long been disowned. For all we know, she might be rummaging through trash on some desolate planet. One is a revered god of war of the empire, while the other is an exiled scavenger. Unless they were mad, no one would dare to associate these two individuals. Meanwhile, at the Su family castle on floating island number 7 in the imperial capital, impossible. How can it be that useless Su Ying? A shrill scream erupted from the second floor, startling the birds in the garden into flight. The second daughter of the Su family, now elevated to the role of eldest daughter, Su Huanyun, lost control upon seeing the message on the holographic screen, her face contorted as she fixated on the two names displayed side by side. Madame Su, Qin Anna, immediately signaled for the servants to leave, and once the door was closed, she spoke with a hint of displeasure. Huanyun, mind your manners. Do you want everyone to see us as a laughingstock? Su Huanyun's chest heaved violently. struggling to contain her emotions but failing to mask the sharpness in her voice. But that's Su Ying. How can she? How can she? She suddenly raised her hand, pointing at the two names on the holographic screen, her finger trembling at a worthless D-level psychic who isn't even fit to carry my shoes. How dare her name be mentioned alongside his? The word he slipped from her lips with a sudden shift in tone, tinged with a near-painful, uncontrollable admiration. That is Hua Qingyu, the man she had secretly adored since the awakening of her emotions, whom she dared not speak of yet could not help but idolize at every moment. He shone like the most dazzling yet frigid star above the imperial capital, the youngest god of war of the empire, the pinnacle of SSS-level psychic prowess. In his presence, she felt as insignificant as dust. Even approaching him seemed a blasphemy. This infatuation, knowing it to be utterly impossible, had been buried deep within her heart, becoming her most stubborn and humble secret. Yet now, the deity she yearned for, whom she believed was beyond her reach, was inexplicably linked to the name she despised most. This was utterly absurd. Extreme jealousy tore at her heart, threatening to rend her apart. Chapter 4. That name, could it be sister? At this moment, Qin Anna was too overwhelmed to soothe her daughter's emotions, as her own heart was tumultuous. She could not fathom why the name of the stepdaughter she had never regarded highly would be associated with the Empire's most illustrious god of war. However, she quickly steadied herself and calmly replied, "There are so many people with the same name in this world. How can you be so certain it's her? You just said she is a D-level psychic. How could she possibly be a perfect match for an SSS-level powerhouse?" Her words served to both reassure her daughter and convince herself. Her animosity towards Su Ying and her mother ran deeper and longer than Su Huanyun's. Had it not been for those two women, she would not have faced ridicule as a mistress, and her daughter would not have borne the stigma of being an illegitimate child. Su Huanyun seemed to grasp a lifeline, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. It can't be her, absolutely not. Yet, what troubled them both was that while namesakes are common, the odds of sharing a birthday on the same day are exceedingly rare. Anna turned to her daughter, who appeared somewhat dazed, and coldly asked, "Do you still think my previous decision was unfounded?" Su Huanyun was taken aback, then recalled her mother's clandestine actions shortly after Su Ying's exile. At that time, she had thought it unnecessary, but her mother had merely stated, if an exiled person matches with an SSS-level psychic and successfully marries, there is a possibility of being pardoned. At the time, she found it absurd, but now. "Mother," Su Huanyun urgently grasped Anna's arm, "did the person you sent succeed? If they succeeded, then the name on the screen could not possibly belong to her." Anna was about to respond when footsteps approached from outside, followed closely by Su Beichen and Gu Huaishan entering in succession. The mother-daughter duo immediately fell silent, quickly donning the same gentle smiles that Huaishan is here, Anna greeted softly, effortlessly taking the coat from Su Beichen's arm with a natural grace, her tone warm and without flaw. "Yin Yun was just mentioning how you haven't come to see her in days." Gu Huaishan's face instantly lit up with a flawless smile as he replied respectfully, "Aunt, you flatter me. I came right over to pick up Xiaoyan for school as soon as I finished my work." His gaze met Su Huanyun's. The meticulously crafted smile momentarily faltered. A fleeting glimmer of complexity and avoidance darted through his eyes, yet he concealed it well, as if it were merely an illusion of light and shadow. Su Huanyun suppressed the surging malice and anxiety within her, stepping forward to affectionately link her arm with Gu Huaishan's, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Brother Shun, if you're busy, you don't need to come for me. I can go to school by myself." "Foolish girl, don't worry unnecessarily. There will always be time for me to accompany you." Gu Huaishan gently ruffled Su Huanyun's hair, his eyes filled with fondness. On the other side, Qin Anna was seated beside Su Beichen, her voice soft and gentle, imbued with concern. "Didn't you say there was a meeting at the group this afternoon? Why are you back so early?" Su Beichen's mood was evidently low. He mumbled vaguely, "Had some matters to attend to, so I returned early." After a few deliberately warm exchanges, a brief silence enveloped the living room. Ultimately, it was Su Huanyun who could no longer contain her unease. She gazed at her father, her tone filled with worry and confusion. "Dad, could that name truly be sister?" In an instant, the attention of those present converged upon Su Beichen. He shook his head. The Imperial Gene Bank only disclosed the name and compatibility value. No other information is available. To find out more, we must wait 3 days. A perfect genetic match must visit the Imperial Marriage Office within 3 days, regardless of consent. Su Beichen furrowed his brow tightly, succumbing to silence. The pros and cons began to whirl rapidly in his mind. If it truly were that girl Su Ying, she belonged to the Hua family, the epitome of the Empire's elite. Should they forge a connection through this, the Su family would gain unprecedented opportunities. Thus, recognizing that girl would not be a matter of shame. Family interest would always eclipse personal preferences. Su Huanyun keenly sensed the subtle shift in her father's demeanor. Instinctively, she turned to Gu Huaishan. Brother Shun, perhaps we should go see for ourselves. What if it really is sister? Our presence could offer her support, don't you think? Her words resonated with sisterly affection, yet her fingers, gripping Gu Huaishan's arm, betrayed a hint of anxious probing. Gu Huaishan's expression grew somewhat grim that he felt an unnameable fury welling within his chest as Ying, the woman who once regarded him as her sole focus and obeyed him without question, had become a figure of ridicule in his eyes. Yet, in his heart, she remained like an old possession he had cast aside but still considered his own. Now, she might ascend to the company of someone like Hua Qingyu? A fierce sense of possessiveness and indignation surged within him. Thus, when he spoke, his tone inadvertently carried a trace of unmistakable disdain and bitterness. It shouldn't be Su Ying. Her mental strength is too low. How could she possibly match with Major Hua? He endeavored to rationalize his denial, yet the undercurrent of unwillingness was all too evident. Oh dear, we should be heading out soon. Otherwise, we'll be late. Brother Shun, please wait here while I go change. I'll be right back, Su Huanyun remarked, having detected the unusual tension in his voice. Her gaze deepened momentarily. Then she looked up with a gentle and understanding demeanor once more. Anna observed the genuine reactions of the two men with a cold eye. Her husband's shrewd calculations and her prospective son-in-law's ridiculous machismo and resentment were all too apparent to her. The quiet scoff echoed in her heart, yet her face remained adorned with a flawless mask of gentleness. If only it were that child Ying. It would be wonderful. After all, she is of the Su family bloodline. We cannot help but worry about someone cast out into the world. Can we? Each individual was speaking insincerely. Every face wore an unassailable facade. Yet beneath, the clamor of jealousy, greed, scheming, and hypocrisy intertwined silently in the opulent air of the hall. At this moment, amidst the eye of the storm, Su Ying remained oblivious. After enduring numerous hardships and traversing several mountains of refuse, she finally beheld the location of the recycling station. In stark contrast to the filth and desolation of the entire garbage planet, this recycling station appeared almost jarringly pristine. Its exterior was forged from an unknown silvery metal, smooth and cold in design, reflecting a uniform and detached sheen under the dim sky. From a distance, the structure resembled not a building, but rather a spacecraft temporarily docked upon this wasteland, incongruous amidst the surrounding decay. Su Ying quickened her pace and dutifully joined the end of the queue. Chapter 5. What to do without seeds. The line was crooked and exceedingly long. Regardless of age or gender, every individual appeared gaunt and emaciated. Their bodies and faces were smeared with years of accumulated grime, their eyes reflecting a sense of numbness and fatigue. Each person pushed a creaky makeshift cart or dragged large bags stitched together from various discarded materials, bulging at the seams. Su Ying felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed that no matter the era or the world, the lives of scavengers remained equally arduous. Quietly standing in line, the surrounding cacophony of chatter inevitably pierced her ears. People excitedly and repeatedly mentioned a name. Hua Qingyu, a major general of the empire. Did you see the headline, On Xingwang? Major General Hua Qingyu's perfect genetic match has appeared. Indeed, the empire hasn't seen a perfect match in over a century. Especially not with a genius of SSS caliber like Major General Hua. If they were to combine, their offspring would surely be at least SSS. I recall that Princess Gonglan Yue, with her SS-level mental strength, had a compatibility rate of merely 69% with Major General Hua. This sudden appearance of Su Ying must be a remarkable figure. Is there any doubt? Her mental strength must be no less than double S. Otherwise, how could the gene bank possibly match her with the SSS-level Major General? Listening intently, Su Ying gleaned an important insight. This world had devised a compulsory genetic matching mechanism to optimize reproduction. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Just as she was pondering this, she suddenly heard her own name, specifically a name that sounded exactly like hers. Her immediate reaction was one of astonishment at the coincidence that the perfect match of Major General Hua shared her name. As for why she did not connect the dots to herself, was it not evident? They had stated that anyone capable of matching with an SSS-level genius must, at the very least, possess a double S. Yet, Her current body was merely a pitiable D-level failure. Ah, what a case of sharing a name, yet living vastly different fates. In her heart, Su Ying silently lamented. For a moment, she was uncertain whether to pity herself. As she faced starvation on this forsaken planet despite being unshackled, or to pity the namesake she had never met, whose extraordinary talent had garnered fame throughout the Empire, yet whose basic freedom to marry was stripped away by this so-called perfect match. However, with such intriguing secrets of high society, the time spent waiting in line seemed to pass considerably quicker. Before she could fully absorb the gossip, she found herself at the front of the line. She approached the transaction window briskly, and as soon as she stood still, an opaque barrier descended silently behind her. This was one of the few mercies granted to scavengers by the owner of the recycling station, designed to protect the privacy of traders and prevent them from being targeted after acquiring valuable items. Although, in this lawless garbage planet, violent theft was still a commonplace occurrence. This barrier provided a faint sense of security. Behind the window stood a simplistic robot responsible for handling the daily operations of the recycling station. "Hello, how may I assist you? Please recycle this garbage," Su Ying replied. Following the robot's cold prompt, as she extracted a pile of disordered metal scraps from her spatial button and placed them on the measuring table to the left of the counter. 2 soft beeps sounded, and a number appeared on the screen: 29 star coins. A pitiful sum, insufficient even to exchange for the cheapest nutrient solution. She let out a soft sigh and produced the light brain wristband she had retrieved from the wrist of a deceased man. "I would like to sell this as well." The robot took it, its eyes flashing red as it scanned the item before emitting a steady electronic voice. "Second-level light brain, no physical damage, operating in good condition. Assessed as 70% new. Recycling price, 425 star coins. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the transaction." Transaction. Su Ying did not hesitate. The robot completed the operation, extending its mechanical arm and signaling for her to raise her wrist for the transfer. Transaction completed. Total, 454 star coins. Please check your account. A faint vibration emanated from the wristband, indicating that the funds had been credited. However, Su Ying did not rush to leave. Instead, she inquired once more. "Do you have any crop seeds for sale?" The robot's eyes flickered in a rhythmic pattern as it responded. "Food seeds are classified as strategic rare resources by the Empire. To purchase them, you must submit an application to the Empire's Agricultural Research Center. Upon approval, you may proceed to the designated location for purchase. This recycling station is not authorized to sell any type of biological seeds." Su Ying was taken aback. How could the most ordinary seeds be deemed strategic rare resources? Must one even apply? Was this not absurd? Undeterred, she pressed on. "Where do I go to apply?" The robot, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, replied. "You may log onto the official website of the Empire's Agricultural Research Center to submit an online application." Upon hearing this, Su Ying's heart sank. The environment on this garbage planet was harsh. No matter, she had already found energy stones to replenish her spiritual power. The land was barren, and harmful substances were in excess. No matter, her spiritual power was sufficient to purify the soil and nourish crops. But what to do without seeds? Even the most resourceful individual could not create seeds from thin air. Prompted by the robot's polite yet unyielding insistence, Su Ying had no choice but to temporarily set aside her thoughts of seeds and turn her attention to the limited list of goods displayed on the recycling station screen, beginning to select essential supplies for survival. The items on the list were few and far between, each representing the most basic and rudimentary survival necessities. Various flavors of low-level nutrient solutions, tints barely capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, and durable yet uncomfortable thermal clothing, all exuded a coldness that suggested they could only meet the minimal requirements for sustaining life. Even more suffocating was the exorbitant pricing. For instance, a low-level nutrient solution clearly priced at 50 star coins on the Star Network was listed here for an astonishing 100 star coins. Its price had doubled. This was the terrifying nature of monopoly. In this forsaken wasteland, the recycling station was the sole supply hub, wielding absolute power over pricing and brazenly extracting every last bit of value from those struggling to survive. With limited star coins, every single one had to be spent judiciously. Su Ying meticulously browsed through all the items, weighing her options repeatedly, ultimately selecting only the most basic wilderness survival kit. It contained a portable multifunctional knife, a lighter, an insulated water bottle, a cooking set that included a small pot and a simple stove, as well as a thick thermal blanket. Chapter 6. The Clod. These few items, packed together, totaled a staggering 405 star coins. This was already the most cost-effective choice among all the goods. Yet, at the moment she clicked to confirm the purchase, Ying felt a pang of regret. The hard-earned 454 star coins had dwindled to a mere 49 star coins in an instant. Stepping out of the recycling station, she took a deep breath of the tainted air, forcing herself to regain her composure. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. First, she would return to the original owner's foothold on the garbage planet, get settled, and then plan her next steps, guided by the fragmented and vague memories in her mind. She navigated through the decaying refuse, stepping carefully among the heaps of garbage. What she saw along the way was desolation. On this planet, drained of all value, the endless mountains of garbage were the only resources upon which people relied to survive. One emaciated figure after another hunched over in the mounds of refuse, numbly sifting through the debris, striving to unearth scraps that could fill their bellies, usable parts, or discarded materials that could be exchanged for meager star coins. Each face was shrouded in a layer of desperate gray. Ying steeled her heart, making an effort to turn a blind eye to the grim situation before her. With her own survival in jeopardy, she truly could not summon the excess sympathy to mourn for others. To alleviate the tedium of her journey, she decided to activate her light brain, intending to explore the requirements for purchasing seeds from the Imperial Agricultural Research Center. Upon entering the official website, she swiftly located the portal for seed applications. Regulations for seed purchase at the Imperial Agricultural Research Center. First, the applicant must possess a primary or higher planting qualification license certified by the Imperial Ministry of Agriculture. Second, the applicant must own a standardized, temperature-controlled planting facility with clear property rights, covering an area of no less than 1,000 square meters. Third, the planting facility must be equipped with a complete set of intelligent planting systems, including, but not limited to, environmental simulation control systems, sterile hydroponic tanks, spectral growth lights, real-time soil composition monitors, and automated drip irrigation and fertilization systems. Ying, who is she? Where is she? What on earth was she just reading? Staring at the exceedingly stringent conditions, Ying felt utterly stunned. She merely wished to purchase a few ordinary seeds. Yet the process seemed more complex than applying to adopt a national treasure panda. Who knew that farming required a qualification certificate? Throughout her life, whether in the 21st century or in the realm of cultivation, she had never encountered such regulations. In the cultivation world, possessing hands, land, and spiritual power sufficed for planting. In the 21st century, no one required a license to tend a garden at their rural doorstep. The more she read, the more absurd it seemed. If these regulations were to be followed, would she be forever deprived of the ability to farm? Just as she was overwhelmed by this barrage of rules, a faint yet profoundly sorrowful cry wafted through the air. Following the sound, she beheld a frail little girl, reduced to little more than bones, shaking a smaller child in her arms, who was nearly silent. "Wake up, Yuan. Please wake up." The voice was hoarse and cracking, imbued with a desperate hopelessness. Ying's throat tightened as she instinctively yearned to escape this suffocating scene. Suddenly, a similarly emaciated little boy came running towards her, stumbling as he approached. In his dirty little hands, he clutched two mud-like lumps, yet his gaunt face radiated a glimmer of hope. Yuan. Brother found food. Here, eat this, and you won't be hungry anymore. You can survive." He eagerly attempted to shove the grimy lumps into the mouth of the unconscious girl. "Don't eat that." The older girl swatted his hand away, her voice sharp with fear. "Xiao Tian, don't you remember? A Wang died after eating this. Do you want to kill Yuan? The lump was knocked away, rolling across the ground until it came to rest at Ying's feet. Instinctively, she looked down, and her heart skipped a beat. It was not a worthless lump of dirt or a deadly poison. It was distinctly a potato, albeit with a slightly greenish skin. Yet its shape was exceedingly familiar. In her understanding, a sprouted, green potato on Blue Star in the 21st century certainly contained toxins, but it was not immediately lethal. Yet in this interstellar world, ravaged by genetic mutations and radiation, even the smallest toxin could be magnified to deadly proportions. Such an item would only be touched by someone who is utterly desperate. However, Ying's eyes suddenly ignited with astonishing brilliance. and her face could not contain the immense excitement and joy. She had been worried about where to find seeds. This was simply an unexpected stroke of luck. She could hardly wait to reach down and pick up the dirt-covered lump, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Meanwhile, the two children, witnessing this woman who was laughing maniacally, were instantly filled with fear. They instinctively shielded their unconscious little sister with their bodies, watching her warily, terrified that she might suddenly turn aggressive and snatch their sister away. In this world, goodwill was scarcer than clean water. Any approach could signify a threat to their food, their belongings, or even their lives. In the face of extreme hunger, even the weakest child might find themselves on someone else's menu. Ying paid no heed to their hostility, her entire focus directed at the lump in her hand. Wiping away the dirt revealed a bumpy surface dotted with tiny eyes. Indeed, it was a potato. Though mutated and decayed, it was unmistakably a potato. Suppressing her exhilaration, she looked up at the two tense children and shook the potato in her hand, speaking as calmly as possible. "Do you have more of these?" The children's expressions hardened further, lips pressed tightly together in silence, instinctively guarding their sister even more closely. Ying refrained from pressing further, directly retrieving a vial of low-grade nutrient solution from her spatial button. The transparent vial contained a murky liquid, yet it radiated an irresistibly alluring glow of life amidst the desolation of this wasteland. "I will exchange this for all the lumps of dirt you have," she proposed, her voice steady, as if merely conducting a routine transaction. Chapter 7. The exchange. The fierce and wary expressions on the children's faces shattered like ice struck by a heavy blow, revealing their incredulous bewilderment beneath. They widened their eyes, alternating glances between the vial that could revive their sister and sustain them for several days, and the lump they deemed a deadly poison. The boy named Tian even instinctively rubbed his eyes, as if believing his hunger had conjured an illusion. Who would trade precious nutrient solution for inedible poison? The girl's throat convulsed, her cracked lips trembled, but she could not utter a sound. She fixed her gaze on the vial, gathering her courage to glance at Ying, as if searching for any hint of mockery or deceit on her face. Ultimately, the desire to survive overwhelmed all doubts and defenses. In a voice that trembled on the verge of breaking, she asked, "How do you want to exchange?" Ying weighed the green potato in her hand and set forth her terms. "1 vial of nutrient solution for 5 of these lumps. How does that sound?" "We'll exchange," the girl replied without hesitation, gritting her teeth. Upon hearing her response, Tian frantically dug into his pockets, pulling out every lump he had and presenting them to Ying, his voice a desperate plea. "Here, take them all." Ying glanced over the offerings. In the boy's grimy palms lay 7 potatoes of varying sizes, each with a greenish skin and some even speckled with mold. Yet in her eyes, they were more precious than anything else. Under the anxious and apprehensive gazes of the two children, she extended the vial of nutrient solution towards the girl. "I promised 5, so 5 it shall be. I will keep track of the extra 2 for you. If you find more of these lumps in the future, you could trade them with me." The girl nearly snatched the nutrient solution from her hands, hurriedly unscrewing the cap, and instead of consuming it herself, she eagerly poured it into her unconscious sister's mouth. Observing the little girl's condition, Ying's brows furrowed slightly. The breath was so faint that it seemed to be on the verge of extinction. Clearly, it had reached its limit. Relying solely on the nutrient solution, it seemed futile. Indeed, only a small amount of the nutrient liquid was poured in, yet it flowed out entirely from the child's pale, parched lips, not a single drop swallowed. Yuan, drink this. It's nutrient solution. You won't feel hungry if you drink it. Please drink." The two children were frantic, tears welling in their eyes, their voices filled with helpless despair. Ying let out a silent sigh. She stepped forward, and Tian immediately positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, tensed like a little wolf cub, his eyes fierce yet fearful as he glared at her. "What do you want? If you don't want your sister to truly perish." Ying's tone was unyielding. "Step aside." Under her gaze, imbued with a hint of authority, the two children instinctively froze. Seizing the moment, Ying firmly supported the unconscious girl's neck with one hand while skillfully tilting her chin with the other, cautiously administering the nutrient solution once again. As a token of gratitude for their assistance in locating the potato seeds, she decided to bestow upon them a thread of spiritual energy. Her fingertips brushed imperceptibly across the little girl's throat, a faint, life-giving energy silently flowing in, gently nourishing that almost withered body. Almost instantaneously, that thread of energy ignited the child's last instinct for survival. The previously unresponsive child's throat moved, and she began to exhibit the slightest swallowing motion. Witnessing the nutrient solution finally being swallowed, the two children's eyes widened in astonishment, even forgetting to breathe. After administering half of the solution, Ying paused, placing the remaining half back into the girl's hands. Share the rest between you two. Her gaze swept over the two children, who were equally on the brink of exhaustion. Her tone matter of fact, yet laced with a cruel understanding of reality. Otherwise, when your sister revives, you may collapse. She could see clearly that these two guardians of their sister were already at their limits, holding on by sheer willpower. Observing their sister's slight swallowing movement and glancing at the remaining half of the nutrient solution, an overwhelming joy and gratitude surged through them, shattering their facade of ferocity. The girl grabbed Xiao Tian and, with a thud, knelt before Ying, her forehead pressing firmly against the cold, filthy ground. Thank you, thank you. Her voice trembled with the relief of surviving. Ying waved her hand dismissively. There's no need to thank me. I provided the nutrient solution in exchange for the potato clumps in your hands. It's a fair transaction, each getting what they need. She was unaccustomed to bearing such heavy gratitude, especially as she viewed it merely as a transaction. Having spoken, she turned to leave. Time was of the essence. She needed to return to her dwelling before nightfall and plant the potato tubers. With some effort and a bit of spiritual energy to nurture them, she might be able to enjoy freshly grown potatoes by tomorrow. As long as she could stave off starvation, she had no desire to consume that distasteful nutrient solution again. Just as she had taken a few steps, a voice filled with guilt called out from behind her, that potato clump is toxic. It can't be eaten. Eating it can kill. Ying paused, not turning back, merely waving her hand casually with a barely perceptible smile. Don't worry, I want to eat it. Seeing this, Xiao Tian gathered his courage and shouted with all his might, Sister, if we find more of these potato clumps in the future, would you still want them? Yes. Ying replied decisively. The 2 extra ones I found earlier are noted for you. Gather 5 and come back to exchange for more nutrient solution. The 2 children stood frozen, watching her retreating figure, their dirty little faces initially filled with disbelief, which soon erupted into a nearly blinding radiance of hope. Nana, did you hear? Sister said we can exchange potato clumps for nutrient solution in the future. I heard. Once Yuan wakes up, I will go with you to collect them. They were so excited they stumbled over their words, repeatedly thanking her as she disappeared from view. Thank you. In the garbage star, children without adult protection found survival exceedingly difficult. They were small and could scarcely find useful items. Occasionally, when they discovered something valuable, they often faced the threat of it being snatched away. Yet these toxic potato clumps would never be fought over by others. Chapter 8. A fortuitous union. Ying traversed the vast mounds of garbage according to her original self's memories, finally coming to a relatively secluded corner. Her gaze fell upon the spot before her, and her lips involuntarily twitched. It could hardly be called a house. It was merely a lowly shelter cobbled together from a few rusted, twisted sheets of metal and scraps of wood, barely standing. There was not even a proper door, just a filthy piece of cloth hanging as a makeshift curtain. It could only offer meager shade from the sun. As for blocking wind and rain, that seemed utterly impossible. Given these conditions, it was only slightly better than sleeping out in the wilderness. Before she could approach and inspect it closely, a gust of wind swept through, and the rickety little shelter emitted a painful creaking sound before collapsing entirely before her eyes. Dust and metal shards flew towards her. Ying stood frozen, momentarily unsure of how to react. Her first instinct was relief that she had not entered. Otherwise, she would have been struck by those pieces of metal. She suddenly felt that the attempt on her life by her vicious stepmother was utterly superfluous. With her survival skills in this perilous garbage star, she likely wouldn't need anyone's intervention. She would manage to end her own life within days. Without money, without a home, without food, she was truly destitute. Oh wait, she had just earned 454 star coins from the recycling station. After spending 405 star coins on a toolkit, she had 49 star coins left. She just didn't know how much she could buy with those 49 star coins in this desolate place. Raising her wrist, she activated her holographic device, preparing to check prices on the star network to gauge her options. However, as the screen lit up, a massive, bright red countdown instantly filled the entire display. 9:45:28. Below were two glaringly conspicuous buttons: agree and refuse. Sujing. What on earth? It was then that she noticed a blinking notification indicating unread messages nearby. She clicked it, and a series of bold red official notifications popped up. Congratulations, Miss Su Ying. Your genetic pairing value with Major General Hua Qingyu of the Empire's First War Zone has reached an astonishing 999999, achieving a perfect match. According to Imperial law, individuals with perfect genetic matches are required to enter into a marriage contract. Please confirm within 12 hours. Failure to do so will be considered acceptance of the pairing result. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center. Hua Qingyu? That name sounded familiar. Hadn't she just heard it? In the next moment, the excited chatter of scavengers outside the recycling station rang in her mind. The perfect genetic match for Major General Hua Qingyu has appeared. The Empire's war god. SSS level, mental strength. What kind of extraordinary person is this Su Ying? Oh my goodness. It turned out that the gossip she had been so eagerly consuming was about herself. Refusal. She must refuse. Damn it. She wasn't some breeding pig. What kind of pairing was this? Without a second thought, she raised her hand and jabbed at the enormous refuse button on the screen. No response. Her fingertip passed through the holographic image, and the button remained unyielding. Thinking she hadn't pressed hard enough, she jabbed again. Just as her fingertip made contact with the refuse option for the second time, the entire screen suddenly flickered wildly, as if it had contracted some kind of virus. Immediately, she watched in disbelief as the colossal countdown timer in the center of the screen accelerated as if fast-forwarded. The numbers flickering at an incomprehensible speed. It leaped from over 9 hours directly to 3, 2, 1. Beep. In light of both parties failing to provide a definitive response within the stipulated time, the mainframe has automatically determined a default matching result. Henceforth, Major Hua Qingyu and Ms. Su Ying are officially wed, with their marital union protected by the laws of the Empire. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center. Beep. Identity registration for both parties is complete. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center. Beep. Citizen identity information has been successfully modified. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center. Beep. Congratulations to Major Hua Qingyu and Ms. Su Ying on their marriage. Please proceed together to the Capital Star Marriage Registration Hall within 3 days to finalize your marriage registration. Failure to do so may adversely affect your spousal rights. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center. Following a series of cold electronic notifications, the screen erupted in a jarring display of vibrant, celebratory fireworks. Su Ying stood there dumbfounded as she watched her civil status change from an unmarried maiden to a married woman. Damn it, what happened to the promised 12 hours? You just consumed those 9 hours. Su Ying was utterly distraught. She frantically jabbed at the screen, desperately searching for an option to revoke or appeal the decision. Naturally, her efforts proved futile. The screen obstinately displayed the glaring married status and the 3-day registration reminder, as if mocking her helplessness. Su Ying's heart surged with anger and resentment, reaching an unbearable peak. In this day and age, who in their right mind would wish to marry, especially in such a cursed, arranged marriage? If marriage were truly a good thing, would it need to be enforced by law? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. With trembling hands, she accessed the neural interface to meticulously search for relevant legal provisions regarding imperial gene matching. Indeed, for matches with a gene compatibility exceeding 90, there was a mandate for compulsory marriage. However, a line in fine print indicated that this was not entirely non-negotiable. It merely entailed severe legal repercussions. Punishments? At this point, Su Ying almost scoffed aloud. Being exiled to this desolate wasteland was akin to receiving a death sentence. She was hardly intimidated by such a punishment. Yet, the wretched mainframe had inexplicably stripped her of the right to refuse in such a bizarre manner. The mere thought of it made her grit her teeth in fury. However, given the situation, further anger would yield no results. She patiently continued to peruse the relevant regulations until a subtle supplementary clause caught her eye. For marriages established under compulsion, if both parties still harbor objections after 1 year, they may jointly apply for dissolution. Upon reading this, Su Ying's anxious heart calmed significantly. The other party was the Empire's premier SSS-class genius commander, a figure of high status and boundless potential, undoubtedly more reluctant to accept this absurd marital arrangement than she, a mere exile. Chapter 9. Planting potatoes, she simply needed to wait patiently for a year, at which point the other party would naturally seek a way to dissolve this marriage. With this thought, the troubles before her seemed less urgent. The most pressing matter was to address her own survival and sustenance. She turned off the neural interface and began surveying her surroundings. Along the way, she had encountered numerous makeshift shelters constructed from various discarded materials, primarily concentrated around the recycling station. The farther one ventured from the station, the sparser the population became. She could not tell if the original inhabitants' luck was good or bad, having landed in this isolated area upon exile. She spent 3 days engulfed in extreme fear and unease. On the 4th day, hunger finally triumphed over fear, compelling her to venture out in search of the recycling station where she could exchange for food. However, just as she caught sight of human presence, before she could even bask in the comfort of seeing fellow beings, she lost her life. Nevertheless, Ying was quite satisfied with this place. Although accessing the recycling station was somewhat troublesome, it was surrounded by a vast expanse of open land. Though the terrain was strewn with rocks and barren, devoid of even a single weed, lacking all vitality, at least there were no towering heaps of trash. Otherwise, if she wished to cultivate the land, she would first need to emulate Yugong and move mountains of refuse. Ying selected a plot of land backed by a rocky outcrop and rolled up her sleeves to begin. The first task was to clear the ground of non-biodegradable waste, metal scraps, plastic refuse, toxic ores, and other remnants that had tumbled down from the nearby rubbish mound. She meticulously gathered these debris and set them aside. Next came the most labor-intensive task, turning the soil. Had she been in the realm of cultivating immortals, she could have summoned a land-clearing spirit tool infused with spiritual energy, effortlessly transforming vast tracts of wasteland into fertile soil. But now, she didn't even possess the most basic of hoes. Lacking tools, she resolved to create her own. Surely, she could not dig with her bare hands. Her gaze fell upon the collapsed shelter debris, and she extracted a relatively intact sheet of thick iron. Concentrating her meager spiritual energy in her palm, she twisted, folded, and hammered it, relying on sheer strength to fashion a makeshift hoe that, while oddly shaped, was sufficiently sturdy. With her remaining spiritual energy nearly depleted, she dared not waste a moment while turning the earth. She relied solely on her physical strength, digging into the hard-packed soil one clump at a time. After turning over more than 200 square meters, roughly 3 mu, she finally paused. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, savoring the long-forgotten sensation of sore, aching muscles. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to rest for long. Though the land had been turned, the soil was so barren it harbored no nutrients and might even contain harmful substances. Such land could not yield any crops. Therefore, her next task was to enhance the soil quality using formations. She retrieved 9 energy stones, each about the size of a quail egg, from her spatial button. Carefully, she buried 4 stones around the edges of the field and 1 in the center, setting up a rudimentary gathering formation. The spiritual energy contained within the stones would gradually be extracted and permeate the soil, slowly nurturing this desolate land. Yet this was not enough. This accursed place lacked any water source. She had to retrieve 3 more energy stones to layer a basic cloud and rain formation atop the gathering formation. The formation began to operate quietly, slowly gathering the scant moisture in the air, and the surface of the soil began to become slightly damp at an imperceptible pace. This rudimentary cloud and rain formation condensed water vapor slowly, but it was sufficient to meet the water requirements for an acre of land, and even yielded a surplus. In an effort to avoid waste, Ying took up her hoe and dug a series of intersecting water channels in the field, subsequently creating a simple drainage ditch. Finally, she placed a water storage container in the lowest part of the field. This container, too, was fashioned by her bare hands. A deep-bottomed rectangular vessel made from the iron she salvaged from the collapsed shelter. Although crude and rudimentary, it was sturdy and durable. With it, the excess water vapor, condensed by the cloud and rain formation, could flow along the drainage ditch into the container for storage, facilitating irrigation in the future and even satisfying her daily water needs. It was vital to note that the resources on this garbage planet had long been depleted, and the soil had hardened, completely losing its ability to retain moisture. The sole source of water on this desolate planet comes from the sporadic rainfall. The inhabitants of the garbage planet rely on the collection of rainwater to meet their daily hydration needs. However, this rainwater often carries a multitude of radioactive dust and harmful substances, rendering it detrimental rather than beneficial for direct consumption. For the water-deprived denizens of the garbage planet, such rainwater is indeed invaluable. Yet for Ying, who is accustomed to the pure and pristine waters of Linquan, this is utterly unacceptable. Within the confines of the gathering spirit array, the condensed moisture naturally imbues a faint trace of spiritual energy. As the spiritual essence gradually saturates the soil, the water accumulated in this container transforms into a genuine Linquan, capable of nourishing all living things. In this manner, both irrigation and a reliable water source are achieved. A remarkable duality of benefits. Having resolved the critical issue of water supply, the next step is to handle the seeds, the final procedure. Ying extracted 7 potatoes, brushing away the surface dirt, only to discover numerous mold spots. These blemishes might very well have been the reason for their disposal as refuse. In this interstellar age, where agricultural techniques are fraught with difficulties and every viable seed is regarded as a strategic resource, such visibly diseased tubers will be perceived as worthless waste, akin to garbage. However, in Ying's hands, the distinction between waste and treasure has never been absolute. She concentrated a delicate stream of spiritual energy at her fingertips, gently sweeping it across the surface of the potatoes, causing the unpleasant mold to fall away. Then, according to the distribution of the sprouting eyes, she meticulously cut the potatoes into small pieces, ensuring that each segment contained at least one robust sprout. From the 7 potatoes once deemed toxic, she managed to yield over 20 viable seed chunks. Subsequently, she picked up her homemade iron hoe and dug a small hole in the now moist and loose soil, carefully breaking up the clods at the bottom of the pit. She then took a piece of potato seed, placing its sprout side up, and gently covered it with soil rich in spiritual energy. With the limited number of seeds and the 3 acres of land available, planting over 20 potato seeds was more than sufficient. Therefore, Ying ensured that she left ample space between each seed chunk. This would guarantee that each seedling could receive the maximum nourishment from the gathering spirit array, while also allowing ample room for their roots to extend and absorb the spiritual energy from the soil, thereby accelerating their growth. Chapter 10. Insult. Having planted all the potato seed chunks, the sky had darkened completely. Ying exhaled a long breath. The makeshift shelter had collapsed, and the iron sheets used for the structure were now gone. Thus, she would have to spend the night under the open sky. However, she felt no discomfort or fear about sleeping in the wilderness. For cultivators living off the wind and dew, with the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed, is the norm. Meditating at night to absorb the essence of the sun and moon is a fundamental method of cultivation. The array had consumed 8 energy stones, leaving only 1 remaining. Without hesitation, she absorbed all the spiritual energy contained within it, which allowed her to perform a simple cleansing spell, washing away the fatigue and dirt from her body, and find a corner to change into her newly purchased clothes. She then found a flat stone to place in the center of the field, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and silently recited her cultivation incantations, entering a state of meditation. Each low-grade energy stone costs 1,000 star coins, and with 9 consumed, that equates to a significant expenditure. The next opportunity to purchase energy stones remains uncertain. Therefore, every wisp of spiritual energy absorbed in her body is immensely precious and must be refined diligently, with no room for waste. Moreover, although the garbage planet's environment is harsh and the spiritual energy in the air is almost negligible, it still exists in some form. Every little bit counts. Refining even a small amount daily can accumulate to significant gains over time, rather than merely consuming resources without thought. As night deepened, the surroundings gradually quieted, with only the occasional faint rustling sounds emanating from the distant garbage hills. These noises were likely made by certain rodents, also subsisting on refuse, or by those driven by hunger attempting to capture these animals for sustenance. In this place, survival is the sole imperative. People tirelessly search through garbage day and night for a glimmer of hope. Within the command center of the Empire's first war zone, Several officers clad in silver-gray combat uniforms gathered around a tactical screen, their expressions grave. Yet, the information displayed was not the enemy's disposition, but rather an urgent announcement just released from the Empire's Gene Information Management Center. Congratulations to Major General Hua Qingyu and Ms. Su Ying for achieving a perfect genetic pairing. Please proceed to the Capital Star Marriage Registration Hall within 3 days to complete the final marriage registration procedures. Failure to do so may affect your spousal rights. Alpha Empire Gene Information Management Center. After a brief silence, the command center erupted in excitement. A perfect pairing. It has been nearly a century since the Empire has recorded such a high matching value. A young man with red hair widened his eyes, disbelief evident in his voice. The SSS-grade genes of the commander could indeed find a perfect match? Who is this Su Ying? Another man, adorned with the insignia of a major, stroked his chin, his face etched with curiosity and intrigue. She must belong to a prominent family, at least an SS-grade noblewoman, right? It must be so. Otherwise, how could she possibly match with the commander? The surrounding officers enthusiastically agreed, expressing their genuine happiness for Hua Qingyu. Truly, if such an exceptional genetic lineage were not passed down, it would be the Empire's greatest loss. This is truly a monumental blessing. While everyone speculated on the remarkable identity of Ms. Su Ying, the airtight door of the command center slid open with a hiss. Hua Qingyu entered, still carrying the scent of gunpowder and an aura of cold intensity. He had just concluded his inspection of the frontline positions, and his metallic gray eyes scanned the now silent subordinates, finally resting on the somewhat peculiar expression of the red-haired youth. "What are you discussing?" he inquired, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable pressure that commanded attention. The red-haired youth took a deep breath and stepped forward, striving to report in the calmest tone possible. "Sir, the Empire's Gene Bank has just released your genetic pairing results. You have achieved a perfect match with a Ms. Su Ying." He displayed the content from the tactical screen to Hua Qingyu. Hua Qingyu's gaze lingered on the line of text for less than a second before his brows furrowed imperceptibly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, only tinged with clear impatience. "So, the Gene Management Center requires you to return to the Capital Star within 3 days to complete the marriage registration at the hall." "I will not go." Hua Qingyu interrupted him, his refusal decisive and straightforward, as if rejecting an unappetizing dinner. "The frontline situation is pressing. I have no time for such childish play." Everyone had anticipated this reaction and braced themselves to remind him. "Sir, this is a perfect genetic pairing. According to Article 17 of the Supplementary Regulations of the Empire's Gene Law, a matching value exceeding 90 necessitates a mandatory marriage to ensure the optimal transmission of genes. If you refuse, the Senate and the Supreme Command of the military have the authority to forcibly reassign you from the front line under the pretext of violating imperial strategic interests. Clearly, for the Empire, the transmission of excellent genes is deemed more crucial than the outcome of a border conflict." Hua Qingyu's aura darkened further. The red-haired youth attempted to ease the tension while suppressing his own curiosity. "Sir, do you know which noble family this Ms. Su Ying belongs to?" Perhaps he hoped to suggest that the family background of the match was distinguished and her character commendable, making it more palatable. As the party involved in the pairing, Hua Qingyu naturally had the privilege to access her detailed profile. Emotionless, he operated his encrypted light brain, retrieving a remarkably succinct, even highlighted, document. He merely cast a fleeting glance, failing even to discern the photograph above, before raising his eyes to the crowd, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As if merely stating an unrelated fact, Su Ying, the eldest daughter of the former Empire's Su family, has been officially disowned. Her mental prowess is rated at D level. Due to her alleged endangerment of Imperial soldiers, she has been sentenced to exile on the A001 refuse planet, with a term of 100 years. The expressions of the crowd instantly froze. In the next moment, they rushed to the console, almost in disbelief, their hands swiftly connecting to the Star Network to gather all information related to the eldest daughter of the Su family. As the scandals surrounding this so-called waste of the Su family, the summary of her exile judgment, and the unsavory discussions online flooded their vision, their shock transformed into a pallor of anger that could scarcely be contained. How could this be possible? The red-haired youth abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Hua Qingyu, his voice trembling with excitement. "Commander, the Imperial Gene Database must be in error. A castaway, abandoned by her family, with only D-level mental prowess, and even a criminal record. How could she possibly be your perfect match? This is nothing short of an insult to you. Chapter 11. The priceless potato silence enveloped the command center. The joy and curiosity on the faces of all the officers vanished, replaced by a shared sense of shock and indignation. Quiching Yu, however, merely coldly switched off the file on the light screen, as if what he had just witnessed was nothing more than a collection of inconsequential data. To him, it mattered not whether the individual was a princess or an exile. All women were simply trouble. As dawn broke, Su Ying slowly opened her eyes from her meditative state. Her gaze was tinged with despondency. The innate quality of this body was lamentably poor, and, after a night of cultivation, she felt no sense of progress whatsoever. What troubled her further was that this body seemed akin to a sieve, capable of retaining at most the energy of a low-level energy stone, with any excess dissipating into the ether. The sole advantage, perhaps, lay in the fact that when channeling her spiritual energy, it could strengthen her physique. For instance, the soreness from the previous day's toil had completely vanished. Perhaps there was another unexpected delight. She noticed that the potatoes beside her were growing significantly faster than those elsewhere. The growth stages of potatoes include sprouting, seedling, tillering, tuber formation, and harvesting. The other potatoes were evidently still in the seedling phase, and at this rate, they would require at least 4 more days to mature. In contrast, the few beside her had clearly reached the harvesting stage. Eagerly, Su Ying pulled up one plant, and to her astonishment, she discovered a cluster of potatoes the size of her fists. Ha ha ha! It truly worked. Unable to suppress her laughter, the gloom that had lingered over her due to her inadequate cultivation qualifications evaporated in that instant. Her tireless efforts in practicing the Wan Wuxing technique had not been in vain. Wan Wuxing is a specialized cultivation technique of the spiritual plant masters, which not only enhances one's own abilities, but also channels the enduring essence of life back to the surrounding flora, promoting their growth. The legendary spiritual ginseng that once stirred the cultivation world was birthed quietly during her daily practice. Although her current cultivation level was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, these potatoes, under the influence of spiritual energy and technique, growing overnight was hardly a marvel. Yet, these utterly ordinary potatoes filled Su Ying with more excitement than the harvest of any high-tier spiritual fruit. They symbolized her establishment of roots in this barren wasteland. Whistling a tuneless melody, she eagerly took her makeshift iron spade and began to carefully excavate the soil beneath the plants. The visible potatoes were merely the vanguard. The real treasures lay deep within the earth. As she carefully turned the soil, more potatoes began to reveal themselves, and soon a small mound formed at her feet. Upon counting, she realized that this one plant yielded a staggering 46. By this estimation, the small plot before her could easily produce over 1,000 potatoes. Ha! Over 1,000 potatoes! Su Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. I am about to strike it rich. In the interstellar age, what food commands the highest price? Undoubtedly, it is pure, natural produce. She hurriedly opened her light brain, connected to the star network, and searched for the price of potatoes. Product name, potato, Solanum tuberosum. Family, Solanaceae. Genus, Solanum. Description, a member of the Solanaceae family, related to tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers. The edible part is the tuber, a modified underground stem. Nutritional value, carbohydrates, rich in starch, a premium energy source. Vitamins, high in vitamin C, especially when fresh, and B vitamins. Minerals, extremely high potassium content, aiding in fluid balance and blood pressure regulation. Also contains magnesium, phosphorus, etc. Dietary fiber, particularly abundant in the skin, promoting intestinal health. Protein, while not high in quantity. The quality surpasses most plant proteins. Fat, naturally low fat content. Reference price, 100 star coins per 100 grams. Su Ying fixated on the price displayed on the light screen, her eyes widening in disbelief, nearly suspecting she was hallucinating. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes and then pinched them hard. 100 star coins. The unit that followed was clearly stated as 100 grams, not 500 grams, nor 1,000 grams, but merely a paltry 100 grams. Is this world mad? Or am I the one losing my mind? She murmured to herself, a sense of absurdity washing over her. She scrutinized the nutritional composition table. It appeared to be nothing more than the most ordinary carbohydrates, vitamins, and fibers, even less comprehensive than the nutrients provided by a low-grade nutrient solution. A low-grade nutrient solution capable of sustaining a human's energy expenditure for a day sells for only 100 star coins, even on the inflated prices of a refuse planet. But what could 100 grams of potatoes accomplish? It might not even be enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. As the dawn brightened, Ying gazed at the verdant potato field before her heart brimming with solidity and anticipation. In a single breath, she unearthed the remaining 3 mature potatoes. In total, she harvested 218 potatoes. Whether it was due to the variety or the influence of spiritual energy, each of these potatoes was roughly the size of her fists. Roughly estimating, each weighed around 200 grams. The thought that each potato could sell for 200 star coins made her beam with joy. Her empty stomach seemed to still yearn for the strange taste of the nutrient solution from the previous day, an indescribable craving urging her to fill it with genuine, substantial food. Ying sprang up from the ground, eagerly planning to cook some potatoes for herself. Whether boiled or roasted, just the thought of that simple, warm aroma of starch made her swallow hard. She could hardly wait to retrieve her toolkit from her spatial button. Opening the package, she first pulled out her alloy cookware and portable energy stove. However, upon attempting to ignite the stove, she realized it required specific energy stones to generate heat. All the energy stones she had on hand had long been consumed during the previous night's cultivation and array formation. Even if she had any remaining, she would be loath to use them for cooking instead of nurturing her potatoes. Casting her gaze around, she quickly devised a plan. She collected several relatively uniform large stones and skillfully constructed a simple open stove on the flat ground. Next, she meticulously sifted through nearby refuse piles for some dried wood scraps, ragged cloth, and known, relatively burnable synthetic material fragments that produced minimal smoke. Carefully arranging them in the center of the stone stove, she had originally intended to throw a few potatoes into the ash to bake, as that was the aroma she remembered most fondly. However, upon gazing at the fuel of indeterminate composition, possibly containing harmful substances, she immediately dismissed the thought. Hence, the only viable method left was boiling. Chapter 12. Sweet potato seeds. She approached the self-made iron water storage container. After a night of condensation, a thin layer of clear water had accumulated inside. Although the spiritual energy contained in the water was still negligible despite being nourished by the gathering spirit array, it was sufficiently clean for boiling potatoes. She scooped out an adequate amount of water and poured it into the pot, then meticulously washed away the dirt from the surface of the potatoes. The muddy water that remained was poured back into the earth. Subsequently, she placed the potatoes into the pot, covered it with a lid, and ignited the fuel in the stone stove. The flames leapt, accompanied by sporadic crackles and a colorful flicker, licking the bottom of the pot. While waiting, Ying remained industrious, gathering large stones to create a rudimentary protective barrier around the potato field. She also found some scraps of cloth to cover the potato seedlings for added concealment. If only she had money. Otherwise, with a casual flick, a mirage city could be conjured and a defensive array would resolve her issues. After finishing her meal, she would need to inquire at the recycling station to see if she could exchange potatoes for star coins, since the recycling station accepted discarded metals and old light brains. Surely they would also accept these edible natural ingredients? At the outrageous price of 100 star coins for 100 grams listed on the StarNet, the 100-odd pounds of potatoes she possessed could fetch over 10,000 star coins. Just contemplating that figure filled Ying with an invigorating energy. As the steam in the pot gradually dissipated, an enticing aroma of food began to waft through the air, bringing with it the warm sweetness characteristic of starch, which seemed exceptionally alluring amidst the decaying odors of the garbage planet. Unable to contain her excitement, Ying hastily lifted the pot lid, disregarding the heat, and directly grasped a steaming potato, blowing on it twice before carefully taking a bite. Tender, sweet, almost instantaneously, a wave of indescribable satisfaction overwhelmed her taste buds and mind the moment the potato touched her lips. Perhaps her body had long been deprived of genuine natural food. This remarkably simple boiled potato brought her a sense of happiness far surpassing the delicacies imbued with spiritual energy from the realm of cultivation. The warm, dense texture and the pure, solid sweetness of the starch created an almost euphoric sensation. Delicious. She completely abandoned her image, forgetting the heat, and devoured 3 fist-sized potatoes in rapid succession. Only when her stomach was filled to the brim did she contentedly let out a loud belch. What a relief! This fulfilling sensation of being satiated with real food was irreplaceable by any nutrient solution. There were still 7 potatoes remaining in the pot, which she stored in her spatial button, intending to save them for later when hunger struck again. Just as she finished tidying the cookware and prepared to head to the recycling station, an extremely faint sound resembling a sniffle suddenly emanated from behind a pile of discarded metal nearby. Su Ying's body tensed instantly, entering a state of alert. The garbage planet was fraught with peril, where theft and robbery were commonplace. She instinctively tightened her grip on a makeshift iron hoe beside her, moving stealthily with keen eyes toward the source of the sound. Holding her breath, calculating the distance, she was ready to take preemptive action against the hidden intruder when her gaze met a pair of familiar, terrified eyes. It was the boy named Xiao Tian, whom she had seen just yesterday, now trembling and huddled on the ground, clutching his head, his small frame curled up. Beside him lay a familiar, bulging ragged bag. He was evidently frightened by Su Ying's earlier intimidating demeanor. Furrowing her brow, Su Ying glared at him with an unkind expression, although her hoe was lowered slightly. Her vigilance remained. "What are you doing here? Were you following me?" Xiao Tian shook his head vigorously, stammering an explanation. "No, I wasn't following you. My nose is just very sensitive, and I followed the scent here." Following the scent? Su Ying felt several black lines form on her forehead. What was this? Did he consider her a human signpost? Was this little fellow akin to a puppy? Suppressing her desire to scoff, she maintained her stern expression and asked, "What do you want from me?" She internally mused, could it be that after she helped them yesterday, they felt entitled to her? Xiao Tian timidly raised his head, his eyes filled with fear, yet tinged with anticipation. He pointed to the bag at his feet and whispered, "Sister, you said yesterday that I could exchange potatoes for nutrient solution. So I searched for a long time last night and found many. I wanted to ask if you still wanted them." His eyes brimmed with hope, yet he was apprehensive about being rejected. "Yes, of course I want them." Su Ying responded without a moment's hesitation, her tone assertive. "Let me see them first." Upon hearing her affirmative reply, Xiao Tian's face instantly lit up with immense joy. He hurriedly bent down, carefully opening the worn-out bag, revealing an array of oddly shaped potatoes within. Peering inside, Su Ying's heart blossomed with delight. Indeed, the bag contained various tuberous vegetables, in addition to several potatoes that were in worse condition than those from yesterday. There was even a sweet potato, although most were afflicted with varying degrees of rot and mold, making them appear even more pitiful than the previous batch. To Su Ying, these were far more precious than star coins. She quickly counted the quantity, already formulating her plan, and looked up at the eagerly awaiting Xiao Tian. "I will take all of these. For these 12, plus the 2 you provided yesterday, I will give you 3 nutrient solutions. This unique tuber is a new variety, so I will count it as an additional nutrient solution. A total of 4 nutrient solutions. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was so elated he nearly jumped up. But then, as if recalling something, he hastily waved his hands. "No, that is not necessary, sister. There are only 4, not even 5. Let us exchange just 2 for now. We can wait until we gather 5 before trading the rest." He remembered Su Ying mentioning that 5 could be exchanged for 1 nutrient solution and did not wish to take advantage of her. This sense of humility and propriety, maintained even in dire straits, greatly pleased Su Ying. She appreciated dealing with those who adhered to rules and understood boundaries. However, when she prepared to retrieve the nutrient solutions, she discovered only 1 left. "Su Ying, well, I currently only have 1 nutrient solution. I'll give you this one now, and the remaining 2 I will provide after I buy new ones at the recycling station today. How does that sound?" She anticipated that the child might hesitate or feel disappointed, but to her surprise, Xiao Tian nodded vigorously without any hesitation. In the simple logic of these struggling children, the ability to exchange unwanted toxic tubers for precious food was already a tremendous stroke of luck and unexpected joy. Chapter 13. Mental energy outburst. They had no concerns that someone like Su Ying, willing to exchange precious nutrient solutions for trash, would default. Moreover, even if Su Ying truly did not return, they would suffer no loss. Those tubers were originally unwanted items. Watching the little fellow carefully accept the nutrient solution with the gaze of someone holding a priceless treasure, Ying smiled, storing the entire bag of tubers into her spatial button. This transaction was equally advantageous for her, perhaps feeling good or rewarding the child's honesty. Ying handed him the remaining 2 boiled potatoes. Here, enjoy these as your interest. As soon as the 2 boiled potatoes emerged from the spatial button, their unique and tempting aroma wafted through the air. Xiao Tian, squatting nearby, immediately inhaled deeply, his eyes brightening as he instinctively leaned closer to the scent, softly asking, "Sister, this smells wonderful. What is it?" Upon observing the creature-like demeanor of the little one as he sniffed curiously, Ying recalled the faint sounds she had heard earlier, likely the result of the little fellow being drawn irresistibly to the alluring aroma of potatoes, unable to suppress the urge to inhale. "This is the tuber you found. Delicious. Would you dare to taste it?" Ying teased him. "The tuber is poisonous. No, you mustn't eat it." Little Tian, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet, his little nose, seduced by the fragrant allure, could not help but twitch in excitement. Amused, Ying laughed. "Sister's teasing you. This is the fruit that the tuber produces, called tudo. It's not poisonous. You can eat it. Take it." The young one was visibly tempted, yet his small hands waved anxiously, akin to a rattling drum. "No, I don't need it, sister. It smells so fragrant. It must be very expensive. I have my nutrient solution. That's enough, truly." His large eyes brimmed with longing. Yet an ingrained sense of unworthiness and timidity held him back from accepting such a luxurious offering. Ying did not allow him further opportunity to decline. She directly pulled out the somewhat intact pocket of his tattered coat and unceremoniously stuffed 2 warm potatoes inside, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You shall take it. Remember to come back to trade for other fruits or plants you find next time." Little Tian instinctively covered the suddenly heavy and warm pocket, the heat seeping through the coarse fabric and seemingly warming his heart. He lifted his head, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately, he merely bowed deeply and solemnly to Ying before turning and scurrying away, swiftly disappearing into the crevices of the garbage mound. As she watched the little one vanish entirely, the warmth on Ying's face gradually faded, turning her gaze to the potato field, obstructed by stones and debris. A flicker of relief surged within her. Thankfully, she had been prepared. Her endeavor to cultivate on this garbage planet could not remain concealed for long. However, the time was certainly not now. It appeared she needed to arrange several proper defensive formations post-haste. To set up these protective arrays, more energy stones were required. As the temperature rose, the stench in the air intensified, becoming increasingly pungent and overwhelming, while the fragments of metal and unidentified waste beneath her feet emitted a nauseating creaking sound. After walking for over an hour, she finally beheld a silver metallic structure amidst the heaps of refuse. As she approached, a sound akin to the anguished cries of a trapped beast wafted through the air intermittently, carried by the wind. Ying frowned slightly, instinctively quickening her pace. The closer she drew to the recycling station, the clearer the sound became, mingled with an unsettling restlessness. Upon finally passing through the last mound formed by discarded floating vehicles, the sight before her halted her in her tracks. The crowd before the recycling station scattered like they were fleeing a plague, leaving a wide, open space in the center. Help me. Please, someone save me." The shrill, inhuman wails erupted, filled with indescribable agony and madness. Ying's pupils constricted as she discerned the source of the sound. A gaunt man was curled on the ground, his fingers contorted from extreme exertion, nails torn and bloodied from frantically clawing at the earth. His body convulsed violently in an unnatural manner, as though something within him was relentlessly tearing to escape. His eyes were bloodshot, almost devoid of pupils, leaving only pure anguish and insanity. He let out a guttural roar from his throat, suddenly lifting his head and violently slamming it against the cold, hard ground. The dull thud echoed, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. His forehead became a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Yet he seemed impervious to the pain, repeatedly crashing his head down, as if seeking to end the torment within his mind through such extreme measures. Onlookers maintained a distance, their faces a mix of numbness, fear, and disgust, yet devoid of surprise. "Another one gone mad. Don't go near, you might get hurt." He probably won't last much longer," murmured voices reached Su Ying's ears, yet she felt as if she were frozen in place. Her mental energy surged, memories flooding back like a tidal wave, reminding her of the original self, who had endured a similarly excruciating experience. It was in a dark, cramped isolation chamber, devoid of windows, with only cold metal walls surrounding her. The original self, merely 15, huddled in a corner, drenched in cold sweat, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. It hurts. My head hurts. Sedative, please give me a sedative. She screamed with all her might, her voice hoarse and desperate. It felt as if countless glowing steel needles were wildly stirring in her brain, like an invisible giant's hand was gripping her head, threatening to crush it. Everything before her twisted and spun, and a continuous sharp buzzing filled her ears. She banged her head against the cold metal door, producing dull thuds, attempting to mask the intense agony in her mind with another form of pain. Her fingers scratched hopelessly at the smooth walls, leaving faint blood trails. Father, I realize my mistakes. I truly know my mistakes. Let me out, please. I beg you. Silence reigned outside the door. No one responded to her. No one came to save her. Su Huanyin had fallen down the stairs, but framed the original self as the perpetrator, while her biased father, Su Beichun, under Qin Anna's influence, confined her to isolation for a month. Little did he know, or perhaps he simply did not care, that in this confinement, his biological daughter had experienced her first mental energy surge due to sheer terror. She remained locked inside, calling for help to no avail, and endured the relentless waves of excruciating pain with sheer willpower. When, after a month, the door to the isolation chamber finally creaked open, those outside beheld a girl curled on the ground, nearly unconscious and utterly emaciated. No one cared to inquire about her ordeal, nor did they notice the irrevocable change in her gaze. It was only during a subsequent routine physical examination that it was discovered her mental energy had sustained permanent damage. Had the original self been able to receive sedatives in time, the extent of her mental energy injury would not have exceeded 1%. From that point onward, she struggled to maintain focus for extended periods, occasionally experiencing inexplicable dizziness and heightened sensitivity to certain mental fluctuations. This was the reason the original self later became known among people as foolish as a pig, irritable, and utterly useless. Emerging from the depths of memory, a pall of gloom enveloped Su Ying's heart. She had thought that in this highly advanced interstellar era, the only shortcoming would be in basic sustenance. Little did she anticipate the existence of such a pervasive and cruel crisis lurking beneath the surface. In the interstellar age, mental energy was of paramount importance. Humanity had struggled for survival in the vast universe for tens of thousands of years, adapting to the vastly different and harsh environments necessitating extreme and perilous modifications to their DNA. The emergence of mental energy was hailed as humanity's greatest and most successful genetic evolutionary miracle. It endowed humans with enhanced perception, swifter responses, and even the potential to manipulate energy directly, serving as the cornerstone of humanity's existence in the interstellar age. However, the mutations of genes came at a cruel price, giving rise to a myriad of bizarre and terrifying genetic diseases. Among these, the most profound impact on individuals and society was the phenomenon of mental energy surges. This collapse, rooted deep within the genes, directly assaults the core of human consciousness, resulting in permanent mental energy impairment. Once the damage accumulates to a certain extent, it culminates in a complete mental energy breakdown. Consequently, sedatives were developed. If taken promptly before a mental energy surge, sedatives could effectively suppress the violent fluctuations of mental energy, significantly reducing the damage caused by the surge. However, the cost of the most ordinary low-grade tranquilizer reaches a staggering 1,000 Xingbi. This is an insurmountable burden for those living on the desolate garbage planet, struggling daily to make ends meet. A single episode of uncontrolled psychic upheaval can inflict tremendous damage on one's mental faculties. Even those with SSS-level psychic abilities cannot withstand more than a few episodes before succumbing to total mental collapse. Once mental deterioration occurs, one loses all rationality, devolving into a beast driven solely by instinct and suffering, bereft of any familial bonds, becoming wild and dangerous. At that point, recovery becomes impossible. The Empire's method of dealing with those who experience genetic collapse is both straightforward and ruthless. Following an official assessment, Individuals deemed mentally unfit and potentially hazardous are stripped of their citizenship and exiled to the fringes of the garbage planet. This means that on these desolate garbage planets, alongside convicts like her, there exists a multitude of individuals abandoned by the Empire due to their mental collapse. The man's screams before her gradually subsided, transforming into unconscious moans. His body ceased its violent thrashing, now only experiencing intermittent spasms, his vacant gaze fixed upon the gray sky until all signs of life vanished. The onlookers, unfazed, resumed their cue as if the recent event had merely been a trivial interlude. Having grown numb to such sights, they continued their existence on this planet. Ying calmly withdrew her gaze and fell in line behind the crowd. She was simply an inconspicuous member of this desperate tide, feeling powerless and devoid of any desire to act. Reflecting on her body's psychic damage, Ying immediately delved into introspection of her own spiritual sea. To her, psychic energy was fundamentally another manifestation of a practitioner's spiritual sea. As her memories indicated, the edges of this body's spiritual sea bore evident signs of damage. However, unlike the sensation of stagnation and depletion that she recalled, she could now clearly see a faint yet vibrant layer of green energy swirling around the minute cracks. That was the spiritual energy refined through her cultivation of the Wanwu Xing technique. This energy was silently nourishing and repairing the damaged areas. Though the process was slow, it was indeed a continuous self-restoration. This discovery filled Ying with joy. How could she have forgotten that spiritual energy could mend the injuries of the spiritual sea? Could it be that consuming food infused with spiritual energy would yield a similar effect? This thought invigorated her. If her hypothesis proved true, the spirit-infused potatoes she cultivated would indeed be worth a fortune. To her knowledge, in this technologically advanced interstellar world, no true methods or medicines existed to genuinely repair psychic damage. Tranquilizers could only suppress and prevent upheavals before they occurred, minimizing damage but unable to reverse what had already been inflicted. Perhaps the Empire's top laboratories or higher echelons possessed certain undisclosed technologies. Yet, given the original body's background as a scion of a wealthy family, she had never encountered such resources, and if they did exist, they would undoubtedly be strategic assets beyond the reach of mere Xingbi, incapable of circulating in the market. Thus, was she not uniquely positioned in this business? Ying felt a surge of excitement, as if countless Xingbi had appeared in her account, which then transformed into a myriad of energy stones, overwhelming her. Just as she was lost in her daydream of monopolizing the market and amassing wealth across the stars, a slightly urgent yet timid voice called from behind. It's your turn. Startled back to reality, she realized that the line had advanced without her noticing, leaving her standing directly in front of the exchange window of the recycling station, completely empty. She quickly turned and softly apologized to the person behind her before hastening to the cold metallic window. Simultaneously, the internal scanner of the window illuminated, emitting a soft blue glow, and a robotic voice announced, "Hello, what service do you require?" Ying retrieved a potato from her spatial button and presented it at the window. "Do you accept this potato?" The robotic arm precisely accepted it and placed it on the testing platform. A red beam slowly scanned from top to bottom. Upon completion, the results appeared. Item: edible potato. Quality: freshness level 1. Weight: 225 grams. According to the recycling station's standardized pricing, the buyback price: 45 Xingbi. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the transaction. Ying's heart sank. For 225 grams, the price of 45 Xingbi equated to merely 20 Xingbi per 100 grams. Was this price cut really so outrageous? The official quote on the Star Network was clearly 100 Xingbi per 100 grams. Why was the price here only 20 Xingbi? Unable to contain her frustration, she voiced her grievances, her anger surging. This price discrepancy was simply ludicrous, akin to outright theft. The robot, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, responded with its monotonous electronic voice. The recycling price on the garbage planet is standardized by the system and cannot be altered. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the transaction. Ying furrowed her brows, her face a canvas of resentment and fury. Yet, she was acutely aware that under the current circumstances, she had no choice but to acquiesce. This recycling station was her sole avenue for sales on this planet, and she had no bargaining power. Proceed. She gritted her teeth, forcing the word through clenched jaws. Ying extracted all the potatoes she had harvested from her spatial button. Instantly, a small hill of earthy potatoes formed on the transaction platform. All to be exchanged. The robot efficiently scanned and weighed each potato. Total weight, 45,877 grams. Total buyback price, 91,754 Xingbi. The funds have been transferred to your account. Please check. As her gaze swept over the incoming transaction notification on her wrist screen, Ying felt no joy. This seemingly substantial sum of Xingbi was derived from her potatoes, which, if priced at market value, would have been worth over 40,000. Instead, they'd been brutally halved, leaving her heart bleeding. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to suppress her indignation. Endure, let it be, avoid, bear, respect, ignore, temporarily tolerate, and wait for a better time to reassess. The immediate priority was to enhance her own strength. She quickly regained her composure, pulled up the recycling station's product catalog interface, and began to meticulously calculate her purchases. 3 different specifications of water storage containers, 5L, 3L, and 1L, totaling 900 Xingbi. The largest would replace the metal container in her field, while the 2 smaller ones would hold drinking water and water for daily use, respectively. A set of thick, durable clothing for changing, costing 109 Xingbi. Apart from durability, it had no other function. 5 bottles of low-grade nutrient solution, priced at 500 Xingbi. Apart from 1 ode to the little fellow. The rest would be used to exchange for seeds later. After some deliberation, she also selected an insulating mat and a thin blanket for 500 Xingbi, to be used during meditation practice. Sitting directly on the ground could be quite uncomfortable. The total cost for these essential survival supplies amounted to 1509 Xingbi. Furthermore, she wished to purchase some seasonings, such as salt, chili, and cooking wine, but regrettably, none were available. Clearly, such high-end ingredients were deemed unworthy for the inhabitants of the garbage planet. Finally, she glanced at the remaining 77,154 Xingbi in her account, and without hesitation, chose to purchase energy stones entirely. The robot stated, low-grade energy stones, unit price, 1,000 Xingbi each. How many would you like to purchase? Ying replied, 7. 7,000 Xingbi was deducted, leaving her with only 7,154 Xingbi. 7 energy stones, each the size of quail eggs, were placed into a simple isolation bag and handed over. Ying grasped the hefty bag of stones, feeling the cool touch at her fingertips and the faint energy fluctuations contained within. The frustration that had arisen from being undervalued was finally dispelled, replaced by an indescribable sense of security. This was the fundamental assurance for her future cultivation, formation of arrays, and survival in this desolate land. The Empire's 5th-star city, AOTC Xing, was colloquially known as the garbage terminal. All refuse from various garbage planets converged here, where it was processed and transformed into new commodities for distribution to different planets. The young man, AI Wei, stood at the bustling entrance of the marketplace, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. His mother had instructed him to purchase 10 pounds of potatoes for home. However, he could not resist the allure of the game, spending most of his money in the virtual realm. With his pocket money included, he was left with only 3,000 star coins, far from enough to buy 10 pounds of potatoes. In their ordinary household, potatoes were one of the few natural foods they could freely enjoy. His mother would always buy 10 pounds, and the vendor would generously add an extra pound. This 11 pounds of potatoes, combined with inexpensive nutritional liquid, constituted the family's primary sustenance for a month. If his parents discovered that he had spent the money on a game, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from them. In a moment of desperation, he sought help in the gaming group. While no one offered financial assistance, many provided dubious suggestions. Some advised him to simply confess, bearing the consequences of a beating. Others suggested fabricating a story about being robbed on his way home. There were even those who proposed visiting the rebirth market for a stroke of luck, hinting at the possibility of finding something valuable. The so-called rebirth market was a bazaar where items salvaged from garbage piles were disinfected and resold. After much hesitation, AI Wei decided to give the rebirth market a try. To his astonishment, luck was on his side as he stumbled upon a modest stall selling potatoes, priced at just 50 star coins per 100 grams. His excitement nearly propelled him into the air. With 3,000 star coins, He could not only purchase the 11 pounds he needed, but would also have 50 star coins left. Without a moment's hesitation, he paid for the bag of lifeline potatoes and rushed home. His mother, Jolina, took the bag and noticed the rough skin of the potatoes, speckled with imperfections. She muttered, "The person who grew these potatoes must be a recent graduate from the agricultural college. Look at their poor quality." AI Wei's heart sank, and he dared not respond. During dinner, Lily transformed the potatoes into mash. When his father, Wong David, returned from work and saw the dinner table, he sighed. "Not potatoes again? Can't we have something different next time?" Jolina retorted, "Different? That'll only happen when you get a raise." As the family prepared to eat, his elder brother, unexpectedly returned from military school. Wong David immediately inquired, "Is there no school today? Why are you back so suddenly?" Slumped into a chair. Exhaustion etched on his face. During the mecha class, the instructor detected anomalies in my psychic energy and predicted that it might erupt by tomorrow morning at the latest. So I was told to return home to prepare. Wong David quickly fetched a high-grade sedative, saying, "Don't worry, I'll stay by your side tonight. Use this when it reaches the critical point. It'll be most effective." Jolina also asked with concern, "Have you eaten dinner yet? If not, let me serve you some." I nodded. Worried about Gia's condition, the family dined in silence. However, as the first spoonful of mashed potatoes entered their mouths, everyone was taken aback. Was this truly the bland potato mash they used to eat? Wei nodded vigorously. "Mom, if all future mashed potatoes taste like this, I'd eat them every day." Surprisingly, Jolina herself appeared astonished. She took several more bites, seemingly confirming the taste was indeed real. "I haven't learned any new methods. I just steamed them and added a bit of salt." Wong David speculated it must be a new variety introduced by the Agricultural Research Institute. Indeed, Jolina recalled that these potatoes looked different from the ones she'd bought before. "I initially found their appearance unappealing, but I never expected them to taste this good." Wei felt a surge of pride, realizing that these cheaply acquired potatoes were far superior in flavor to those bought at the marketplace. The mashed potatoes were so delicious that the family of 4 was left wanting more. Jolina got up to boil a few more, this time without adding any salt, merely cooking them in plain water. To their surprise, the flavor was even sweeter and more delightful without salt. That night, David stood watch by Gia's bedside in preparation for a potential psychic energy eruption. However, the night passed peacefully, with nothing occurring. The next morning, Gia's mental state was even more vibrant than the day before. Could it be a mistake in the detection? David wondered. Gia shook his head. That was military equipment. Its accuracy is 100%. Wong David recalled that every time Gia returned home from school, it was on the same day that his psychic energy would erupt. Should we continue to keep him home to observe? Or perhaps go to the hospital to confirm everything is fine before he returns to school? For the sake of caution, Gia opted for a hospital checkup. The results revealed no signs of psychic energy eruption. However, the most shocking revelation came at the bottom of the report. Gia's psychic energy damage value was only 6. Wong David remembered that during last year's school physical examination, Gia's damage value had been 7. Over the course of a year, the damage value had decreased rather than increased. How could this be possible? David found it hard to believe. Gia recalled the inexplicable clarity he felt after eating the potatoes and suddenly grasped his father's hand. "Dad, you should check your damage value too." Though Wong David thought it unnecessary, he was unable to resist his son's insistence and underwent a checkup himself. The results were equally astonishing. His psychic energy damage value had also decreased by 1. "What is going on?" Wong David murmured as he stared at the report. "Let's discuss this at home," Gia said gravely. Upon returning home, the family of 4 gathered around the dining table, where the large bag of potatoes Wei had purchased sat prominently. "Are you saying these potatoes can repair psychic energy damage?" Jolina, after hearing the accounts from her son and husband, found it hard to believe. If it truly had such effects, it would have been sold at an exorbitant price long ago. Wong David pondered. Could it be that this effect hasn't been discovered yet? Hence, they're being sold as ordinary potatoes? It's quite possible. Jolina immediately realized, should we buy more and stock up? What if the price goes up later? Everyone except Wei nodded in agreement. Wei nervously lowered his head, fearing his secret of purchasing the potatoes from the garbage station would be exposed. Wong David and Jolina promptly set off for the marketplace, intending to buy more potatoes. However, Upon seeing the smooth and shiny potatoes on the shelf, they hesitated. These potatoes looked quite different from those at home. Jolina tentatively asked the vendor, "Do you have any of those rough-skinned potatoes with a few blemishes?" The vendor politely and firmly replied, "No. The type you described is considered inferior and could not possibly be found in our store." The couple, feeling helpless, decided to purchase a pound to compare home. Indeed, although the store's potatoes were visually appealing, their taste was bland, far inferior to the delightful flavor of those at home. Ultimately, Jolina turned to AI Wei, inquiring about the true origin of those potatoes. Initially, AI Wei stubbornly insisted that he had bought them at the marketplace, but his guilty expression betrayed him. Under persistent questioning from his parents and brother, he reluctantly confessed, "I bought them at the rebirth market. I know I was wrong. Punish me as you see fit." To his surprise, his parents did not scold him. Wang David's first reaction was, "Let's go. Take us to that stall right now." Under AI Wei's guidance, they returned to the rebirth market and located the stall marked with the A001 designation. Upon seeing this number, Wang David's brow furrowed tightly. A001? How could it be A001? Is there a problem with A001? Jolina inquired, bewildered. Wang David, who worked within the waste disposal system, was intimately familiar with these designations. A001 indicated that all items from this stall originated from planet A001. Jolina was taken aback. Could there be an error? Wasn't planet A001 the motherland of humanity and the most thoroughly devastated planet? How could such a place yield fresh and pristine potatoes? The two, laden with doubts, stepped into the shop. Upon entering, they nearly collided with a girl clutching a fabric bag. David's keen eyes caught a glimpse of the contours of several lumpy potatoes peeking out from the bag. A sudden jolt of realization coursed through him, and he exchanged a tense glance with Jolina before hastily making his way into the store. Their apprehension dissipated only upon seeing a small pile of rough-looking potatoes on the shelves. The prices were half that of the shopping mall. Without hesitation, Wang David and Jolina exchanged glances and purchased them all. Ningming was the girl who had almost bumped into Wang David and Jolina. Half an hour earlier, she had just concluded her second job of the day as a sorter at the waste disposal plant, tasked with handling the sticky and entangled refuse that even machines struggled to identify. Rubbing her sore neck, she did not head straight home, but instead turned into the adjacent recycling market. At work, she had overheard her colleagues discussing the astonishing discovery of an intact bag of potatoes recovered from the refuse of planet A001. Most of them spoke with disdain, as items retrieved from refuse, no matter how intact they appeared, always seemed to carry an unnameable, unpleasant odor. However, Ningming was unfazed. As long as it was edible, she would not hesitate to sift through the refuse herself. This determination stemmed from a traumatic event 3 years prior. Her brother, Ningyang, had suffered a severe mental injury while executing a patrol mission at the imperial border. The doctors delivered a grim prognosis. His mental capacity had irreversibly collapsed and would only deteriorate, leading either to brain death or complete madness. The only way to delay this fate was through the regular consumption of pure, natural food, relying on the faint natural energy within to soothe his agitated psyche. Thus, Ningming abandoned her studies, working 3 jobs daily. From 5 to 8 in the morning, she worked as a cleaner at an ecological park. From 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening, she sorted refuse at the waste disposal plant. Then, from 8 at night until 3 in the morning, she served at a night venue. She spun through life like a relentless top, fearing even a moment's pause. Her existence revolved solely around earning money, and nearly all her income was exchanged for exorbitantly priced natural food to nourish her brother's increasingly frail body. Yet, it was never enough. The exquisitely packaged natural foods from the artificial ecological park were prohibitively expensive, while the cheapest synthetic nutrient solution, though affordable, offered no benefit to her brother's condition. It merely sustained basic physiological functions and could even exacerbate his mental injury. Standing a short distance away, Ningming gazed toward the A001 stall and took a deep breath. She could not afford to give up. Absolutely not. Her brother was her only family. If he were to leave her, she would have no ties left to this world. She hurried to the A001 stall and found the shelves indeed stocked with a batch of unremarkable potatoes. These potatoes were dull and rough, their surfaces riddled with irregular dimples. In stark contrast to the gleaming, elegantly packaged natural foods in the shopping mall, they resembled something salvaged from a refuse heap. And indeed they were. Ning Ming carefully examined the testing report provided at the stall, confirming that the potatoes were harmless. Unsatisfied, she cross-referenced it with the report of potatoes sold at the mall. Apart from slight fluctuations in certain values, there were no other abnormalities. This reassured her, and she resolutely purchased 30 pounds of potatoes, nearly depleting her account. Yet the thought that this quantity, if rationed, could sustain her brother for over a month brought her a rare sense of comfort. As the clock approached 7, Ning Ming jogged home with a heavy bag of potatoes. She still needed to prepare a meal for her brother before rushing to her night shift. Being late would result in a wage deduction. The so-called home was merely a cramped cabin pieced together from rudimentary materials. The air circulation system emitted a dull hum, and the sole source of light came from a dim, energy-efficient bulb overhead. In the corner of the cabin lay a simple medical bed, occupied by a gaunt young man, her brother, Ning Yang. His eyes were closed, his brow furrowed even in unconsciousness, and his pallid complexion was nearly translucent, as if he might vanish at any moment. The medical equipment beside his bed displayed faint, fluctuating lines indicating his precarious vital signs. "Brother, I'm back," Ning Ming called out cheerfully, though he likely could not hear her. She then dashed out to fetch a bit of clean water, meticulously washing a potato before peeling it to reveal its golden flesh. Shouldn't the flesh of a potato be white? Why was this one yellow? After a moment's hesitation, she diced the potato and placed it in a steamer. After it was cooked, she cautiously tasted a small piece, and her eyes immediately brightened. The potato was sweet and tender, even more delectable than the potato pudding her brother had taken her to the Starry Sky restaurant to enjoy. To her delight, not only did she experience no adverse effects, but her previously muddled mind felt clearer. This reassured her that the potatoes from planet A001 should be safe. After mashing the remaining potatoes, Ning Ming gently propped her brother's head up and fed him a small amount. Throughout the process, her heart raced with anxiety, fearing any negative reaction from him. Yet, nothing untoward occurred. Ning Yang swallowed without awareness. His breathing remained faint, but seemed to stabilize slightly. Ning Ming dared not trust her senses. After feeding him a small bowl of potato mash, she exhaustedly changed into her uniform for the night shift and prepared to leave once more. The following morning, the piercing sound of the doorbell jolted Ning Ming awake as if it were thunder. She bolted upright, her heart racing. Her first thought was panic. She had overslept and was late for work. Frantically, she activated her light brain to send a leave request to the ecological park. Just then, a cold and unyielding voice called from outside. "Imperial Mental Energy Management Committee. Open the door." Routine inspection. Ning Ming's face turned a shade paler than her brother's. They were back. The imperial law stipulated that citizens with mental energy damage exceeding 80 were considered to have irreparable mental collapse. Such individuals would lose their civil rights and be forcibly expelled from the imperial territory, banished to the garbage, start to fend for themselves. All in the name of conserving social resources and mitigating potential risks. Since 3 months ago, when her brother's mental damage exceeded 70, committee staff had come to conduct weekly checks. The latest test result from last week was 78, perilously close to the critical threshold. They had issued a warning that should the next inspection exceed 80, immediate expulsion would be executed. Trembling, Ning Ming opened the door. Standing outside was an emotionless officer clad in gray uniform, accompanied by a technician wielding precise instruments. "Ning Yang's guardian?" The officer cast a cold glance at her, not waiting for a response, and pushed past her, striding into the cramped quarters. According to Article 17 of the Digua Jingshinli Guankong Fa, a re-examination of the registered individual suffering from mental power impairment, Ning Yang, is to be conducted. Ning Ming attempted to intervene, but was ruthlessly obstructed by the clerk. The technician deftly placed a metallic helmet-like device upon Ning Yang's head. The indicators on the apparatus began to flicker, emitting a faint beeping sound. The screen displayed a flurry of dense data. Ning Ming held her breath, her hands clenched into fists, nails digging deeply into her palms. She could almost hear the footsteps of death approaching. As time passed, only the soft hum of the device filled the room. The clerk, observing the screen, gradually shifted from indifference to perplexity, even furrowing his brows. "What is happening?" he murmured to the technician. The technician wore an expression of disbelief. Swiftly manipulating the device, The data appears unusual. I will recalibrate once more. However, after 2 repetitions, the results remain consistent. Ultimately, the technician raised his head. Confusion etched across his face and turned to the clerk. The examination is complete. Ning Yang's current level of mental power impairment is 77. 77? The clerk's voice suddenly rose, brimming with skepticism. Are you certain the device is not malfunctioning? Last week, his reading was 78. Mental power collapse is irreversible. It only worsens. How could it possibly improve? Chapter 18. Her hope in the next moment. His gaze sharply shifted to Ning Ming, whose expression mirrored his shock, as if cutting through her. What have you done regarding his condition? Have you used any illicit substances? Or sought out a black market physician? I've heard that there exists a forbidden drug on the dark web that can temporarily mask the level of mental power impairment. He strongly suspected that the individual before him had resorted to such a substance. Otherwise, he could not fathom the reason behind this reversal of data. Ning Ming was nearly paralyzed with fear at this sudden interrogation. Yet, the implication of the clerk's words engulfed her in a wave of immense, incredulous joy. Improvement? Her brother's condition had not deteriorated, but rather improved? How could this be? Of course, it must be that potato. It could only be that potato from the A001 rubbish star. Last night, after work, utterly exhausted, she had unconsciously consumed the remaining half bowl of mashed potatoes her brother had left. If that potato proved to be problematic, then let them perish together. However, throughout the night, she felt no discomfort, but rather slept exceptionally well. Since her brother's incident, she had not experienced a peaceful night's sleep in a long time. She forcibly suppressed the tantalizing possibility of the truth and feigned confusion and helplessness on her face. I don't know. I did nothing. I merely worked as usual, earning money to buy natural food for my brother. Her voice quivered, a blend of pretense, dread, and excitement intertwined with genuine emotion. Sir, could it be that the device made a mistake? Or could it be that my brother truly has improved? The clerk scrutinized her intently, searching for any hint of deceit on her face. However, Ning Ming's tear-filled eyes, brimming with exhaustion, fear, and a glimmer of hope, appeared profoundly genuine. She was merely a pitiable girl, struggling to survive day by day. She bore no semblance of someone capable of procuring illicit goods or discovering mystical remedies. After several minutes of stalemate, the clerk finally huffed, withdrawing his scrutinizing gaze. Lacking evidence, he found himself powerless to act, just as Ning Ming sighed in relief. The clerk abruptly shut the data tablet in his hand and spoke again, his tone laced with a mechanical, almost indifferent kindness. Miss Ning, I advise you to refrain from undertaking any futile endeavors. The technician's gaze swept over the unconscious Ning Yang, his voice devoid of any emotion. Given your brother's condition, a complete mental power collapse and subsequent expulsion from the Empire is merely a matter of time. The only difference lies in whether he departs voluntarily or is forcibly removed. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, yet what he uttered was even colder. If you proactively apply for exile now, according to regulations, you will have a chance to choose your destination, perhaps applying to go to a rubbish star with a relatively better environment, at least with some semblance of order. Should you wait until he completely loses his sanity and is forcibly expelled, which obscure corner of a rubbish star he will be cast to remains unknown. Have you heard of a 0-1-star region? A true hell on earth. Being sent there leaves no opportunity for regret. Noticing that Ning Ming merely lowered her head, tightly pursing her lips, without reacting to his advice, the last vestiges of his minuscule patience evaporated. He spoke of this return out of sheer annoyance at having to waste his precious time each week visiting this cramped, dilapidated place to conduct tests for someone doomed to fail. The last semblance of calm on the clerk's face vanished, replaced by evident impatience and disdain. He concluded with, "The matter has been laid bare. You must look after yourselves. Do not wait until you are exiled to a 0-1 star, where you want to even find a place to weep." With that, he turned, accompanied by the doubtful technician, and departed. The metallic door clicked shut, severing all connection to the outside world. Ning Ming's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the floor. A torrent of overwhelming fear, anger, and the newly discovered hope coursed through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She crawled to her brother's bedside, gripping his cool hand tightly, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. It is hope, genuine hope. Those cold-hearted individuals could never comprehend. She nearly tumbled to the corner, gazing at the mound of potatoes as though they were the world's most precious treasures. Trembling, she selected one potato, washing, steaming, mashing it as usual, and then carefully fed it to her brother. Subsequently, she unearthed the old handheld mental power scanner from her home. Though its precision paled in comparison to the committee's professional equipment, it could discern the general trend. With trembling hands, she aimed the scanner at her brother's forehead. A faint blue light swept across. The rudimentary screen flickered and then stabilized. Mental power impairment assessment. 77, no change. It must be that he had just eaten. The effect had yet to manifest. She suppressed her anxiety and unease, sending a leave request to the rubbish processing plant. Then she slumped beside her brother's bed. Almost every half hour, she conducted another test. After numerous disappointments, she finally saw mental power impairment assessment. 76, it had decreased. It truly decreased, although merely a trivial 1 point. This number shone like a ray of dawn piercing through an endless night, illuminating Ning Meng's world with its vivid reality. Gazing at the remaining bag of potatoes, she wept with joy, entirely disregarding the earlier cold judgments. She was unaware of the secrets concealed within, nor how long this miracle would last. Yet she knew, regardless of the cost, even if it meant borrowing money, she must obtain more of these potatoes. She raised her hand, firmly clutching the yellow jade pendant that hung around her neck. This yellow pendant was a spatial token left to her by her father before his passing. Inside the spatial token was a damaged battle mech. Ning Meng nearly sprinted out of the trading post. Her heart raced within her chest, entwined with the guilt of selling her father's relic and the immense hope of saving her brother. Ignoring the astonished glances of those around her, she hastened to the A001 stall at the rebirth market. However, she was met with empty shelves. Ning Meng's heart plummeted, as though she had fallen from a great height. Gone. How could this be? There had been so many left when she purchased them yesterday. Undeterred, she rushed to the rebirth market's warehouse inquiry desk. Inquiring about the arrival of potatoes from planet A001, she asked when they would be in stock. Please send a reminder to my light brain upon arrival. Her voice was laced with unmistakable panic and urgency. Chapter 19, A-Class Genius. The robotic response was programmed. All items from this batch have been sold. Such goods are randomly sourced, making their availability and timing unpredictable. The system cannot ascertain whether similar items will be restocked. A notification for arrival has been registered for you. The words uncertain and random probability struck her heart like a heavy hammer, shattering all the hope that had just ignited within her. The color drained from her face as she stood frozen, as if all strength had been extracted from her being. She had sold her father's mech, clutching a fortune, believing she had grasped a lifeline, only to discover that even this final straw had vanished. The immense sense of loss and panic engulfed her like a chilling tide. She stood dazed by the window for a long while before turning around, slowly retracing her steps. The urgency and hope that had once propelled her were utterly extinguished, leaving only heavy footsteps and an empty heart. The lights at the end of the corridor blurred and became glaring to her eyes. The potatoes were gone. What would happen to her brother? Had the flicker of hope she had glimpsed merely been a cruel jest of fate? The 7th Military Academy of the Empire, a gathering place for elites, was also a microcosm of rigid hierarchy. Fang Bing, clad in a faded military uniform with worn cuffs, kept his head down as he hurried through the bustling corridor. Surrounding him were well-dressed classmates, chatting boisterously in groups. Most hailed from privileged backgrounds, at least middle-class families, while he, a poor student toiling endlessly on the assembly line under his mother's labor to barely afford tuition and living expenses, felt like an outcast among them. Look, ISNT that Fang Bing, the A-class genius, haha. Shoo, keep it down. He has a potential stock. Potential stock? I see him as a worthless one. His mental strength is nearly on par with a B-class. Last time in the simulated battle, he couldn't even defeat a B-class from the neighboring class, truly bringing disgrace to our A-class. The unabashed mockery pricked Fang Bing's heart like fine needles. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, yet could only lower his head further. They were not wrong, although he possessed A-class mental strength. The constant reliance on the most inferior and impure nutrient solutions and sedatives had compromised the stability and intensity of his mental acuity, rendering him inferior to some well-off B-class classmates. This made him the laughingstock of his class and even the entire grade. Approaching his locker, he He was about to open it when a tall figure leaned against it. One of the school bullies who took pleasure in tormenting him, Li Ming. Li Ming's family owned a shopping mall and was quite affluent. "Oh, Fong Bing, why does your face look so poor today? Did you drink too much of that cheap trash?" Li Ming playfully slapped Fong Bing's cheek, the gesture teeming with insult. Fong Bing jerked his head away, glaring at Li Ming. "What are you staring at? Can't a worthless person be spoken to?" Li Ming scoffed, and his entourage erupted into laughter. "Ming Yi, let us go. It'll all be bad if the teacher sees us." A faint voice piped up. It was Zhao Xiaohu, Fong Bing's former deskmate. Zhao Xiaohu had once come from a similar background, but for reasons unknown, he had ingratiated himself with Li Ming and began to distance himself from Fong Bing, sometimes even joining in the ridicule. "What? Xiaohu, do you want to stand up for your worthless former deskmate?" Li Ming shot Zhao Xiaohu a sidelong glance. Zhao Xiaohu immediately shrank back, awkwardly chuckling. "No way. Minggu, I was just saying it casually." His gaze towards Fong Bing was laden with complexity, but mostly an urgent desire to dissociate. Fong Bing felt a chill sweep through him. A once inseparable friend was so easily crushed before power. He ignored them, silently opening his locker, yearning to leave as soon as possible. Just then his light brain vibrated. An incoming message from his mother, informing him she had arrived at the school gate with some food. Fong Bing's heart tightened. Why'd she come? She was so busy at the factory. He hurriedly gathered his belongings and dashed towards the school gate. At the entrance, his mother, clad in a faded work uniform, wore a tired yet warm smile, eagerly scanning the crowd. Spotting Fong Bing, she waved and handed him a lunchbox. "Bing Bing, you must be tired from studying. I made you something to eat. Hurry and enjoy it while it's hot." Fong Bing received the lunchbox, feeling its weight. His throat tightened. "Mom, didn't I tell you? I can just drink nutrient solutions at school. You don't have to run around so much. It's exhausting." "Not at all." His mother waved her hand, her face beaming with a smile. "Today I received my paycheck and saw that potatoes were on sale. Half price. I bought a lot. Here, take this and eat. I'll bring you more tomorrow." "Potatoes? Half price?" Fong Bing was momentarily stunned. Naturally, fresh food had always been a luxury for their family. How could his mother? He gazed at the wrinkles at her eyes and the premature gray at her temples, her back slightly hunched from years of labor, and his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. At that moment, he even entertained thoughts of not going to school. He did not want his mother to toil so hard for him anymore. He did not wish to endure humiliation in this discriminatory school. "Mom." His voice caught in his throat. "Hurry back to eat. Mom still has to get back to work." His mother patted his shoulder, quickly turning to leave, her figure vanishing into the crowd. Fong Bing stood there, clutching the warm lunchbox, his heart a tumult of emotions. He despised his own helplessness, loathed the unfairness of the world. "Fong Bing, what are you doing standing here?" AI Wei, returning to school to report, spotted Fong Bing standing idly at the gate and couldn't help but call out. Fong Bing came to his senses, politely greeting Senior AI Wei. Li Ming and his crew enjoyed blocking him on the way home, but AI Wei had helped him a few times, making Fong Bing extremely grateful. AI Wei glanced at the glass lunchbox in Fong Bing's hand, smiling. "Your mother brought you food again?" Li Ming interjected, "Senor Ai Wei, would you like to have some?" AI Wei, "No, I've eaten already. It's almost lunchtime. You should head back." Li Ming, "Well, I'll go first then." Senior AI Wei, "Goodbye." Ai Wei, "Goodbye." Watching Li Ming depart, AI Wei appeared lost in thought. That yellowish color resembled the peculiar potatoes from their home. Back in the dormitory, he opened the lunchbox. Inside were 5 peeled, steamed, golden, and fragrant potatoes, still steaming. A humble yet enticing aroma wafted through the air. He picked one up and took a bite. Instantly, the soft, sweet, and fluffy texture filled his mouth, and a warm flow coursed down his throat. Chapter 20. He must have cheated. Not only did it dispel his physical fatigue, but it also seemed to loosen the long-standing heaviness and stagnation that had settled in his mental core like a dark cloud. An indescribable sense of comfort lingered in his mind, elusive yet palpable. Was it an illusion? Fong Bing felt perplexed, but, in his despondency, did not ponder further. Simply savoring the extraordinary flavor of the potato, which he deemed the most delicious food he had ever tasted. He devoured 3 in one go, leaving 2 for the evening. The afternoon held the mecha practical class, Fong Bing's most dreaded course. In the simulation chamber, mental strength directly connected with the mecha. His mental damage issues would be magnified infinitely, with operational delays and unstable energy output becoming the norm. As he entered the training ground with his lunchbox, he coincidentally ran into Li Ming and his group. "Look, everyone, check out the lunch of our genius Fong." Li Ming, ever observant, spotted the 2 potatoes in Fong Bing's glass lunchbox and erupted into exaggerated laughter. "Potatoes? Ha ha ha. In this day and age, are there still individuals who treat potatoes as treasures?" His attendant immediately followed suit. "TSK. Even the dog food I feed my dog occasionally contains a bit of premium minced meat and vegetable bits. My dog has grown weary of something as mundane as potatoes." "Oh, come now, must you speak so disparagingly? No matter how unpalatable potatoes may be, they are still far superior to that inferior nutritional liquid. Fong de Tiansai's family can barely afford even that, so having potatoes is quite commendable." Ha ha ha. Who would argue otherwise? Perhaps these few potatoes were scavenged from a refuse heap. The other students around cast glances of curiosity, disdain, or sympathy, their whispers filling the air. Zhao Xiaohu stood behind Li Ming, his gaze evasive, too timid to look at Fong Bing. Fong Bing's face flushed crimson, the overwhelming humiliation causing his entire being to tremble. He clenched his teeth tightly, the lunchbox creaking under his grip, yet he could not muster a single retort. Poverty was his original sin. Here, even breathing felt like a transgression. "Everyone, enter the simulation pod. We will conduct one-on-one combat practice today." The instructor's voice was a lifeline. It had also thrust him into another ordeal. According to the system's random assignments, Fong Bing's first opponent was none other than his former B-class mental power classmate, Wang Hao, who had previously triumphed over him in a simulated battle. Wang Hao hailed from a well-off family and had paid to transfer from Class B to Class A. He frequently joined Li Ming in ridiculing Fong Bing. "Fong Bing, are you ready to come in last again?" Wang Hao cast a provocative glance at Fong Bing as he entered the simulation pod. In silence, Fong Bing donned the mental connection helmet, shutting his eyes. He could almost foresee his impending defeat and further humiliation. However, the moment the mental connection was established, he abruptly opened his eyes. It was different. The usual sluggishness during connection and the faint sting during mental power transmission had significantly diminished. His consciousness was unprecedentedly clear, and his perception of a simulation mecha became smooth and keen. It was as if the invisible shackles that had long restrained him had loosened considerably. The match commenced. The system's prompt echoed. Wang Hao controlled the mecha, charging forward as always, attempting to swiftly resolve the battle with rapid attacks. In the past, Fong Bing's mental reaction speed could hardly keep pace, leaving him to endure passive blows. But today, he perceived Wang Hao's movements as if they had slowed by half a beat. Instinctively, he maneuvered the mecha with a precise sidestep, cleverly evading the attack while simultaneously launching a counterattack with the alloy blade of his right arm at a cunning angle. Swoosh! In the simulation system, a deep gash marred the chest of Wang Hao's mecha, and the energy shield value plummeted. How is this possible? Wang Hao gasped in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. Students observing the battle on the large screen erupted in astonishment. Fong Bing evaded and countered successfully? Just luck. Fong Bing himself was momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized this was not luck. His mental state was extraordinarily favorable. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed forward with relentless attacks, executing movements fluidly and ferociously, wholly unlike his usual clumsiness. 3 minutes later, Wang Hao's mecha crashed to the ground under a seamless flurry of strikes from Fong Bing, and the system declared Fong Bing the victor. The training field fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared agape at the Fong Bing emerging from the simulation pod, as if they were seeing a stranger. Wang Hao's face turned ashen, filled with indignation. Impossible. He must have cheated. Li Ming was the first to leap forward, exclaiming, "How could Fong Bing possibly defeat Wang Hao? Instructor, I demand an inspection of his simulation pod and mental connection records." The instructor frowned, recognizing the unusual nature of Fong Bing's performance. He spoke solemnly. "Fong Bing, your performance deviates significantly from previous records. According to protocol, a temporary mental state and banned substance test is required." Fong Bing's heart sank, yet he stood tall, unrepentant. "I accept the test." Under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers, the medical staff arrived to conduct a comprehensive examination of Fong Bing's mental state and blood tests. The wait for results felt interminable. Li Ming and others wore expressions tinged with schadenfreude, convinced that Fang Bing had resorted to some underhanded means. Zhao Xiaohu's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Finally, the doctor emerged with the report. The test results are in, he announced, surveying the crowd. Fang Bing's mental power fluctuations are normal, and no known stimulant or performance-enhancing substances were detected in his blood. This is impossible. Li Ming gasped. The doctor paused, adjusting his glasses, a hint of surprise crossing his face. However, one data point is noteworthy. Compared to last week's health examination records, Fang Bing's mental power damage value has decreased by 1%. Reduced by 1%. Mental power damage can improve? What nonsense is this? This revelation was even more astonishing than Fang Bing's victory. Mental power damage is irreversible. This is common knowledge. How could it possibly improve? The instructor was also taken aback, scrutinizing the report. After confirming its accuracy, he cast a look of incredulity at Fang Bing. Fang Bing himself was dazed. Reduced by 1%? Could it be those 5 potatoes from earlier? He recalled the soothing sensation while eating them and the unprecedented fluidity he experienced while operating the mecha that afternoon. Everything aligned. It was the potatoes sent by his mother. Those seemingly ordinary yet extraordinarily delicious potatoes possessed the miraculous ability to heal mental power damage. His heart raced wildly, an overwhelming sense of joy and disbelief flooding his chest. Yet, he forced himself to remain composed. Chapter 21. A shocking turnaround. He observed the astonished, bewildered, and even greedily probing gazes surrounding him, particularly the ghastly expressions on Li Ming and his cohorts, igniting a rush of exhilaration within him. He said nothing, simply standing there, enduring the scrutiny of various gazes. After the testing tumult subsided, training resumed, perhaps stimulated by the events or perhaps by the system's design. Fang Bing's next opponent was the formidable Sun Li, ranked within the top 10 of the class, and also possessing A-class mental power. This time, no one dared to jump to conclusions. All held their breath, fixated on a large screen. The battle commenced. Sun Li's prowess was far beyond Wang Hao's. Her attacks were fierce and her experience extensive. Yet in remarkable form, Fang Bing matched her blow for blow. His maneuvers were precise, his reactions swift, and his timing impeccable, fully unleashing the potential of his A-class mental power. Ultimately, after an intense exchange, Fang Bing executed a clever feint, baiting Sun Li into revealing an opening, and struck decisively. The training field erupted in jubilation, victorious in 2 consecutive matches, and having defeated the top-ranked Sun Li. This was nothing short of a stunning turnaround. My goodness, did Fang Bing take the wrong medication today? No, the test indicated he had taken nothing. Could it be that he had been concealing his strength all along? What on earth was this 1% reduction in mental power damage? Li Ming and others wore expressions as dark as soot, their mocking words now sounding like loud slaps against their own faces. After class, as Fang Bing gathered his belongings to leave, Zhao Xiaohu approached. A tentative smile on his face. Fang Bing, you are amazing. After today, Li Ming and the others probably won't dare to mock you anymore. Fang Bing's response was rather indifferent, as if addressing a stranger. Do you need something? Zhao Xiaohu bit his lip, visibly conflicted. Fang Bing, I also want to become as powerful as you. Can you teach me? No. Fang Bing replied curtly and walked away. Zhao Xiaohu's smile froze, awkwardly standing in place. As Fang Bing exited the training field, the glow of the setting sun enveloped him. He tightly embraced the lunchbox in his bag, which still seemed to retain the warmth and aroma of potatoes. During the break, Awei stepped out of the mecha simulation room, his mind swirling with thoughts of his recent training session. His reaction speed and operational precision had evidently improved in various aspects. Ultimately, his score was but a few points shy of the threshold for Class S. If he could enhance his performance just a bit more, perhaps he could strive for Class S in the next assessment. While he pondered this, his desk mate, Guan Hong, suddenly clasped his shoulder from behind, lowering his voice with an air of thrilling mystery. Have you heard? There's a junior, 2 grades below us, who has registered a 1% decrease in mental power damage. Isn't this supposed to be irreversible? How did he manage that? Awei's heart skipped a beat, maintaining a calm facade. Which junior? I think he's in the 3rd year, named Fang Bing. Awei's eyes flickered with understanding. Indeed, Fongbing's lunch contained that miraculous potato. Frustrated by the low prices being offered by the recycling station, Suing felt a surge of determination and immediately began to research how to bypass intermediaries and sell her treasures directly on the Star Network. However, reality swiftly doused her enthusiasm. Establishing a store on the Star Network to sell goods, particularly natural foods, had exorbitantly high barriers to entry. First and foremost, one must possess an officially certified business license. To apply for a license to sell natural foods, one must provide detailed, verified plantation information. She attempted to fill in the application with a 001 garbage star, but her request was promptly rejected by the system. The rejection notice was cold and absolute. A 001 garbage star environmental assessment. Extremely harsh. No registered artificial or natural plantations exist. And the Imperial Environmental Agency has determined that the soil, water source, and atmosphere of this planet are unsuitable for the growth of any known edible crops. Application denied. Thus, the most legitimate path was abruptly blocked. Suing, disheartened, closed her light brain. Was she truly to be at the mercy of the recycling station? Undeterred, she continued her search on the Star Network for other potential opportunities. Finally, her perseverance bore fruit as she discovered a section called Zio-Jishur, free market. This was akin to a large online second-hand trading market with far more lenient rules. No cumbersome business licenses were required. Sellers merely needed to submit basic information and pricing for their items, and after a preliminary review, they could list them for trade. This was it. Suing's eyes brightened, and she felt invigorated. She eagerly began to draft her product information. Product name: premium potatoes, delicious and full of surprises. Source: private cultivation. 001 star domain. Price: 180 star coins for 100 grams. Once completed, she gazed at the audacious pricing with confidence. This was no ordinary potato. It was imbued with spiritual energy. Although the concentration was low, it was undoubtedly a unique offering in this interstellar era. Selling it at a lower price would not do justice to its value. To attract customers in the initial phase, she set up a grand opening promotion. The first 10 customers to place an order will enjoy a 50% discount. This effectively made it cheaper by 10 star coins than the official Star Network price of 100 star coins. She mused to herself, with such clear value for money, surely someone would be tempted to place an order? After clicking submit and watching the product information successfully pass the preliminary review to be listed on the free market, Suing clapped her hands in satisfaction and began to eagerly await her customers. While she waited for the delightful sound of order notifications, she returned to her field to refine her formation. Once the formation was set, her light brain remained silent. She was not anxious. Perhaps customers were still deliberating. She then meticulously processed the newly acquired sweet potato tubers, cutting them into pieces for planting. After finishing with the sweet potatoes, her light brain was still quiet. Suing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't it said that interstellar natural foods were extremely scarce and often sold out in an instant? Her price was even 10 star coins lower than the official rate. And although the original price was set a bit high, it was quite economical after the discount. Why hadn't anyone inquired? Just as she stared at her unresponsive light brain, nearly questioning her existence, a crisp notification sound abruptly rang out. Suing's eyes lit up, and she nearly jumped with excitement. Finally, her first customer had arrived. She eagerly clicked on her light brain, her face beaming with anticipation. However, what appeared before her was not the order confirmation or buyer inquiry she had envisioned, but a communication request flashing with an unknown source identifier. Chapter 22. I have no money. Suing's smile remained intact, believing it was a potential customer wanting to inquire further about the product details. So she promptly pressed the answer key. Hello. Her voice carried a hint of eagerness. On the other end of the line, a clear, standard, and somewhat overly official voice emerged, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Greetings. May I ask if this is Miss Suing? It is, Suing replied, internally speculating that this person might be a customer service representative, their voice robotic. And you are? The next words from the other party caused her expression of anticipation to freeze. Miss Su, greetings. This is the Imperial Central Star Region Marriage Registration Office. We are formally notifying you to arrive punctually at the first marriage registration hall of Capital Star at 10 a.m. on the 15th of this month to complete the marriage registration procedures with Major Hua Chengyu. Suing was taken aback for 2 seconds before comprehending the true purpose of the call. What was going on? This wasn't a customer It was a marriage reminder? Wait, I refuse. I'm on a garbage star. Without a spaceship, I can't return. The other party appeared to have anticipated her response, their tone unwavering. Regarding transportation, you may independently book a private spaceship service to Capital Star. We will send the precise coordinates of the registration hall to your light brain. Independently book? Suing raised an eyebrow and directly asked, how much does it cost to book a private spaceship? There was an unusual pause on the other end, as if they were caught off guard by her straightforward question. After a moment, the official voice resumed, tinged with a barely perceptible hesitation, according to current market rates. A one-way trip costs approximately 100,000 star coins. 100,000? Suing immediately retorted, I have no money. The other party fell into a prolonged silence. Evidently, they were aware of her identity and exiled status, but were momentarily at a loss for words after her unabashed declaration of being broke. After all, she was the future spouse of Major Hua. How could she claim to have no money? Should Major Hua be providing her with some funds for emergencies? Suing was unconcerned with their thoughts. Since this was not a customer, she had no desire to engage further and decisively ended the call. Her attention shifted back to her market shop as she continued to hope for her first potato buyer. Yet, merely a few minutes later, her light brain suddenly emitted a clear notification sound. The Imperial Central Treasury has transferred 100,000 star coins to your account. Note, special transportation subsidy. 100,000 star coins? Suing stared at the sudden influx of zeros in her account, bewildered. What was going on? Was the Imperial government this considerate? Before she could fathom the source of this unexpected fortune, the previous unknown communication request relentlessly rang out again. Suing hesitated for a moment before answering once more. It was still the clerk's voice, but this time there seemed to be an undercurrent of suppressed frustration in the official tone. Miss Su, the funds should have arrived. Considering your special circumstances, the government has approved this transportation subsidy. Please ensure your timely presence. With 100,000 star coins lying in her account, Suing felt a stir of temptation. However, this thought was fleeting. She immediately refused, stating, no, that's not enough. Clerk, Miss Su, I have inquired. And the private spaceship service from your star domain to the capital star requires a mere 100,000 star coins. To make the journey is sufficient. Suing boldly retorted, but I need to return as well. A round trip would surely cost 200,000, wouldn't it? A suffocating silence ensued on the other end. After a considerable pause, the clerk's voice re-emerged, laden with an almost weary patience, explaining, Miss Su, according to the Imperial marriage law and the supplementary provisions of the Special Amnesty Order, your previous exile judgment is automatically pardoned from the moment your marriage to Major General Hua Qingyu is formally established. You will regain your Imperial citizenship and may legally reside in any star domain within the Empire without the need to return to your place of exile. Of course, Suing was aware of this. When she first learned of her forced pairing, she meticulously studied the Imperial marriage law several times. However, she had never taken this coerced union seriously. In her view, staying on the unbothered garbage star, earning a living, and applying for the dissolution of the relationship once the one-year term expired was the optimal solution. Oh, I know, Suing replied nonchalantly. But I simply prefer to dwell on the garbage star. Is that not permissible? Clerk, he was evidently unaccustomed to encountering someone who would willingly forego a pardon to return to the garbage star. Another lengthy silence followed, during which muffled discussions could be faintly heard. Eventually, the clerk's voice returned, tinged with a sense of complete resignation. After urgent consultations, the upper management has granted special approval. The round-trip fee of 200,000 star coins has been fully paid. Please check your account. We kindly ask you to be punctual. Almost simultaneously with his statement, Su Ying's light brain chimed with a notification that another 100,000 star coins had been deposited. Gazing at the total of 200,000 star coins in her account, Su Ying's expression brightened, and her demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly cooperative and sincere. Rest assured, officer, I will definitely arrive at the Capital Star's marriage registration hall at the first spaceport at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I promise I won't cause any trouble for the government. With 200,000 star coins securely in her account, Su Ying contemplated what she could purchase, how much she could acquire, whether it would suffice to hire someone to build a house, and whether it would be enough for a private spaceship. Yet she never thought of reserving that expensive private vessel. How absurd! 200,000 star coins could buy her countless energy stones. Why waste it on travel expenses? However, having accepted the funds, she could not go back on her word. Thus, after much contemplation, she devised an exceptional ride-sharing plan. The garbage recycling station on A001 makes frequent round trips to the Imperial Star Domain every few days, transporting compressed, useful waste to the waste treatment plant located on the Imperial planet, and then proceeding to the cargo terminal on the Capital Star for supplies and equipment maintenance. If she could catch this free ride, it would surely spare her the 200,000 star coins. Acting on her thoughts, Ying immediately searched for and dialed the customer service number published by the recycling station. The call was promptly connected, and a somewhat mechanical customer service voice greeted her. "Hello, Universal Resource Recycling Center. How may I assist you?" Ying first confirmed the specific schedule for the A001 recycling station's return to the Imperial Star Domain. The reply indicated that it operates every 3 days. The next flight is scheduled to depart the day after tomorrow, on the 15th, at dawn, heading towards the waste treatment plant on Odyssey Star, and will arrive at the Capital Star cargo terminal for resupply and maintenance around 8 o'clock that morning. The timing was perfect. She would make it just in time for the 10 o'clock marriage registration. She then expressed her intention. "Hello. I would like to apply for a seat on your flight to the Capital Star on the 15th. I am willing to pay a certain fee." Clearly, this request was beyond the robot's capabilities. After a prolonged silence, a male human voice finally emerged from the receiver. The customer service representative, using an unyielding tone, directly declined. "I am very sorry, ma'am. According to Article 11, Clause 3 of the Imperial Exile Planet Management Regulations, residents of exile planets are strictly prohibited from returning to the Imperial Star Domain without special authorization. Moreover, our recycling station is affiliated with the Imperial Universal Resource Regeneration Company, and we are solely responsible for transporting recyclable materials. We do not offer any passenger transport services. We are unable to accommodate your request." As anticipated, it was indeed impossible. Ying took a deep breath, knowing she had to reveal her true identity. She sighed softly and continued, "I understand your regulations. However, my situation is unique. My name is Ying." She paused to allow the other party time to react before dropping the bombshell. "The Imperial Gene Bank should have made it public. I am the perfect match for Major General Hua Qingyu. The Imperial Marriage Registration Office mandates that I must arrive at the Capital Star on the 15th to complete the marriage registration with Major General Hua. If I fail to arrive on time due to a lack of transportation, leading to a failed registration, the Empire will hold me accountable." Her words conveyed a subtle blend of helplessness and resignation, as if to say, "I have no other options. Hence, I sought a ride with your service." A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. The representative was evidently taken aback by this unexpected revelation. The news of Major General Hua Qingyu marrying his perfect match on the 15th had already spread throughout the Empire via the Star Network, and he was well aware of it. However, he never imagined that the mysterious female protagonist, the future partner of the war god, would appear on A001 Garbage Star and contact him in such a manner, requesting a ride. The enormity of this revelation was overwhelming, far exceeding his authority to handle. "Please hold on." The electronic voice transitioned to a human one, filled with tension and even a hint of reverence. "I apologize, Miss Sue. This matter is of great significance. I cannot provide you with an immediate response and must report to my superior right away. Please keep the line open." With that, the call was hastily transferred. The management at the recycling station was thrown into chaos by this phone call. They immediately questioned the authenticity of the information. An exile claiming to be Major General Hua's fiancé? It sounded utterly absurd. If it were a fabrication, once she boarded the ship, the identity verification system would expose her. At that point, handling an impersonator would be a trivial matter for them. A supervisor calmly analyzed. But what if it were true? The other supervisor's tone turned grave. "If we refuse her and she fails to complete the registration on time, incurring the displeasure of Major General Hua's future spouse, can we bear the consequences?" They cannot afford to take that gamble. Weighing the risks against the potential benefits revealed a stark imbalance. Minutes later, the call was reconnected, this time with a steadier male voice, noticeably more courteous. "Misu, fellow, I am the head of the A001 recycling station. We have reviewed your situation. After urgent consultations, we have decided to make an exception and provide you with this convenience. Please arrive at the number 3 entrance of the recycling station at midnight on the 15th. and our service robot will be there to assist you promptly. Rest assured, we will ensure your safe arrival at the capital star within the stipulated time, and will not delay your registration with Major General Hua. Thank you. Rest assured, I will pay the corresponding transport fee. Su Ying felt a surge of joy, but immediately followed up with another question. So, what time will you be returning to A001? The representative seemed momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, pausing for a few seconds before responding, The ship is expected to complete all resupply and maintenance by 3 o'clock that afternoon, after which it will depart promptly and arrive back at A001 by 5 o'clock. However, Miss Su could not help but remind him that according to the law, once you complete the marriage registration with General Hua, your exile sentence will automatically become void, and you are entirely entitled to remain on the capital star. I want to come back. Is that not possible? Su Ying interrupted him, her tone self-evident. The person in charge was rendered speechless, only managing to stammer, "Of course, it's possible." After the call ended, the head of the recycling station immediately turned to the customer service supervisor beside him and whispered, "I think this is probably a crazy scammer desperate for money, who would want to return here after registering. What sane person would give up the affluent life on Capital Star to come back to this desolate A001? Once she boards the spaceship for identity verification, she will surely regret it." Su Ying, unfazed by the other's thoughts, happily tucked away her light brain. This was not her taking advantage. It was a compensation that the imperial enforced marriage ought to provide her, just as she was basking in her cleverness. Her light brain suddenly chimed incessantly. The notification sounds dense as rain on banana leaves. It was news from the free market. Su Ying excitedly opened it, only to find that the influx was not orders, but a multitude of comments flooding her product page. The focus of the comments was concentrated on an unexpectedly surprising point. A001 planet? Did the host mistakenly send the shipping location? How could such a place possibly produce potatoes? They must have been picked up. Surely they're foraged. But the trash on A001 is the dregs of trash. How could anything so pristine be found? The images uploaded by the host look fresher than what's sold in food counters. Honestly, if the images are real, these potatoes look quite good. The price of 90 star coins per 100 grams is indeed quite appealing. I'm tempted to place an order. Calm down. The price is reasonable, but did you see the shipping fee? Every parcel sent from A001 incurs an additional cross-domain shipping fee of up to 10,000 star coins. That's 10,000 star coins. With that money, wouldn't it be better to go directly to the food counter? The host pricing is purely deceptive. Wow. Seeing the shipping fee is a total turnoff. That shipping fee is outrageous. With that money, I could dine at a starry restaurant. After reading through the comments, Su Ying's smile gradually faded, replaced by a wave of speechlessness. She finally understood why, despite having the products listed for so long, not a single order had been placed. Why were the items from the recycling station so expensive? Even if the people on the trash planet had light brains, they could not purchase from the Star Network. The root cause lay in the astronomical shipping fees. There were no public shipping routes between the trash planet and the Imperial domains. The only logistics channel was the exclusive cargo flight routes of the recycling station. Any items wanting to enter or exit the trash planet had to be transported through the recycling station. Naturally, this service, monopolized by the recycling station, charged exorbitantly, with the shipping fee for a single package soaring to 10,000 star coins. Selling her potatoes at a discounted price of 90 star coins per 100 grams. Even selling 10 kilograms would only amount to 9,000 star coins, insufficient to cover the shipping cost. No wonder no one was buying. Had her hard-earned sales channel been blocked off by these extortionate shipping fees? Su Ying gazed at the comments lamenting the shipping costs, her mind racing. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the itinerary she had just confirmed with the recycling station's head, and her eyes sparkled with realization. She immediately re-edited the product details, her fingers swiftly dancing across the screen, adding a prominently bold and red new note in the most visible position. This link is for reservations. All customers who complete their orders through this link should come to the Mercury Plaza in front of the Capital Star Cargo Terminal for pickup between 11 o'clock a.m. and 12 o'clock p.m. on the 15th of this month. No shipping fees required. To maximize customer attraction, she even sent this information individually to each ID that had previously complained about the shipping fees, along with an enticing promise. The first 20 new customers picking up on-site will enjoy an additional discount of 10 star coins per 100 grams on top of the existing 50 discount. The final price will only be 80 star coins per 100 grams. A rare opportunity. Do not miss out. Her exile had already been pardoned. This meant she could freely travel to various planets within the Empire in the future. At worst, she would just need to pay a bit more to continue hitching rides with the recycling station and then set up a stall on Capital Star to sell her wares. Speaking of setting up a stall, she was more than familiar with it. Whether it was selling spirit plants in the Immortal cultivation market in her previous life or her earlier experiences in the night market on Blue Star, all these had ingrained in her the skills necessary for such endeavors. How to shout, how to display, how to negotiate. These were all fundamental skills etched into her very bones. With both of her previous concerns temporarily resolved, Ying felt a significant lift in her spirits. She refocused her attention on the patch of land before her. The early morning of the day after tomorrow, which was tomorrow night, would mark her departure, meaning only one day remained until the harvest of the potatoes. Judging by their current growth progress, they would not reach full maturity by tomorrow night. Ying contemplated for a moment and added 3 energy stones to the original gathering array that should enable her to harvest before her departure. As for the sweet potatoes she had just planted today, she decided to let them be. Their growth period was 2 days longer than that of the potatoes, and to mature them before her departure would likely require her to continue cultivating all things generate for another night. However, that was unnecessary. She had planted only a small amount of sweet potatoes, intending to keep the remainder for seeds. Glancing around at the vast expanse of land before her, estimated to be several dozen acres in size, since she had settled here, she had regarded this land as her own. Yet, leaving it unattended made her uneasy. What if someone occupied it before she could cultivate it? She needed to mark it off and put up a sign. After all, on this ungoverned trash planet, the land was ownerless, and the prevailing rule was that whoever occupied it first could use it. Without further ado, she set up a tent, swiftly changed into her newly purchased durable work clothes, and fashioned a simple mask and gloves from clean cloth strips. The trash mountains harbored all sorts of refuse, and there could be toxic materials among them. Essential protection was indispensable. Fully equipped, she ventured toward the nearest trash mountain. Now that she had become a resident of the trash planet, mastering the essential skill of scavenging was only natural. Her objective was clear: to find sturdy materials suitable for fencing. Metal sheets, alloy strips, plastic pipes. Any sufficiently large, hard, and unbendable metal was on her search list. She meticulously searched the surrounding trash mountains, her keen gaze scanning every inch of discarded material. In her heart, she held a flicker of hope, wishing to uncover any overlooked seeds or edible plants. Unfortunately, luck seemed to have run out today. Aside from rusted metals and broken synthetic materials, she had not even seen a single dried vegetable leaf. Indeed, one must remain grounded. She chuckled at herself, not feeling too disappointed, soon refocusing all her attention on searching for suitable alloy materials. Before long, her spatial button was piled high with metal pipes of various lengths and thicknesses, as well as several large metal sheets. When she could carry no more, she headed back. Even after exhausting all the materials in her spatial button, she had only managed to enclose a length of 2 meters. This entire endeavor, at least 400 to 500 meters, had yielded merely 2 meters after half a day of scavenging and another half day of enclosing. At this rate, without doing anything else, it would take her at least half a year to finish. Time swiftly passed to the evening of the 14th. Looking at the reservation orders displayed in the back end of the free market, she found that half of the potatoes had already been sold. Ying felt as though she carried an exuberant little bird within her, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming journey to Shaodu, almost unable to contain her excitement. She stifled her eagerness and began her final preparations. Except for a portion she intentionally left for seed, she unearthed all the fully ripe potatoes from the field. Each one was meticulously cleaned of soil and neatly stored in her spatial button. After some contemplation, she boiled a dozen aesthetically pleasing potatoes, intending to use them as sustenance for the journey, but more importantly, to offer samples to potential customers at her stall, hoping to win them over with the delectable flavors. Once her spatial button was filled to the brim, she finally ceased her efforts, satisfied with her accomplishments. At 5 o'clock in the morning, she arrived punctually at the entrance of recycling station number 3. The robot that greeted her maintained its usual polite yet icy demeanor. swiftly processing her boarding procedures and escorting her into a compact yet tidy resting cabin within the spacecraft. With a deep rumble and a slight tremor, the colossal recycling station, or rather, the gigantic transport spacecraft, disguised as a ground structure, slowly ascended from the Earth into the sky. As the vessel pierced through the thick, murky atmosphere of the garbage planet and truly entered the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Ying could not resist pressing her face against the cold glass of the viewport. This was her first time aboard an interstellar spaceship, and also her first opportunity to gaze at the starry sky from such an intimate perspective. The dark canvas was adorned with stars that sparkled like scattered diamonds, and distant nebulae radiated a hazy glow. Occasionally, streaks of interstellar dust trailed by, serene yet magnificent. A profound sense of awe and excitement filled her heart, causing her to unconsciously soften her breath. However, even the most breathtaking scenery can become monotonous after hours of unbroken viewing. After the initial thrill faded, the sights outside the viewport began to stabilize. And Ying felt a tinge of fatigue. Checking the time, she realized there were still several hours until their arrival at Shaodixing. Thus, she decided to open her light brain, log onto the Star Network, and embark on a long-anticipated shopping spree. The items at the recycling station not only had low buyback prices, but were also sold at more than double the official Star Network prices. If not now, then when? After reserving 50,000 star coins for transportation fees to the recycling station, she still had a substantial sum of 150,000 star coins left. What was the point in saving it? The Star Network Mall was indeed a dazzling array of choices. She was quite taken by a compact floating vehicle, but upon seeing its price starting at 100,000 star coins, she had to silently close the page. The versatile nanny robot was equally enticing. It cost 200,000 star coins, still beyond her means. A complete set of smart furniture for the entire house was also alluring, but without a fixed home, purchasing it would be a waste. Metal fences. This was promising. With this, she would no longer need to scavenge for materials to build barriers. At 1,000 star coins per meter, cough, cough, cough. Perhaps it would be better to continue scavenging. Oh, there were even mobile homes available. Some were one-bedroom apartments, while others were expansive multi-story villas. They could be easily stored in her spatial button and taken anywhere. The prices? 1 0, 2 zeros, 5 zeros, 6 zeros. Oh dear. She took a sip of hot water from her flask to steady her nerves before continuing her earnest search for items she truly needed and could afford. What she most desired were various natural foods, not for consumption but for breeding purposes. After all, acquiring seeds through legitimate channels was utterly out of the question for her in the short term. After browsing several large food malls, she discovered that nearly all natural foods were marked as sold out or out of stock. Only a small quantity of seasonings showed availability. However, the prices were outrageous. 200 star coins for 100 grams of salt, 1,000 star coins for 100 grams of soy sauce, and 1,500 star coins for 100 grams of chili powder. Simply ludicrous. According to the price standards of the interstellar world, 1 star coin was equivalent to 1 renminbi in 21st century China. What kind of soy sauce costs 1,000 star coins for 100 grams? If memory serves her right, soy sauce was sold by the liter. With a finger hovering over the purchase button, she hesitated, but in the end, she reluctantly bought 100 grams of salt and 100 grams of chili powder. She quickly closed the food mall and headed to the department store. This time, her focus remained on energy stones, various practical tools, spare clothing, and other essential survival supplies, ensuring she purchased ample quantities to deny the recycling station any opportunity to exploit her. After some thought, she also ordered a batch of nutrient solutions and a few basic sedatives, not for her own use, but to trade with the inhabitants of the garbage planet for useful items, such as the seeds she desperately sought, even if they were damaged. She selected expedited shipping for all her items, insisting they be delivered before 3 o'clock that afternoon, with the shipping address listed as the cargo terminal of Shaodixing. Once her shopping was completed, Ying felt a wave of fatigue wash over her as she leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. After an indeterminate amount of time, a slight tremor of the spaceship jolted her awake. Peering through the viewport, she beheld an immense spaceport, where countless mechanical arms busily loaded and unloaded cargo. The Odyssey Star Waste Processing Plant had arrived. Ying chose not to disembark, but remained quietly inside the cabin. She sensed the curious glances of the processing plant staff as they peered through the viewport, and she could faintly hear their murmured discussions, speculating about why the spouse of Major General Huo would appear on a garbage transport ship. Oh, she wished she knew the answer more than they did. Just then, she overheard someone who seemed to be a supervisor urging the workers to hasten their unloading, specifically instructing them to be thorough. Make sure to check for that type of potato from last time. You know, those tuberous plants. If you find any, seal them up and send them to my office immediately. Understood? Potatoes? Su Ying's eyes flew open, all traces of sleep vanishing. Why would the people of Odyssey Star be specifically searching for potatoes among the garbage? Could it be related to the potatoes she intended to sell? Before she could fully comprehend the connection, the spaceship's cabin door slowly closed. The engines roared to life once more, and with a heart full of questions, Su Ying was once again on her way to her final destination, Shing. The metal gate of the cargo bay thunderously shut behind her, resonating with a somber finality that mirrored Wang David's mood. He stood in the core sorting area of Odyssey No. 3 waste processing plant, the high-intensity lights illuminating the silver-gray metal walls, the air laden with a mixture of disinfectant and metallic rust. Several automated sorting lines hummed busily, mechanical arms precisely categorizing, compressing, and packaging various discarded items. Yet, amidst this routine hustle, David's heart was shrouded in gloom. Once more, he pulled up the item list for this round of recycling from A001 Garbage Planet, and still, he found no mention of potatoes. Sighing heavily, Wang David's shoulders slumped, his expression betraying an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Although he had never held out much hope from the start, the realization of emptiness was still quite disheartening. "Boss, what's wrong?" boomed Reed, the first to notice the supervisor's unusual demeanor. The mechanical arm he operated had just finished a round of sorting, releasing a sigh of pressure. "You've been absent-minded since earlier, as if you lost 1,000,000 star coins. Is there something wrong with this batch of garbage? Radiation levels too high? Or did something forbidden slip through?" Other colleagues gathered around, their faces etched with concern and curiosity. Although work at the waste processing plant was monotonous, the pay and benefits were considered decent among the middle and lower tiers of Odyssey Star, especially for a supervisor like Wang David. It was rare to see him troubled by anything. Wang David regained his composure, observing the concerned and inquisitive expressions of his colleagues. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words that surged to the tip of his tongue. He could not reveal the truth. He could not disclose that a few days prior, the potatoes retrieved from A001 Star had reduced his son's mental damage to a mere 5. If it could be lowered to 3%, his son would be eligible for selection into the A-Class Mecha program. However, the miraculous potatoes had all been consumed, and his son's mental damage remained stagnant at 5. He believed that this was merely due to the insufficient quantity of the extraordinary potatoes. Once enough were accumulated, they would surely restore his son's condition to 3%. Since then, he had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the garbage ship from A001 Star almost every day. Alas, hope had now withered. Such occurrences were simply too astonishing and their origins too peculiar. He found it impossible to confide in his colleagues. Even if he did, those who had not experienced it would never believe him. Wang David rubbed his brow and forced a somewhat strained smile, saying, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my son has developed an unusual fondness for the bag of potatoes collected from A001 Star last time. I was hoping to bring back a few more if there were any this time, but alas, it was all in vain." This explanation, while reasonable, only deepened the confusion among Reed and the others. "Just for potato?" One young operator could not help but interject. "Boss, can't your salary afford potatoes anymore? Those hydroponic potatoes at the central supermarket may be a bit pricey, but they are certainly not unaffordable. The items collected from the garbage star, even if the inspection report indicates they are safe and harmless, are still mixed with cosmic refuse. Psychologically, one tends to believe that such items are typically sold at low prices to the impoverished outskirts." Reed stroked his stubble, contemplating, "Indeed, Chief, if Wei likes them, I can buy some potatoes for him that are guaranteed to be better than those dug out of a garbage heap." Wang David smiled bitterly within. He understood that his colleagues meant well, but they did not comprehend that the unique efficacy of those potatoes could not be replaced by any shiny market produce. He shook his head, speaking with an inexplicable stubbornness. "It's different. That child is fixated on those." He sighed. Perhaps it was just a fleeting whim. Noticing his continued despondence, Reed patted his shoulder and offered a suggestion. "Chief, if you truly desire those potatoes from A001, it's not entirely impossible. All our collected items have traceability records. While not detailed, it's possible to ascertain which recycling station account they came from. You could check who sold them and attempt to reach out through the management system of the recycling station. Though asking them to specifically look out for potatoes on a garbage star might sound absurd, at least it's a direction to pursue, albeit at some cost. Wong David's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course, how had he not thought of that? While the hope might be slim, it was certainly better than waiting idly. He turned swiftly, rushing to the nearby console, his fingers flying over the screen as he accessed the back-end data of garbage sources from the past few months. Filtering for A001 garbage star, organic waste, and the relevant time frame, soon a familiar recycling account number appeared, followed by the name of the account holder, Ying. The two characters struck Wong David like twin beams of light, rendering him frozen in place as his pupils dilated in shock. Ying? Was it that Ying? The very same whose name had been trending on the Star Network, soon to be wed to the youngest major of the Empire, Qingyu. Wong David felt as though his brain had been struck by a heavy blow, buzzing with realization. All the confusion and mysteries of recent days suddenly seemed to find their answers. No wonder those miraculous potatoes had appeared at the recycling station. They were not scavenged from a garbage heap at all. It was highly likely that they had been provided by the Hua family to this future majoress wife. A kind of exclusive, top-tier natural ingredient unknown to the market. And perhaps Ms. Su, either unaware or indifferent, had casually sold them to the recycling station. Everything seemed to fall into place. The extraordinary nature of those potatoes could not possibly belong to the filthy garbage star. They were meant to be associated with the highest echelons of society. Yet, with this sudden revelation came an even deeper sense of helplessness and disappointment. If the seller was Ying, the fiancée of Major Hua, then his previously cherished hope to contact her and purchase those potatoes with money had instantly become a ridiculous farce. Or did a mere group leader at a waste processing plant have to approach such a person? How could he dare to inquire or even seek to purchase something that might not even matter to her, yet was undoubtedly extraordinary? The thought of his son's bleak prospect for entering Class S left Wong David feeling deflated, akin to a deflated balloon. Offering hope only to lead to disappointment was the most painful of experiences. It would have been better had he never encountered it in the first place. The spaceship landed smoothly at the designated docking station of the Capital Star S cargo terminal. As the hatch opened, a rush of air, clean and tinged with the scent of disinfectant and faint energy engines, filled his nostrils. Ying stretched and stepped onto the soil of the Capital Star. The terminal was vast and bustling, with various models of cargo ships and transport robots flowing continuously, yet the environment was exceptionally clean and orderly, a stark contrast to the dilapidated chaos of A001 star. She glanced at the time. It was still early. To save money, she had opted for the affordable public aerial bus. She hurried towards the bus hub outside the terminal and successfully boarded the first bus heading towards the inner city. The vehicle ascended smoothly, flying along the preset aerial track. Through the large windows, the bustling scenery of the Capital Star began to unfold before her eyes. Towering skyscrapers, a ceaseless flow of hovering vehicles, and meticulously designed aerial gardens. Everything was splendid and exuded a sense of futuristic technology. Just as she was becoming engrossed in the view, her wrist communicator suddenly buzzed with an incoming call from an unknown number. She frowned slightly, but chose to answer. Hello? A deep, somewhat cold male voice came through the line, carrying an air of detached professionalism. May I inquire if this is Miss Ying? Yes, who is this? I am Major Hua Qingyu's adjutant, Lang. He introduced himself before cutting straight to the point, his tone laced with an undeniable commanding authority. Our commander's schedule has changed unexpectedly, and time is extremely tight. The originally scheduled time must be moved up. Please make every effort to arrive at the marriage registration hall before 9 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Ying felt a surge of displeasure. It was nearly 9 o'clock already. To suggest an earlier arrival now felt like a deliberate inconvenience. Leaning back in her bus seat, she replied nonchalantly, yet with a clear refusal, Mr. Adjutant. The agreed-upon time is 10 o'clock. I will arrive punctually before 10. I cannot accommodate your last-minute change. Lang, on the other end, seemed taken aback by her direct refusal. After a brief silence, his voice turned even colder. Where are you currently? At the Capital Star cargo terminal. Lang paused again, and she could hear his faint breath through the communication line. clearly struggling to comprehend why someone about to wed Major Hua would be at the cargo terminal. He pressed on, attempting to maintain professionalism. Taking a sky taxi from the cargo terminal to the marriage registration hall should take no more than 20 minutes. Surely you can arrive before 9? Oh, that's because I only have 50 star coins to my name. I can only afford the aerial bus, Ying replied with a blunt tone, a hint of pride subtly lacing her words. How could she not feel proud? She had precisely 2 bus tickets left after spending the last of her star coins, which was quite impressive. The communication line fell into a prolonged and nearly suffocating silence. Ying could almost envision the myriad expressions on the face of that officer at this moment. Seconds later, the communication was abruptly severed without a word from the other side. Ying curled her lip, about to dismiss the incident from her mind, when her light brain emitted a crisp notification sound. An unknown account has transferred 1,000 star coins to your account. Note, taxi fare. Glancing at the unexpected addition of funds in her account, Ying raised an eyebrow. Then, as the Airbus arrived at the next station, she chose to disembark. After all, since someone had paid, she might as well comply reluctantly. At the Capital Star's first spaceport marriage registration hall, the atmosphere was unusually tense. The hall, which should have been bustling with activity, was eerily quiet, save for the nervous staff in uniforms. The entire space had been cleared for the special marriage registration of the Empire's war god, Major General Hua Qingyu. Hua Qingyu himself had already arrived. Clad in a meticulously tailored dark green imperial military uniform, with the stars of rank gleaming on his shoulder, he stood tall and upright, his cold visage resembling a finely sculpted statue with sharp and perfect lines. He simply stood there, emanating a formidable aura that rendered the surrounding staff breathless, afraid to disturb this young leader of great significance. As time ticked away, the appointed hour of 9:30 drew closer. Hua Qingyu glanced at his wristwatch, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, and the pressure in the room seemed to drop further, making the air feel as if it were solidifying. Just 2 minutes shy of 9. His military encrypted light brain suddenly emitted a rapid beeping sound. Hua Qingyu's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he issued orders to his aide. Qinlang, there's been a change at the front. I must return immediately. Initiate the registration process in my absence. Stay here and assist her with all necessary procedures. Yes, Commander. Qinlang saluted sharply. Hua Qingyu acted decisively, swiftly completing the parts of the registration system that required his personal confirmation. Then, accompanied by a throng of officers, he strode purposefully out of the registration hall, not even glancing at the profile of the woman who was about to become his wife in the eyes of the law. When Ying hurriedly arrived at the marriage registration center precisely at 9, she was met with a crowd of people packed at the entrance. There were reporters, curious onlookers, and many well-dressed individuals who seemed to hail from prominent families. She frowned, indifferent to their presence, and began to push her way through the throng. Suddenly, the crowd ahead stirred as if responding to a command, parting swiftly to create a passage. As Ying pressed forward, the unexpected gap caused her to lose her balance and stumble forward. Just as she was about to fall publicly, a large hand, with distinctly knuckled fingers clad in black leather gloves, reached out from the side and firmly grasped her arm, steadying her. Startled, Ying looked up to meet a breathtakingly handsome face, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a high nose, and tightly pressed lips. He formed an arresting and nearly flawless visage, even accustomed to the various handsome men of the immortal realm. Ying couldn't help but mentally whistle at such beauty, a truly stunning sight. She admired him for perhaps a mere tenth of a second before regaining her composure and uttering her thanks. Thank you. However, before she could finish, she realized he had no intention of releasing her. That powerful hand remained firmly gripping her arm, the pressure becoming somewhat painful. His deep, captivating eyes were fixed on her, as if he were a hunter observing his prey. The man, Hua Qingyu, upon grasping the woman's arm, felt a fleeting ripple in his usually icy, deep-set eyes. Having spent years on the front lines, accustomed to the specter of life and death, his temperament had been forged into something as solid as rock. To him, women were inconsequential, often synonymous with trouble. This forced marriage was merely a cold task, mandated by imperial edict. Yet at that moment, when this impulsive woman had come close, he detected a faint, yet soul-cleansing scent of greenery, utterly unlike any perfume or pheromone he had ever encountered. What startled him further was the clarity and vitality in her eyes. There was no hint of panic, no traces of flattery or fear. Resembling a small deer that had unexpectedly wandered into a steel jungle, pure and full of life. An unfamiliar, uncontrollable emotion surged through him like a subtle electric current, causing his heart to skip a beat. This sensation was foreign to him, and his grip instinctively tightened. Su Ying, feeling the pain in her arm, instinctively attempted to shake him off. Unfortunately, she could not budge. Frowning, she looked at him with displeasure. "You can let go of me now." Watching you seemed to awaken from his daze, his gaze flickering as he opened his mouth to say something, only to be interrupted by a sharp, urgent alert from his wrist light brain. His expression changed immediately. He quickly released her, muttering an apology as he turned and strode toward a nearby hover car, his figure vanishing behind the door in an instant. As he departed, the crowd at the entrance dispersed significantly, evidently chasing after him. The remaining onlookers turned their attention to Su Ying. Dressed in cheap, durable clothing that starkly contrasted with the opulent surroundings, she appeared quite shabby and travel-worn. The gazes upon her shifted to overt scrutiny and disdain, causing many to instinctively step back. This, however, conveniently cleared a path for Su Ying toward the grand entrance. She brushed off her clothing, shrugged indifferently, and prepared to push open the lavish glass door. "Stop!" A tall security officer stepped forward, blocking her path with a serious demeanor. During this special period, unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. At that moment, her light brain chimed again, this time with the voice of Aide Qin Lang, tinged with a barely detectable urgency. "Miss Su, where are you?" Su Ying glanced at the security officer blocking her and calmly replied in her light brain, "Oh, I'm right at the entrance of the registration hall, but your security won't let me in." Her voice was not loud, but it rang clear in the sudden silence at the entrance. The security personnel and the remaining bystanders, who had been eavesdropping, were instantly rendered speechless. This woman, dressed scarcely better than a beggar, was one of the main characters today, the legendary Su Ying, the future wife of Major General Hua. The security officer's face turned pale, stammering, "Why, you are the Su Ying who is to marry Major General Hua?" Su Ying raised an eyebrow, waving her light brain with a hint of mockery in her tone. "Of course. Do you need to verify my identity?" Her flippant response was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples through the crowd. The officer's face drained of color, cold sweat breaking out as he quickly stepped aside, his tone turning exceedingly respectful. "No, that's not necessary. Miss Su, please enter. We apologize for the earlier inconvenience." It is not that he believes in the woman before him, but rather in the gravity of the occasion. He trusts that no one would dare to gamble with their own life in such a manner. However, just as Su Ying is about to take a step forward, a gentle yet incredulous voice trembles from the crowd. "Sister, is that really you?" Following the sound, Su Ying sees Su Huanyun gracefully emerging from the throng, accompanied by Gu Huaishun, clad in a soft, ivory-colored dress with understated makeup. Her eyes widen in surprise and joy, while her hand covers her mouth in a gesture of concern, showcasing her acting prowess to perfection. "Sister, how could you be here?" Su Huanyun strides forward, seemingly wishing to grasp Su Ying's hand, only to be subtly evaded by Su Ying. Unfazed, her eyes slightly redden, and her voice softens with genuine concern. "Sister, have you encountered any grievances or difficulties? Please tell me, and we will find a solution together. Do not do anything foolish." Her words, though softly spoken, are loud enough for those around to hear. On the surface, she appears to be caring for her sister, but it subtly implies that Su Ying's presence here is a result of desperation, hinting at foolish actions. Gu Huaishun steps forward at the opportune moment, aligning himself with Su Huanyun, and solemnly says to Su Ying, Ying, Huanyun truly cares for you. The identity of Major Hua is far too lofty. Such a pedigree is not easily accessible to someone like you. We simply do not wish for you to suffer in the future. By intentionally using we, he positions himself alongside Su Huanyun, his tone brimming with earnest concern for her well-being. Su Ying gazes at this perfectly coordinated pair, internally mocking them, while her face blossoms with a smile even more radiant and sincere than Su Huanyun's. "Sister, Brother Huaishun, you are worrying too much." Her voice rings clear, imbued with unabashed joy. "I'm delighted to marry Major Hua. How could that possibly be a foolish act? Major Hua is illustrious and valiant, a hero in the hearts of all in the empire. To become his wife is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. She then turns her gaze to Gu Huaishan, her tone growing more earnest. Brother Huaishan, I know you have my best interests at heart, but to speak frankly, do not mind that Major Hua is young and exceptionally talented, the youngest SSS-level powerhouse in the empire. He safeguards our borders, a true pillar of the empire. Compared to him, she deliberately pauses, continuing with a tone both innocent and brutally honest. I was indeed young and naive before, lacking discernment. Only now do I understand what truly qualifies as a man worthy of admiration. To have the chance to marry a great man like Major Hua fills my heart with gratitude and anticipation. How could I ever feel wronged? Her words strike like the sharpest of soft knives, piercing the most tender spots of Su Huanyun and Gu Huaishan. Su Ying not only wholeheartedly accepts the marriage, but also exudes exuberance, trivializing Gu Huaishan as utterly inconsequential, implying that he pales in comparison to Hua Chengyu. Su Huanyun's gentle smile instantly stiffens, her nails digging into her palms. What she cannot bear most is Su Ying daring to disregard the man she painstakingly coveted, turning her affections toward a man whom Su Huanyun could only dream of. This is the utmost humiliation, yet she cannot afford to lose her composure. Forcing a smile while her voice trembles. Sister, is that truly how you feel? But the disparity. Disparity? Su Ying interrupts, her smile growing even brighter, intentionally raising her voice so that all around can hear. The Empire's gene pool has determined a perfect match, a compatibility score of 999,999. This indicates that Major Hua and I are a match made in heaven, recognized even by the Empire as a destined pair. What greater disparity could exist than that of fate? Sister, do you not agree? Su Huanyun is left breathless by the declaration of a match made in heaven. Her complexion draining of color, the gentle facade she wears nearly shattering. She can only force a smile, yet words fail her. Gu Huaishan's face darkens. Su Ying's remark about her former naivete, piercing him like venomous barbs. The flicker of confidence he harbored in Su Ying's lingering affections is obliterated, leaving only embarrassment and fury. Su Ying relishes the shifting expressions on their faces, feeling the moment is ripe, and elegantly turns to the security personnel with a sweet smile. Please, lead the way. We must not keep the Major waiting. Chapter 29. Do you not wish to marry Major Hua? With that, she disregards the two seething glares behind her and walks calmly into the marriage registration hall. The heavy, ornate doors close slowly behind her, isolating her from the external clamor and diverse gazes. The interior of the registration hall is exceptionally spacious and bright, the mirror-like floor reflecting the opulent chandelier above. Yet it possesses an eerie quietude, with only a few staff members standing at attention, the atmosphere almost stifling. Before Su Ying can take in more of her surroundings, a side door swings open, and a young officer in crisp military attire, appearing somewhat youthful with a boyish face, strides out briskly, halting directly before her with an upright posture and a serious expression. Su Ying assumes this is the main character, and although she thinks the warrior looks rather youthful, she adheres to a customer-first ethos and speaks up with just the right amount of apology. You must be Hua Chengyu? I apologize for the delay. We encountered some holdups on the way. Shall we proceed with the registration now? The young officer's lips twitch imperceptibly at her words, but he quickly resumes a formal demeanor, saluting with precision. Miss Su, greetings. I am Major Hua Chengyu's aide, Qinlang. The Major had to leave a few moments ago due to an urgent military situation at the front. Hua Chengyu has left just a few moments ago. What a coincidence. The person she bumped into was indeed Hua Chengyu. However, it is for the best. It spares her from complications. Oh, I see. Since the main character is no longer present, can I take my leave as well? She still has to hurry back to the transportation hub to set up her stall. Miss Su, please wait. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in the Imperial Government official uniform, evidently the head of the registration hall, approaches swiftly with a respectful yet cautious smile, explaining. Before his departure, Major Hua completed all the necessary registration procedures requiring his personal confirmation. Now, we just need your cooperation to complete the remaining part, and the marriage registration will officially be valid. Qinlang watches with cold detachment, recalling the disreputable files on this future bride, filled with disdain and disapproval. Unable to restrain himself, he interjects with a tone laden with warning. Miss Su, I must clarify some matters. Major Hua does not consent to this marriage imposed by the empire. This registration is purely in compliance with imperial decree. I hope you possess the self-awareness not to entertain any unrealistic notions. After speaking, he feels a twinge of guilt, worried that he may have spoken too harshly, potentially putting her in an awkward position. After all, to be so bluntly told that one is not wanted by their husband is an affront to any woman. However, he does not observe the anticipated disappointment, embarrassment, or at least awkwardness on her face. Instead, her eyes light up, and rather than anger, a sincere and radiant smile spreads across her face as she claps her hands. Really? That is wonderful. To be honest, I'm also very much against this marriage. It seems heroes do think alike. So, can we proceed directly to divorce proceedings? Is the process quick? Qinlong. He is completely taken aback, his mind momentarily blank. He had anticipated various outcomes, yet he never expected her to react this way. She too opposes it, and she is so pleased, even wishing to divorce immediately? The supervisor nearby breaks into a cold sweat, rushing forward to defuse the situation, his voice trembling. Miss Su, this is not permissible. Absolutely not. According to the Di Guoyu, Sheng Fa, and the Jin Yin, Pei Dui Hun, Yin Te Bi Qiao Ling. For perfect matches with a genetic pairing value exceeding 90, the empire mandates the establishment of a marital bond. Even if both parties refuse, they must first complete the marriage registration and maintain the marital relationship for at least 1 year before applying for a divorce by agreement. Su Ying's smile instantly faded, her disappointment evident. What? We have to wait a year? That long? She had thought she could simply go through the motions today and leave. The supervisor hurriedly nodded, eager to provide more detailed terms, hoping to convey the seriousness of the situation to the seemingly unconventional prospective Major General's wife. Yes, Miss Su. Moreover, the divorce after a year must be based on mutual consent. If one party disagrees, Su Ying keenly grasped the critical point, frowning as she pressed further. What if one party disagrees? Does that mean the marriage cannot be dissolved? Are we bound for life? This simply won't do. The supervisor's cold sweat increased, stammering as he struggled to explain this sensitive issue. Indeed, the empire's laws tend to favor the stability of high matching value marriages. If one party resolutely disagrees, the divorce process becomes exceedingly complex and prolonged. Qin Lang observed Su Ying's unabashed longing for divorce with an inexplicable sense of discomfort, although he believed this woman was unworthy of their commander. Hearing her disdain for the marriage, perhaps even more urgent than the commander's own, provoked an indescribable feeling of indignation on behalf of the commander. He couldn't help but question her in a slightly accusatory tone. You are unwilling to marry Major General Hua? Why? Major General Hua is the youngest warlord of the empire, an SS-level mental power user, and in terms of strength, status, and appearance, he is among the empire's elite, a dream lover for many. What grounds do you have to refuse? Su Ying shot him a look of incredulity, retorting confidently, Officer Qin, your reasoning is utterly flawed. Just a moment ago, you sternly advised me against harboring unrealistic notions, reminding me that Major General Hua does not agree to this marriage, correct? Now that I express my unwillingness, you appear displeased? Do you wish for me to agree or not? Your logic is rather contradictory. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless, his face flushed. He excelled in formulating battle plans and responding to battlefield changes, yet had never encountered a woman who defied conventions with such sharp wit. He intended to say that he did not wish for her to be infatuated with unrealistic hopes, but she also should not look down on the Major General. However, those words sounded absurd and stuck in his throat. Su Ying grew weary of further discussion and turned to urge the nearly exhausted supervisor. Sir, since registration is mandatory, please expedite the process. I am in a hurry and have important matters to attend to. Her potato stall awaited her. The supervisor, as if granted a reprieve, quickly led Su Ying to the nearby registration desk. All right, Miss Su, please come this way, and we will handle it promptly. What followed was a series of tedious yet solemn procedures. She read and acknowledged the marriage rights and obligations notification, took an oath of loyalty under the Empire's banner, and finally signed on the holographic screen, entering her genetic information to complete the final consent verification. Throughout the process, Su Ying finally clarified the specific terms regarding divorce after 1 year. After the marriage has lasted a full year, if both parties agree to divorce, it can be amicably dissolved. If one party disagrees, the marriage automatically extends for another year. After 2 years, if one party still insists on divorce, they may unilaterally apply to the empire's marriage court, which will review and rule on the divorce. As long as divorce is possible, waiting an additional year is acceptable. Su Ying mused. Moreover, judging by Qin Lang's attitude, Major General Hua likely feels reluctant as well. Perhaps by the end of the year, he will be more eager than I am, and the second year may not even be necessary. Once all procedures were completed, the holographic screen displayed that the marriage had been officially registered and was protected by empire law. Su Ying let out a sigh of relief, preparing to rise and leave, but was called back by Qin Lang. Miss Su, please wait a moment. Qin Lang, expressionless, produced a thin electronic document pad and handed it to Su Ying. This is the post-marriage agreement drafted by Major General Hua. Please review and sign it. Su Ying took the document pad and quickly skimmed through it. The core content of the agreement was quite simple and consisted of several clauses. During the marriage, both parties would not interfere with each other's work, life, or social activities, nor would they be obligated to cohabit as a couple. Without mutual consent, neither party could engage in any activities under the other's spouse title. After the one-year marriage contract expires, both parties must unconditionally agree and cooperate in the divorce proceedings. Immediately following the public announcement of the genetic matching results, the First Legion's command staff had thoroughly investigated Su Ying's background. The daughter of the Su family, with D-level mental power, and notoriously arrogant and willful character, garnering a rather poor reputation in the upper echelons of capital star society. Most intolerable for these iron-willed soldiers was the fact that she had been caught attempting to drug her then-fiancé, trying to force a rapid consummation of their relationship, resulting in her exile to a trash star. With such a character, how could she be deemed worthy of their revered warlord? Consequently, the senior officials of the First Legion were filled with resistance to this marriage. However, imperial law was as unyielding as a mountain, and even Major General Hua could not openly defy it. Ultimately, they could only settle for a compromise, agreeing to marry first, but requiring the signing of this agreement to delineate boundaries as much as possible, ensuring a smooth divorce after 1 year. Su Ying gazed at the agreement, her heart practically bursting with joy. The contents of this agreement seemed tailor-made for her. No interference, no obligations of marriage, automatic divorce after 1 year. Splendid. Marriage would only impede her ability to earn money. Once she had wealth, what kind of exquisite young men would she not be able to attract? She reminisced about her time in the cultivation world when many talented youths and sect leaders had vied for her favor, yet she had shown little interest. Observing her silence as she stared at the agreement, Qin Lang assumed she was hesitant and quickly added an enticing condition in his view. Miss Su, signing this agreement will not disadvantage you. The Major General promises that upon the divorce 1 year later, he will pay you a substantial alimony as compensation in accordance with the Empire marriage law. Alimony? Su Ying's eyes suddenly sparkled like searchlights. How much? Observing her unabashed greed, Qin Lang felt even more contempt. The specific figure cannot be determined at this moment, but according to the law, it is typically 20% of the personal total assets of the party with the asset advantage. If you actively cooperate with the divorce, the Major General may consider increasing that by an additional 10% as compensation. 30%. Su Ying quickly calculated in her mind, her excitement raising her voice several octaves. How much star currency would that be? Qin Lang impatiently replied, certainly more than your former fiancé's total assets. Upon hearing this, Su Ying became even more exhilarated. Gu Huaishan, as a scion of one of the 5 great families, already possessed considerable wealth. If it surpassed his total assets, would she not achieve financial freedom in an instant, reclining in ease? However, the greater the temptation presented before her, the clearer her mind became. In her past life, having navigated the cultivation world, she understood a fundamental truth. There are no free lunches, and the greater the benefits, the larger the hidden costs that may lie behind. Rather than immediately agreeing, she turned to the supervisor beside her and inquired earnestly, Sir, may I ask about the specific provisions of Empire law regarding divorce alimony? Is it mandatory? Are there any special circumstances? Though the supervisor was somewhat perplexed, he diligently explained, Miss Su, according to the imperial marriage law, in the event of a divorce, if there is a significant disparity in the assets of both parties, the wealthier individual is obligated to provide alimony to the less affluent party, ensuring their basic standard of living post-divorce. This is indeed a legal requirement, unless both parties have a special agreement relinquishing such rights prior to or after marriage. A jolt of realization struck Su Ying, the wealthier party providing for the less fortunate one. What if, a year later, her personal assets surpassed those of Hua Qingyu? According to this legal stipulation, would it not mean that she would have to pay Hua Qingyu alimony? This was absolutely unacceptable. Why should she share her hard-earned money with a nominal ex-husband? With this thought in mind, Su Ying resolutely stated to Qin Lang, Deputy Officer Qin, I have no objections to the other terms of this agreement, but I demand the inclusion of an additional clause. Both parties voluntarily relinquish the right to claim any form of alimony from each other. Each party's assets remain independent post-marriage, and there shall be no further inquiries upon divorce. Qin Lang and the supervisor were momentarily stunned, almost doubting their own hearing. Qin Lang looked at Su Ying in disbelief. Are you certain? You wish to forego alimony? Has this woman lost her mind? That is 30% of Major Hua's assets, a sum that could drive anyone to madness. Su Ying replied with unwavering certainty. Absolutely certain. Now, will this clause be added or not? Qin Lang furrowed his brows, his mind racing with doubts. He scrutinized Su Ying and tentatively inquired, Miss Su, you cannot possibly be attempting to delay the divorce or draw the Major's attention with this tactic. Su Ying found his line of reasoning amusing and retorted, whoever does not wish to divorce is the little dog. You simply need to answer whether it is acceptable or not. Or, are you implying that Major Hua is coveting my potential future assets and is reluctant to relinquish this prospective alimony? Qin Lang was nearly reduced to laughter by this topsy-turvy logic. Upon completing all the formalities, Su Ying had no desire to linger any longer in this austere hall that made her feel so uneasy. Miss Su, please wait. The supervisor called out to her once more, presenting a delicate black velvet box with both hands, respectfully offering it to her. This is a protective shield specially crafted for the spouse of every SSS-level mental power user by the Empire. Please be sure to accept it. Su Ying posed passive and opened the box. Inside lay a shimmering purple diamond chip, made of a unique material that subtly pulsed with energy. Is this the protective shield? How does it work? She lifted the chip to the light for a better look. The supervisor quickly clarified, this is the highest grade safety chip. You only need to install it into your personal light wristband. In the event of danger or an attack, you can press the location of the chip firmly, instantly activating a high-intensity energy shield capable of withstanding most conventional weapon attacks, thus buying you critical time for rescue. Oh, is it truly that impressive? Su Ying raised an eyebrow, seeming intrigued, but then pressed on, aside from this protective shield, does it serve any other functions? For instance, tracking? A flicker of hesitation crossed the supervisor's face, his gaze darting as if unsure how to respond. Qin Lang, unable to bear it any longer, coldly interjected. The moment the shield is activated, the Empire's central brain will receive a high-priority alert and immediately pinpoint your precise location, while also identifying and tracking the assailant, ensuring that rescue can be dispatched promptly. Su Ying nodded in understanding, so that is how it is. But what if the shield is not activated? Is this chip merely a decorative item? Qin Lang shot her a glance, his tone still stern, as long as it is not actively activated. The chip remains in complete silence, sending no signals or recording any information. Su Ying examined the purple chip in her hand, then glanced at the stern yet upright-faced officer beside her. Weighing her options, she concluded that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. It could indeed save her life in critical moments. As for the tracking, as long as she didn't deactivate it, there would be no issue. Considering the officer's representation of the Empire's military decorum, she decided to trust his words and accept this official provision. Very well, thank you. She adeptly inserted the chip into the designated slot of her red wristband, where it fit perfectly, flashing momentarily before settling back into stillness. After completing this, she waved her hand behind her without looking back, bidding farewell as she strode confidently out of the registration hall. As she stepped outside, the refreshing air greeted her, a stark contrast to the filth of the garbage planet. It was obviously a far cry from the ethereal realms of cultivation. Su Ying took a deep breath, eager to catch the public sky bus back to the garbage transportation terminal. Her potato stall business could not afford to be delayed. She absolutely could not be late for her noon appointment with her buyers. However, just a few steps down the stairs, two familiar figures reappeared, blocking her path once more, none other than the persistent Su Huanyun and Gu Huaishan. Su Ying frowned, her tone dripping with impatience. Step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. A flicker of barely concealed malice flashed in Su Huanyun's eyes. But her face quickly morphed into a mask of warmth and concern, her voice dripping with sweetness. Sister, is it true that you married Major Hua? What is it to you? Are you envious or jealous? Su Ying replied with a wicked grin, casting a glance at Gu Huaishan beside her, relishing the sight of his already elongated face becoming even longer. Sister, you misunderstand. Su Huanyun hastily waved her hands, feigning innocence. I will be delighted if you married. Sister, now that you have returned to the capital star, why not come home with us? Father is overjoyed to hear about your marriage to Major Hua and has prepared a feast at home awaiting your arrival. Su Ying could hardly be bothered to lift her eyelids, coldly responding, First, do not call me sister. My mother only bore me. I have no younger sister. Second, my identity information clearly states that I am an orphan with no parents, so please refrain from fabricating connections. It disgusts me. With that, she attempted to push past the two, unwilling to waste any more words. Unexpectedly, Gu Huaishan, that self-righteous fool, suddenly seized her wrist tightly, his grip strong enough to cause her to frown slightly. He assumed an expression of feigned heartache, believing himself to be deeply sentimental, and said in a serious tone, Ying, please do not throw a tantrum. I know you resent us for sending you to the military tribunal, but that was because of your own misdeeds. Regardless, we are still family. Su Bofu will always be your father. Any misunderstandings can be resolved at home. Ying, Gu Huaishan's voice carried a deliberately cultivated sorrow and helplessness, as if he bore the weight of immense grievance. I know you're upset and have grievances. You feel that Huanyun and I have wronged you, that Su Bofu is biased. But ask yourself, if it weren't for the foolish things you did back then, what we have? He paused just at the right moment, leaving ample room for the gossiping onlookers nearby to indulge their imaginations, solidifying Su Ying's image of having been at fault. Su Huanyun quickly took over the conversation, her eyes turning red as she choked back sobs, playing the peacemaker. Huaishan, please stop. Sister was only confused at that time. She then turned to Su Ying with a tone full of sincere consolation. Let bygones be bygones. Father truly regrets being too harsh with you back then. Ever since your exile, he has thought of you every single day. Now that you are back and have found such a wonderful place, Father is overjoyed. Family should not harbor grudges. Come back with us. Father is waiting for you at home. Gu Huaishan tightly grasped Su Ying's wrist, as if fearing she might escape, his tone shifting to one of stern insistence. Imbued with an air of authority that decreed, I know what is best for you, and you must listen. Ying, Huanyun is right. Stop being willful. As a young woman who has recently endured so much, despite marrying Major Hua, you stand alone without the backing of your family. What will you do if you face grievances in the future? Come back with us to the Su family. With our support, the Hua family will regard you more favorably. We are only considering your future. Chapter 32. These people want to kidnap me. Listening to their insincere duet, one feigning vulnerability and the other pompously lecturing, Su Ying felt a violent churn in her stomach, nearly retching from disgust. She could no longer endure it. At the moment Gu Huaishan finished speaking, Su Ying shook her wrist violently, employing a sudden burst of strength to free herself from his grasp. In the next instant, she swung her arms with lightning speed, delivering two crisp slaps that echoed sharply against the faces of Gu Huaishan and Su Huanyun. The abruptness of the incident left both stunned and dazed. The imprint of 5 fingers rapidly appeared on Gu Huaishan's face, while Su Huanyun's head jerked aside. Her meticulously arranged hair disheveled, her face stinging with pain. An immediate silence enveloped the surrounding spectators, all taken aback by the spectacle. Shaking her slightly numb hand, Su Ying pointed at the two of them, her voice ringing clear, laced with unabashed disdain and fury as she spat. How dare you? Thinking of my future? Gu Huaishan, Su Huanyun, do you have any shame left? Who conspired to frame me, placing the blame of drugging on me? Personally sending me to a military tribunal to be exiled to a garbage planet? Now that you see me climbing the social ladder, you come back pretending to be family? Do you think I need the Su family's backing? Whether the Hua family respects me is none of your concern. Endured so much. What have I endured? Just being ensnared by you two scoundrels, nearly dying on that garbage planet. Now you act like some grand figures. Your hypocritical faces make me sick. Gu Huaishan, clutching his swollen cheek, had never experienced such a profound humiliation, especially being slapped publicly by a woman he had once looked down upon. Rage coursed through him, his complexion shifting from red to green, then to a dark hue as reason was consumed by fury. Su Ying, how dare you? His eyes blazing. He could no longer maintain his facade of a gentleman. If you don't return today, you will accompany us. With a fierce glare, Gu Huaishan signaled, and several burly bodyguards, lurking nearby, swiftly surrounded Su Ying, evidently preparing to use force. A chill descended in Su Ying's gaze as her internal energy subtly coursed. Given her current strength, subduing these bodyguards would pose no challenge. However, engaging them would expose her abilities and invite unnecessary complications. As she deliberated whether to feign weakness and seek an opportunity to escape, her peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Lang emerging from the registration hall. An idea sparked in her mind. Instantly, she suppressed all her bravado, adopting an expression of alarm and desperation, summoning her strength to call out, "Deputy Officer Qin, help! These people intend to kidnap me in broad daylight. Is there no law left?" Qin Lang, on the verge of departing, stumbled at her thunderous exclamation, veins pulsing on his forehead. His expression darkened as he turned to see the woman who had just sought to divorce the commander, now portraying herself as a helpless victim surrounded by a group of people, shamelessly claiming to be Major Hua's wife. This woman was utterly devoid of shame. Internally, Qin Lang berated her, yet his body reacted faster than his thoughts. He strode forward, his military boots striking the ground with authority, his icy gaze sweeping over Gu Huaishan and Su Huanyun, his voice infused with the gravity of a soldier. "What do you intend to do to the wife of Major Hua?" Surrounding her in public and attempting to coerce the spouse of a high-ranking officer of the empire. "Do you wish to face a military tribunal?" The words "wife of Major Hua" struck like thunder, causing Gu Huaishan's expression to shift dramatically. He instinctively released Su Ying's wrist, stepping back and bowing, "Deputy Officer Qin. There has been a misunderstanding. We have no such intentions." Su Huanyun quickly donned a pitiful demeanor, urgently explaining, "Deputy Officer Qin, you truly misunderstand. I am the sister of Major Hua's wife. This is my fiancée. We are family. How can we harm her? We simply miss her and wish to invite her home for a gathering." Su Ying interjected coolly, "Let me reiterate, I am an orphan with no parents or family. Deputy Officer Qin, I suspect they are impersonating relatives of Major Hua's wife with ulterior motives. You ought to apprehend them for thorough questioning." Qin Lang's lips twitched violently, suppressing the urge to detain this troublemaker as well, before turning his stern gaze to Gu Huaishan and Su Huanyun, issuing a grave warning. "I do not care about your past relations. Currently, Miss Su Ying is the legal wife of Major Hua Qingyu and is protected by military law. No one may force or contravene her personal wishes in any manner. Otherwise, it shall be regarded as provocation against Major Hua and the Empire's military. The consequences will be borne by you." Su Huanyun attempted to argue further, but was forcefully restrained by Gu Huaishan. He understood the military's power and the status of Hua Qingyu. They could not afford to confront it head-on. Casting a complex glance at Su Ying, he begrudgingly muttered, "Let us go." Watching the pair of scoundrels retreat with their bodyguards in disgrace, Su Ying clapped her hands in satisfaction. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted the next public Airbus approaching the opposite platform. "Thank you, Deputy Officer Qin. I'll treat you to dinner later." She waved dismissively at Qin Lang, then darted towards the bus stop with the agility of a nimble rabbit, her previous vulnerability now a distant memory. Qin Lang stood rooted, observing Su Ying's anguished sprint. Unable to restrain a mutter, she possesses none of the elegance befitting a lady, reckless and materialistic, filled with fabrications. How could such a person be worthy of our esteemed commander? Shaking his head, he turned towards his military hover vehicle, feeling that this day's assignment had been more exhausting than engaging in a fierce battle. Su Ying barely made it back to the Mercury Plaza in front of the capital's cargo terminal, her heart racing. She took a moment to catch her breath and began surveying her surroundings. Numerous passers-by bustled about, but it was difficult to discern who among them were her potential potato customers. Not in a hurry, she chose a relatively conspicuous spot that did not obstruct traffic, leisurely retrieving a gray cloth from her spatial button and laying it flat on the ground. Chapter 33. "Oh no, I priced them too low." Then, she carefully extracted the freshly harvested potatoes from her spatial button, their earthy aroma still intact, and arranged them neatly on the cloth. observing her actions. Several onlookers immediately gathered around. Are you the person selling potatoes at the free market, known as the Interstellar Tycoon? A middle-aged man in faded work clothes, looking weary, picked up a potato, inspecting it closely and even sniffing it, his brow furrowed with suspicion. Boss, are you sure these potatoes came from A001? Is everything all right? The radiation and pollution from that area. His sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. Could anything from the garbage planet be safe to eat? Ying had long anticipated such an inquiry, her countenance adorned with a confident and serene smile as she replied with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, these potatoes are entirely natural and untainted. If any issues arise, I shall compensate tenfold. A nearby ant, crossing her arms with a vigilant demeanor, interjected, albeit in a gentler tone. Boss, please don't take our caution as overzealousness. The food we consume, especially for our elderly and children, merits our utmost diligence. Understanding their concerns, Ying nodded and gestured toward the potatoes on the ground, stating, if anyone remains apprehensive, feel free to have them tested at a professional institution. I reiterate, if any problems arise, I shall compensate tenfold. At that moment, a young man, adorned with the latest smart glasses and exuding a tech-savvy aura, eagerly pushed forward, raising his wrist adorned with a uniquely designed light brain. I just upgraded my light brain, which conveniently includes a quick testing function for high-grade food components. Allow me to test it. Let's see if these are genuine. This proclamation instantly piqued the interest of the crowd, even drawing curious onlookers who craned their necks to witness the unfolding scene. The young man gingerly selected a potato, delicately inserting a miniature probe from his light brain into its skin. A flicker of light scanned over it, and the screen of the light brain began to rapidly scroll through data. Moments later, the results were displayed clearly. Item: potato, tuber, freshness, excellent, nutritional components, carbohydrates, vitamin C, B vitamins, potassium, and dietary fiber content all meet or exceed the Empire's high-quality natural food standards. Harmful residue, none detected. Overall rating, premium. Is this for real? The crowd erupted in incredulous gasps, as potatoes labeled as premium in food stores were priced over 300 star coins per 100 grams. The young man stood momentarily stunned, unconvinced, and proceeded to test several adjacent potatoes, each yielding the same premium rating. The earlier skeptics among the pre-order customers were instantly transformed, their doubts replaced with euphoric relief, feeling as though they had stumbled upon a magnificent bargain. Having ventured to the free market due to the enticing price, which was 10 star coins less than the official rate, they had anticipated a compromise in quality. To their astonishment, they found themselves acquiring potatoes of superior quality, comparable to high-end products in stores. Boss, I'll take 10 more. I was here first. I want 20. Boss, what time are you leaving? I want to bring a few friends to see this. The atmosphere became electrifying, with individuals clamoring to place additional orders, fearing they might miss out. Observing this frenzy, Ying felt a pang of realization. She had set the price too low. There were indeed premium potatoes selling for over 300 star coins. Her potatoes, surpassing premium quality, were priced at a mere 180 star coins, an absolute steal. A wave of regret washed over her. However, the thought of raising prices flickered briefly in her mind. She valued her integrity too highly to retract on her established price. Trustworthiness is the foundation of enduring business. Yet, witnessing the excitement of her customers, Ying felt compelled to remind them. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice. Everyone, please hold on. Let me say something. The crowd quieted slightly, their eyes fixed on her. Pointing to the potatoes on the ground, she proclaimed, "Thank you all for your generous support. As you can see, these potatoes undeniably live up to the premium label. The original price I have marked in the free market is 180 star coins per 100 grams. To celebrate the opening of my small shop, those who order today at the market will enjoy a discounted price of just 90 star coins. Any additional purchases will be at the original price." To streamline the process, she decided to sell by individual pieces, as her potatoes were uniformly sized, each weighing between 200 and 220 grams, making the price difference negligible. 180 star coins. I thought it was 90. Upon hearing that the price was not the anticipated 90, but rather 180, the crowd felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, their impulsive excitement swiftly dousing. Most patrons of the free market, drawn by bargains, were not financially affluent. Even the most basic natural food was a luxury. At 180 star coins per 100 grams, even if deemed premium, it far exceeded their usual budget. This price could buy them 200 grams of ordinary potatoes at a store. In an instant, those who had previously clamored for more began to exhibit signs of hesitation and embarrassment, their steps involuntarily retreating, the once fervent atmosphere now considerably dampened. Clutching their hard-earned potatoes, they privately rejoiced in their earlier purchases. Ying, observing their reactions, remained unperturbed. She had anticipated this moment. Slowly, she settled cross-legged behind her stall and retrieved several pre-cooked, still warm potatoes from her space button. With a small knife, she deftly cut them into bite-sized pieces and arranged them on a clean tray. Gourmet. Authentic boiled premium potatoes, free tastings. No pressure to buy, just come and savor the flavor. She cheerfully invited, her voice melodious and inviting. The phrase free tasting held immense allure for those who meticulously calculated their expenditures. The crowd that had just begun to disperse quickly gathered again, eager to sample the exquisite taste of the premium potatoes, regardless of whether they intended to purchase them. People cautiously picked up the small pieces, placing them in their mouths. In the next moment, astonishment and disbelief graced nearly every face. The potato dissolved almost immediately, offering a pure and rich sweetness, suffused with the essence of sunlight and earth, along with an indescribable freshness that invigorated both body and spirit. This completely shattered their preconceived notions of potatoes as either dry or bland. "Is this really a potato?" one astonished uncle exclaimed, wide-eyed and murmuring. "I just bought potatoes at the store last week, and compared to this, they are utterly inferior." The young man who had initially tested the potatoes, from a relatively better-off background, often managed to splurge on the cheapest natural food for his family. He was profoundly affected, exclaiming, "I've never tasted such delicious potatoes. Truly, this flavor is extraordinary." Those who had hesitated due to price found their concerns cast aside upon experiencing this unparalleled delight. All thoughts of budget and value vanished into the ether. "Boss, give me 3 more. Boss, I'll take 5. No, 10. I can work extra shifts if needed. Add 5 potatoes for me. This flavor is worth 180. The scene erupted once more, even more fervently than before. People rushed to scan and pay, fearful that hesitation might cost them their precious potatoes. The notifications chimed incessantly on Ying's light brain wristband, a symphony of delightful sounds that resonated more beautifully than any music. As she deftly handled transactions and deliveries, her heart brimmed with joy. The throng of eager customers naturally attracted the curiosity of passers-by. Some well-dressed individuals, appearing to be staff or travelers, approached, inquiring about the commotion. "What is happening here? Why the excitement? What is so in demand? Are they selling potatoes? Potatoes? Selling potatoes in the square? What nonsense!" Upon learning that these potatoes were priced at 360 star coins each, the bewildered onlookers displayed expressions of disdain and disbelief. A man clad in a suit and carrying a briefcase scoffed loudly, exclaiming, 360 Xingbi for a potato? This one barely weighs around 200 grams. Have you all lost your minds? The premium potatoes at the official food counter are merely 100 Xingbi per 100 grams. This is even more expensive. Selling in a place like this, with dubious origins. What fools! Do you have so much money to burn? His words indeed caused some recently gathered passers-by, who had yet to taste the product, to halt, their faces displaying skepticism. However, those who had already sampled or purchased the potatoes were far from pleased. A young man promptly adjusted his glasses and retorted, "Well, you know, can the premium potatoes from the counter possibly taste like this? Have you even tried them? If you haven't, refrain from making baseless claims. The quality of these potatoes is absolutely worth the price." "Exactly," echoed another young girl who had secured a potato, casting a disdainful glance at the suited man. That lady earlier was protective of her freshly bought potato, as if it were a treasure. The owner guarantees a tenfold compensation for any issues, and even offers on-site testing. Can your counter potatoes boast such assurances? You get what you pay for. Buy or don't, but don't block our way. We still wish for more. The suited man, reddening from the barrage of rebuttals, muttered something incomprehensible and slinked away. Strangely, his doubts served as an unconventional promotion, inciting curiosity among some originally hesitant onlookers about the mysterious allure of these potatoes that prompted such fervent defense. Consequently, more individuals joined the ranks eager to taste and purchase the product. Before Su Ying's stall, the atmosphere had transformed into the liveliest spot in the entire square. The potatoes and sweet potatoes she had brought were dwindling at an astonishing rate, while the amount of Xingbi in her spatial button was rapidly increasing. As she busied herself, she kept an eye on the time, calculating that after selling this batch, she needed to return by 3 in the afternoon to board the spacecraft back to La Jixing amidst her bustling activity. She caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye of several shadowy figures lurking at the edge of the square, quietly observing her stall. Their gaze, laced with scrutiny and greed, stirred a slight unease within her. Nevertheless, she prioritized her task of making money. Behind a pillar, 2 figures lowered their voices. The shorter one rubbed his hands together, his small eyes glinting with cunning, confirming, "Slim Monkey, did you hear that? That woman truly claimed that if there's a problem, she'll compensate tenfold?" The lanky one, dubbed Slim Monkey, nodded vigorously, affirming, "Absolutely. I heard it loud and clear. She made the same guarantee to several people. She even mentioned we could take them for testing." A sinister grin spread across the shorter one's face. "Excellent. In this day and age, it's rare to find an honest vendor. Let us go pay her a visit and procure a couple of problem potatoes." Exchanging a knowing glance, the duo emerged from behind the pillar and blended into the queue. When their turn came, the shorter one pretended to select 2 potatoes and made the payment. As Su Ying accepted the Xingbi, she lifted her gaze and cast a cursory glance at them. The 2 bore a distinct air of street thugs, their eyes darting, and she had noticed their earlier furtive observations. Almost instantly, she discerned their malicious intent. They were merely looking to exploit her promise of compensation. A cold smile crept across her heart, but her expression remained unperturbed as she deftly handed over the potatoes. Su Ying conducted her business transparently, treating all customers fairly. But if anyone aimed to make a fool of her, they would need to consider whether they possessed such good fortune. She was curious to see what tricks these 2 would attempt. Once the 2 unsavory characters had departed with their potatoes, Su Ying turned her focus back to her thriving stall. To further entice customers, she decided to extract a simple portable stove and small pot from her spatial button and ignited it right there. Adding clean water, she placed several washed potatoes into the pot and began cooking them beside her stall. As the flames heated the pot, the water gradually reached a boil, releasing an indescribable steam imbued with a rich, starchy sweetness and a unique freshness. The aroma was far more enticing than that of raw potatoes, acting as an invisible lure that wafted through the square, causing passers-by to halt and involuntarily swallow. "Wow, what's that delightful scent? It's potatoes, freshly boiled potatoes. This aroma is simply irresistible, far more pleasant than nutrient solutions." Indeed, this live cooking demonstration was an exceptional advertisement. More intrigued individuals gravitated towards her stall, inquiring about prices. And after sampling the complimentary potato bites, nearly all joined the fray to purchase. As Su Ying's stock of potatoes dwindled at an observable pace, the harmonious sounds of Xingbi transactions melded into a delightful symphony, filling her heart with joy. Meanwhile, the 2 ruffians who had purchased the potatoes had sneaked back to their chaotic dwelling in a nearby slum. "Hurry, let us taste them," the shorter one urged impatiently. The lanky one swiftly washed the potatoes, placed them into the pot, and boiled them. Soon, the enticing aroma filled the room. Once cooked, they could no longer resist the heat and bit into the potatoes without peeling them. In the next moment, both men froze. The potatoes were exquisitely tender, sweet, and imbued with a comfort-inducing flavor that made one want to savor every bite. The lanky one polished off a potato in just a few bites, licking his fingers with a conflicted expression. "Big brother, these potatoes are too delicious. Should we really claim they have issues? Would anyone believe us?" The shorter one, savoring the taste, felt a similar wavering in his resolve, but his thoughts of the substantial compensation crept in. Greed quickly overrode any hesitations brought forth by the delectable morsels. With a fierce glare, he snarled, "Who cares if anyone believes us? I've eaten their potatoes, and now I feel sick. She owes me compensation. Tenfold. 720 Xingbi. That is 7,600. Enough to keep us set for a while. Hurry, let us stick to the plan." With that, he even deliberately rubbed his hands on the dirty floor to create evidence, smearing his mouth to mimic the appearance of having vomited, then collapsed onto the ground. Groaning in agony, "Oh, it hurts. What a terrible potato." Seeing this, the lanky one had no choice but to grit his teeth and, following their premeditated scheme, he hoisted his brother onto his back and dashed out of the house towards the Mercury Square, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help. Someone has died." The heartless potato vendor. Your potatoes have killed someone. Just as Su Ying's potato business flourished, with throngs of customers and the delightful sound of Xingbi transactions ringing in her ears, a piercing, exaggerated scream sliced through the vibrant atmosphere like cold water splashed in a hot oil, instantly shattering the lively scene. "Help! Someone has died." The heartless potato vendor. Your potatoes have killed someone. The lanky thug rushed into the crowd, carrying the shorter one on his back, panic-stricken and shouting hoarsely, his trembling finger pointing towards Su Ying's stall. The shorter one, slumped over his back, contorted in pain, groaning incessantly, with suspicious stains at the corners of his mouth. This sudden turn of events left all the customers who were purchasing or had already bought potatoes in shock, the vibrant atmosphere plummeting to a chilling halt. "What is going on? Someone died? Is that true? I knew it. How could anything from La Ji Xing be problem-free? Oh no, I just bought 5. What do we do now?" Panic and doubt spread like a plague through the crowd. Those who had recently rejoiced at acquiring high-quality potatoes now bore expressions of panic and dread, converging around Su Ying's stall, clamoring in confusion, "Boss, what's going on? Are your potatoes problematic? Refund. Hurry and refund. I cannot accept these potatoes." "Yes, refund. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility?" The tall, thin man, sensing an opportunity, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Ying. "Heartless merchant, my brother consumed your potatoes and is now suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress. You must provide us with an explanation today. Compensation. Tenfold compensation. Otherwise, we will not let this go." The shorter individual joined in, dramatically exaggerating his discomfort. In the face of this sudden slander and the furious customers, Su Ying remained remarkably composed. She had anticipated such a scene, though she had not expected the aggressors to arrive so quickly with such crude tactics. Standing up calmly, she surveyed the agitated crowd with a tranquil gaze, finally fixing her eyes on the ailing short man, her voice cutting through the tumult. "Everyone, please quiet down. Since this gentleman claims to have experienced an issue after eating my potatoes, we must take responsibility." Her words momentarily subdued the ruckus, as the onlookers were curious to see how she would respond. Su Ying continued, "Words alone are insufficient. To ensure fairness, I propose that we immediately take this gentleman to the best hospital in the capital, Xing, for a comprehensive medical examination. I will cover all the examination costs. If the results confirm that his ailment was caused by consuming my potatoes, I will not only compensate him tenfold for the cost of the potatoes, but also cover all his medical and nutritional expenses." She paused, her gaze sharp as she directed it at the tall, thin man. "However, if the examination reveals that he is in good health or that his issues are unrelated to my potatoes, then this constitutes malicious fraud and defamation of my business reputation, and I will pursue legal action against you." Her argument was logical and assertive, taking on the burden of the examination costs, which immediately calmed many of the impulsive customers demanding refunds as they began to perceive her confidence. Upon hearing about the hospital examination, the short man panicked internally. He had been feigning illness, and a trip to the hospital would surely expose him. He quickly raised his head, feebly protesting, No need for such a troublesome examination. I just have a stomach ache. You can give us the tenfold compensation, 200 Xing coins, and we can go to a clinic ourselves." His words immediately raised suspicions among the astute bystanders. If there were indeed a serious issue, who would forego a free, reputable hospital in favor of a small clinic? Su Ying smirked internally, but maintained her firm stance. "That one do. Your health is paramount. What if your condition worsens? We must go to a star-rated hospital for a thorough examination. I will bear the costs, and I ask everyone to witness this. The cost for a full examination at a star-rated hospital would be no less than 10,000 Xing coins." Someone in the crowd managed to suppress their voice to say, 10,000 Xing coins. The short man nearly leaped up, incredulous. Was this woman out of her mind? 2 potatoes at 360 Xing coins each, even with tenfold compensation, would only amount to 200 Xing coins. Why would she willingly spend 10,000 Shing coins to prove her innocence? As the atmosphere grew tense, he found himself trapped. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, and reluctantly accompanied by the tall man, was half pushed, half dragged by a few concerned customers to the nearby Imperial Central Hospital. After all, they too were eager to discover whether the potatoes were indeed faulty. The uproar had temporarily shifted locations. Most customers chose to wait and see, refraining from further purchases, though calls for refunds had diminished significantly as they awaited the hospital's verdict. The examination proceeded swiftly. After Su Ying prepaid the examination fees, the hospital activated the expedited process. With a series of advanced scans, blood analyses, and toxin screenings completed, the results were quickly compiled. The doctor in charge approached the anxious crowd with the report in hand, confidently declaring, "The examination results are in. Patient Lishan exhibits stable vital signs, no significant abnormalities in the gastrointestinal tract, and no known toxins or pathogenic microorganisms detected in the blood or body. Overall, there are no indications of acute symptoms resulting from food poisoning or contamination." The truth was unveiled. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They were indeed imposters. These two fraudsters nearly deceived us. I knew it. None of us who ate the boss's potatoes experienced any issues. Disgusting. Had they gone mad over money? The faces of the two troublemakers turned ashen. The tall man attempted to argue, but was swiftly apprehended by arriving law enforcement. With clear evidence of malicious fraud and public disorder, they faced detention and fines. Those who had previously clamored for refunds now wore expressions of embarrassment and regret. They looked at the remaining high-quality potatoes on Su Ying's stall, contemplating their next move. "Boss, we were in the wrong. We were too impulsive. Can you still sell us these potatoes?" "Yes, boss. We'll buy a few more, even at the original price." However, Su Ying merely cast a cool glance at them and began methodically packing up her stall, returning the remaining potatoes to her space. Her tone was calm, yet held an undeniable distance. "I'm sorry, but today's business is concluded. Moreover, I have recorded and blacklisted all customers who explicitly demanded refunds and questioned the quality of my potatoes. My products will no longer be available to you in the future." Having said this, she disregarded the customers who were filled with regret and walked away. Time was of the essence. She needed to await her return flight. Despite losing some indecisive customers through this ordeal, she had firmly established the quality of her potatoes and her own credibility. She was confident that the remaining potatoes would sell without issue, and her spirits remained largely unaffected. As law enforcement prepared to escort the pallid troublemakers away, a middle-aged female doctor, dressed in a white coat and exuding a serious demeanor, hurried out from the examination room. She was Director Su of the hospital's mental health department. "Wait a moment." Director Su called out to the officers, her gaze landing on the short troublemaker, a hint of concern and seriousness in her expression. "This patient exhibited abnormal results during the mental health assessment conducted earlier. We need him to undergo a reevaluation." "Abnormal mental health?" The short man grew anxious, stammering in protest. "No, that's impossible. I was just tested at the community hospital last month with a mental health score of 70, quite stable. How could there be an issue? Is it possible that your machine malfunctioned?" For Interstellar citizens, mental health impairment was akin to a death sentence, leading to exile should the score exceed 80. He could not help but feel fear, seizing what he perceived as a last straw. The short man shouted, "There is a problem. It must be related to that woman's potatoes. I told you the trash from this planet is unclean. Officer, please bring that potato-selling woman back. She has caused my mental health issues." Director Su furrowed her brow, ignoring the short man's frantic protests, and explained to the officers and the now nervous tall man, "Please don't panic or misunderstand. We're not suggesting that his mental health has deteriorated. Rather, we suspect there may have been an error in the testing results. According to the mainframe records, his mental health score last month was indeed 70. However, the recent test shows a score of 69. She paused, her tone heavy with disbelief. "It has decreased by 1%. This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving everyone, including Su Ying, who was about to leave, momentarily stunned. "Decreased? How could this be? ISNT mental health impairment irreversible? I have never heard of it spontaneously improving." An incredible buzz erupted among the crowd. In the realm of interstellar knowledge, once mental damage occurs, it is deemed permanent. Only worsening over time or with further stimuli with no precedent for natural recovery. This reduction of 1%, though seemingly minuscule, has overturned everyone's understanding. Director Su's expression was profoundly serious. Yes, it has indeed decreased by 1%. Such an anomaly has never been recorded in the Empire's medical history. We must conduct a thorough verification to eliminate the possibility of instrument malfunction or operational error. This has significant implications for our understanding of mental damage, making it exceedingly important. The police, sensing the complexity of the situation, agreed to postpone the removal of the two individuals. The verification was conducted using more sophisticated equipment, with Director Su and several experts who had rushed over personally supervising the process. Results emerged swiftly. Director Su glanced at the fresh report in his hand, his brow furrowing. The shock on his face more pronounced than before. The verification confirmed that the level of damage was indeed 69, reflecting a true reduction of 1%. At this revelation, even the hospital's experts became restless, gathering closely to engage in a hushed yet fervent discussion. Director Su took a deep breath and turned to the lanky man, who wore a puzzled expression mixed with a hint of secret anticipation, and solemnly inquired, "Mr. Lee, please reflect carefully. In the past month, especially in the last few days, have you encountered anything unusual? Consumed any food you typically do not? Or experienced any extraordinary events?" The short man was equally bewildered. The reduction in mental damage was nothing short of miraculous. Yet he racked his brain, replaying the past month of his life repeatedly. As a petty criminal, his days consisted of minor thefts, waiting for death while indulging in the cheapest nutritional liquids. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred, he thought, shaking his head in confusion. Oh, right, I did eat a potato bought from that woman at noon today. Chapter 37. The Interstellar Tycoon. He mentioned this purely as an instinctive response, harboring no real hope. However, sometimes the unintentional words of one can ignite the awareness of another. The young man who purchased the potato, out of curiosity, had also come to the hospital and was now mingling in the crowd. He instinctively blurted out, "Could it be because of that potato?" This remark struck like lightning, piercing through the haze of the situation. Director Su abruptly turned to him. "Potato? What potato? Please elaborate." The young man hastily recounted how he had tested the potato's quality using his hollow brain in the square, as well as how Su Ying had guaranteed a tenfold return. When the doctors, led by Director Su, learned that this extraordinary potato originated from the infamous A001 garbage star, their initial reaction was one of incredulity and disbelief. A 001 garbage star? How could that be possible? An elderly expert with graying hair shook his head vehemently. "I have reviewed the environmental monitoring reports from there. The radiation levels are excessive, and the soil and water sources are severely contaminated. It is nearly impossible for any natural life to survive in such conditions." The very notion that something from that place could be free of lethal toxins and radiation residues is miraculous enough, let alone containing substances capable of repairing mental damage. This defies the fundamental principles of biology and environmental science. Indeed, Director Su, this is utterly unfathomable. Could it be a testing error? Or have these two individuals recently been exposed to other unknown factors? Another physician raised doubts. Due to the rigorous scientific approach, and considering the enticing nature of the 1% reduction, Director Su insisted on seeking out the potato vendor to inquire further about the specific origins and cultivation methods of the potato. However, as they looked around, they soon realized that the potato vendor, who had incited this commotion, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Unlike the scientist's skepticism, the lanky man and the short man exchanged glances upon hearing the customer's account, especially when a connection between the potato and mental health was mentioned. They saw immense shock and a dawning joy reflected in each other's eyes. They were the only two present who had consumed an entire potato. The experience had not only provided a delightful culinary sensation, but also an indescribable refreshing feeling, akin to a crystal-clear spring flowing through a parched riverbed, radiating from their throats to their limbs, alleviating the persistent headaches and irritability caused by mental damage. They had never felt such clarity before. At that moment, they were solely focused on how to exploit the tenfold promise for extortion, attributing the unusual comfort to the potato's exquisite taste, never daring to consider that it might hold healing properties. Now, with this revelation and the tangible reduction of 1 in mental damage, The lanky man suddenly grasped the short man's arm, overwhelmed with excitement and his voice trembling. It's the potato. That very potato. Brother, I remember now. After we ate the potato, didn't we feel particularly refreshed? And everything seemed clearer? At the time, we remarked how strange the potato was, how delicious it was, and we never imagined it truly has the potential to repair mental damage. He trembled with excitement, nearly in tears. Repairing mental damage. Oh heavens! This curse, once deemed terminal and destined to deteriorate until collapse, now held the possibility of reversal. Does this mean that he and his brother would not have to languish in despair like those discarded as worthless, waiting for death? Director Sue keenly picked up on the key information in the lanky man's words and immediately pressed. Did you also eat that potato? The entire thing? Yes, we both did. The lanky man eagerly nodded, even suggesting, Doctor, why don't you check me too? Just check my mental state. If my mental damage has also decreased after eating the potato, then there is no doubt it is related to the potato. Absolutely. This proposal received immediate approval from Director Sue. If both individuals exhibited the same rare improvement, the probability of coincidence would significantly diminish. She quickly arranged for the lanky man to undergo an urgent mental assessment. As they awaited the results, the hospital corridor fell silent. All onlookers, including doctors, police, curious patients, and their families, even the two petty criminals who were initially to be apprehended, held their breath in tense anticipation. If this were true, they would witness the birth of a miracle capable of altering countless destinies. The testing results emerged swiftly. When a nurse approached with the freshly printed report, everyone's hearts raced. Director Sue accepted the report, her gaze rapidly scanning the critical data section. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her hand trembled slightly as she held the report. Taking a deep breath, she announced in a voice laced with disbelief, yet striving for composure. The test results show that the lanky man, has a mental damage level of 75. She raised her head, surveying the crowd, emphasizing each word. According to the main brain records, his damage level last month was 76. It has also decreased by 1%. A collective gasp erupted in the room. It has decreased again. Truly, it has decreased again. Both individuals have shown improvement. This cannot be mere coincidence. My heavens. The potatoes from the garbage star can truly repair mental damage. Has the world gone mad? Doubts and incredulity began to waver in the face of such undeniable evidence. The expressions of the doctors shifted from initial disbelief to uncertainty and profound astonishment. Two samples, the same origin, both witnessing improvements that defied current medical understanding. This could no longer be explained simply by error or coincidence. Director Sue immediately recognized the gravity and immense value of the situation. She hurriedly inquired with Customer B and the other patrons around who had purchased potatoes about the identity of the enigmatic vendor. What was the vendor's name? Where did she reside? Was there a way to contact her? However, everyone exchanged glances, utterly clueless. They simply remarked that she had appeared out of nowhere, setting up a stall to sell potatoes without leaving a name or residence, shrouded in an air of mystery. The only useful clue provided was the username, Xingji Shofu, from Customer B, associated with the free market. Chapter 38. Regrets come too late, Xingji Shofu? Director Sue silently repeated this somewhat rustic yet ambitious name, momentarily suppressing her urge to critique it. She activated her holographic device, and almost immediately, not just herself, but nearly everyone present with a holographic device eagerly accessed the Star Network, navigating to the free market section to investigate this peculiar ID. Soon, the results materialized. The account indeed existed, with an avatar that appeared to be a blurred image of a verdant patch of field. The product listing showed that the potato icons previously displayed were now grayed out, marked as sold out. Sold out. Alas, too late. A wave of disappointment swept over the crowd, yet they remained undeterred. They eagerly clicked the follow button and hastily left messages beneath the account. Boss, are there any more potatoes? When will you restock? Looking to purchase potatoes. Prices are negotiable. Boss, please reply if you see this. I have urgent matters to discuss. Great one. Seeking support. Whenever you set up your stall, please give us a heads up. The comment section was instantly inundated with messages. Realizing that locating this individual would take time, Director Sue directly approached Customer B and a few others who had confirmed they still possessed potatoes, earnestly negotiating. Gentlemen, Would you be willing to transfer your potatoes to our hospital? We are prepared to offer double the price for them, intended for urgent medical research. However, upon learning of the miraculous potential these potatoes might hold, each one of them hesitated, reluctant to part with their meager stocks. These were no ordinary potatoes. They were akin to life-saving elixirs for the future. Not selling, not selling, protested a young man, shaking his head vigorously. I can't bear to consume them myself. Another middle-aged man clutched his bag of potatoes tightly, declaring, yes, Director Sue, this might save my father's life. I wouldn't sell it for any price. Director Sue empathized with their sentiments, yet the urgency of her research loomed large. Gritting her teeth, she continually raised her offer. 3 times the price. 4 times. 5 times. I will pay 5 times the price. 1,800 star coins for a single potato. 5 times the price. 1,800 star coins for a potato. It was an astronomical sum. Under the overwhelming temptation of wealth, at last, someone wavered. A young man, glancing at the 4,000 star coins soon to be credited to his account, then at the dull potato in his bag, finally steeled himself and transferred the 2 potatoes he had purchased to the hospital. Director Sue gratefully accepted the 2 ordinary-looking potatoes, encased in a simple bag. They appeared unremarkable, even somewhat dirty from soil, especially when compared to the polished, high-quality potatoes in the market. It was hard to fathom that these seemingly mundane tubers could potentially harbor the secret to reversing a debilitating mental condition. Nevertheless, the lead was here. She carefully handed the potatoes to her assistant, instructing them to promptly deliver them to the highest-level biological laboratory for comprehensive component analysis and bioactivity testing. Meanwhile, the 2 petty criminals, one short and one tall, had their pretense of illness thoroughly debunked. With irrefutable evidence, the police apprehended them, fitting them with restraining devices, preparing to escort them to the detention center. However, the profound regret and fear evident on their faces stemmed not primarily from the impending detention. For such lowly thugs, being incarcerated felt akin to returning home. Despite the poor conditions, it guaranteed food and shelter, allowing them to evade debts and enemies outside, sometimes not such a bad thing. Their genuine fear lay in having offended the very vendor who sold the potatoes, the one who might possess the miraculous tubers that could save their lives. Brother, are we finished? The tall one whimpered, his voice trembling. We've surely angered her. She won't sell us potatoes anymore, and our mental powers, the short one, pale and despondent, lamented. Had I known these potatoes had such miraculous effects, I wouldn't have attempted to extort her. I would have begged on my knees to purchase them, spending every last coin. But now, it was too late for regrets. They, in a moment of greed, had possibly forfeited their only chance at salvation. This despair was far more terrifying than imprisonment. Simultaneously, the protagonist of this upheaval, Su Ying, had returned to the cargo terminal. She located the Smart Express storage area, entered the retrieval code, and successfully collected the substantial supplies she had procured from the Star Network. Energy stones, tools, clothing, nutritional solutions, and several costly sedatives. Observing the corner of her storage compartment, once again brimming with supplies, she felt a sense of reassurance. With time still remaining before the spaceship's departure at 3 in the afternoon, she preferred not to idle in the waiting area and instead strolled about the hall and surrounding corridors. As she wandered, she arrived at a relatively secluded side exit of the terminal, where there was a designated area for garbage disposal. Several large boxes were neatly stacked, filled with various refuse. Among the refuse, a small child was rummaging through the trash with great determination. The child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in ill-fitting clothing, with a dirty little face, yet displayed remarkable proficiency as they searched for valuable treasures amidst the garbage. Su Ying couldn't help but reflect that even in the bustling capital Star, not everyone lived a glamorous life. There were those struggling at the bottom of society, surviving by scavenging through refuse. Driven by curiosity, she approached to observe how the garbage here differed from that on Garbage Star. At a glance, the difference was stark. The diversity of refuse was richer, with many discarded items appearing newer and more intact, some merely thrown away due to damaged packaging. Unlike Garbage Star, which predominantly contained remnants that had been meticulously sifted through, exhausted of their last ounce of value. What lay before her was genuine refuse. At that moment, an inconspicuous small box tumbled from atop a garbage bin, landing right by Su Ying's feet. Instinctively, she bent down to pick it up. Judging by the packaging, it was an ordinary paper fruit box. Stop! The child, who had been rummaging through the trash, abruptly turned, baring their teeth like a territorial beast, and shouted at Su Ying, "This garbage point is mine. You can't take it from me." Taken aback, Su Ying curiously inquired, "You can claim a garbage point?" "Of course." The child puffed up their small chest, a mix of pride and caution evident. "I pay 10 star coins a day to manage this area. I have proof." With that, the child swiftly approached, snatching the box from Su Ying's hand and eagerly opening it. Chapter 39. Strawberry seeds. Inside the box lay a few strawberries that had rotted and grown moldy, covered in dark green fuzz, exuding a foul odor. They're all ruined. They can't be eaten." The child's face fell with disappointment, grumbling as they raised their hand to toss the box, along with the decayed strawberries, back into the trash. "Wait," Su Ying quickly called out, pointing to the box. "If you don't want this box, could you give it to me?" The child halted their actions, eyeing Su Ying with a gaze reserved for a curious monster, and skeptically asked, "You want this? These strawberries are all spoiled. You can't eat them. Eating them will give you diarrhea and make you sick." Su Ying nodded gently, revealing a warm smile. "Thank you for the reminder, but I won't eat. I merely desire this box and its contents." Although the child was puzzled, he perceived that Su Ying did not seem to be vying for territory with him. Besides, it was merely a dilapidated box containing rotten strawberries. With a hint of sympathy, believing this sister might be even poorer than he was, he handed the box to Su Ying and kindly reminded her again, "Here you go. You really can't eat it." "Thank you, I am aware. You needn't worry." Su Ying accepted the box, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the few decaying strawberries inside. Her heart raced with excitement. While the spoiled flesh held no value, the strawberry seeds embedded within or potentially scattered in the corners of the box were treasures beyond measure to her. With careful nurturing using her spiritual power, she envisioned a future where she could cultivate luscious, sweet strawberries, far more thrilling than potatoes or sweet potatoes. To express her gratitude and to rationally continue her search for treasures, Su Ying proactively suggested to the child, "Little friend, shall I assist you in searching? I possess considerable strength, and anything useful we find will belong to you. I only seek items like these, decayed fruits, vegetables, or seeds, if that's agreeable." The child regarded her with skepticism, but acknowledged that having an extra pair of hands could be beneficial, nodding in agreement. Thus, in a corner of the Capital Star's garbage transport terminal, an ordinary-looking young woman and a ragged child began rummaging through the refuse. With her keen perception, Su Ying quickly helped the child discover several valuable metal scraps and a few intact core components, leaving the child grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Su Ying felt as though she had struck gold as she carefully collected the rotten apple cores brimming with apple seeds. Several black watermelon seeds that had fallen from some unknown melon, and some shriveled fruit pits she could not identify. To her, these were far more precious than star coins. They represented future hope. In just half an hour, her bounty was quite abundant. As the time for the spaceship's departure drew near, Su Ying reluctantly paused her efforts. The child gazed at the small pile of valuable items Su Ying had helped him find, his fondness for her swelling as he eagerly said, "Sister, thank you for your help. If I find any more rotten fruits or vegetable scraps in the future, I will save them for you." Upon hearing this, Su Ying's eyes instantly brightened. This was essentially a stable source of seeds. She immediately seized the opportunity. "That's wonderful. Little friend, how about this? In the future, if you find any remnants of natural food, such as seeds, rotten fruits, or spoiled tubers, I will buy them from you for star coins. How does that sound?" The child's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at her as if she were a fool. Disbelief etched across his face. "You want to pay for this unwanted garbage? Auntie, are you joking?" "I'm not jesting. You can collect based on the pictures in the botanical encyclopedia. For each type you gather and send to me, I will pay you 100 star coins. Sound good? You won't even need to cover the shipping costs. It's cash on delivery." The botanical encyclopedia is a compendium of edible plants in the galaxy, primarily designed to prevent individuals from consuming harmful substances. 100 star coins? The child's eyes grew even wider. "Will you keep your word? If you doubt my sincerity, I can pay you 100 star coins up front as a deposit." Agreed. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, accompanied by the low rumble of engines, the garbage transport spaceship belonging to the Imperial Universal Resource Recycling Company departed punctually from Capital Star Spaceport. The massive vessel ascended slowly, piercing through the clouds. heading towards the distant A001 garbage star. Seated quietly by the observation window, Ying gazed indifferently at the rapidly diminishing, bustling yet frigid capital star below. She contemplated the star coins earned from selling potatoes, the supplies procured, and the unexpectedly acquired seeds brimming with infinite hope. She felt no attachment to leaving. Meanwhile, in the control tower of the spaceport below, several supervisors responsible for the spaceship's dispatch looked at the receding tail flame of the ship, their expressions varying with confusion and intrigue. Supervisor A stroked his chin, exclaiming, "What do you suppose Miss Su is thinking? She is legally the spouse of Major Hua Changyu. With that status, she could easily remain in Capital Star, enjoying a luxurious life and the admiration of many. Why would she choose to return to that desolate A001? Supervisor B shrugged, speculating, perhaps she has become accustomed to living there, or there's something she cannot let go of. Even he found this reasoning somewhat tenuous. Supervisor A rolled his eyes in exasperation, scoffing, developed feelings for a garbage star where even clean water is scarce and the air is filled with decay. She must be out of her mind. I believe Miss Su's actions defy all common sense. Recalling how Ying had haggled over travel expenses and even threatened them, he shook his head, finding it all rather peculiar. Simultaneously, at the front command center of the Empire's first war zone, complex star domain maps were projected onto the cold metallic walls, with a lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. Hua Qingyu had just concluded a high-intensity assault operation, successfully repelling a wave of medium-sized insectoids at minimal cost, thanks to his formidable SSS-level mental prowess and exceptional command skills. He removed his coat, which bore traces of insect slime, revealing a crisp, dark green military uniform underneath. Although fatigue marked his features, his gaze remained keen as an eagle. Qin strode into the command room, saluting sharply upon seeing Hua Qingyu. "Commander." Hua Qingyu nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over him in acknowledgement. Before Hua Qingyu could inquire, Qin proactively began his report, his tone tinged with an undercurrent of complexity. "Commander, the marriage registration procedures have been completed on Capital Star. Miss Su has signed the post-marital agreement." He emphasized the agreement's content, particularly a clause that Miss Su had insisted on including. However, she requested an amendment to the agreement stating that both parties voluntarily waive their rights to claim any alimony upon divorce. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingyu's hand, which had been in the midst of a wiping motion, paused slightly, a flicker of mild surprise crossing his deep-set eyes. "No alimony?" This was indeed unexpected. Based on the investigation, Ying had been disowned by the Su family and exiled to a garbage star, which should have left her in dire need of resources. He had prepared to pay a substantial alimony, as it was his responsibility as her legal husband and a bargaining chip for a smooth divorce after a year. Understood. Hua Qingyu's tone remained even, betraying no emotion. Yet, he had resolved that regardless of the agreement's stipulations, he would still provide the necessary compensation upon their divorce in a year's time. This was not an act of charity, but rather a principle he adhered to. "Commander, I will take my leave to organize the battle report," Qin said, preparing to exit. "Wait a moment," Hua Qingyu called out. Qin halted, turning back respectfully. "Is there anything else, Commander?" Hua Qingyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he operated his encrypted holographic device, pulling up an image, then turned the screen towards Qin. "Help me find this person." Hua Qingyu's voice was low and steady. Qin glanced curiously at the screen, and when he recognized the clear face displayed, he froze as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock, mouth agape, his face a canvas of utter astonishment. The photograph seemed to have captured a fleeting moment. The girl in the image slightly furrowed her brows, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion and evident displeasure. Her lips were pressed together, exuding a hint of stubbornness and resistance. The background was somewhat blurred, yet Qin recognized her at once. Wasn't this the peculiar Ying, with whom they had just completed their marriage registration? How could the officer possibly be looking for her? Moreover, he had used what was clearly a candid photograph taken in private. Did the officer not realize that the person in the photo was his lawful wife? Qin mind momentarily stalled, unable to comprehend the situation before him. Hua Qingyu observed his subordinate's expression of shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and slightly furrowed his brows, his tone remaining unruffled. "What? Is there a problem?" "And no, officer." Qin abruptly regained his senses. straightening his back and suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He replied softly, "Officer, she is Miss Sue, whom you just registered your marriage with. Is there something you need to discuss with her?" At that moment, Hua Qingyu's holographic device emitted a subtle vibration, and a communication request appeared on the screen. It was from his mother, Madame Zanya. Hua Qingyu's gaze flickered slightly before he accepted the call. A three-dimensional projection materialized, revealing a noble woman with a dignified aura, possessing a resemblance to Hua Qingyu. She bypassed pleasantries and delved straight into the matter, her tone infused with concern and a hint of probing. "Qingyu, what are your intentions regarding your new wife, Su Ying?" Her brows knitted slightly, tinged with dissatisfaction. "Your father and I are already aware of her background. She is the discarded daughter of the Su family, exiled to a desolate star. If you are unwilling, your father can intervene. This marriage is not without room for negotiation." Had this been a minute earlier, Hua Qingyu would have unhesitatingly shared the contents of the post-marriage agreement and his plans for a divorce in a year, indicating that this was merely a temporary arrangement. Yet, at that moment, the vivid image of her sparkling, innocent eyes flashed through his mind. He fell silent for a moment, a rarity for someone so decisive. After what felt like an eternity, just as Madame Zanya seemed poised to suggest the dissolution of the engagement, he spoke in a low voice, devoid of emotion. "Since we have already registered our marriage, she is legally my wife. I will assume the corresponding responsibilities." Madame Zanya, on the other end, appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her son, who had always been averse to marriage, to react in this manner. She hesitantly confirmed, "Are you certain?" "Certain." Hua Qingyu's response held no hesitation. Madame Zanya fell silent for 2 seconds before her tone reverted to its usual composure. "Very well. Marriage is your own affair. You must exercise discretion. Since you have decided to accept this union, we, the Hua family, must not neglect the proper courtesies. We cannot allow others to look down upon us or her." Hua Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "What courtesies?" "Naturally, the bride price for your wife." Madame Zanya's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. "Never mind. You need not concern yourself with this. I will discuss it with your father." With that, she decisively ended the communication. Hua Qingyu stared at the vanishing projection, his expression growing solemn as he processed the conversation with his mother. After a long while, he turned to face his astonished subordinate once more. "So," Hua Qingyu began in a calm and steady tone, yet he used a title that made Qin Lang's heart race. "Is the young lady now back at the Su family?" "Young lady?" Qin Lang's heart surged with tumult as he pondered whether the officer was indeed preparing to embrace this marriage. He quickly suppressed his emotions and respectfully replied, "No. The Su family did send someone to request the young lady's presence, but she declined." Hua Qingyu remained expressionless. "Then where is she currently residing?" Qin Lang jolted upright, straightening his spine, reporting to the officer, "I will investigate immediately." Capital Star. The second military department building loomed majestically, its cold metallic sheen reflecting the myriad of stars on the shoulder insignias of passing officers. This place was one of the 5 core centers of imperial power and served as an arena where countless soldiers battled for their dreams. The Chu family, a prestigious lineage established through military accomplishments, held significant influence here. Chu Mufeng, once the pride of the Chu family, now sat alone in the shadows of the last row in the briefing room, resembling a forgotten piece of rusted iron. His impeccably tailored dark green officer's uniform seemed to have absorbed the gloom of the corner. On the screen ahead, a successful case of a border clearance operation was being showcased, presented by his half-brother, Major Chu Yunfei. In summary, this operation successfully destroyed 3 small insectoid hatcheries, and our casualties were kept within expected limits. Major Chu Yunfei's voice boomed, his posture erect, the insignia of Major gleaming under the lights. At only 22, he had become the new hope for the family, thanks to his A-level psychic ability and a few impressive combat commands. "Excellent work, Major Yunfei. You are awarded a second-class merit." The expressionless Major, General Chu Jinxiong, father of Chu Mufeng and Deputy Minister of the Military Logistics Headquarters, announced, his tone betraying a hint of concealed approval. The other officers in the conference room, whether from the Chu faction or other influences, cast glances of admiration and envy. A tiger father begets no dog son. Major Yunfei is truly a young talent. What a pity for young Master Mufeng. He was once S-level in aptitude. If not for that severe injury, during a mission the final sigh was barely audible, yet it pierced Chu Mufeng's heart with precision. He had once been the most dazzling heir of the Chu family, achieving S-level psychic ability at a young age, destined for greatness. However, a fateful incident 3 years ago had severely damaged his psychic core, causing his level to plummet to B, and he had since been relegated to the status of a family outcast. His mother had passed away early, and his father quickly placed all hopes upon his younger brother born of a new marriage. "Brother, the briefing has concluded. Why are you still sitting here?" Chu Yunfei approached with several trusted officers, wearing a standard military smile, yet his eyes betrayed a blatant sense of superiority. "I heard you've been struggling to maintain basic psychic focus while handling the historical records in the archives. That simply won't do. After all, you were once S-level. You mustn't bring shame to the Chu family even now." The surrounding officers exchanged glances, but none dared to speak. Chu Mufeng raised his eyes, calmly meeting his brother's gaze. "There is no need for concern." "How can I not be concerned? You're my brother." Chu Yunfei stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Father has already signed the transfer order. Next month, I will be reassigned to the frontline Stardust Special Operations Team as Deputy Commander. As for you, it seems you are slated for the watch base in the peripheral star regions, tasked with inspecting abandoned equipment. I hear the conditions there are harsh, with excessive radiation. Brother, take care of yourself. After all, the past of the Chu family still requires someone to sort it out." A blatant exile. They were sending him to the most arduous and least promising post, effectively marginalizing him. Chu Mufeng's heart sank, his fingertips turning cold. He had anticipated this day would come, but never expected it to be so resolute. He rose in silence and returned to his small assigned accommodation within the military. His former aide, Fu Bo, who had also served his mother, observed his pale complexion and silently sighed, placing an inconspicuous paper bag on the table. "Young master, I happened to buy this at Mercury Square today. I heard someone who consumed these potatoes saw a 1% decrease in their psychic damage value. Why not give it a try?" Chu Mufeng opened the paper bag to find several unremarkable potatoes inside. From a stall at Mercury Square, a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Once accustomed to enjoying specially supplied natural foods, he now found himself relying on such dubious remedies. Yet, Fu Bo's earnest gaze and the unyielding sense of refusal within him compelled him to pick up a potato. He even skipped peeling it and took a bite. In the next moment, he was taken aback. The anticipated awkwardness failed to materialize. Instead, the entrance was marked by an astonishingly sweet and delicate flavor. An indescribable freshness instantly enveloped his palate, transforming into a gentle warmth that quietly seeped into his beleaguered mental core. The lingering discomfort and stagnation caused by his unstable mental energy over the past few days felt as though they had been gently soothed, alleviating significantly. Almost instinctively, he devoured several potatoes in quick succession. His stomach felt full, but more importantly, his previously tense and painful mental realm experienced a long-lost sense of tranquility and relaxation. "This tastes delightful," he remarked to the expectant Fu Bo, yet within him, a tempest of emotions surged. These potatoes seemed truly extraordinary. The following day marked the military quarterly practical simulation assessment of the 2nd Military Division. Chu Mufeng, who had previously felt despondent, recalled his father's orders, his brother's taunts, and the peculiar effects of the potatoes from the previous night, igniting a flame of determination within him. He took a deep breath and made his way to the simulation training center. Inside the assessment arena, Chu Yunfei was the focal point. His piloting of the simulation mecha, exceptionally impressive, earning nods of approval from the observing officers. When it was Chu Mufeng's turn, he noticed only a handful of spectators. He entered the simulation pod and connected to the mental sensing system. In the past, such connections were often accompanied by pain and latency, a norm due to his damaged mental core. However, today, the connection was remarkably smooth. The transmission of mental commands incurred minimal loss, and his perception of the mecha was markedly clearer. In the first round, his opponent was a B-level mental energy, peer known for their stability. In previous sparring sessions, Chu Mufeng had low odds of victory. Yet today, his control over the mecha had evidently improved, and his tactical maneuvers were precise and efficient. Soon, he seized an opening and delivered a decisive blow. Chu Mufeng ensigned victory. The system's notification created a subtle ripple among the onlookers. In the second round, he faced an A-level mental energy second lieutenant from a frontline combat unit. As the battle commenced, his opponent unleashed a fierce assault, leveraging their mental energy advantage. The overwhelming pressure normally would have caused Chu Mufeng's core to tremble, rendering him incapable of bearing it. Yet today, his mental state was remarkably stable, and his reaction speed astonishingly swift. Under his command, the mecha executed extreme evasions and counterattacks, maximizing his current mental energy output. How is his mental energy output so stable? The murmurs grew louder. Ultimately, amidst incredulous gazes, Chu Mufeng withstood the onslaught and, with a cunning shot from his ion cannon, pierced through his opponent's mecha's engine core. Chu Mufeng, ensign victory! The entire arena erupted in astonishment. A B-level mental energy individual had triumphed over an A-level officer. This was utterly unprecedented. Impossible. He must have resorted to illicit means. Chu Yunfei abruptly stood up, his face ashen with disbelief. The assessment was immediately halted. Medical officers and technical personnel swiftly conducted rigorous examinations on Chu Mufeng. The results were soon revealed. No traces of prohibited substances were detected. However, one particular data point caused a stir: a significant improvement in mental core stability and a reduction in the hidden damage index by approximately 0.9. The damage index has decreased? The assessment officials exchanged puzzled glances. Chapter 42. Uprising. A profound shock coursed through Chu Mufeng. Indeed, the potato's Fu Bo had given him possessed remarkable restorative properties for his mental energy damage. He gazed at the grim-faced Chu Yunfei and the inquisitive expressions of his colleagues, a long-forgotten sense of empowerment awakening within his veins. Several young officers who had previously looked down upon him approached, their tones enthusiastic. "Brother, you've been hiding your talents. Shall we gather this evening? Share insights?" Observing their suddenly transformed faces, Chu Mufeng felt a chill in his heart. He did not respond to their probing. Instead, he cast a calm gaze over them, his eyes conveying a profound distance that repelled any advances. Silently adjusting his uniform collar amidst the complex array of scrutinizing stares, he straightened his spine, previously bent by the weight of reality, and strode away. Outside the corridor's window, the navigation lights of the starport twinkled in the night sky. The aftermath of the simulation assessment had yet to settle when, shortly after returning to his dormitory, he heard familiar footsteps outside his door. Fubo entered, holding a steaming military meal box. The old man's face radiated uncontainable excitement and satisfaction, his eyes glistening with moisture. He carefully placed the meal box on the table, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. "Young master, I have heard of your performance. You were outstanding in today's simulation assessment. Truly marvelous." Chu Mufeng observed the slight tremor in Fu Bo's hands, warmth flooding his heart. Throughout the years of his descent into despair, Fu Bo had remained steadfastly by his side. "I cooked the remaining potatoes from today. Please eat them while they are hot." Fu Bo opened the meal box, revealing several perfectly steamed potatoes, exuding an even richer aroma. "You expended much energy today. You need to replenish." Chu Mufeng did not immediately reach for his chopsticks. Instead, he pushed the meal box toward Fu Bo, his tone firm and unyielding. "Fu Bo, you must eat as well. You once," he paused, his voice growing somber, "you once sustained severe damage to your mental energy while protecting me, compelling you to retire early." The lingering pain of Fu Bo's past injuries weighed heavily on Chu Mufeng's heart. During that unexpected attack, had Fu Bo not risked his life to shield him, enduring the mental shock with his own energy, Chu Mufeng might have perished long ago. Yet, Fu Bo had suffered a near collapse of his mental core. His rank diminished, necessitating his departure from the military he loved and leaving him with lifelong, debilitating headaches. "Young master, I have eaten. Truly I have." Fu Bo quickly waved his hands, stepping back a pace. "This is specially prepared for you. I am but an old man. It matters not." Chu Mufeng rose, his gaze resolute as he looked at Fu Bo. "Fu Bo, these potatoes may indeed be beneficial. You witnessed my performance today. I do not wish to eat alone. If you do not partake, then neither will I." Seeing the unwavering concern reflected in Chu Mufeng's eyes, Fu Bo's throat tightened, understanding he could no longer refuse. Trembling, he picked up a potato, carefully peeling it under Chu Mufeng's watchful gaze, taking a small bite. The familiar warmth and sweetness surged once more. Chu Mufeng could distinctly feel the comfort within his mental core as he fixed his gaze on Fu Bo. Initially, Fu Bo chewed mechanically, but soon, his murky eyes widened in disbelief His expression transformed. He instinctively clasped his head, the source of his chronic torment. What is it? Are you unwell? Chu Mufang's heart raced. No, no. Fu Bo's voice, laced with incredulous excitement, emerged. It feels as if the tension in my head has loosened somewhat. That persistent tightness seems to have dissipated. He had not experienced such relief in his head for a long time. The constant heaviness and pain were, astonishingly, alleviating. Chu Mufang exhaled deeply, the last remnants of doubt evaporating, replaced by immense joy. These potatoes not only benefited him, but also provided significant relief for Fu Bo's long-standing affliction. Young master, this potato, Fu Bo stammered in excitement. Indeed. Chu Mufang nodded firmly, lowering his voice. This matter is of great significance. We must keep it from the Chu family, especially from Chu Yunfei. Should they discover the potential for my mental energy to be restored, they will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to sabotage it. I understand. Fu Bo nodded vigorously, fully aware of his young master's current predicament. As he watched Chu Mufang finish the remaining potatoes, Fu Bo leaned closer, a proud expression crossing his face. Young master, rest assured. When I went to buy the potatoes today, I ensured to obtain the contact information of that vendor. As soon as she sets up her stall again, next time, I will receive the news immediately. The spacecraft descended steadily through the iconic murky air of A001 junk star. The metallic hatch opened, and a gust of air laden with the stench of decay rushed in. Su Ying, carrying her supplies, stepped onto this desolate land. The sky had completely darkened, with only the pale light emanating from the recycling station barely illuminating a small area around it. However, just as she crossed the threshold of the station, the chilling shrieks and cries from an open space ahead compelled her to halt her steps involuntarily. Before her lay a man, originally tall but now gaunt and hunched, writhing in agony on the ground. His hands clutched his hair tightly, and he emitted a desperate howl reminiscent of a wild beast. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with a fierce redness, his body twitching uncontrollably, clearly in the throes of a severe psychic breakdown. A similarly frail woman, her complexion pale, disregarded the man's unconscious flailing and embraced him tightly from behind, using her fragile body to subdue his turmoil while repeatedly calling out through tears, Ajia, Ajia, hold on, look at me. Surrounding them was a circle of people, primarily the elderly, women, and children. They knelt silently, hands clasped in prayer toward the void, stifling their sobs. The door is open. The recycling station is open. Someone shouted, and the crowd surged toward the newly opened exchange window. Sedatives. We need to buy sedatives. People frantically pulled out their meager valuables, eager to trade for a few vials that might alleviate the psychic turmoil. When a medication was handed to the woman, she trembled as she attempted to inject the frenzied man. Yet, as the syringe was pushed in, he only stiffened momentarily before struggling even more violently. His bloodshot eyes showing no signs of clarity, only pure pain and madness. 1, 2, 3. Useless. This is of no avail. The sedatives, which might be effective for an ordinary psychic breakdown, were as futile as a drop in the bucket for his severely damaged, on the brink of collapse mental state. In the midst of his suffering, the man seemed to regain a glimmer of lucidity. He struggled to push his wife away, his voice hoarse and broken. Go, just go. Don't worry about me. I might hurt you. No, I want to leave. Chun Bing cried out, throwing herself back into his embrace. If we are to die, we die together. I will never abandon you. The surrounding crowd echoed with sorrowful sobs. An elderly man with white hair collapsed helplessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene of despair, his murky old eyes filled with grief and unresolved resentment. He pounded the ground, his voice hollow and furious. Why? Why doesn't he heaven see? Ajia fought for the Empire, bled and sweated on the battlefield, protecting so many. Now he is injured, rendered useless, and discarded here like garbage. Not even a single life-saving medicine can be afforded. What kind of world is this? Is this how the Empire treats its heroes? The words, fought for the Empire, bled and sweated on the battlefield, struck a chord deep within Su Ying, awakening memories of her past life. Growing up in the land of flowers, she had always held a natural reverence and profound sentiment for the soldiers who defended their homeland. Seeing this former soldier now reduced to a beastly struggle for survival on a junk star made her initially indifferent resolve to leave heavy with compassion. She turned and approached the despairing elder, gently inquiring, "Elder, what is happening to them?" The old man raised his tear-filled eyes, and, perhaps due to having no one to confide in for too long, began to speak haltingly. "Young lady, you must be new here. That is Zo Kajia, formerly a Mecha soldier in the Empire's 3rd Legion, a fine soldier. 5 years ago, during an encounter with the insectoid race at the border, he was severely injured while covering his comrade's retreat, his psychic core shattered by the psychic shock of the king bug. When he returned, he was nearly rendered useless. The military, those heartless bastards, they deemed him worthless, a burden, and callously exiled him to this godforsaken place with a meager compensation." He pointed to the woman clinging to her husband. "That is his wife, Qinbing, such a good child." Refusing to accept the military's decision, she went to demand an explanation and was falsely accused of disturbing military affairs, resulting in her exile as well. Such injustice. Listening to the elder's account, Su Ying fell silent, as she observed the couple clinging to one another in despair. Her heart ached with an intensifying sense of compassion. She knew she was not a savior, her abilities limited. But witnessing a warrior who once protected others suffer such a fate made it impossible for her to remain entirely indifferent. The spiritual energy could restore the psychic sea. She had verified this herself. Though the spiritual energy in potatoes was sparse, its effect on someone as severely damaged as Zo Kajia was uncertain. Yet perhaps it could alleviate some of his suffering, even if it merely allowed him to regain consciousness for a fleeting moment. It would serve as a form of solace for both him and his wife. Resolute at last, Su Ying turned back from her intended path and hastened toward the couple. From a few steps away, she swiftly retrieved 5 or 6 potatoes, still caked with dirt from her spatial button, and tossed them towards Zo Kajia, who continued to writhe in agony. The potatoes rolled to his feet and beside his hands. Having completed this small act, she felt as if she had accomplished something trivial and quickly quickened her pace, disappearing into the dim shadows of the junkyard without a backward glance. Qinbing, witnessing Su Ying's actions, initially assumed she was like those who despised and feared those in psychic turmoil, throwing stones at her husband to insult or drive him away. Such incidents had occurred far too many times on the Junkstar. A sharp pain pierced her heart, fearing her husband might be injured, and disregarding her own safety. She rushed over to check on him. However, the scene she anticipated, where her husband would be enraged or hurt, did not unfold. Instead, Zo Kajia, who had been clutching his head and rolling in pain, suddenly paused. His blood-red eyes, nearly devoid of focus, instinctively locked onto the round potatoes at his side. In the next moment, driven by an almost primal desire for something familiar, he lunged at the 2 potatoes like a famished beast, shoving them into his mouth without a second thought, and began to chew ravenously. "Yi, those are stones. You can't." Qinbing's cry caught her throat, for she had clearly seen that the potato her husband bit into revealed a golden, luscious interior and an unfamiliar yet exceptionally enticing aroma of sweetness, reminiscent of sunshine and earth, wafted through the air. This is not a stone. What made her heart nearly stop was that as Zo Kajia swallowed the 2 potatoes whole, the horrific blood-red hue in his eyes visibly began to fade, bit by bit. His heaving chest gradually calmed. The terrifying howls ceased, leaving only heavy panting. At that moment, Qinbing's heart raced as if it would burst from her chest. She scrambled to her husband's side, her voice trembling uncontrollably, cautiously calling out, "Jia Jia?" Zo Kajia stared blankly for a moment, as if he had just emerged from a long nightmare. Slowly, he turned his head, stiffly meeting the tear-streaked, battered face of his wife. As his gaze fell upon the fresh scratch on Qinbing's face, his eyes instantly filled with anguish and profound guilt. His voice hoarse yet clear. "Xiao Bing, I'm so sorry. Have I hurt you again?" This lucid utterance of Xiao Bing caused Qinbing's tears to cascade uncontrollably. She suddenly flung herself into her husband's embrace, overwhelmed with joy, her words tumbling forth incoherently. "No, you haven't hurt me. Yi, are you all right? Have you truly awakened? This is wonderful. This is wonderful." Zo Kajia gently patted his wife's back, soothing her, though his brow furrowed slightly. How long did I lose control this time? He recalled that after each bout of turmoil, he would be left weakened for an extended period, and each time seemed to last longer than the last. Chapter 44. An unfathomable task. Qinbing vigorously shook her head, her face alight with disbelief and exhilaration. "It hasn't been long. No, it's only been an hour. From the beginning until now. It truly has only been an hour. If you don't believe me, look. She raised her wrist, directing his attention to the time displayed on the holographic device. Zhou examined the time, shock and incredulity spreading across his features. An hour? How is that possible? In the past, his episodes of psychic turmoil lasted no less than half a day, leaving him in a state of prolonged weakness and headaches. A stark contrast to his current clarity of mind. Although his body still bore traces of fatigue, his mind was exceptionally sharp, even alleviating the persistent, nagging sensation of mental pain that had plagued him. At that moment, he also became aware of a peculiar sensation lingering on his hands and lips, accompanied by a distinct, sweet aroma. He lifted his hand, examining the yellowish residue on his fingertips, and curiously inquired, "Xiao Bing, what did you give me to eat?" Only then did Chen Bing recall the earthy lumps. She hurriedly picked up the remaining one from the ground and presented it to Zhou, exclaiming with excitement, "It's this." A kind-hearted girl tossed it to us as she passed by. "Diego, it was after eating this that you recovered." Zhou accepted the dirt-covered tuber, scrutinizing it under the pale light of the recycling station. As he wiped away the surface dirt, revealing its true form, a look of immense confusion and disbelief crossed his face as he murmured, "Is this a potato?" With new seeds in hand, the need arose to cultivate fresh land. Ying envisioned clearing a larger area adjacent to their current space, designating plots for planting potatoes, sweet potatoes, and newly acquired seeds for strawberries, watermelons, and apples. However, while aspirations were grand, reality presented a chaotic scene. The first plot cleared was the cleanest in the area, yet other locations, although not yet mountain-like in their accumulation of refuse, had at least a thickness of 20 to 30 centimeters of debris. The initial step in reclamation was thorough ground cleaning, an undeniably arduous, filthy, and odorous task. Ying donned the most durable work attire, equipped herself with a homemade mask and gloves, took a deep breath, and plunged into the battle against the refuse. She began at the edges, using her bare hands or improvised tools to pry out large, relatively intact metal frames and boards, categorizing them for later disposal. These constituted valuable waste that could be exchanged for star coins once a sufficient quantity was amassed. Next came the more tedious process of sorting through the fragmented, mixed refuse. Rusted parts, broken pipes, filthy rags, and hardened sludge all required manual separation. The stench assaulted her senses, and even with a mask, it was challenging to fully shield against it. Dust and unidentified particles clung to her clothing and exposed skin. She employed a modicum of her psychic power to ease the burden of lifting heavy objects and, to some extent, mitigate the filth. Nevertheless, the intense, repetitive physical labor left her drenched in sweat and sore all over, and after clearing less than 1/10 of the plot, she felt more exhausted than after a brawl. This truly was not a task for mere mortals. She straightened her back, patted her lower back, and gazed at the seemingly endless mountain of garbage, gaining a painfully vivid understanding of the hardships of reclamation. Just as she immersed herself in labor, a familiar small figure stumbled towards her. It was Xiao Tian, still clutching that familiar tattered cloth bag. "Sistersu," Xiao Tian called timidly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ying approached and opened the gate. Xiao Tian skillfully emptied the contents of the bag, revealing not only a few inferior potatoes and sweet potatoes, but also several shriveled blackened peppers and a few dried pods. Ying carefully counted them and, adhering to their agreement, handed him 3 vials of nutrient solution. 1 vial was payment for the potatoes and sweet potatoes, while the other 2 were rewards for the peppers and pods, which were new varieties she had yet to acquire. However, Xiao Tian did not reach out as he usually would. Instead, he took a small step back, shaking his head vigorously. "Sister Su, I can't take these. They are too precious. I want to give them to you to thank you for saving Uncle Zhou." Ying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. "Uncle Zhou, were you at the recycling station last night?" Xiao Tian nodded vigorously, his eyes suddenly reddening. "Uncle Zhou fell ill because he was trying to save us. Yesterday, many bad people invaded our home. They hurt people, stole things, and wanted to take the aunts and sisters away. Uncle Zhou and several other uncles fought fiercely to drive them away, but after that, Uncle Zhou fell ill." He raised tear-filled eyes, his expression one of almost reverent gratitude. "Sister Su, I saw it. It was your potato that saved Uncle Zhou. Everyone says it was a miracle." Su Jing, moved by the child's sincere gaze, felt her heart soften. Yet, she was more concerned about another matter. Why didn't you bring anyone else with you? Hearing this, Xiao Tian's face displayed a hint of anxiety. Nana said that we shouldn't tell anyone your whereabouts without your permission, as it might cause you trouble. Su Ying silently commended Nana for her foresight. This child, though young, was remarkably thoughtful. Are there many people living where you are? Su Ying inquired curiously, recalling the crowd she had seen the previous night, which must have numbered at least dozens. Yes. Xiao Tian nodded vigorously, a trace of pride in his tone. Sister Su, our village has been established for many years. Grandpa Zhang said that when everyone lives together, we can unite to drive away the bad people when they come. But his voice trailed off, laden with sorrow. The bad people last night were too strong. Several of our uncles were killed by them. With that, Xiao Tian could no longer hold back his tears. He wiped his dirty sleeve across his face, striving to appear brave. Su Ying's heart felt heavy as she listened. Exiling to the garbage star was the Empire's punishment for severe criminals. Among them were individuals like the original owner, powerless women and elderly, as well as truly vicious offenders. Without the assistance of veterans like Zhou Kajia, even if they gathered a multitude of people, they would likely still be no match for those evildoers. Chapter 45. Salt and pepper potatoes. Observing the child's struggle to hold back his tears, Su Ying's heart melted. She retrieved 3 potatoes from her spatial button and offered them to Xiao Tian. Take these home. Xiao Tian gazed at the 3 dusty potatoes, his eyes lighting up momentarily. But then he shook his head vigorously. No, Sister Su, these are too precious. I cannot accept them. This is not a gift. This is an advance on your payment. Su Ying said, adopting a serious expression. You must repay me with the seeds you find in the future. If you refuse, I will cease to seek your help. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately became anxious, twisting his little hands on the hem of his clothing. Finally, he cautiously accepted the potato as if he were cradling a rare treasure. Thank you, Sister Su. I will certainly help you find more and better seeds in the future. After consuming the potato, Uncle Zhou felt much better. He returned home and delivered the potato to Uncle Zhou. He gently placed the potato into a tattered cloth bag, and then, as if suddenly reminded of something, pointed to the area where Su Ying had just been clearing the rubbish and asked, Sister Su, are you cleaning up this garbage? Let me help you. Without waiting for Su Ying's reply, Xiao Tian set down the bag and, imitating Su Ying's earlier actions, began picking up the scattered litter on the ground. Despite his small and slender frame, his movements were remarkably agile. His bright eyes could easily identify recyclable metal pieces, which he meticulously sorted and piled in the designated spots indicated by Su Ying. These alloys can be exchanged for star coins, he explained earnestly while working. Grandpa Zhang taught me that shiny metals are the most valuable, and rusted ones are not accepted at the recycling station. Su Ying watched his proficient actions with surprise. This child possessed far more knowledge about waste classification than she, who had only recently arrived. The two of them busily worked side by side, unaware that noon had quietly arrived. Su Ying straightened her back, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said to the still engrossed Xiao Tian, let's take a break. It's time for lunch. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian quickly waved his hand. No need, Sister Su. I had nutrient liquid in the morning, so I'm not hungry. He was about to continue working. Su Ying grasped his arm and feigned a stern expression. If you don't eat lunch, I won't ask you to help anymore. This threat proved effective. Xiao Tian immediately froze, his little face filled with conflict. Then, just a little bit, okay? That's more like it, Su Ying smiled, taking his hand and leading him to a clean, open space. Today's main dish was once again potato, while sweet potatoes would take another 2 days to harvest. However, Su Ying did not intend to simply boil them today. She planned to make a modified version of spicy roasted potato chunks. She took out 6 potatoes and carefully rinsed them in water. Noticing Xiao Tian watching the basin of water and instinctively licking his dry, chapped lips, she poured him a bowl of warm water. Drink this. Sister Su, this water must be very precious, right? It's so clean, cleaner than any water I've ever seen. Su Ying chuckled. Drink up. I won't charge you. Xiao Tian carefully accepted it and took small sips. As the warm water slid down his throat, his eyes brightened. Sister Su, this water is so sweet. In truth, it was not the water that was sweet, but rather the bitterness of the unclean water they had been drinking. Su Ying did not peel the potatoes, but gently rubbed the surface dirt away with her hands. Keeping the skin not only locks in more nutrients, but also enhances the aroma upon roasting. After cleaning them, Su Ying cut the potatoes into bite-sized chunks with a knife, using her hand instead of cutting board. The cut potato pieces were placed into a large stainless steel bowl. Each bowl cost 2-star coins, economical and durable. She had purchased 10 in one go. She sprinkled an appropriate amount of salt and chili powder into the bowl, then mixed it thoroughly with her hands to ensure each potato chunk was evenly coated with the seasoning. Sister Su, what is this red stuff? Xiao Tian curiously pointed at the chili powder and asked. This is chili powder. There were chili seeds among the seeds you gave me in the morning. It's a bit spicy. Can you handle spicy food? Xiao Tian shook his head, but then quickly nodded. I can eat anything. Su Ying chuckled at his reaction. Yet her hands continued to work. She first boiled water in a pot and steamed the seasoned potato chunks until they became tender. Once the potato pieces were soft, she switched to a frying pan, evenly spreading the potatoes and roasting them slowly over low heat. If only we had an oven. The potatoes would be even more fragrant and delicious with a crispier skin. However, while she lamented the lack of perfection, Xiao Tian was already restless from the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The little fellow kept sniffing eagerly, his eyes fixed intently on the gradually golden potato pieces in the pan, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. As the surface of the potato chunks turned a beautiful golden brown and emitted an alluring fragrance, Su Ying finally turned off the heat. She served herself and Xiao Tian each a bowl. The golden potato chunks were steaming in the bowl, their skins slightly charred, revealing a soft texture within. Xiao Tian could hardly wait to grab a piece and shove it in his mouth, but Su Ying quickly reminded him, be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. The little guy blew on it and cautiously took a small bite. The next moment, his face scrunched up in an instant, tears streaming down his cheeks. The spiciness was too much for him. It's so spicy. Xiao Tian gasped, mumbling, but surprisingly, he did not spit out the potato. Instead, he took another large bite, tears streaming as he incoherently exclaimed, but it tastes so good. The sight of him gasping for air, while simultaneously shoving more into his mouth, delighted Su Ying to no end. The little fellow was clearly enchanted by the spicy potato chunks, his eyes sparkling with delight. However, after eating 2 or 3 pieces, Xiao Tian paused. What's wrong? Is it too spicy for you? Su Ying asked with concern. Xiao Tian quickly shook his head. No, it's especially delicious. But then he lowered his head and quietly said, I want to take the rest back for Nana and Yuan to try. They've never had anything this delicious. Is that okay? Su Ying's heart felt as if it had been lightly struck. This food is for you. It's yours, so you can decide. She watched as Xiao Tian prepared to dump the potatoes into the filthy, ragged bag and quickly intervened, suggesting he use the bowl to take them home instead. Xiao Tian happily accepted the bowl, cradling it as if it were a fragile treasure. Thank you, Sister Su. I will make sure to return the bowl sparkling clean. After finishing his meal, Xiao Tian seemed to be wound up like a spring, throwing himself even more earnestly into the task of cleaning up the waste. He transported garbage outside again and again, moving with a dexterity that belied his age. He even refused to take breaks, as if fearing that any wasted moment would be an affront to the delightful lunch he had just enjoyed. With Xiao Tian's assistance, the progress in the afternoon was noticeably faster. The two worked in tandem, accomplishing the tasks of 2 days in just one. As dusk began to settle, Xiao Tian dusted himself off and carefully cradled the stainless steel bowl containing the potato chunks in his arms, saying to Su Ying, Sister Su, I should head back now. Su Ying called out to him, handing him a nutrient liquid. This is your payment for today. Just as Xiao Tian was about to refuse, Su Ying interjected. Let me finish. I plan to clean up all the rubbish in this area and will need help. If anyone is willing to assist, you can bring them tomorrow. The pay for a day's work is 2 nutrient liquids. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled like stars. Really? Sister Su, you truly want to hire us to work? Don't worry. Sister Su, the grandpas and grandmas, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters in our village are all very capable. I will definitely bring them tomorrow. Su Jing nodded. Xiao Tian joyfully leaped up and, after bidding farewell to Su Ying, sprinted back towards home. He was eager to return to the village and share the good news with everyone. Sister Su needed help, and they finally had an opportunity to earn their keep through hard work. The potato chunks in the bowl had cooled, but the occasional waft of their aroma still made him swallow hard. He tightly hugged the large bowl, fearing that the precious contents might spill. Nana and Yuan would surely love this flavor, he thought, as well as Grandpa Zhang, Aunt Shenbing, and Uncle Zhou. After Xiao Tian left, Su Ying prepared herself a dish of volcanic mashed potatoes. The texture was dense and delicate, with a savory and spicy flavor that was quite delightful. Gazing upon the vast expanse of land before her, shrouded in a blanket of refuse, the undertaking to transform it into her envisioned farm seemed overwhelmingly daunting. The tasks at hand, clearing the debris, erecting a fence, and cultivating the soil, were monumental, and should they rest solely on her weary shoulders, they could indeed prove to be her undoing. Thus, enlisting the help of laborers became imperative. However, the moment outsiders were summoned, the vulnerability of this land would be laid bare. Therefore, prior to taking such a step, precautionary measures must be undertaken. Particularly unsettling was the recollection of the surreptitious figures that had trailed her on her return from the recycling station yesterday. Although she had managed to shake them off midway, it was evident that she had drawn unwanted attention. In this lawless territory, avaricious gazes were ever watchful, and it was merely a matter of time before she was discovered. As Su Ying surveyed the desolate lot, she resolved to establish a Wuxing Jianguangzhen. This array was intricate and formidable. It was designed to unleash countless razor-sharp sword lights of the five elements upon any intruder, executing indiscriminate annihilation the moment an unauthorized individual set foot within its bounds. Even more remarkable was its ability to adjust its power in accordance with the spiritual energy infused into it. Should the energy be abundant, its might could escalate from merely injuring a foundational cultivator to severely wounding a golden core practitioner. Fortunately, during her recent visit to the capital star, she had amassed a considerable stockpile of energy stones. The largest quantity comprised low-grade stones, which, though of average purity, offered stable energy, ideal for laying out a spirit-gathering array to nourish the land. Conversely, while the mid-tier and high-tier stones were fewer in number, their purity was exceptional, providing an explosive power well-suited as the core driving force for this lethal array. Su Ying had always preferred to execute her plans with precision. She envisioned incorporating the entirety of the 10 or so acres, along with her tent and the cultivated vegetable patch, within the protective bounds of the formation. To prevent accidental harm, she meticulously laid down a clear boundary line using white gravel scavenged from the surroundings. Finally, she procured a relatively flat metal sheet and inscribed a warning message in charred charcoal. "Visitors, please knock. Unauthorized entry will bear consequences." As for the means of knocking, Su Ying hung a dark iron basin at the entrance, accompanied by a sturdy metal mallet. The process of setting up the array consumed considerable mental energy, particularly as she had to precisely embed the mid-tier and high-tier energy stones into the formation's focal points, guiding her own spiritual power to delineate the complex array patterns. Upon placing the final high-tier energy stone, the entire formation emitted a subtle glow before vanishing into the air, leaving only Su Ying aware of the intangible yet formidable sword intent enveloping the land. Having completed these tasks, the night had deepened. A wave of fatigue washed over Su Ying, prompting her to cast a cleansing spell to rid herself of dust and sweat before crawling into her tent. The moment her body met the inflatable mattress, her heavy eyelids surrendered, plunging her into immediate slumber. As she drifted into dreams, her thoughts lingered on the need to earn money for building a house and installing a bathing tub. Days had passed without a proper bath, and even with the cleansing spell, it could not replace her longing for a warm soak. In this deep, undisturbed slumber, not a single dream graced her mind. When she finally opened her eyes, the world outside her tent was bathed in bright daylight. A glance at her light brain indicated that it was precisely 7 o'clock a.m. by Urfa's Standard Time. Satisfied, she stretched languidly, lifting the tent flap and stepping outside while loosening her stiff neck. Yet, midway through her stretch, she froze, her body caught in a half-extended position. To her astonishment, a dark cluster of individuals stood not far away, over a dozen of them, silently fixated on her. Startled, her heart skipped a beat as she focused on the front of the group, where a familiar figure cradled a stainless steel bowl. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian? When did you all arrive? Why didn't you knock? She managed to ask, placing a hand over her chest to steady her breath. Xiao Tian, looking a bit sheepish, scratched his head and replied, "Sister Su, we just got here a little while ago. We saw you were still asleep and didn't want to disturb you by knocking." At that moment, Nana, standing beside Xiao Tian, gently nudged a particularly small girl beside her and whispered Yuan Yuan, greet Sister Su. Our nutrient solution comes from Sister Su. The girl, named Yuan Yuan, appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old. Severe malnutrition rendered her head disproportionately large for her tiny frame, clad in an ill-fitting, patched-up garment. She tilted her frail face upward, revealing a pair of large, pleading eyes as she obediently called out, Sister Su Su. Her timid yet earnest demeanor instantly softened Su Ying's heart. She stepped closer, gently stroking Yuan Yuan's sparse brittle hair and murmured, You are so good, Yuan Yuan. After reassuring the little girl, Su Ying's gaze shifted to the crowd behind them. A rough count revealed approximately 12 or 13 individuals, predominantly elderly men and women with graying hair and weathered faces, alongside a few thin children. The absence of robust young men was striking. At that moment, the white-haired elder she had encountered at the recycling station stepped forward. She recalled his impassioned lament about the empire's injustice towards its meritorious citizens. The elder's companions nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with hope for this opportunity, tinged with an anxious fear of rejection. Observing the array of frail and vulnerable individuals before her, Su Ying recognized that the previous method of compensation, paying by the day, was no longer suitable. Village Chief Zhang, the compensation method I discussed with Xiao Tian may not be appropriate. After reconsideration, I believe it is better to settle based on the amount of work completed. The more one works, the more one earns. The crowd fell silent. All eyes trained on her. For cleaning 1 acre of land, including sorting recyclable metals, the compensation would be 50 star coins, or the equivalent of 1 standard nutrient solution. For cultivating the cleared land to a depth of at least 30 centimeters, with the soil broken up and leveled, the reward would be 100 star coins per acre. Lastly, for constructing a fence, materials would need to be sourced from the nearby refuse mound. For every 5 meters of sturdy fence built, the compensation would be 200 star coins. After announcing the new compensation standards, Su Ying scanned the crowd and clearly inquired, Are you all agreeable to this arrangement? You may voluntarily select the tasks you can undertake, and upon completion and approval, payment will be made on the spot. As soon as her words fell, the villagers of Xiangfu appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly processing this new system of rewards based on effort, before their faces broke into expressions of surprise and excitement. We accept. Thank you, Miss Su. This is fair. My goodness, I can exchange 1 acre of land for 2 nutrient solutions. I can clean up the rubbish. I have a keen eye and can sort metals quickly. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement, their voices a lively cacophony, each fearful of being the last to respond lest Su Ying retract her offer. For those teetering on the brink of subsistence, the opportunity to earn a tangible reward through honest labor was infinitely more reassuring and dignified than any act of charity. Very well, since everyone agrees, let us begin with the registration and division of tasks, Su Ying declared, retrieving a relatively flat metal sheet from beside the tent and taking a piece of charred wood as a writing implement. Who would like to go first? I will. Sister Su, I'll go first. Xiao Tian eagerly raised his hand, his small face brimming with seriousness. I choose to clean the rubbish. Excellent, Xiao Tian. You are assigned to the rubbish clearing team, Su Ying noted, making the first mark on the metal sheet. I will also clean the rubbish. Nana followed closely, glancing back at her younger siblings and adding, All of us will choose to clean the rubbish. Su Ying nodded, recording their names in turn. In no time, the registration of all 13 individuals was complete, with the rubbish clearing group comprising the largest contingent of 6. The narrative primarily revolves around a group of children, led by Xiao Tian and Nana, alongside 2 elderly women whose limbs, though aged, remain nimble. The land reclamation team consists of 4 members, headed by the village elder, Zhang Dequan, with 3 middle-aged women who possess better physical strength. The fence construction team comprises 3 adolescents, whose youthful faces are contrasted by an indomitable spirit reflected in their eyes. Before commencing work, several points needed clarification. Su Ying set down her charcoal pencil, her gaze sweeping across the assembly, her tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I shall not be supervising your efforts at every moment. It relies solely on your self-discipline. However, should anyone be found feigning effort or deliberately slacking, she paused, enunciating clearly, that individual will not be welcomed back. Her words silenced the previously boisterous crowd. Elder Zhang Dequan immediately stepped forward, his expression serious as he reassured Su Ying, Rest assured, Boss Su, the people of our village are not the type to engage in trickery. He turned to the villagers, raising his voice with a distinctive authority. Listen closely. Miss Su has granted us this splendid opportunity. It is a chance we have long awaited. Anyone who dares to falter, to sully the reputation of Hope Village, and jeopardize our livelihoods, shall find no refuge here. Encouraged by the elders' firm words, the villagers readily pledged their commitment. You can count on us, Elder Zhang. We will certainly work diligently. Boss Su, we will not deceive you. Anyone who does not fulfill their duty will face our collective disapproval, with the admonition proving effective. Su Ying commenced the delegation of tasks. She approached the 6-member waste clearance team. Your designated area for cleaning is the section delineated by the white gravel I have laid out. Your goal is to leave no refuse behind, save for the soil. She gestured towards the designated plot, instructing that any large pieces of rebar or metal sheets suitable for fencing should be transported to the fence construction team's location. As for other miscellaneous debris, the recycling station would accept recyclable waste. She added, you may keep what you collect. This statement rendered the waste clearance team momentarily speechless, with those from the land reclamation and fencing teams looking on in astonishment. Although the recycling station offers low prices, even the tiniest scraps hold value. Sujing y lavedatif. What you gather is yours to keep. You may trade it for something else without needing to set it aside for me. Ultimately, all unusable and non-recyclable waste should be taken to the landfill across the way. Do you understand? Understood, Sister Su. Xiao Tian and Nana responded promptly, their voices ringing clear. Excellent, Su Ying acknowledged. For now, you two shall lead the waste clearance team. If anyone has questions, they may consult you. Entrusted with the responsibility, the children flushed with excitement, vigorously assuring her, Sister Su, rest assured, we will ensure the area is spotless. Very well, begin your tasks. Su Jing nodded. Next, she turned to the land reclamation team. Grasping a shovel, she approached a patch of unbroken earth, demonstrating as she explained, like this, the shovel must penetrate deep, at least 30 centimeters. When encountering hard clumps of soil, use finesse to pry them up, then break them apart with the back of the shovel or your foot. With deft movements, she turned a small section, revealing moist, darker soil beneath, emphasizing the need for a level surface without large clumps. The boundary between the turned and unturned soil must be distinctly marked for future measurements. Elder Zhang, you shall oversee the land reclamation team and ensure quality control. Leave it to me, Boss Su. You can count on this old man. Zhang Dequan readily agreed, his eyes brimming with admiration as he observed the soft earth Su Ying had unearthed. Finally, it was the turn of the fence construction team. Su Ying regarded the 3 slender youths standing tall before her and gently inquired, how old are you? The eldest stepped forward, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor as he replied, my name is Ping, and I am 18. This is Shi Tu, who is 16, and he is a Mu, aged 15. Fearing Su Ying might doubt their capability due to their youth, he hastily added, we have been helping the adults in the village with building shelters and fences since we were young, so we are experienced and can certainly do well. The other 2 boys nodded vigorously, their eyes alight with earnestness and aspiration. Su Ying smiled, pointing to the few meters of fencing she had previously erected as a reference. Experience is indeed beneficial. You shall use this as your standard. The depth of the fence must not be less than 50 centimeters, with a height of approximately 120 centimeters above ground. Most importantly, it must be sturdy enough that it cannot be easily toppled with a forceful push. As she spoke, she demonstrated by pushing against the sample fence, which remained steadfast. We understand. And Ping and the others responded in unison. Then Ping, you will lead the fence construction team. With the tasks assigned, the previously quiet plot erupted into activity. The waste clearance team, under the leadership of Xiao Tian and Nana, labored industriously, sorting and transporting debris. The land reclamation team, guided by Zhang Dequan, wielded their shovels, breaking through the hardened soil. Meanwhile, the 3 youths from the fence construction team began charting their course and scouring the landfill for suitable materials. Su Ying observed for a while, noting that although their movements were awkward, their attitudes were remarkably earnest, allowing her to relax. She then picked up a shovel and joined the land reclamation team. The area previously cultivated was now filled with potatoes, leaving no space for new seeds. She needed to quickly clear a small plot to plant the strawberries, apples, watermelons, grapes, and the chili and pea seeds that Xiao Tian would later discover. Just the thought of the potential bountiful harvest made Su Ying swallow hard. While the variety of seeds seemed plentiful, the quantities were limited. Therefore, she planned for a modest area of over an acre, approximately 100 square meters, not separating the crops for now, intended to transplant them later when more land became available. After tilling the soil and sowing the precious seeds, Ying began to set up the gathering spirit array and the rain cloud array. She skillfully embedded several low-grade energy stones in specific positions to channel the faint spiritual energy from the earth and sky. Subsequently, she carved a shallow ditch to connect the irrigation system of this new field with that of the adjacent potato field, allowing the spiritual rain to flow into the large water reservoir. Noticing that the reservoir was already half filled with clear water, Ying recalled the precious expression on Xiao Tian's face when he drank yesterday. A thought struck her, and she filled a large, clean bucket with water, bringing it to the worksite and announcing, "Here is water. Anyone who is thirsty may help themselves." However, the response from the workers was an immediate and frantic refusal. "No, no, Miss Su, we brought our own water." "Yes, we did. We cannot waste your water. This water is too clean. It must be expensive. Please save it for yourself." In this resource-scarce world, clean water was an exceptionally valuable commodity. They had come to work, diligently carrying their own slightly odorous water, observing their anxious rejections. Ying understood that it would take time to alter their mindset, so she did not press the issue, simply placing the bucket in a shaded spot. "The water will remain here. Take what you need." With that, she turned to attend to her own matters. Under the sun, the villagers of Hope Village remained steadfast in their toil, sweat trickling down their cheeks, falling onto the very land they were striving to transform with their own hands. Yet, their faces radiated a hope and passion that was rare on this planet. In a villa that starkly contrasted the desolation of the garbage planet, He Shu, the one-eyed man, and Dushi sat around a table fashioned from old metal boxes, the atmosphere tense. "Damn it, how is that guy Zhou Kajia so resilient? Yesterday, I thought he was finished." The one-eyed man slammed his fist onto the table, producing a dull thud. His face, marked by excess flesh, quivered with irritation. Originally, he had hoped that this time would lead to the absolute demise of the weak and infirm from Zhangguankun, allowing him to devour them whole. But now, it appeared that not only had he survived, but he was also reportedly able to stand and move around this morning. What a curse! The serpent, casually trimming his nails with a small knife, interjected in a sinister tone. "Indeed, it is peculiar, given the severity of his injuries. One would expect his mental fortitude to have shattered, leading to madness or death. This situation suggests some unforeseen variable at play." Heish, the black rat, silently stroked the jagged scar on his chin, his eyes flickering with thought. He pondered more deeply than his two subordinates. While the inhabitants of Zhangguankun consisted mostly of the elderly, weak, and women, they could be cornered like a rabbit and retaliate fiercely, especially Zhou Kajia. Even if he were incapacitated, he could still take a few of us down with him. If we were to engage in a mutual destruction scenario, that scar-faced scoundrel would undoubtedly pounce on us like a hyena drawn to blood. He paused, suppressing his resentment, and made a decision. This matter should be set aside for now. We shall observe the situation further. The one-eyed man, though dissatisfied, dared not directly oppose Heish. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from outside. Huang Mao, who was responsible for monitoring Zhangguankun, rushed in, breathless, with excitement written all over his face. "Boss, second brother, third brother, there's something important. Calm down. Speak," Heish commanded, frowning. "It's that old fellow from Zhangguankun, Jean de Quan. We've been keeping an eye on him since dawn and discovered he was sneaking away deep into the garbage mound with a large group from the village." Huang Mao reported at a rapid pace. "What's the rush? Spit it out," Heish snapped. "We followed them to their destination, where a woman resides." Huang Mao continued swiftly. "A woman?" The one-eyed man's interest was piqued. "Yes, the one from near the recycling station yesterday, who seemed to have tossed something to Zhou Kajia." Huang Mao confirmed. "We observed from a distance for quite a while and found that the people from Zhangguankun were working for her. They mentioned something about clearing garbage and building fences. The woman lives alone in a tent, appearing to have no companions." "Alone?" The serpent paused his nail, grooming, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. We monitored for most of the day, and apart from the old and weak from Zhangguankun working, we saw no one else coming or going. The woman has been working alone," Huang Mao assured, thumping his chest. This news struck like a stone tossed into still waters, shattering the earlier oppressive atmosphere. The one-eyed man was the first to leap up, his face a mask of greed and ferocity. "Boss, what are we waiting for? An isolated woman daring to hire people to clear garbage? She must possess something valuable, perhaps a good supply of nutrient solution or star coins." Chapter 49. She is about to strike it rich. At noon, the scorching rays of the sun poured down almost vertically. Ying approached the entrance, grasping a mallet, and struck a metal basin with a series of sharp taps, the clear sound resonating across the relatively quiet area. "Break time. Everyone, grab a bite and drink some water," Ying called out. However, the response was a chorus of eager voices. "Boss Su, we're not tired." Yes, let's work a bit longer. We all had nutrient solution this morning. We want to feel hungry." Whether they were cleaning garbage, tilling the soil, or constructing fences, not a single person paused in their tasks. Each individual was focused, their movements even more agile than when they first began. Sweat dripped from their foreheads and noses, pooling on the dry ground before quickly evaporating. In their eyes, there was no hint of fatigue, only a fervent desire to earn nutrient solution and change their circumstances. Observing this, Ying understood and ceased to press the matter further. She turned and stepped into the potato field, shrouded by a small illusion array. As the array shimmered, her figure became blurred to the outside world, as if merging with the very air. Within the array, Ying looked at the abundance of potatoes and sighed in resignation. No matter how delectable, eating the same thing daily grows tiresome. Her gaze shifted to the adjacent field of thriving sweet potatoes, their vibrant green vines sprawling over the ground, exuding vitality. "I should buy some oil. Otherwise, I could at least stir-fry some sweet potato leaves." "Never mind, it's you." She squatted down, pushing aside the sweet potato vines, and unearthed a few medium-sized, reddish-purple sweet potatoes. After washing them, peeling them, and cutting them into irregular chunks, she tossed them into a pot with water to boil. As the water heated, the sweet potato pieces began to gently roll, becoming increasingly tender. A pure and sweet aroma started to waft from the edges of the pot. This fragrance was not cloyingly sweet like syrup, but rather the essence of the plant itself being released under heat. Once the sweet potato chunks were cooked to the point of yielding effortlessly to a chopstick's poke, Ying turned off the heat, eagerly serving herself a bowl. The orange-yellow broth, clear and reflective, showcased the soft, mushy sweet potato chunks, making it particularly enticing. She scooped a spoonful, gently blowing on it to cool it down before tasting. The texture was astonishingly creamy and smooth, almost melting on her tongue without the need for chewing. A gentle yet abundant sweetness instantly filled her mouth, a layered flavor reminiscent of honey's richness while retaining the unique freshness of the plant's roots. After swallowing, a faint lingering sweetness remained in her throat, as if she had also consumed the warmth of the sunlight. Though no sugar had been added, the innate sweetness of the sweet potato was more than sufficient to delight her palate, bringing a simple yet profound sense of happiness. The unified market price for sweet potatoes on the Star Network was 200 star coins per 100 grams, twice that of potatoes. Considering that potatoes were categorized into ordinary and premium types, she realized she needed to conduct thorough research before making a decision regarding the sweet potatoes pricing. As Ying sipped her sweet broth, she began contemplating plans for the day after tomorrow. That day would mark her return to the Imperial Star domain from the recycling station. She directly connected with the recycling station's customer service. "Hello, this is the A001 Garbage Star Recycling Station," came the voice of the customer service representative. "Hello, Ying. I would like to reserve a spot on your spaceship to the Capital Star for the day after tomorrow. Could you please secure a place for me?" There was a brief silence on the line before the customer service voice became warm and respectful. "Madame Su? Oh, no. So, absolutely no problem. We will reserve a spot for you. Then I will transfer 50,000 star coins to your company account shortly," Ying replied. "Actually, Mrs. Hua, our station manager has specifically instructed that as long as you are traveling with us back to the Capital Star, the fee will be waived." How about that? Evidently, the recycling station had confirmed her identity on the day she went to the Capital Star for marriage registration, which granted her this special treatment. However, she did not wish to exploit this favor for something that could be resolved with money. Moreover, monetary transactions foster longer-lasting relationships. "No, the fee will be paid, as usual," Ying stated calmly yet firmly. 50,000 star coins. I will transfer it before departure the day after tomorrow." Let us proceed as previously agreed. Understood. Everything will be handled as you wish. The customer service representative, not daring to say more, quickly agreed. Upon ending the call, Ying felt at ease regarding the price of the ticket she had set. The recycling station's transport of goods to the capital star began with a base fee of 10,000 star coins, depending on volume and weight. If one wished to purchase a standard humanoid robot model from the star network, the delivery cost would be around 20,000 star coins. Being a living person, her space requirements and the care needed were greater. Hence, an additional 5,000 brought the total to 50,000 for a round trip, which she deemed a very reasonable market practice. Her eyes scanned the half-acre potato field, and her mind began to calculate. Last time, she had used only about 20 potatoes as seeds and ultimately harvested over 1,300 potatoes, each weighing approximately 200 grams. Excluding the seeds retained and a small quantity acquired at a low price by the recycling station, as well as the substantial portion sold at discounted rates. Most transactions were completed at the price of 180 star coins per 100 grams. Ultimately, a sum of 410,000 star coins was recorded. At this moment, Ying's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. In this plot of land, she had planted over 400 potato plants, conservatively estimating an average yield of 50 potatoes per plant. That amounts to over 20,000, each priced at 180 star coins, which totals to 7 million star coins. 7 million. Oh my goodness. She was on the brink of wealth. Ying covered her mouth, nearly overwhelmed with excitement to the point of rolling on the ground. Yet, she managed to restrain herself. After all, there were many people working nearby. Although they could not see the situation within the array, maintaining decorum was essential. With immense wealth about to be within her grasp, Ying eagerly re-entered the star network and opened her shopping cart. It was filled with a dazzling array of items she had long coveted. Basic seasonings, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea-buy. An intelligent housekeeper robot to free her hands. Essential. Buy. A small civilian flying car for convenient travel. Must buy. And that luxurious two-story villa with a basement and an integrated ecological garden that she had been eyeing for a long time. Priced at 50 million star coins. Buying it was out of the question. As Ying gazed at the staggering price, the excitement that had surged within her felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, instantly sobering her up. Alas, still impoverished. Reluctantly, she closed the villa's page and decisively removed the housekeeper robot and the small flying car from her cart. Never mind, let us first buy a house. All these other things will come later. Chapter 50. This time, let us purchase more. She took a deep breath, redirecting her focus to the present. She clicked on the interface of the free market and promptly posted a new pre-sale link for the potatoes. To ensure the message reached its destination, she deliberately sent a notification to all previous customers who had purchased potatoes. On the 18th of this month, at Mercury Square, a new batch of potatoes will be on sale. Pre-orders are encouraged as quantities are limited and will be available on a first-come, first-served basis. Once the message was sent, Ying envisioned the star coins flowing into her account like a river. She finished the last spoonful of sweet potato soup in her bowl, the sweet flavor spreading from her tongue to her heart. The motivation to strive was unprecedentedly abundant. She remained oblivious to the back end of the free market, which displayed 999 unread messages. Almost the moment Ying's pre-sale message was dispatched, countless pairs of eagerly waiting eyes lit up on the other end of the star network. At the Chu family residence, in the dining room, Butler Fu stood beside the dining table, discreetly glancing at the old light brain on his wrist. When a long-awaited notification finally chimed, his body trembled, and he instinctively gasped. Wonderful! This unrestrained cheer resonated oddly in the quiet room, where only the soft clink of cutlery could be heard. Lady Xiao Nailan, mother of Chu Yunfei, who was dining elegantly, frowned, her meticulously drawn brows knitting together in displeasure. She gently set down her knife and fork, producing a crisp sound, and shot a sharp glance at Butler Fu, her voice laced with undisguised reprimand. Butler Fu, you are one of the elders of this household. How have you become so unruly? Shouting during the master's meal is quite inappropriate. Do not think that your age grants you the privilege to behave as you please. If it weren't for the sake of... Chu Mufing's calm voice interrupted Xiao Nailan before she could utter any more harsh words. But the knuckles of his hand, resting on his lap, turned slightly pale from the pressure. Chu Jinxiong, seated at the head of the table, also raised his gaze. His authoritative eyes fixed on Butler Fu, questioning him. Butler Fu immediately lowered his head, suppressing all outward emotion, and respectfully explained, "My lord, forgive me. I just reconnected with an old comrade in arms I had lost contact with for many years, and in my excitement, I lost my composure." Chu Jinxiong scrutinized him for a moment before stating in a deep voice, "Let it not happen again." "Yes, my lord," Butler Fu replied with a bow. At this moment, Chu Mufeng pushed back his chair and, with an expressionless demeanor, stood up. "I have finished eating. You may continue." Without waiting for Chu Jinxiong's response, he strode directly out of the dining room, leaving behind the visibly displeased expression on Chu Jinxiong's face. Seeing this, Butler Fu hurriedly followed him out. As they turned the corner of the corridor, Butler Fu caught up with Chu Mufeng, his face filled with remorse. "Young master, I am sorry. I have implicated you." Chu Mufeng shook his head, a bittersweet curve gracing his lips. "It is not your fault. If I leave, they might enjoy their meal more." He was enveloped in a low atmosphere, clearly affected by the oppressive tension in the dining room. Butler Fu, observing his despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and leaned in, lowering his voice with barely contained excitement. "Young master, good news. The seller of the potatoes just posted a message in the free market. On the 18th of this month, at Mercury Square, a new batch of potatoes will be on sale." This news struck like a stone cast into still waters, instantly creating ripples in Chu Mufeng's eyes. His previously dull expression brightened immediately as he grasped Butler Fu's arm, confirming. "Really? Is it confirmed?" "Absolutely. The pre-sale link is already posted." Butler Fu nodded vigorously. The two shared a glance, both recognizing the excitement and urgency reflected in each other's eyes. "This time, let us purchase more," Chu Mufeng decisively declared, placing an order for 500 units. After a moment of contemplation, Butler Fu agreed. The effectiveness of these potatoes was remarkable, and they were indeed a rare find. Stocking up was undoubtedly the right choice. He promptly retrieved his light brain, accessed the all-too-familiar pre-sale link, his fingers trembling yet resolute as he entered the quantity of 500 and swiftly completed the deposit payment. Meanwhile, in a mecha repair center dormitory, a young technician named Chuda, clad in thick glasses, was sighing heavily at his light brain screen. He had just sent another message to the seller of the potatoes in the free market, his tone bordering on pleading. Ever since he purchased those few potatoes last time, he had experienced a notable increase in his previously stagnant mental energy after consuming them. With that slight enhancement, he miraculously overcame a technical challenge and successfully repaired a level 6 mecha that had once posed significant difficulty for him. This not only earned him public praise from his superiors, but also resulted in a salary increase. However, the issue was that he had initially bought too few potatoes, and the effects seemed to fade just as they began. Consequently, he had been restless lately, refreshing the free market repeatedly, fearing that the mysterious seller might vanish. Just then, a notification chimed, indicating that the shop he had been following had new activity. Chuda nearly lunged at the light brain. Upon reading the pre-sale message, he was so excited that he nearly knocked off his glasses. "It's out. Finally out. On the 18th. At Mercury Square." He clenched his fists, excitedly whispering to himself. "Chuda, what's got you so jubilant?" His closest colleague, Zhuo Jian, approached with a water cup in hand, curiosity evident in his voice. Having noticed Chu Da's fixation on the free market page, he couldn't help but advise, "I'm not saying you shouldn't buy potatoes, but those are so expensive. Why not just buy some from the food cabinet? It would be much cheaper." Chu Da was immensely grateful to Zhuo Jian, as it was he who had introduced him to this job. Glancing around, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Brother Zhuo, these potatoes are different. Remember how I fixed that level 6 Gale mecha? It was all because I ate these potatoes." "What?" Zhuo Jian was taken aback, disbelief written all over his face. "Indeed," Chu Da eagerly explained. "I can't explain why, but after consuming them, I felt incredibly clear-headed. The problems that had eluded me suddenly made sense. My mental energy seems to have strengthened just a tad." "Haha, what a grand joke." A sharp voice interjected. It was Qianzhou, a colleague who was often envious of Chu Da's abilities. Evidently, he had been eavesdropping on their conversation and now stood with his arms crossed. A mockingly derisive expression plastered across his face as he loudly proclaimed, "Everyone, listen up." Chu Da claimed that he had consumed a certain type of potato, which purportedly enhanced his mental fortitude. thereby enabling him to repair a level 6 mech. Such a statement seemed preposterous, as it appeared to be nothing more than a stroke of luck, a mere coincidence. The other colleagues in the maintenance room were drawn to the conversation, their gazes laden with various interpretations. Though Chuda's face flushed with embarrassment, he chose not to engage in a debate with Qianzhou. Instead, he earnestly implored Zhuojian, "Brother Zhuo, trust me just this once. Purchase some and see for yourself. The effects are truly remarkable." Chapter 51. End of work. Zhuojian, observing the sincerity in Chu's eyes and recalling how he had indeed repaired the troublesome level 6 mech, began to harbor a degree of skepticism mixed with hope. He nodded in agreement. "All right, let us reserve a few together. The 18th, correct? I shall accompany you to see." Qianzhou scoffed and walked away with a sardonic air. Nevertheless, the notion that the potatoes from the free market could enhance mental capacity quietly took root in the minds of several individuals within the maintenance center. At the Empire's third hospital, within the Mental Capacity Research and Rehabilitation Center, the department head, Su Wei, placed the report she had been examining down, massaging her temples, an expression of fatigue and confusion evident on her face. On her desk lay a half-oxidized potato sample. "Still no significant findings, Director?" inquired the young resident physician, Lin Fan, his tone tinged with disappointment. Their department had exhausted nearly all available instruments, from genetic sequencing to energy spectrum analysis, scrutinizing this so-called hope potato repeatedly, only to yield results indistinguishable from those of an ordinary potato. "No," Su Wei sighed, gesturing to the report's data. "The nutritional components, trace elements, and energy fluctuations all fall within the parameters of a standard potato. We cannot even identify any known active factors that could influence mental capacity." At this juncture, Nurse Wang Ying interjected, her voice subtly laced with excitement. "But Director, the few of us who shared those potatoes we managed to procure last time experienced tangible effects. My mental stability has improved by at least 2% due to the fatigue accumulated from night shifts over the years." Lin Fan nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "Indeed, after consuming the potato, I felt an unprecedented clarity while organizing the data that night. The areas that had previously perplexed me suddenly became clear. It is not merely a psychological effect." A momentary silence enveloped the office. They had all personally experienced the extraordinary effects of the potato. It was not a sudden jolt, but rather a gentle, sustained nourishment, akin to parched earth being gradually soaked by a trickling stream, steadily repairing the damage and fatigue accrued from prolonged, high-stress work. This restoration not only alleviated their discomfort, but also hinted at a potential enhancement in their long-stagnant mental capacity. As medical professionals, they understood all too well the significance of this. Continued consumption could safeguard their health, and perhaps even elevate their research capabilities, potentially leading to genuine breakthroughs in the field of mental capacity rehabilitation. However, the limited sample size hindered further research and the sustainability of effects. In recent days, the entire department, including Director Su, had been fervently refreshing the storefront page of the free market, yet the vendor remained unresponsive. Just then, Lin Fan's light brain emitted a series of urgent notification sounds. It was the special alert he had set for that store. "Director, it's out. The pre-sale information has been released." Lin Fan sprang from his chair, his voice rising with excitement, drawing curious glances from patients passing in the corridor outside. Su Wei, upon hearing this, immediately leaned forward to glance at her light brain screen. Upon reading the message announcing the sale of a new batch of potatoes on the 18th at Mercury Square, her breath quickened noticeably. "This is truly wonderful," she murmured, her eyes igniting with fervent desire for more research samples, as well as hope for the sustained restoration of mental capacity for herself and her colleagues. "Quick, let's calculate the funds our department currently has at our disposal." Su Wei swiftly regained her commanding demeanor, speaking rapidly. "This time, we must purchase as many as possible. We need to meet both our ongoing research needs and ensure a sufficient supply for our core team for a period." "Director, the family of the patient in bed 3 is inquiring whether we have any new medications," a nurse reported as she entered, evidently drawn by the earlier commotion. Su Wei quickly reined in her visible excitement, adopting a professional demeanor once more. She instructed the nurse, inform them that it pertains to their treatment plan. Additionally, Lin Fan, Wang Jia, Let us finalize our procurement quantities swiftly. We must place our order the moment sales commence. This time, we cannot afford to miss out. Inside the small office, a palpable atmosphere of tension and excitement enveloped them. For these medical personnel, who had long dealt with mental capacity damage and endured its trials themselves, this undoubtedly represented a new opportunity. At 5 o'clock, the crisp sound of a bell heralding the end of work resonated punctually. Work is done. Thank you all for your hard work. Ying announced. However, the diligent workers merely paused momentarily before hastening to complete as much as they could in the dwindling time. Only after Ying urged them again did they reluctantly set aside their tasks. Each face bore the weight of exhaustion, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation of the rewards to come. Ying instructed the 3 group leaders to begin tallying the work completed by each member. Jean Dequan, the seasoned village elder, earnestly advised in Ping and Xiao Tian, while tallying, it is better to be stringent than to inflate the numbers. Miss Su trusts us, and we must not engage in any misconduct. Remember, once disloyalty is shown, trust is lost forever. And Ping and Xiao Tian nodded solemnly, etching his words into their memories. They were especially meticulous during the tallying process, applying standards even stricter than those set by Ying herself. When the final results were compiled, Ying was genuinely taken aback by the figures before her. The garbage collection team, comprised mainly of children and the elderly, had astonishingly cleared an entire 13 acres of waste. Even Nana, accompanied by the young and round Xiao Yuan, had collectively removed nearly 3 acres. Given that the entire area was no more than 20 acres, at this rate, the remaining waste could be entirely cleared by the next day. Ying contemplated whether to extend the clearing efforts further. The land reclamation team, under Jean Dequan's leadership, had cultivated over an acre per person, totaling 6 acres. When Ying inspected their work, she found the soil to be deeply and evenly turned, with all stones meticulously removed, the clods finely crushed, and a level of evenness surpassing her previous standards. This led her to ponder whether the previously set price of 100 star coins per acre was somewhat undervalued. Chapter 52. Internal employee pricing. What surprised her the most was the fencing team. And Ping, along with the youths Shi Tu and Amu, had astonishingly constructed a 25-meter fence. In terms of both quality and specifications, it was nearly identical to the few meters of samples she had created herself, with certain details executed with even greater finesse. And Ping, you all are incredible. Your speed surpasses mine. Ying couldn't help but genuinely praise them. The trio, basking in the compliment, felt a bit bashful, their faces tinged with a rosy hue. Bosu. It was mainly thanks to Nana and the others from the clearing team who helped us by sorting out usable materials and delivering them. Otherwise, we would have spent a lot of time just gathering materials and would not have finished so quickly. Their humility and lack of self-importance elevated Ying's opinion of these young individuals even further. Well then, let us now settle the remuneration for today. Ying produced a ledger, and as she instructed everyone to line up to receive their compensation, several individuals hesitated and took a step back. They then pushed Zhang village head forward, collectively expressing that the payment should be given to their village head. Jean Dequan stepped forward, rubbing his hands together, and, with a pleading tone, explained, Boss, we discussed this and would like to exchange 20 vials of nutrient solution. Could we possibly trade the remainder for your potatoes? His voice trailed off, heavy with concern, as he added, several of the village's young men have sustained mental injuries while protecting everyone, and we cannot neglect their needs. Your potatoes would be beneficial for their mental strength. Jing, moved by the sight of these individuals who were still struggling to make ends meet, yet remained concerned for their injured companions, nodded in agreement, but made it clear, I can accommodate your request, but the price of the potatoes will be rather steep. Jean Dequan promptly responded, we understand. Just a few will suffice, if that is possible. Observing their eager yet anxious expressions, Ying contemplated for a moment before stating, very well. Considering your current service to me, I will provide them an internal employee price of 100 star coins each. This price, for potatoes weighing approximately 200 grams, which also aided in enhancing mental strength, was nearly a generous discount, slightly better than the refuse station's recycling price. Indeed. Thank you, Boss. Thank you. Jean Dequan and the villagers expressed their gratitude, their eyes glistening with emotion. Let me be clear, this is an employee internal price, Ying emphasized. If you cease to work for me, this offer will no longer be available. Understood. We comprehend. Zhang Dequan nodded vigorously, almost eager to swear an oath, Su boss. As long as you are willing to employ us, we wish to serve you for a lifetime. The crowd behind him nodded fervently, their gazes earnest and enthusiastic. Satisfied with their attitude, Su Ying began to calculate their total wages. Cleaning team, 13 acres at 50 star coins per acre, totaling 650 star coins. Tilling team, 6 acres at 150 star coins per acre. Due to their exceptional quality, Su Ying voluntarily raised the price to 900 star coins. Fencing team, 25 meters at 40 star coins per meter, totaling 1,000 star coins. The grand total amounted to 2,550 star coins. Su Ying announced this figure and asked Zhang Dequan, village head Zhang, "Can you verify if this number is correct?" Zhang Dequan and the others were aware of the work they had completed and expected remuneration, and upon hearing the total, they felt it was excessive. He quickly responded, "Su boss, this seems to be more than it should be, doesn't it? Wasn't the tilling agreed at 100 star coins per acre?" "Not at all." Su Ying waved her hand, asserting, "Your tilling was exemplary, and I have decided to pay you 150 star coins per acre." Zhang Dequan was so excited he struggled to find words, repeatedly thanking her. "Thank you, Su boss. You are truly kind." The others joined in expressing their gratitude, their faces beaming with joy. As per their agreement, the cost for the 20 vials of nutrient solution was deducted from the total of 2,550 star coins. Su Ying reiterated, "The nutrient solution here is priced at 50 star coins per vial, which is also an internal employee rate applicable only to those working for me. After all, the recycling station charged 100 star coins per vial, and she certainly did not wish to compete with them for business." This statement deepened the villagers' sense of belonging and enthusiasm for being Su boss's employees. 20 vials of nutrient solution, costing 1,000 star coins, were deducted. The remaining 1550 star coins were converted at the internal employee price of 100 star coins each, and Su Ying handed them 16 potatoes. Zhang Dequan and the others carefully accepted the nutrient solution and potatoes, their eyes glistening with tears. They had not anticipated that those considered the least useful among them could acquire such valuable items. As Zhang Dequan and his group returned to Hope Village, weary yet brimming with excitement, they found a crowd of villagers eagerly waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing their return, the crowd erupted with chatter. "Village head, you're back. How did it go? Was the work satisfactory? Did Su boss pay you?" Amidst the myriad questions, Zhang Dequan raised his hand for silence. He refrained from mentioning the potatoes, simply stating that they had earned 20 vials of nutrient solution. 20. My heavens! Just a few of you earned 20 vials in a day. Are you certain you're not dreaming? The crowd erupted in astonishment, gasping in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. In this forsaken garbage star, survival remained the eternal theme, despite the heaps of discarded materials seemingly containing treasures. The reality was that only a scarce few items could be found and sold to the recycling station, compounded by their exceedingly stringent purchasing conditions. A robust and experienced scavenger might, on a fortunate day, gather enough materials to exchange for a single vial of nutrient solution, but for the elderly, women, and children of Hope Village, it was an arduous task to find anything of value, compounded by the harassment of local thugs, with erratic access to food becoming the norm. Being able to consume even half a diluted vial of nutrient solution daily was already a luxury. Thus, the prospect of 20 vials in a single day represented an unimaginable fortune to them. "Village head, can we go tomorrow too?" A tall, slender, limping man called out, his face filled with longing. Yes, yes. Let us all go. Strength in numbers. We can earn even more nutrient solution." Several voices echoed in agreement. As the villagers grew increasingly eager, each one seemed ready to rush to work the very next day. Xiao Tian felt a sense of urgency. Chapter 53. The injured. The statement was weighty, tinged with an irrefutable resolve. The previously bustling chatter fell silent, and the crowd quieted, while everyone banded together for survival. Not all had noble intentions. There were always those looking to take advantage and gain an unfair benefit. The 13 individuals Zhang Dequan brought today were meticulously selected. They were not only diligent, but also trustworthy and would not cause trouble for their benefactor. Seeing the crowd subdued, Zhang Dequan softened his tone and began discussing the distribution of today's earnings. Each person who worked today will first receive 1 vial of nutrient solution as deserved compensation. He acknowledged their hard work then shifted the conversation, deliberately omitting any mention of the potatoes, and announced that all remaining nutrient solution would be allocated to the families of those injured while protecting the village the previous night. He surveyed the crowd, his voice heavy and resolute. Had it not been for their bravery in fending off those ruffians last night, our Hope Village might not exist today. Our ability to stand here in peace and earn nutrient solution is a result of their sacrifice. Anyone who had objections to this distribution needed to reflect on their conscience. With these words, any lingering doubts or selfish thoughts dissipated. Recalling the harrowing events of the previous night and witnessing the suppressed groans from the injured families, the crowd fell silent. They soon voiced their agreement. It's right. Yes, the injured brother Zoe and the others deserve this. We have no objections. Those who had worked were content with their share of nutrient solution and had no qualms about allocating the remainder to the injured. Seeing this, the others found no reason to oppose. Once the distribution was complete, the crowd dispersed, and Zhang Dequan, accompanied by Xiao Tian, personally delivered the nutrient solution and potatoes to the injured families. In the modest conditions of Xiangsuan, to provide concentrated care for the 7 injured individuals who had violently succumbed to their mental turmoil while protecting the village last night. They have now been settled in the home of Zhou Kajia. These 7 individuals share a common history with Zhou Kajia. They were once soldiers of the Empire, having achieved merit on the battlefield and suffered injuries, only to be exiled here, discarded like refuse by the Empire due to mental degradation that surpassed the threshold of collapse. Faced with the ruthless bandits last night, they were compelled to forcibly summon the remaining strength of their mechs. Each strike and block that demanded mental energy felt akin to striking a glass riddled with cracks, exacerbating their already precarious mental cores and plunging them into a state of frenzy. Originally, Zhou Kajia was considered the most severely affected among them, believed to be on the brink of complete collapse or even death. Yet at this moment, he stands as the only one among the 7 capable of maintaining lucidity, even assisting in the care of the other injured. In stark contrast, the other 6 lie bound to rudimentary wooden beds, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably in the throes of intense mental agony, struggling as they emit beast-like cries of suffering. Their eyes are terrifying crimson, their reason completely submerged beneath a tempest of rage. Their family members, aged parents, weary spouses, or young children forced to mature prematurely, grasp their restrained hands tightly, as if this could draw them back from the abyss of endless torment. Desperate prayers resonate softly within the dim shelter, urging them to hold on. Chun Bing clutches Zhou Kajia's hand fiercely, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Witnessing this familiar yet heart-wrenching scene, she is reminded of the countless times she had faced her husband as madness alone. Her body trembles slightly as she murmurs repeatedly, "It will be all right. It must be all right." At that moment, the heavy curtain is abruptly lifted, and Zhang Dequan along with Xiao Tian rushes in, bringing the chill of the outside air with them. Chun Bing seizes the opportunity like a lifeline, springing to her feet and hurrying to Zhang Dequan, exclaiming, "Village chief, the potatoes?" "Yes, yes." Zhang Dequan responds, placing a tightly wrapped cloth bundle on the table. He quickly unwraps it to reveal a dozen yellow potatoes, still speckled with dirt. "Xiao Bing, hurry. Get water boiling and cook all these potatoes for everyone to eat." "Village chief." A hoarse, tearful voice arises from beside one of the beds. It is the young girl Zhong Ning, appearing no older than 15 or 16, her eyes red-rimmed and face pale, now looking eagerly at the potatoes. Is it the potato that can soothe the mental turmoil? Zhang Dequan, upon seeing Zhong Ning's exhausted face and tear-stained eyes, feels a pang of sympathy. Ever since her mother fell ill, she has likely not slept a wink, remembering Zhong Kumu, the once renowned female warrior who suffered devastating betrayal and ended up in this dire situation. The old village chief feels even more sorrowful. He nods vigorously, his voice filled with assurance. "Yes, Ning girl, that is indeed the potato. Once cooked, you must feed it to your mother. She will recover quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhong Ning's pent-up tears burst forth, cascading down her cheeks. She nods vigorously, nearly unable to articulate a complete thought. "Yes, yes, mother will be fine. She will be fine." The other family members waiting in the shelter, upon receiving this hopeful news, feel their tense nerves and suppressed despair begin to find an outlet. Soft, subdued sobs rise and fall among them, Yet within those cries, a glimmer of hope finally emerges. At this moment, Xiao Tian quietly extends his large, faded water bottle toward Zhong Ning, whispering, "Sister Zhong, this water is from Sister Su. It's very good. You should feed your aunt a little." Zhang Dequan is taken aback, turning to Xiao Tian. "Xiao Tian, you brought back the water from Basu?" Fearing misunderstanding, Xiao Tian quickly clarifies, "No, village chief. This afternoon, Sister Su saw that our water was dirty and secretly poured it out, replacing it with her clean water. I saw it with my own eyes." He points to the old water bottle hanging at Zhang Dequan's waist. "Your bottle has it too." Instinctively, Zhang Dequan removes his water bottle, hesitates a moment, then takes a small sip. A refreshing, sweet liquid glides down his parched throat, a sensation unlike any he has experienced in his lifetime, even in the Empire. This boss Su has performed a great favor, one after another, and they can never repay her. They can only remember this kindness and hope to repay it with all their might when the opportunity arises. "Quickly, everyone, let us give them some of this water," Zhang Dequan instructs. Thus, while waiting for the potatoes to boil, the family members use Xiao Tian's and Zhang Dequan's water bottles to hydrate the still raging injured individuals. As they gulp down the water, the frenzied ones continue to roar and struggle, seemingly unaffected. However, their loved ones who have been closest to them are attuned to every subtle change. Is their struggle lessening a bit? Are the bloodshot veins in their eyes fading slightly? Listen, their cries seem less terrifying now. These minor changes, like fireflies in the dark, though faint, ignite a greater hope in their hearts. Their anticipation for the potatoes, which are now boiling and exuding a unique fragrance, intensifies to a fervent devotion. As the water in the pot begins to boil, an indescribable sweet aroma starts to waft through the air. At the moment this fragrance fills the room, a remarkable phenomenon occurs. The 6 individuals who had been thrashing violently on the beds suddenly freeze in their movements. It is as if they have been pressed on the pause button, their struggles visibly diminishing. Then, almost in unison, they laboriously lift their heads, their eyes fixed intently in the direction of the enticing scent. Their throats emit sounds not of pain, but of an overwhelming yearning. Indeed, it is this aroma, Xiao Kejia whispers excitedly. He vividly recalls that during his moments of near collapse, it was this peculiar and alluring scent that awakened a primal instinct within him. The last time I lost control, it was this fragrance that irresistibly drew me closer. His words dispel the last vestiges of doubt among the waiting families, replacing it with heightened anticipation. The potatoes are soon cooked. To expedite the cooling process, Chun Bing and several women quickly retrieve them from the pot and place them outside to cool. Once they have cooled enough to handle, they immediately bring the potatoes to the mouths of the 6 injured individuals. There is no need for anyone else to exert effort in feeding them. As soon as the potatoes come close, those who moments ago were frenzied and powerful enough to require several people to restrain them now instinctively open their mouths like wild beasts, devouring the potatoes ravenously. Their urgency mirrors that of Zhou Kajia in his previous state. After each consumes 2 potatoes, a miracle unfolds before the eyes of all present. The expressions twisted in pain slowly begin to relax. The horrifying blood red in their eyes recedes, revealing the whites and original colors of their irises. Their gazes transition from chaotic frenzy to clarity and reason. "Mama?" Zhong Ning calls softly. Zhong Mu slowly turned her head, her gaze settling on her daughter, Zhong Ning's tear-streaked face. Although her voice was frail and hoarse, it was imbued with a clear consciousness and a profound sense of tenderness. "Ning Ning, Mama." Zhong Ning could no longer contain herself. She lunged in her mother's embrace, wailing aloud, "Woo, Mama, you're better. You're finally better. You scared me to death." Wiping her tears, Zhong Mu wished to reach out and stroke her daughter's head, only to realize she was still bound by ropes. With a helpless yet affectionate smile, she said, "Silly girl, don't cry just yet. Help Mama untie these ropes." I'll do it right away," Zhong Ning exclaimed, tears still flowing as she fumbled to free her mother. A similar scene unfolded around several other beds. The relief of surviving long-suppressed worries and fears transformed into waves of joyful cries and choked whispers. This hopeful cacophony brought tears to the eyes of Chen Bing and Zhang Dequan, who stood nearby. Zhang Dequan wiped the corners of his eyes with his rough hand, exhaling deeply, murmuring, "Thank heaven, Thank heaven, he finally made it through. Xiao Tian had been looking at Zhongning, who was tightly held in her mother's arms, with an expression of envy. His own mother had passed away when he was very young, and he could scarcely recall her appearance. Upon hearing the village chief's words, he immediately turned, his small face earnest as he corrected, "Village chief, it's not thank heaven, it's thank you, Su Jiejie." It was Su Jiejie's potatoes that saved the uncles and aunts. Zhang Dequan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. Xiao Tian is right. We should thank Su Laoban. She is our great benefactor." After an emotional outpouring, the makeshift shelter gradually quieted down. Survivors gathered together. Listening to Zhang Dequan and Xiao Tian recount tales of the mysterious Su Laoban, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he spoke. "Su Jiejie is so wonderful. Before, Yuan was nearly starving, and it was Su Jiejie who traded the nutrient solution for the potatoes I found, saving Yuan." He gestured animatedly. Su Jiejie even said she wants seeds of all kinds of plants, even the rotten or shriveled ones. She'll trade them for nutrient solution. Zhang Dequan added, "Today we went to Su Laoban's place, mainly to help her clean up trash, till the land, and build fences. However, I noticed that the area she has enclosed doesn't seem very large. I reckon this work won't last long. If we still want potatoes in the future, we might mainly have to rely on someone like Xiao Tian to search for plant seeds to trade." Qianbing seemed to ponder something, hesitating before speaking. "Village chief, did you say Su Laoban also wants you to till the soil?" Zhang Dequan nodded. "Yes, it needs to be done thoroughly, with attention to depth and evenness." Qianbing looked at her husband Zokajia, her tone laced with incredulity. "Jiga, do you think Su Laoban's potatoes might be grown by her own hand?" At this, everyone present fell silent, then began shaking their heads, deeming it impossible. Zhongmu, holding her daughter, looked puzzled. "Aren't tea crops grown using nutrient solutions? What does tilling have to do with it?" Zhang Dequan shook his head as well. "Indeed, the Empire's land can no longer produce edible crops. Our garbage star's environment is 100 times worse than the Empire's, making it even less likely." Qianbing felt her thought was somewhat far-fetched and awkwardly admitted, "I was just guessing." Zokajia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Perhaps her potatoes are connected to her husband's family. Chapter 55. Their target is Su Laoban's husband's family? The crowd leaned in with curiosity. "Brother Ke, do you know Su Laoban's husband's family?" Zokajia shook his head, then operated his old holographic device, pulling up a news report to show everyone. It was an announcement directed at the entire empire, stating succinctly yet shockingly that Major General Hua Qingyu and Ms. Su Ying had a perfect genetic match and had officially entered into a marital relationship. Hua Qingyu, that Hua family. Zhang Dequan gasped, his voice shifting in tone. Zokajia nodded gravely. Zhang Dequan murmured, "No wonder if it's that Hua family. It wouldn't be surprising for them to produce such miraculous potatoes." The Hua family wielded immense power within the empire, controlling some rare resources unknown to the public, which seemed entirely reasonable to ordinary people. Xiao Tian listened, half understanding, and asked curiously, "Village chief, is Hua Qingyu a very powerful person?" "Yes, very powerful," Zhang Dequan replied, his tone complex. Xiao Tian, even more puzzled, tilted his head and asked, "If he is so powerful, why would Su Jiejie be living alone in a place like ours?" This question plunged all the adults present into silence. Indeed, if Su Ying was truly the Hua family's young mistress, why would she end up stranded on this forsaken garbage star? The reasons eluded them, and they dared not delve deeper into their thoughts. Just as this silence and confusion enveloped them, the curtain of the makeshift shelter was suddenly flung open. An elderly woman with graying hair hurriedly entered, her expression tense. Her name was Tang Yin, and she was responsible for monitoring the high lookout point on the outskirts of the village today. "Village chief, this is bad." Tang Danyang spoke urgently. "The Heishu gang is on the move." Everyone's hearts immediately raced, the relaxed tension of moments ago snapping back into alertness. Zhang Dequan sprang to his feet. "What is happening? Explain in detail." Tang Danyang gasped for breath, speaking quickly. "I just went to change shifts at the lookout and saw the Heishu gang holding torches, about 10 of them, coming from the west. At first, I thought they were coming for our village and was about to sound the alarm, but then I realized they weren't turning toward us at all. They headed directly southeast." "Southeast?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain. There didn't seem to be anything significant in that direction to warrant such a large movement from the Heishu gang. At this late hour, their collective movement can't be good, a concerned family member of an injured person remarked. Zhang Dequan's expression suddenly darkened, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind like lightning. He exclaimed, "Southeast, Sulaobon. Their target is Sulaobon. They must have discovered where she is hiding." The atmosphere in the makeshift shelter plummeted to freezing point. The joy of their recent rescue was eclipsed by overwhelming dread. The potential consequences of the Heishu gang, a group of ruthless villains, descending upon the isolated Sulaobon were unimaginable. "Quick, everyone able to move, grab your weapons," Zhang Dequan shouted, his voice trembling with fear and urgency. "We cannot stand by and watch our benefactors suffer." The night was as dark as ink, and the garbage mountain cast eerie shadows under the dim starlight. Led by the one-eyed deputy and the snake-like third-in-command, a dozen members of the Heishu gang, accompanied by Huang Mao, hastily advanced toward the southeast. Throughout the journey, Huang Mao's chatter was incessant, enthusiastically describing the prey's allure to the two leaders and the brothers behind them. "Leaders, you haven't seen it for yourselves. That woman, Tisich, her face is so tender it could produce water. Her figure, just right in all the places it should be, absolutely perfect. Her skin is as white as the lights on a starship. I, Huang Mao, have never seen such exquisite goods on this garbage star." His vivid descriptions ignited the flames of desire in the eyes of the one-eyed and the snake-like leader, stirring an unnamed lust within them that made them feel unbearably hot. The thugs behind them breathed heavily, emitting lewd laughter and sounds of swallowing. Logically speaking, dealing with a lone woman, Xun Ti, required the personal involvement of these two leaders, whose status in the Heishu gang was only second to the notorious Heishu himself. However, after hearing Huang Mao lavish praise on the woman, they feared their hungry wolves would not treat her delicately and might ruin her, which compelled them to personally verify the prize. Good things, enjoyable things, should naturally be savored first by the leaders. As for the leader Heishu, he was known for his cautious and prudent nature. He preferred children with delicate features over women. The younger, the better. Thus, he refrained from contending with the two and remained at the base, awaiting news of their triumphant return. The group was consumed by sordid images, driven by ignoble desires, hastening their pace. Second in command, third in command. "Look, right ahead," Huang Mao exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a dimly lit area where a flickering yellow light stood out conspicuously. The serpent licked his cracked lips, asking ominously, "Are you certain that woman is still inside? She hasn't escaped, has she?" Huang Mao pounded his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, third in command. Shouho has been lurking in the shadows. He can spot even a bug flying out. That woman is definitely trapped." One-eyed patted Huang Mao's shoulder with satisfaction, promising, "Very well, if she is indeed a stunner, I shall reward you with 2 tranquilizers." Huang Mao beamed with joy, repeatedly bowing, "Thank you, second in command. Thank you, second in command." The thrill of desire dulled their vigilance entirely, and the group quickened their steps, akin to hyenas scenting blood, charging towards the light. After traversing a heap of metallic debris, the scene before them became clear. In a space that had been hastily cleared, a lamp, salvaged from an abandoned spacecraft, emitted a steady and gentle glow. Under the light lay a figure covered with what appeared to be a thick blanket, reclining on a dilapidated chair, seemingly deep in slumber. The light outlined her tranquil visage, with long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyelids. Her features were exquisitely refined, exuding both an innocent purity and an alluring charm that was breathtaking. Against the backdrop of this sordid, refuse-laden world, she resembled a rare flower blooming in the muck. Fragile yet enticing, the serpent could hardly contain his drool, murmuring, "Damn, truly a beauty, second brother, as promised. I shall have the first chance." One-eyed, equally mesmerized, felt a surge of greed, exclaiming, "No, I have changed my mind. This woman is even more captivating than Huang Mao described." A sinister expression flickered across the serpent's face, soon replaced by a twisted grin. Second brother, since we both desire her, shall we share? After all, we are in the wilderness, and no one will disturb us." One-Eye's eyes gleamed with more fervor as he nodded without hesitation. "Agreed. Brothers, wait for us. Once we have had our fill, you may indulge." The desolate garbage mound and the solitary exquisite woman appeared to them as a divine gift, a lamb ready for slaughter, awakening their primal instincts. The two exchanged wicked smiles and could no longer contain themselves, lunging towards the unsuspecting figure on the chair like famished wolves. Though the henchmen lagged behind, they hastened to catch up, fearing they would miss out on the feast. One-eyed, relying on his strong physique, led the charge. As he approached within mere steps of the chair, he could almost feel the delicate texture of her skin beneath his palm. However, just as he was about to pounce, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He felt an emptiness beneath his feet, as if he had stepped into an invisible mire. Instant-ly, un indescribable soulchilling aura surgi forte. A faint, almost inaudible sound of slicing filled the air. One-eyed felt a chill in his right leg. The momentum of his advance sent him crashing forward. In the process of falling, he was horrified to discover that his leg had been severed at the thigh, left behind. The severed end was smooth as glass, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ah, my leg! The belated agony engulfed him like a tsunami, and One-eyed emitted a heart-rending, inhuman wail. But this was merely the beginning of the slaughter. Before he or his companions could react, countless nearly invisible silver lights flickered into existence in the void, resembling a web of death animated by a will of its own. The sounds of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed relentlessly, sending chills down the spine. Under One-eyed's desperate gaze, his left leg and arms were severed from his torso in an instant. Blood soaked the ground, transforming him into a writhing abomination, screaming in madness. Just as the invisible web of death was about to envelop his head, the figure on the chair seemed to awaken from the commotion, lazily opening her eyes. With her gaze, the flickering silver lights that had been reaping lives vanished, as if they had never existed. Su Ying sat up slowly, stretching languidly, her demeanor even more captivating than in slumber. Glancing at the bloody, hellish scene before her, she did not even furrow her brow, as if merely observing a heap of unsightly refuse. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned delicately, her tone tinged with annoyance at being disturbed from her dream. Why did it take so long for you to arrive? I nearly fell asleep waiting. The serpent, having lagged slightly and narrowly avoiding calamity, along with the henchmen who had halted in their tracks, were now utterly terrified. Each one felt their legs turn to jelly, collapsing to the ground, pale as ghosts, trembling violently as if caught in a sieve, a foul stench wafting from their pants. Their gazes towards Su Ying were filled solely with boundless dread, devoid of any other thoughts. To them, she was no longer a beautiful maiden, but rather a demon risen from the depths of hell. Zhang Dequan, along with the villagers of Hope Village, young and old, men and women, all brimming with anxiety, rushed towards Su Ying's location in the southeast. Each heart raced with foreboding, their minds conjuring countless grim scenarios of Su Ying in peril, her abode in ruins. However, when they arrived breathless and vigilant at the edge of that area, they were all taken aback. The anticipated fierce battle and the scene of Su Ying being held hostage did not manifest. Instead, they beheld a bizarrely busy spectacle. Several powerful floodlights illuminated the area as a dozen individuals busied themselves amidst the refuse-strewn ground. They either hoisted broken metal beams in pairs or dragged heavy, dilapidated tires alone, or diligently cleared away fragmented debris, their movements swift and seemingly competitive. The entire scene resembled not a heist, but rather a fervent community service effort. Xiao Tian tiptoed anxiously among the busy figures, searching for the familiar silhouette, but he did not find Su Ying. His voice trembled with a hint of tears. Grandpa Zhang. Where is Sister Su? Has she been captured by the bad guys? Did they take her land? Zhang Dequan furrowed his brow, his murky old eyes fixed intently ahead. Lowering his voice, do not panic, Xiao Tian. If something is amiss, we will investigate further. Standing beside Zhang Dequan, Zhong Mu pointed at one of the most industrious individuals in the crowd, puzzled. Doesn't that person resemble the leader of the Heishu Bang, the serpent? Zhou Kajin nodded gravely in confirmation. Indeed, it is him. Even the cunning core leader, like the serpent personally participating in the labor, is exceedingly unusual. Xiao Tian's heart sank at the mention of the Heishu Bang's villain, and with Su Ying's absence, his anxiety heightened. He impulsively attempted to rush forward to rescue her, only to be firmly restrained by Nana. Xiao Tian, do not act rashly. Nana pointed towards the deeper part of the area, closer to a makeshift tent. Look over there. The person lying in the chair resembles Sister Sue, doesn't she? Xiao Tian quickly turned to the direction she indicated, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Amidst a backdrop of bustling figures, a dilapidated metal lounge chair, seemingly scavenged from a heap of refuse, lay conspicuously. Upon this chair reclined a figure who, due to the interplay of light and distance, had initially gone unnoticed. It was none other than Su Jie. Xiao Tian exclaimed in surprise, but his delight quickly morphed into concern. Was Su Jie injured by their hands, rendered unable to move? Nana rolled her eyes, delivering a sharp pat to his back. Look again. Is someone who cannot move able to do this? With Nana's prompt, everyone held their breath, straining to discern the details from afar. At last, they beheld the scene clearly. The person on the chair was lounging with one leg crossed over the other, swaying leisurely. One hand rested behind her head while the other carelessly tossed a few pebbles into the air. Suddenly, with a flick of her wrist, one of the pebbles shot forth with astonishing speed. Ouch! A member of the crowd, attempting to slack off and moving sluggishly, abruptly clutched his calf, unable to even cry out in pain. Trembling with fear, he bowed repeatedly toward Su Ying, his voice tremulous. I was wrong. I was wrong. Bosu, I shall never dare to be lazy again. I will work right away. Immediately, he scrambled back to work, his movements now far swifter than before. Xiao Tian watched this bewildering scene, his mouth agape in disbelief, eventually transforming into a silly grin. Hee, I knew Su Jie would be just fine. She is so formidable. Nana, standing beside him, retorted sarcastically, late to the party. The villagers exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. What on earth was happening? How could the notorious enforcers of the Heishu gang be here, cleaning up trash, and being driven to work by her, as if they were cattle? Zhang Dequan and the others were filled with questions, eager to approach and inquire further. Just as they prepared to step across the line of white gravel, Nana once again grasped Zhang Dequan's clothes, whispering urgently, Grandpa Village Chief, Su Jie has set a rule that visitors must knock. The newcomers, Zhongmu, Zhou Kejia, and others, instinctively glanced around, their faces a canvas of confusion. Knock. In this desolate wilderness, where could one find a door? Zhang Dequan, upon her reminder, slapped his forehead in realization. Right. How could I forget? He quickly halted his steps and hurried to the wooden post adorned with an iron basin and a mallet. Grasping the sturdy mallet, he struck the somewhat warped edge of the iron basin with a loud clang. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound shattered the eerie silence of the night, instantly disrupting the unusual rhythm of the worksite and resonating clearly in the ears of the supervisor on the lounge chair. Suying pauset, ceasing her peblitosing, and turned toward the sound. Upon seeing Zhang Dequan and the throng behind him, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Village Chief Zhang, what brings you here? Sujing Wayer Basiv, Zhang Dequan hastily explained. Boss Su, our lookout spotted members of the Heishu gang approaching your direction at this late hour. I feared they were coming for you, so I brought everyone to check on you. His tone carried an undercurrent of anxiety and urgency. Xiao Tian and Na quickly pushed forward, their faces etched with worry. Su Jie, are you all right? Su Jie, have you been hurt? Observing the elderly, women, and children, some of whom bore injuries and appeared pale, clutching rusted iron rods and broken tools, ready to fight, Su Ying felt a warmth in her heart. She gently patted Xiao Tian and Na's heads. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. She gestured towards those laboring diligently behind her, a smirk playing on her lips. The ones with issues are them. Zhang Dequan regarded the once fearsome enforcers of the Heishu gang, now diligently toiling like quails. His expression a mixture of surprise, relief, and guilt. Boss Su, this must be our fault. The Heishu gang must have followed us during the day to find your location. Alas, I should have considered this. Ever since our village suffered a devastating attack from Scarface, the Heishu scoundrels have sought to take advantage. I should have foreseen this. Su Ying waved her hand dismissively, interrupting his self-reproach. Without your guidance, they would have found their way here eventually. It's better they came early. We can resolve this sooner. Her gaze swept over the free laborers, her tone almost satisfied. Besides, I happen to need hands for work, and this labor is a welcome gift. Zhang Dequan admired Su Ying's nonchalance. Boss Su, you truly are remarkable. Even the Heishu gang members can be subdued. His expression then turned grave, lowering his voice. However, Boss Su, these individuals are inherently wicked. Their wolfish nature is hard to alter. You must exercise caution when employing them. Su Ying nodded, appreciating his concern. Thank you for the reminder, village chief Zhang. I will be careful. No sooner had she spoken than Nana, who had been vigilantly observing, suddenly exclaimed, Su Jie. They are trying to escape. In a crowd, 3 or 4 individuals, seizing the opportunity while conversation ensued, attempted to stealthily flee. Upon being discovered, they cleverly dashed off in different directions. Zhongmu and Zhou Kajie reacted swiftly, instinctively raising their makeshift mech arms. Energy beginning to coalesce in preparation to intercept. It's all right, Su Ying lightly urged the two. Let them run. Zhongmu, anxious, spoke rapidly. Boss Su. We cannot let them escape. If they return, they will surely summon more reinforcements. And then before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the night, several slender, yet razor-sharp silver lights flashed by, akin to venomous snakes imbued with life, moving at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Thud! Thud! The ominous sound of blades cleaving flesh echoed, as those attempting to flee had their bodies still lunging forward, yet their heads had already separated, rolling onto the ground, their faces frozen in terror and disbelief. The headless corpses stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing heavily. This sudden and merciless slaughter instantly stunned everyone. The remaining members of the Heishu gang were paralyzed with fear, their screams caught in their throats, their faces drained of color. In the next moment, they all fell to their knees, desperately bowing toward Su Ying, their voices trembling uncontrollably. Boss Su, spare us. Spare us. We will obey. We will never escape again. We will work. We will work hard. Su Ying casually waved her hand. Then why are you still here? Hurry up. If this area isn't cleaned up before dawn, you know the consequences. Yes, yes, yes. We will go right away. The remaining individuals scrambled to their feet, moving more nimbly than ever, not daring to delay, even hastily clearing away the remains of their fallen comrades and bloodstains, fearing that a moment's hesitation would lead to the deadly silver light descending upon them. The villagers of Hope Village stood in stunned silence, both astonished and terrified. Here there were no laws, and they had witnessed their fair share of murder and plunder. Yet, such a decisive and efficient scene was unprecedented. As they looked towards Su Ying, their eyes brimmed with an indescribable reverence. Only Xiao Tian and Na displayed no fear, their eyes shining with immeasurable admiration. Su Ying, appearing completely unfazed, turned her attention to the recently vocalized reminder from Zhongmu, a gentle smile gracing her face. Hello, I am Su Ying. May I ask who you are? Zhongmu, taken aback by her sudden self-introduction, instinctively replied, Zhongmu. Then, I shall call you Zhongjie. Su Ying responded amiably. You mentioned earlier that the Heishu Bong has some accomplices? How many do you think there are? Her tone was tinged with curiosity and anticipation. Zhongmu, momentarily stumped by her inquiry, instinctively answered, Not fewer than 50, I suppose. After speaking, she glanced uncertainly at Zhou Kajie, who nodded gravely in agreement. About that, he confirmed. Su Ying's eyes seemed to light up, and she beamed at Zhongmu. Could you do me a favor and deliver a message to the Heishu Bong? Zhongmu was puzzled. Deliver a message? Yes. Let them know that their people are my guests, and that they should come with ample sincerity to redeem them. Su Ying said, her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. And if they are unsure of the way, you might as well guide them. Guide them? Zhongmu thought she must have misheard. Su Ying nodded affirmatively, her tone matter of fact. I need more hands for work, and I would like their leader to bring the rest to assist me. Having witnessed Su Ying's earlier tactics, everyone understood that this invitation was far from mere politeness. Zhongmu intended to caution Su Ying that the Heishu Bong, a gang of desperate individuals, was unlikely to comply willingly. However, observing those once fierce enforcers now behaving like docile sheep, she swallowed her words, instead saying, All right, I will help you bring them over tomorrow. Zhou Kajie chimed in. I'll accompany you. Su Ying smiled widened. Thank you so much. Rest assured, I will compensate you. Zhang Dequan, witnessing Su Ying's apparent control over the situation, prepared to leave. Before departing, he cautiously inquired, Su boss, shall we come to work tomorrow? Of course, Su Ying affirmed, gesturing toward the towering heaps of garbage surrounding them. I intend to clear this area, which will require many hands. Anyone from your village who can still move and is willing to work can come tomorrow. After a moment's thought, she added a condition. My only request is that there be no disturbances. Otherwise, I will be displeased. The excitement among the crowd instantly cooled at her warning. A formidable figure like Su Boss would surely be fearsome if angered. Yet Jean de Quan was undeterred. Having already prepared for the possibility of being out of work, he was elated at the prospect of labor. Gazing at the endless garbage mountains, he imagined the abundance of tasks, nutrients, and potatoes awaiting them. He eagerly reassured, Su Boss, do not worry. I will ensure that only those who are diligent and willing to contribute come to assist you. Standing behind her mother, Zhongning gathered her courage and timidly asked, Village Chief, may I join Nana and the others to work tomorrow? Jean de Quan looked at Zhongmu and smiled. You need to ask your mother if she agrees. Zhongmu, meeting her daughter's hopeful gaze, smiled approvingly. What could I possibly object to? If you can work for Su Boss and support yourself, that would bring me joy. Jean de Quan called for the villagers to prepare to return to Shiwang Suan. However, Zhongmu stepped forward and said to Su Ying, Su Boss, I would like to stay tonight. These individuals are cunning, and having another pair of eyes would be prudent. Seeing her mother's intention to remain, Zhongning quickly added, Su Boss, I want to stay too. I have sharp eyesight and can keep an eye on them. I can spot anyone slacking off. Su Ying understood that with the Da, Wuxing Jian Guangjin in place, these individuals posed no threat. Nevertheless, she did not decline the goodwill of the Zhong family. After all, as this area developed, trustworthy management would be essential, and nurturing a sense of belonging early on would be advantageous. She nodded very well. Then I shall trouble you, Zhong Jie, for tonight. Xiao Tian and Nana, observing, also expressed a desire to stay, but recognized they lacked the capability to assist Su Ying as Zhongmu could. Moreover, their sister Yuan awaited their return in the village, so they ultimately waved goodbye to Su Ying, leaving the brilliantly lit area, seemingly isolated from the surrounding darkness. The suppressed murmurs among the Shiwang Suan group began to resonate, as if a barrier had been lifted. Good heavens, that was terrifying. What exactly is Su Boss's background? What was that silvery light? It was impossible to see clearly. No wonder she dares to live here alone. She must have such a trump card. Well, after all, she is the young mistress of the Hua family, possessing some formidable life-saving device. Is that not normal? While such sentiments were voiced, others remarked, did you notice? Su Boss did not blink once throughout the ordeal. Her courage is extraordinary. The group engaged in hushed discussions, their tones filled with trepidation, astonishment, and awe for Su Ying's unfathomable prowess. At the forefront of the procession, Jean de Quan and Zhou Kaja walked side by side, their expressions betraying no emotion. In a low voice, audible only to each other, Jean de Quan asked, Ajia, what do you think of Su Boss? Zhou Kaja paused momentarily, gazing into the endless darkness ahead before slowly responding. Aside from the life-saving weapon that the Hua family may have provided her, she is undoubtedly exceptional in her own right. That calm demeanor and audacity in the face of danger are not traits possessed by ordinary individuals. Her confidence likely extends beyond mere dependence on the Hua family. Jean de Quan inhaled the foul night air deeply and nodded in agreement. I think so too. He fell silent for a while, as if resolving something within himself, then whispered, Kajia, I am contemplating discussing with Su Boss tomorrow about finding a place near her territory for our village to temporarily settle. Chapter 59. Late-night snack. Zhou Kajia halted briefly and turned to Jean de Quan, his expression revealing little surprise. Aren't we planning to relocate the entire village? Clearly, they shared the same thought. The original reason for their current location was its proximity to the recycling station, the only resource exchange point available to them. However, their means of survival would soon change. Jean de Quan slowly shook his head, a hint of resignation and resolve on his face. You heard Su Boss clearly. She dislikes troublemakers. We both know that not everyone in our village behaves themselves. I do not wish for a few bad apples to spoil the hard-earned opportunities for our entire village. Nor do I want to inconvenience Su Boss. He paused to outline his plan. My idea is that starting tomorrow, all who are willing to work diligently and follow the rules will be led by you to work for Su Boss and settle over there, while I will remain with the rest of the people in the old village. No. Zhou Kajia's brows immediately furrowed. His objection was not to the division of labor, but to the idea of Jean de Quan facing potential risks alone. Uncle Jean, it is too dangerous for you to stay in the village alone. What if the Heishu Bong or the scar-faced men return? Jean de Quan waved his hand, interrupting him. Do not worry. I am not going to die anytime soon. Among the villagers, I'm the only one whose face can still command a modicum of respect. If I leave, they will lack restraint and could stir up trouble, making matters worse. This is settled. He gazed at Zokajia, whose worried expression remained, and gently patted his shoulder, his tone softening somewhat. Tomorrow, once I discuss it with Boss Sue and confirm her agreement for us to settle nearby, you can accompany me to scout for a suitable location. From now on, I will rely on you for support here. Zokajia understood that once the old village head made a decision, it was challenging to change it, and he recognized the validity of his words. He nodded in acknowledgement, agreeing to take on this responsibility. The two fell silent, walking at the front of the group, each contemplating the unknown future. Zhong Mu's declaration to keep an eye on the members of the Heishu gang was no mere formality. Without waiting for Su Ying's instructions, she began to patrol the group of laborers with a serious demeanor, her gaze piercing, missing not a single suspicious movement. Zhong Ning closely followed her mother, her small face etched with seriousness, not only using her keen eyes to observe but also bending down occasionally to pick up scattered bits of trash, collecting them in designated spots, ensuring she remained busy. Su Ying watched the earnestness of this mother-daughter duo and wished to suggest they could simply sit in a lounge chair and observe the workers. Yet they merely shook their heads, saying they were not tired and felt reassured by watching them. Seeing this, Su Ying relented, getting up to prepare a simple supper for them with a few potatoes. Lacking frying conditions, she cut the potatoes into long strips, blanching them in boiling water until cooked through, then draining them and tossing them while hot with salt and chili powder. Although devoid of the richness of oil, the inherent starchy sweetness of the potatoes, under the influence of the salty and spicy seasoning, revealed a unique, bold flavor, the aroma still enticing. She handed a large bowl of the seasoned potatoes to Zhongning. This is your late-night snack. If you get hungry tonight, use this to fill your stomach. After saying this, she prepared to return to the tent, leaving the space for the mother and daughter. Su Ying truly needed rest. Tomorrow night marked their journey back to the capital to sell potatoes. Before departure, she must harvest all the potatoes from the fields and hastily plant new ones to ensure continuity in the growth cycle. More importantly, she needed to settle matters before the Heishu gang's main force arrived, converting them into free labor for the farm. Moreover, the number of workers coming from Shiwang village was expected to increase significantly, necessitating pre-planning for personnel arrangements and task assignments. A multitude of tasks swirled in her mind. She had to gather her strength. The fields where potatoes and various crops were planted had been set with illusion arrays, rendering Su Ying invisible upon entry. Zhong Mu witnessed Su Ying vanish before her eyes, startled, realizing that her residence likely employed some cloaking material. She understood that such items were no longer uncommon in the military. As the young mistress of the Hua family, it was not surprising for her to possess such things. Turning, she noticed her daughter, Zhong Ning, standing in a daze, staring at a bowl of potato strips. In the next moment, she too was captivated by the strong aroma and the authentic sweetness of the wolf-tooth potatoes. The intense scent mingled with spices and chili was a stark contrast to the gentle fragrance of boiled potatoes from her memory, presenting a more direct and rugged impact that made one's fingers itch with anticipation. Zhong Ning's small nose sniffed eagerly, her eyes fixed on the golden potato strips, and her throat involuntarily rolled as she swallowed several times. Unable to resist any longer, she quietly asked Zhong Mu, "Mom, can I taste the flavor of these wolf-tooth potatoes?" Her voice carried a hint of longing. She recalled that Su Jie called them that, observing her daughter's eager yet restrained demeanor. Zhong Mu felt a mixture of softness and sadness in her heart. She gently replied, "If Su Jie offers it to you, then go ahead and eat. Remember her kindness, and tomorrow we will work hard to repay her." Zhong Ning nodded vigorously, her face blooming with a radiant smile. She carefully wiped her hands on her worn but clean clothes, then selected the most plump potato strip and brought it to Zhong Mu's lips. "Mom, you go first." Zhong Mu, touched by her daughter's filial act, felt her eyes well up as she opened her mouth to take a gentle bite. Upon tasting the potato strip, the first sensation was the piquant aroma of chili powder, slightly tantalizing her taste buds. Soon after, the unique, fragrant, and tender texture of the potato melted in her mouth, sweet and savory, enhancing the overall flavor profile. Having only tasted boiled potatoes the night before, she knew they were already delicious. To her surprise, with a simple seasoning, they could transform into something so irresistible. Experiencing the flavor of potatoes for the first time, Zhongning eagerly grabbed another strip after her mother took a bite. Just one mouthful made her wide eyes go round, and then she squinted with satisfaction, her small face radiating unparalleled happiness. Mom, these wolf-tooth potatoes are so delicious. They are 100 times better than what we used to eat at the Shinkong restaurant. In her blurred yet cherished childhood memories, the food at Shinkong restaurant was the epitome of deliciousness. Yet at this moment, she felt that this simple yet flavorful bowl of wolf-tooth potatoes surpassed the restaurant's offerings by 100-fold. Chapter 60. Plans Zhongmu watch her daughter's pure joy and contentment, her own mood inexplicably lifting. She gently wrapped her arm around her daughter's shoulders and softly said, "If Ning Ning likes them, in the future, we will work hard for Su Jie, earn money, and then we can get you plenty of potatoes to eat." Zhongning nestled against her mother, nodding vigorously, filled with beautiful dreams of the future. Not far away, the Heishu gang's thugs, under Zhongmu's occasional glances, worked even harder, fearing the wrath of the sharp-eyed female supervisor and the potential return of the menacing figure from the tent. As dawn broke, the morning light not yet fully dispelling the chill of night, Su Ying emerged from the tent. At first glance, she saw Zhongmu standing like a javelin in the clearing, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Behind her, Zhongning curled up on a lounge chair, covered with an old jacket, deep in slumber. Not far from them, the Heishu gang's thugs from the previous night were securely tied with cloth strips, sitting back to back on the ground, their heads nodding off. Su Jing approached. "Zhongjie, have you not rested all night?" Zhongmu turned at the sound, a hint of fatigue on her face, yet her eyes remained clear. "Boss Su, you are awake." Around 3 in the morning, they finished clearing the area you designated, and I feared they might act up and escape, so I tied them up. Su Ying looked up and saw that the area, once covered in various debris, was now clean, revealing soil of varying shades beneath. All that remained was for the people from Shiwang village to arrive for tilling before sowing could begin. "You've worked hard," Su Ying said sincerely. "Why don't you take a nap now?" Zhongmu shook her head, revealing the resolute spirit of a soldier. "No need. I'm used to going days without rest from my time on the battlefield. Moreover," she paused, assessing her condition, "after eating the supper you provided last night, I feel my energy has stabilized considerably, as if I have an inexhaustible supply of strength, so I don't need a rest." Seeing her indeed full of vitality, Su Jing no longer insisted. She retrieved a few boiled potatoes from her spatial button as breakfast and handed some to Zhongmu. Zhongmu instinctively tried to refuse, but Su Ying firmly placed them in her hands. "You mentioned these potatoes are beneficial for your energy. Hence, you should eat more. A full stomach gives you the strength to help me with more tasks, does it not?" Upon hearing Su Ying's words, Zhongmu gratefully accepted the offering. She consumed 2 of the items and carefully stored the remaining 2, intending to save them for her daughter when she awoke. The task Su Ying referred to naturally involved luring the Heishu gang into a trap. This was indeed a perilous undertaking, warranting adequate rewards. Furthermore, she needed to devise a new workspace in anticipation of the forthcoming influx of free labor. After exchanging a brief greeting with Zhongmu, she ventured towards the periphery of the farm. Walking nearly 100 meters directly outward, she finally halted at the foot of a garbage mound. Focusing on the cleared area, she began to measure the ground with her steps, using the surrounding refuse as a barrier to delineate a larger plot. With each segment traversed, she paused to excavate through the thick layers of refuse with a soldier's shovel until she reached the underlying native soil. Delving an additional 40 centimeters deep, she buried pieces of energy stones into the earth, serving as nodes for the expanded protective formation. The mid to high-grade energy stones had already been exhausted in the core area, leaving her with only the lower-grade stones as a temporary substitute. While this formation would undoubtedly lack the potency of the previous one, it should suffice to deter those with ill intentions. After her trip to the capital star, it would be essential to stockpile more mid to high-grade energy stones. Just as she was halfway through delineating the area, the main force from Shiwang village arrived. A sea of dark figures stretched before her, numbering over 40, among whom were several adolescents and robust women. Zhang Dequan and Zhou Kejia led the front, organizing the assembly. Su Ying paused her work and approached Zhang Dequan, saying, "Village Chief Zhang, could you please ensure that everyone is registered first?" She gestured towards the already cleared space. From now on, I will assign someone else to manage the garbage collection. Your primary task will be to till the soil on this clean plot. Zhang Dequan surveyed the modest expanse of cleared land and estimated, Boss Su, is it just this piece of land? With so many of us, we could finish tilling it in a day. Su Ying smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, once this land is tilled, new and cleared plots will be made available to you. There will be ample work. Zhang Dequan nodded in relief. To avoid wasting time, he promptly began assigning tasks and delineating areas. Before long, the group was energetically engaged in their makeshift labor. Meanwhile, Zhang Dequan, accompanied by Chun Bing, sought out Su Ying, who was still delineating the area. Bo Su, there's a matter I wish to discuss with you, Zhang Dequan said, his tone laced with deliberation. What is it? Please, speak, Su Ying replied, pausing her work. Boss Su, we would like to find a place nearby to set up camp. Those who will work here can settle there directly. This way, it will be convenient for you to reach us, and we can save time on our daily commutes. Would that be acceptable? Su Ying readily agreed, of course. This will make it easier for me to find workers. However, she pointed to the area she was currently marking, but I have already earmarked this section for myself. It will be included in my plans. Beyond that, it's all garbage mounds. Where do you intend to camp? The garbage mounds here towered at heights of 10 to 20 meters, far too formidable to clear by hand. Zhang Dequan waved his hand dismissively, no worries. Bo Su, we will simply find a relatively flat and stable spot on the garbage mound to set up camp. Our original village was first established on a garbage mound, and we gradually cleared over time. We have experience in this. Afterward, he introduced Chun Bing to Su Ying. Boss Su, this is Chun Bing, the wife of Zhou Kejia. She will be the person in charge of Shiwang village here. You can directly approach her for any arrangements. This decision stemmed from a discussion between Zhou Kejia and Zhang Dequan the previous night. Firstly, he trusted Chun Bing's capabilities, as she had experience managing logistics in the military and possessed superior organizational skills. Secondly, it was to spare Su Ying, a young woman, from any potential discomfort or pressure in dealing with a man of Zhou Kejia's stature. Chapter 61. Who call me kind-hearted? Su Ying had no objections to this arrangement. After exchanging contact information with Chun Bing, she returned to join the tilling team. Su Ying turned to Zhang Dequan and inquired, So, village chief Zhang, will you not come over anymore? A complex expression crossed Zhang Dequan's face as he waved his hand. I am too old. I cannot contribute much by coming over, so I won't be a burden. There are still many people in the village who need my oversight. Su Ying understood the implication behind his words, nodding in acknowledgement. All right, then I will rely on Sister Chun and village chief Zhang to oversee things here. You may choose your camping site. Just be mindful of safety. Zhang Dequan replied, all right, I will scout the area nearby. If I find a suitable spot, I will let you know. After Zhang Dequan departed, Zhou Kejia and Zhong Mu, who had been waiting nearby, took a few steps forward. Su Ying instructed them to wait until she finished marking the remaining land before bringing the He Shu gang members over. The 10 acres of land that had been cleared were now entering the tilling phase, and she did not wish for it to become sullied again. The He Shu gang was best suited to be buried in refuse. Zhou Kejia and Zhong Mu exhibited discernment, remaining quiet as Su Ying did not require their assistance. This level of tact made her feel quite comfortable. Pressed for time, Su Ying merely used a soldier's shovel to lightly mark a line on the surface of the newly expanded plot as a temporary boundary, foregoing the use of stones for marking as she had in the central area. Although it may not appear clear from a distance, it was easily distinguishable up close. Once 10 energy stones, serving as focal points, were buried, a grand formation known as the Dao Wu Xing Jianguang Zhen, covering nearly 100 acres, instantaneously took shape. A deep, resonant hum reverberated through the air, piercing the souls of all present. The villagers from Shiwang, engaged in tilling, straightened in alarm, frantically scanning their surroundings for the source of the sound. As A-grade psychics, Zhou Kejia and Zhong Mu experienced an even greater shock, acutely sensing the fleeting but immense pressure in the void. The sensation was akin to an invisible blade pressed against their throats, inducing a chilling panic, though it vanished almost as swiftly as it had come, leaving them questioning their own perceptions. Su Ying brushed the dirt from her hands and addressed the two. Sister Zhong, Brother Zhou, please bring those captives from the He Shu gang over here. They swiftly complied, one leading the way while the other brought up the rear, escorting 7 disheartened members of the He Shu gang, bound together, to Su Ying. Upon seeing her, the captives feared for their lives, dropping to their knees in terror, banging their heads against the ground, and pleading for mercy. Big sister, spare us. We did not recognize your greatness. Please spare our lives. We promise we will never offend you again. Su Ying cast a disdainful glance at them, her voice frigid. Useless trash. Your existence is a waste of the planet's air. The yellow-haired man, quick to react, cried out in a sobbing tone, Big sister, we are useful. We can work. We will do whatever you ask. We will be like horses and oxen. Just spare our lives. The others quickly echoed his plea, terrified that any delay would lead to their grim fate, mirroring that of their leader and deputy. Su Ying appeared somewhat swayed, letting out a gentle sigh, her tone taking on a benevolent air. Very well then. Given that you still possess some strength, I shall grant you an opportunity. Who could blame me for my kind-heartedness? 7 individuals. The merciless female fiend claimed to possess a kind heart. Yet, her face was awash with gratitude as she repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, Thank you to Jade. Thank you for sparing my life. Su Ying lazily tapped her foot on a shallow scrape in the ground, saying, Do you see this line? Your task is to clean up the garbage within this marked area. It is not a lofty requirement. You must clear at least 2 acres of land each day. If you fail to complete it, she left her sentence unfinished, only emitting a cryptic chuckle. We can accomplish it. We will definitely succeed. The 7 individuals nodded their heads vigorously as if pecking at grains, eagerly assuring her. Su Ying nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us begin. Jean Camus, somewhat apprehensive, quietly inquired. Boss Su, shouldn't we have someone supervise them? Su Ying waved her hand dismissively. No need. If they manage to escape this circle, that would indeed demonstrate their capability. Her nonchalant tone sent a shiver through the hearts of the 7, who were secretly scrutinizing the boundary. They quickly averted their gazes, extinguishing any furtive thoughts, and resigned themselves to the task of moving garbage. Su Ying raised her hand to check her holographic device. It is currently 9:15. How long do you estimate it will take to bring the Black Rat Gang's main force here? Zhou Kajie exchanged a glance with Zhong Mu, pondering briefly before confidently stating, 2 hours should suffice. Very well. Su Ying indicated the ground beneath her. I will wait for you here in 2 hours. Just bring them directly to this spot. As she spoke, she retrieved 2 bags of pre-cooked potatoes from her storage space, handing one to each of Zhou Kajie and Zhong Mu. Take these. If your mental strength wavers on the way, eat a few to bolster yourselves. Thank you, Boss Su. The 2 understood their mental conditions well and did not feign modesty. Accepting the bags, before they departed, Zhong Mu could not resist warning. Boss Su, the Black Rat Gang's leader, He Shu, possesses a modified old military mech, the iron-armored rhinoceros. Although the model is outdated, it is quite formidable in this garbage star. Su Ying pondered for a moment, then inquired earnestly, Is it truly powerful? Zhong Mu assessed objectively that iron-armored rhinoceros boasts robust defense and strength. With Kajie and my combined experience and skills, we can barely manage to contend with it. Su Ying riman saident, her gaze sweeping across the ground as she casually picked up a 3-centimeter thick piece of discarded steel and tossed it into the empty space within the formation. At the instant the steel left her hand, a flurry of sharp silver lights materialized, weaving a net of death that enveloped the steel in an instant. Though it did not sever the steel completely, it left behind numerous deep and shallow scratches. The 7 captives of the Black Rat Gang, laboring nearby, were so startled by this sudden display that their legs went weak, nearly losing control of themselves. They looked at the steel as if it were the corpses of their 2nd and 3rd in command, their eyes filled with unending terror. Su Ying turned to Zhong Mu and Zhou Kajie, calmly asking, How does this compare? Chapter 62. Potatoes from the earth. Zhong Mu gasped, his eyes filled with awe and respect. This is on an entirely different level. With such a weapon, even if the iron-armored rhinoceros were to come, the Black Rat Gang would likely face annihilation. Zhou Kajie nodded emphatically, his final vestige of concern dissipating entirely. In that case, I can rest easy. Su Ying smiled slightly. Go, and I await you good news. Zhou Kajie and Zhong Mu, no longer hesitating, carefully stowed the potatoes, nodded gravely at Su Ying, and quickly set off towards the lair of the Black Rat Gang, their figures soon disappearing into the shadows of the garbage mounds. After they departed, Su Ying returned to the potato field, beginning to dig for potatoes while rubbing her forehead. The act of harvesting potatoes was, in fact, quite therapeutic. However, when the quantity reached into the thousands, this therapeutic activity transformed into a heavy physical burden. After half an hour of diligent effort, she had managed to clear only 10 potato plants. Gazing at the remaining 400 green potato plants, Ying decisively abandoned the notion of continuing solo. If she were to do this alone, she would likely be at it until nightfall, or even longer. She discarded her small shovel and exited the area covered by the illusion formation, seeking out Chun Bing, who was tilling the soil. Sister Chun, please gather all the children under 15 to help me with the potato harvest, Ying instructed directly. Although Chun Bing was unsure of the specifics of potato harvesting, she had no hesitation in following Ying's orders. All right, Boss Su, I will arrange it immediately. Soon, 12 children were brought before Ying. Their ages varied widely. The youngest, Yuan, was merely 3 years old, led by Na, while the oldest, Amu, was 15, already resembling a young man. All the children were emaciated, their heads appearing disproportionately large, with thin limbs, a stark testament to long-term malnutrition. Yet in their eyes, there sparkled bright glimmers of curiosity and unabashed admiration directed towards Ying. Ying nodded at Chun Bing. Sister Chun, you should join us as well. She then led the small team towards the area cloaked in the illusion formation. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them abruptly transformed. What had appeared chaotic from the outside revealed itself as a vibrant oasis of life. The lush green potato plants stood densely packed, their branches and leaves unfurling to create a resplendent sea of verdant vitality, a stark contrast to the desolation surrounding the garbage star. Wow! The children exclaimed in unison, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment. They were clearly overwhelmed by this sudden and extravagant display of greenery. Even the seasoned Chun Bing was left utterly speechless, her breath caught in disbelief at the sight of the flourishing crops before her. In the realm of the garbage star, encountering such a vast expanse of thriving natural plants was nothing short of miraculous. Even in the imperial capital star, it would be challenging to find crops in such robust condition. Moreover, they had sprouted directly from the soil. Chun Bing's eyes widened incredulously. The potatoes, which could alleviate mental turmoil, had grown from the very earth, on the garbage star's soil. At that moment, she felt as if her entire worldview had crumbled. Ying was not surprised by their reactions. Clearing her throat, she refocused their attention. These are the potatoes I have cultivated. Your task now is to dig up all the potatoes from this area. As she spoke, she approached a potato plant and demonstrated in front of the children. Grasping the stem close to the roots with both hands, she gently pulled upwards. With a soft pop, the entire plant uprooted. Beneath the root system hung several fresh, golden, and round potatoes still caked in soil. Wow! Another chorus of astonishment erupted. Ying pointed to the potatoes, patiently explaining, look, these yellow lumps are potatoes. You need to pluck them all and gather them together. She began removing the potatoes from the roots and placing them on the nearby ground. Then, picking up a small shovel prepared earlier, she carefully excavated in the hole left by the uprooted plant, unearthing even more deeply buried potatoes. There were still many potatoes hidden beneath the surface, requiring meticulous digging to ensure none were overlooked. From just this one plant, she harvested a total of 55 potatoes, each weighing around 200 grams, uniform in size, and appearing plump and enticing. The children gazed at the small mountain of potatoes, their expressions filled with incredulity as they marveled at the sight. Chun Bing gradually emerged from her initial shock. Yet her gaze remained intricate as she looked at Ying and then at the astonishing potato field, her mind a tempest of thoughts. So, have you figured it out? Do you know how to dig now? Ying asked the children with a smile. We got it, Sister Su. Xiao Tian and Na responded eagerly, their voices ringing with enthusiasm. Excellent. Ying nodded in approval. I hereby appoint the two of you as group leaders. Xiao Tian, Na. Each of you will lead a team of 5 and split into 2 groups to begin digging. Yes. The 2 children stood tall with pride, feeling immensely honored. They quickly organized the remaining 10 children into groups. Na pointed to one end of the field, saying, Xiao Tian, let us start digging from here. Xiao Tian, understanding immediately, pointed to the other end. Then we'll begin from over there. The 2 groups commenced their tasks with clear divisions, avoiding any chaos. Ying was pleased with their organizational skills. Then she turned her attention to Chun Bing, who still appeared somewhat dazed. Upon meeting Su Ying's gaze, Chun Bing instinctively assured her, "Boss Su, rest assured, I will make sure the children keep everything they saw today completely confidential. Not a word will be spoken outside." However, Su Ying shook her head and looked around. "There is no need for secrecy. The moment you stepped into this place, the illusion here was already dispelled. Those outside should be witnessing it all now." Following Su Ying's gaze, Chun Bing indeed saw the villagers, who should have been busy tilling the land, along with the prisoners from the Heishu gang, who were cautiously cleaning up debris in the expansion area. All of them had halted their activities, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden appearance of the verdant field. The vibrant green, teeming with life and starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment, struck each onlooker like a colossal exclamation mark, evoking an indescribable dual shock to their vision and souls. Chapter 63. Abundance awaits. Observing Chun Bing's astonished, perplexed, and hesitant expression, Su Ying, concerned that she might explode from holding back, kindly encouraged Sister Chun, "Feel free to ask anything you wish." Chun Bing took a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions and pointed to the lush potato field before her, posing the pivotal question, "Boss Su, so the purpose behind having us clear the debris until the land was to cultivate these potatoes, wasn't it?" "Of course not," Su Ying replied succinctly. Chun Bing, upon hearing this, instinctively exhaled in relief, thinking to herself, "Thank goodness, it seems not every patch of land can yield crops." She speculated that the Imperial Research Institute must have recently developed some remarkable technology or materials capable of purifying the radiation and toxins in the soil. As Mrs. Hua, it was not surprising that Boss Su could access such cutting-edge resources. Yet, her relief was premature. Su Ying lamented, "With so much land, if I were to plant only potatoes, I would be forced to eat nothing but potatoes every day. That would be unbearable." She gestured, beginning to enumerate. "I need to plant grains, vegetables, fruits, herbs, and a plethora of other crops." With a gentle sigh, she added, "It's unfortunate that the seeds we've found so far are so few. I wonder when I will be able to gather all the varieties I wish to plant." Chun Bing felt foolish for her earlier musings. It turned out that it was not the land that was incapable of cultivation, but rather that Boss Su desired to grow far more than just potatoes. Could it be that she intended to recreate the diverse agricultural ecology reminiscent of the legendary ancient Blue Star era on this garbage-ridden planet? Having expelled her frustration over the lack of seeds, Su Ying turned and rummaged through a pile of usable refuse, retrieving a relatively flat piece of discarded alloy and a charred piece of charcoal to begin sketching on the board. After completing her drawing, she noticed Chun Bing still standing in a daze and called out, "Sister Chun?" "Yes." Chun Bing jolted back to attention. "Please find 5 nimble and detail-oriented individuals to come over," Su Ying instructed. "I need to teach them how to create ridges and ditches." "Ridges? Ditches? Where are those?" "Understood. Boss Su, right away." Chun Bing promptly set off and soon returned with 5 young people, including in Ping, who had previously excelled in constructing the barriers. Su Ying propped up the alloy board, displaying her rudimentary agricultural layout sketched with charcoal. She pointed to the diagram and began explaining to the 5. "Do you know what ridges and ditches are?" The 5, along with the listening Chun Bing, wore puzzled expressions, clearly unfamiliar with the terms. Su Ying indicated a thicker line on the board, beginning her explanation. "A ridge is used to delineate the boundaries of plots, primarily for walking and distinguishing different crops. I will teach you how to make ridges shortly, as we will need to divide all the tilled land into 1-acre plots for easier management." Next, she pointed to the raised sections depicted on the sketch. "This is called a ditch, which involves mounding the soil into elevated strips where the crops will be planted. Different crops have varying requirements for the ditches." She devised a plan based on the seeds at hand. Potatoes reproduce quickly and yield abundantly, making them the primary crop for immediate planting. Therefore, I need you to allocate 5 acres of land using a high ridge and deep ditch model. The requirements are: the base of the ridge should be 70 to 80 centimeters wide. The ridge should be 25 to 30 centimeters high, and the surface of the ridge should be 30 to 40 centimeters wide. The ditches between the ridges should also maintain a width of 30 to 40 centimeters. This 5-acre section will be exclusively for planting potatoes. For the remaining plots, a high-ridge single-row model will be employed, as this ridge shape is versatile and suitable for most vegetables, including sweet potatoes and strawberries. The ridge surface should be 50 to 60 centimeters wide. The ridge height 25 to 30 centimeters and the ditch width 30 to 40 centimeters. Upon completing her explanation of the ridges and ditches, Su Ying illustrated the layout of the drainage ditches on the planning map for each acre. These are drainage ditches, she elucidated, primarily intended to expel excess water from the fields to prevent root rot. There is no water source here. The crops will rely on the moisture condensed from cloud and rain formations. Thus, in her design, she deliberately omitted the water inlet, focusing all attention on the outlets. The main ditch would converge into a tributary ditch, which would then flow into the primary ditch, ultimately directing all water into the terminal reservoir. The 5 young individuals, including in Ping, were left bewildered, their minds racing with the thought of Boss Su intending to cultivate crops in this soil. Beyond potatoes, she planned to grow sweet potatoes, vegetables, and even strawberries. Were these not typically found in agricultural bases? How could anything grow in this filthy earth? Drainage? There was no water in the soil at all. It hadn't rained for months, and when it did, it dried up quickly. Why was drainage necessary? Su Ying did not expect them to comprehend immediately. She merely needed them to understand what they were to do next. Thus, she picked up a spade and led them to the already tilled land, demonstrating the process herself. With deft movements, she swiftly created a straight, standard-sized ridge with an even slope. Then came the ditch and the drainage ditches, all perfectly proportioned. The 5 young people, including in Ping, watched intently, gripping their makeshift shovels tightly, diligently memorizing each action and technique. After Su Ying finished her demonstration, she encouraged them to try their hands at it. Though initially somewhat clumsy, they all worked earnestly, making commendable attempts. Notably, Ping appeared to possess an innate understanding of land and structure, as the products he created, whether ridges, ditches, or drainage, were nearly indistinguishable from Su Ying's demonstrations, impressively precise. After observing their efforts for a while, Su Ying felt immensely satisfied. She brushed the dirt off her hands and declared to the 5, "Excellent. From now on, the foundational work of this farmland will be entrusted to the 5 of you." Ping turned her gaze towards the quiet and focused youth. "As the group leader, you are responsible for guiding them and ensuring the quality of the ridges and ditches, strictly adhering to the dimensions I specified." Upon hearing her appointment, a hint of excitement flushed across Ping's dark face. "Yes, Boss Su, I will definitely do well." Su Ying nodded, surveying the gradually taking shape of the fields, as if she could already envision a future abundant with fragrant fruits and flourishing crops. "Just wait. The Ling Tian Wan Mu will come to fruition. Bountiful harvests will be ours. Wealth beyond measure will also be ours." Just as she was lost in her daydreams, a cacophony of shouts and chaos drew her back to reality. Chapter 64. If you have gas, don't let it out. Regaining her composure, Su Ying recognized that Zhong Mu and Zhou Kejia had arrived with her free labor force. Turning around, she noticed that Chun Bing and Ping, startled by the commotion, had turned pale, their bodies instinctively tensing. Clearly, they had been bullied by such displays in the past, leaving them with a conditioned response. "Don't be afraid," Su Ying reassured them. "These are my free workers. Tian Ye, please take them back to continue working. I will go check it out." Chun Bing cast a worried glance at her, but nodded. "All right, Boss Su, please be careful." Su Ying waved her hand casually, stepping gingerly toward the source of the noise. "Damn it, I must buy a small hovercar when I go to the capital star. This uneven, trash-laden ground is exhausting." Meanwhile, Huang Mao, Shou Ho, and the other 7 captives from the Black Rat Gang, who were toiling in the expansion area, brightened at the sound of the familiar shouts. They could hardly contain their excitement. "It's the boss. The boss has come with the brothers. The boss is so formidable. And with Mecha, surely he can rescue us." However, just as this flicker of hope ignited, it was extinguished by a voice that sent chills down their spines. Su Ying ambled over to them, her gaze sweeping over their faces, which still bore traces of unfulfilled hope. With a smirk that danced between amusement and condescension, she spoke. "What is this? Don't want to work for me anymore? Want to go back? Would you like me to send you back right now, to ensure your permanent return?" Her tone, though calm, bore an icy undertone. The 7 men were terrified, swiftly shaking their heads like rattles. No, big sister. We want to work. We really do. We will get to it right away," they exclaimed as they hastily buried their heads in the trash, their hands moving so quickly that they left behind a blur. Seeing them return to their senses, Su Ying shifted her focus ahead. Soon, she spotted 2 familiar figures. Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia were racing towards her at a swift pace, looking somewhat disheveled. Behind them, a cloud of dust swirled, accompanied by a dark throng of people. A rough estimate revealed at least 50 or 60 individuals, each wielding various weapons, their shouts and battle cries echoing incessantly. Their speed was remarkable. Within minutes, they stood before Su Ying, halting merely a few meters away. Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia, slightly panting, positioned themselves at her sides, like guardians. Opposite her stood the Black Rat Gang, led by a burly man with a fierce gaze and a bushy beard, who was likely the notorious Black Rat himself. With that physique, he should be called Black Bear instead of Black Rat. Su Ying couldn't help but comment. Zhongmu explained. He used to commit heinous acts and fled for a while, but was later caught in the sewers. Su Ying nodded in understanding. Indeed, the sewers were a place where only the likes of Black Rat felt at home. Black Rat's triangular eyes fixated on Su Ying, his voice gravelly and filled with malice. Is it you? You killed my brothers and commanded those two to blow up my Black Rat Gang? Surprised, Su Ying raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia. Blow up? Zhongmu succinctly clarified, we had to blow up their lair. Otherwise, they wouldn't come out. Su Ying nodded in approval. Well done. This casual exchange infuriated Black Rat, who, veins bulging on his forehead, bellowed, You filthy wench. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Finally turning her attention back to Black Rat, Su Ying replied leisurely, I'm listening. Speak your mind, but refrain from any nonsense. Black Rat, noticing her delicate and refined appearance, contrasting sharply with the trash-laden environment, was momentarily captivated, his tone shifting to a lewd flirtation. You're quite the looker. Here's the deal. If you behave and serve me well, I can overlook the matter of you blowing up my lair and killing my men. He had a penchant for young women, drawn to their fragility, and Su Ying, looking even more delicate than a child, caught his fancy. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's face contorted with extreme disdain, as if she had encountered something revolting. With a scoff, she retorted, TSK, rather ugly in appearance, yet your imagination is quite beautiful. Black Rat was enraged, nearly reaching a state of apoplexy. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and Shou Ho, having felt a flicker of excitement upon seeing their boss, were swiftly engulfed in overwhelming terror when confronted by Su Ying's icy gaze. Trembling like leaves in the wind, they continued their tasks, fearful that if they paused, the female tyrant would send them back home. Black Rat, noticing Huang Mao and the others cowering before Su Ying, was consumed by fury, feeling utterly humiliated. He barked, Huang Mao, Shou Ho, you useless fools, get over here. However, upon hearing his command, they not only remained still but shrank even lower, casting furtive glances at Su Ying, afraid to cross the thin line that separated them. Observing their behavior, Black Rat became convinced that they had betrayed him, suspecting that the deaths of his second and third in command were tied to their treachery. They must have been bribed by this filthy wench to set a trap for his men. Otherwise, with their strength, it was impossible for them to have been easily subdued. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as he commanded a towering, muscular henchman beside him. Duckwaito, go, take down Huang Mao, the traitor. He aimed to punish one to warn others. Yes, boss. Duckwaito grina mina singly, brandishinha efchi cliavir. Charging toward Huang Mao with great strides. Terrified, Huang Mao collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair, Boss, I didn't betray you. I was forced. She killed the second and third leaders. I didn't want to die. That's why I worked for her. Please spare me. However, Black Rat remained unconvinced. De Kuai-Tu moved swiftly, reaching Huang Mao in mere steps, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he raised the cleaver high, ready to decapitate him. Just as his entire body crossed the shallow boundary on the ground, a series of sharp, silvery flashes erupted around him like an invisible net of death. In the next moment, 7 or 8 streams of crimson blood erupted from De Kuai-Tu's robust form, freezing him in place. The cleaver clattering to the ground as his eyes widened in disbelief and horror. Then, like a wall collapsing, his massive body toppled forward, crashing down onto the already petrified Huang Mao, instantly drenching him in warm blood. Chapter 65. Can this mecha still be repaired? Huang Mao let out a piercing scream, horrified by the sudden turn of events and the corpse atop him. The eerie and terrifying scene caused all members of the Black Rat Gang to gasp in shock, their faces paling. They were utterly bewildered, not even comprehending where the attack had originated. Only the fleeting silver glimmers and the massive figures that meet a swift demise herald the lurking dangers of the unknown. Yet, the 7 captives who had witnessed the gruesome separation of body and soul the previous night now surprisingly felt a sense of relief. At the very least, this time, the giant had left them with intact corpses. The eyes of the black mouse narrowed, an alarm ringing in his heart. However, emboldened by his strongest card, he bellowed, "Stop your ghostly antics." He then pressed a device on his wrist, and with a series of mechanical clicks, a formidable, albeit somewhat antiquated, 3-meter-tall armored mech enveloped him, exuding an aura of ferocity. "All of you, step back." The black mouse roared from within the mech. The members of the Black Mouse gang, feeling reassured by their leader, hastily took refuge behind the massive machine. Seeing this, Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia exchanged glances, instinctively preparing to engage the mech with their experience and skills. "You need not intervene," Su Ying interjected, her tone as casual as though she were watching a play. She even leisurely retrieved a simple set of tables and chairs from her spatial button and set them up. Then, she produced a kettle and several potatoes, beckoning Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia, "Come, sit down, have some water, and eat a potato. After running all this way, you must be famished and parched. Eat up. Replenish your strength." Her nonchalant disregard for the black mouse and the mech ignited a fierce ire within him. "You foul woman! You seek death!" The black mouse's furious roar echoed from within the mech as he commanded the hulking armored beast to raise its heavy mechanical arm, gathering energy at the fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow to Su Ying and her makeshift setup. However, as the mech's heavy metallic foot thundered across the shallow boundary line and into the erased domain, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metallic clashes and snapping sounds erupted like popping beans. The seemingly indestructible armored mech was instantaneously severed at its joints by countless invisible blades. Its massive form halted midair, and in the horrified gaze of all present, it disintegrated with a resounding crash. The colossal mechanical arms, the heavy torso, and the stout legs fell apart like scattered building blocks, generating a series of deafening thuds. The cockpit was laid bare, revealing the black mouse, who remained in the pose of controlling the mech, his expression of rage frozen, morphing into utter bewilderment and disbelief. He stared vacantly at the scattered remnants around him, as if trapped in a surreal nightmare. The scene descended into an eerie silence. Only Su Ying continued to peel her potatoes, her eyes never lifting. Witnessing the dismantling of their leader's once revered armored mech, the remaining members of the Black Mouse gang experienced a complete psychological collapse. The unknown was the most terrifying of all. They were utterly oblivious to the source of the attack, let alone the formidable force behind it. This incomprehensible and insurmountable fear engulfed them in an instant. Was their leader important? Indeed, but no matter how significant, it paled in comparison to the value of their own lives. It was unclear who first shouted run. The remaining 50-odd members scattered like startled locusts, turning to flee for their lives. Brotherhood, loyalty to the gang. These notions became meaningless in the face of absolute life-threatening danger. Yet, as they took their first steps, a calm voice, as chilling as ice water poured over their heads, rang clear in everyone's ears. "If you wish to die, feel free to run." She did not even rise, continuing to leisurely eat her potato. Such a seemingly light remark, however, acted as invisible shackles, instantly freezing everyone in place. They abruptly halted, terror-stricken, turning back to gaze at the woman seated beside her table and chairs, exuding an air of leisure. Glancing down at the still-warm corpse of the giant and the heap of mech debris, their throats dried up, cold sweat trickling down, and none dared to take another step. The power capable of dismantling the mech could surely eliminate them with ease, right? Perhaps staying put would grant them a chance at survival, while fleeing could very well seal their fates. Su Ying regarded this terrified assembly with satisfaction. Her words were indeed intended to scare them. After all, the array's range was limited. They had yet to cross it, and if they ran, so be it. However, it would be a shame to let her hard-won free labor slip away. She cast a glance at Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia. The two immediately understood, swiftly moving to position themselves before the frightened crowd. "Did you all hear what Boss Su said? Those who wish to survive, line up. Hands on your heads and follow me. Move quickly." under the firm coercion of the two and the looming threat of an unknown death. The members of the Black Mouse gang completely lost their will to resist, their faces pale, hands clasped atop their heads, trembling as they followed the two forward. Unknowingly, they crossed the shallow boundary line, stepping into the array's embrace. Su Ying felt a subtle shift in her consciousness, confirming that the last person had also entered the circle before finally relaxing. 56 plus the original 7, a grand total of 63 free labors, and they all appear to be quite robust. Their efficiency in work will surely be commendable, she mused, her gaze toward the group resembling that of one eyeing a collection of valuable tools that must not be squandered. With the issue of labor resolved, her attention was immediately drawn to the pile of mech wreckage on the ground. Her eyes sparkled as though she had discovered a treasure, and in a few swift strides, she approached, inspecting here and there. She even struggled to lift a mech arm thicker than herself, turning excitedly to Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia. Sister Zhong, brother Zhou, look at this. Can it be repaired? If so, using it to clear debris would be an absolute game changer. Wouldn't it? Just imagine how many hands it could replace. Zhongmu and Zhou Kajia exchanged glances at Su Ying's exuberance over the mech arm, their foreheads marked with several dark lines of exasperation. Using a military-grade, modified mech for garbage collection, Boss Su's thought process was always so unique, catching them off guard. Chapter 66. Liquidation of personal assets. Zhou Kajia stepped forward to examine the severed arm closely. Shaking his head, his tone tinged with regret and a hint of resignation. He remarked, Boss Su, I fear it may not be feasible. As you can see, all the joint connections have been severed. The difficulty of repairing such damage is immense, and the materials and costs required would likely match the price of a new basic model mech. How much does a mech cost? Su Jing weighed, curious, as she had not paid attention to the mech sales section during her browsing on the StarNet. That depends on the specific grade, model, and configuration, Zhou Kajia explained. Military, civilian, performance, and the degree of wear vary greatly in price. Su Ying pressed on, it doesn't need to be anything fancy, just something that can clear debris. Zhou Kajia was momentarily stumped by her straightforward request, unsure how to quote accurately. Zhongmu interjected, actually there are basic civilian models of mechs, generally used for large construction projects, heavy agriculture, or services in special environments. The technical threshold is relatively low, and the cost is considerably cheaper. If you only require basic power and strength, several 100,000 star coins should suffice. Several 100,000 star coins. Su Ying gasped, finding the price a bit daunting. She glanced at the towering heaps of garbage nearby, some reaching heights of several dozen meters. It seemed plausible to purchase a specialized mech for garbage clearance when the time came to develop those plots. The efficiency would surely be remarkable. At this moment, her gaze swept across the group of Black Rat gang members huddled together in fear. That sufficed for now. With this thought, her spirits lifted once more. She commanded Zhou Kajia, brother Zhou, please drag that one pretending to be dead out for me. Shao Kei complete. Approaching the scattered cockpit and swiftly hauling the ashen-faced Black Rat out. At this moment, the bravado he had moments ago had vanished. He was genuinely terrified, a fear that penetrated to his very core. Though he had encountered stronger opponents before and fought numerous tough battles, he had never experienced the feeling of being utterly helpless, unable to discern how his adversary struck, with his greatest reliance dismantled like a mere toy. This profound sense of powerlessness and dread, where his life and death lay entirely in another's hands, was an experience he had never faced before. Thus, as Zhou Kajia roughly dragged him out, he exhibited an unusual degree of obedience and even a hint of ingratiation. Terrified that any delay in his movements or a misaligned expression would lead him to share the fate of the giant lying on the ground. He curled up on the ground, not daring to lift his head, resignedly awaiting the judgment of that formidable woman. Su Ying instructed Zhou Kajia to position the Black Rat before his fellow gang members, ensuring they all remained together. She then cleared her throat and stepped forward, forcing a smile that she believed was benevolent, yet appeared devilish in the eyes of the Black Rat gang, and began her orientation speech. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, welcome to my farm. I am a person of great kindness, so much so that I could never bring myself to crush an ant, and I detest bloodshed and violence more than anything else. The corpses of the giant and the remnants of the mecha silently exuded the sense of blood and rust. Therefore, I have summoned you here not for any ulterior motive, but to offer you a legitimate job, a chance to reform and start anew. Her tone grew increasingly sincere. As long as you work diligently, I guarantee a daily supply of nutrient solution will be no problem. For those who perform exceptionally well, a monthly dose of tranquilizers will not be a dream. She waved her arms, attempting to elevate the atmosphere. Just imagine a stable source of food, perhaps even a precious potion that could alleviate mental turmoil. Where else can you find such an opportunity? Only here with me. So, I hope you all cherish this chance and work hard. Do not let me down. At this juncture, she abruptly shifted her tone, maintaining a gentle demeanor yet imbued with an icy chill. Because if you disappoint me, my mood will become exceedingly unpleasant. When my mood sours, I cannot help but desire to see some blood to calm myself. The crowd pondered. Kind-hearted? Cannot stand blood? Is the figure lying on the ground merely a model? Yet, feeling the pervasive threat of death, they could only suppress all their fears and grievances deep within, lowering their heads in tacit acceptance of this forced employment. Seeing that her initial intimidation had taken effect, Ying did not forget to set an example. She pointed at the 7 individuals, including Huang Mao, who were splattered with blood, yet still striving to clean up the debris. Look at them. They're doing quite well. In just one night, they have come to deeply understand the glory of labor and the value of life. As long as you work hard, you will survive. If you do poorly or harbor other thoughts, she paused meaningfully, then you will be disposed of like worthless garbage. The 7 individuals, feeling her gaze, forced out a smile more grotesque than tears, hastening their movements. Once the orientation concluded, Ying eagerly moved on to the next phase, the confiscation of personal assets. All right, since we're all comrades now, let me clarify some rules. For the sake of unified management and to avoid unnecessary troubles, I ask that you voluntarily surrender all your belongings, including but not limited to star coins, energy stones, weapons, and spatial equipment. Everything except for the clothes on your backs. Finally, she coldly added, I greatly appreciate obedient employees. Should anyone dare to disobey or attempt to conceal. Her sentence trailed off, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Hearing this, the members displayed clear reluctance and resistance. Their possessions were their lifeline in this desolate star. Who would willingly relinquish them? Without further ado, Ying directly named a target. Black Rat, since you have been a leader, you should take the lead. The Black Rat's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth in reluctance as he retrieved what appeared to be the most ordinary spatial button from his pocket and handed it over. Ying did not even glance up. Is this all? The Black Rat's heart sank as he reluctantly produced a slightly better spatial button. Ying rimandi indifferent. Her tone unwavering. Do not make me ask a third time. The Black Rat's face darkened with despair, and trembling hands yielded a third button, the one that contained his most precious assets, hidden deep within. Before Ying could speak again, he blurted out, I truly have nothing more. This time, I genuinely have nothing left. Chapter 67. No mercy. Ying finally raised her gaze, her eyes landing on the light brain wristband adorning his wrist, laced with mockery. Then what is that on your wrist? The Black Rat, following her gaze, glanced at his light brain wristband, his face darkening further, nearly bursting with rage. Was she referring to the light brain? And he had foolishly surrendered 3 spatial buttons. He felt a surge of frustration, trembling hands removing the wristband, eager to retreat into the crowd. Wait, Ying called out to him, signaling to Zokajia, Brother Zo, please give him a thorough search. Be meticulous. It's better to strip him bare than to leave any omissions. After all, from now on, everything he possesses will belong to me. Any oversight is my loss. Zokajia complied without hesitation. The Black Rat instinctively attempted to resist, but the moment he moved, whoosh, a thin silver flash cut through the air, leaving a crimson line across his face, searing with pain. Ying's voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. Next time, it will be your neck. The Black Rat clutched his face, terror-stricken, all remaining thoughts of resistance extinguished. He could only stand humiliated, allowing Zokajia to conduct a thorough search from head to toe. Zokajia was thorough indeed, and he soon discovered 2 small spatial buttons hidden within the Black Rat's boot. Ying glanced at the buttons, a cold smile gracing her lips. It seems you did not take my words to heart. The Black Rat's face turned pale, hastily defending himself. I forgot. It was truly an oversight. Forgot? Ying is gaze sharpant. Before her words faded, two more silver flashes darted through the air. Crack! Crack! Two intersecting bloodlines erupted on the black rat's back, causing him to stifle a groan, nearly collapsing to the ground. This is the final warning. Su Ying's voice was devoid of emotion. In my domain, my words are law. Should you dare to play tricks, you shall bear the consequences. She surveyed the remaining black rat gang members, who were equally silent and fearful. Now, is there anyone who needs my assistance in recalling any forgotten items? Witnessing the fate of their leader, the others dared not entertain any notions of luck. One by one, they eagerly surrendered every valuable and worthless item they possessed, forming a small mountain, hoping to endure less physical punishment. However, this was not the end. Su Ying seized the 11 light brains on the table, calling forth their owners one by one, transferring all their star coins into her account. To her dismay, she discovered that the Black Rat Gang was utterly impoverished. A gang of several dozen members had accounts totaling barely 100,000 star coins, truly meager. This realization left her with little hope for the 9 spatial buttons she had confiscated. Indeed, upon seizing the 3 spatial buttons voluntarily surrendered by the Heishu, it was discovered that they contained primarily boxes of nutrient solutions and tranquilizers, all of the most inferior quality. The total quantity amounted to merely a few hundred vials, and a rough estimation suggested that their overall worth may not even rival that of the buttons themselves. However, the 2 spatial buttons retrieved from the Heishu's boots yielded more promising contents, predominantly energy stones. Among them were approximately 50 to 60 intermediate energy stones and 200 to 300 low-grade energy stones, constituting a considerable unexpected fortune. This would sufficiently sustain the operational needs of the farm's formations for several months. As for the 4 other lackey spatial buttons, aside from a scant quantity of nutrient solutions and tranquilizers, the remainder was nothing but refuse, rendering them a mere windfall of buttons. Su Ying inquired of the Heishu whether their stronghold still harbored any remaining supplies. Observing the shifty glimmer in his eyes, she found little inclination to discern the truth. Instead, she opted to have Zhongmu guide her, resolved to personally visit the Heishu's lair. Her intention was to conduct a thorough search, taking everything of value while leaving not a single strand of hair for these scoundrels. Zhou Kajia was left behind to oversee this group of free laborers, with Su Ying admonishing him that should anyone become lazy, he was to take immediate action without hesitation. However, the Heishu stronghold was even more squalid than she had anticipated. Haphazardly constructed huts, made from various scrap metal sheets, pipes, and tarpaulins emitted a pervasive odor of mildew and filth. It was no wonder, as the inhabitants of the garbage planet were generally impoverished, leaving the bandits with little to steal. After thoroughly searching several slightly larger huts, they uncovered nothing of value, merely a collection of dilapidated furnishings. Just as Su Ying was on the verge of giving up, they stumbled upon a corner hut housing 5 women shackled at the ankles by heavy iron chains, along with 3 children. Their tattered garments scarcely concealed their bodies, and their skin bore the marks of abuse, their eyes vacant and numb, resembling soulless dolls, clearly having endured inhumane torment. A surge of fury ignited within Su Ying's eyes, leading her to conclude that she had been far too lenient with the beasts of the Heishu. She resolved that upon her return, the previously designated 12-hour work schedule would be transformed into a grueling 16-hour regimen. At that moment, Zhongmu suddenly exclaimed, "Balan? Wunan, is that really you?" She rushed toward a woman curled up in the corner, her hair a tangled mess. Crouching down, she brushed aside the disheveled locks covering the woman's face. As she recognized the pale, haggard features, Zhongmu's eyes filled with tears. The woman, named Bulan, remained dazed for a while, her murky eyes gradually focusing before she softly uttered 2 barely audible words. "Zhongmu? Yes, it's me. I am Zhongmu." Her voice trembled as she grasped Bulan's icy hand tightly. "I'm so sorry. We searched for you for so long. We thought you had met with a misfortune, but unexpectedly, you were hidden away by the Heishu beasts." Su Ying stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. "Do you know each other?" "Viping Hertius, Zongmu Huar City A Planet." "Boss Su, this is Bulan. She was one of our villagers in Shiwang Cun, a remarkably capable girl. About a year ago, she went out in search of supplies and never returned. We mobilized the entire village to search for her, but there was no trace, alive or dead." We all thought she was gone, and little did we know, she was captured by the He Shu. Her tone was laden with guilt. Ultimately, their expedition to the He Shu's lair yielded no valuable supplies. Only 5 women whose bodies and spirits bore deep scars. Naturally, Su Ying would not directly take them in. Instead, Zhong Mu would represent Shi Wang's Cun to welcome them back. All Su Ying could offer was the opportunity for them to work on the farm once their health improved, earning their keep through labor. As the new camp had yet to be established, Zhong Mu, with Su Ying's consent, temporarily placed these unfortunate women in a relatively clean corner of the farm, seeking Chun Bing's assistance to look after them. Meanwhile, she herself was consumed with righteous anger, seeking retribution against the He Shu. Chapter 68. Overtime pay at double rate. Su Ying had no objections, but reminded, discipline is permissible, but do not injure his hands or feet, lest it impede his ability to work. The likes of the He Shu were not worth mourning. However, she hoped he would perish from exhaustion rather than through violence. For if he were to die, she intended to extract every ounce of value from him first. Subsequently, Su Ying officially appointed Zhou Kajia and Zhong Mu as overseers for the 60 or so free laborers, tasked with supervising their waste cleanup, with a daily wage set at 500 star coins. The two readily accepted. While this wage may not be considered high in the empire on the garbage planet, it was an exceedingly generous offer. With thoughts of the following day's itinerary, Su Ying instructed them, Brother Zhou, Sister Zhong, I will be taking a ship from the recycling station back to the capital star tonight, and I likely won't return until tomorrow evening. For now, I entrust the farm's affairs to you. Both were taken aback, not because of her ability to travel between the garbage planet and the capital star, for the title of the young mistress of the Hui family carried weight there. They were astonished by Su Ying's trust in them, allowing them to manage such a significant responsibility, albeit for just one day. They vowed repeatedly, Boss Su, you can rest assured. We pledge our integrity to ensure the farm is well managed, and that we uphold your trust in us. Their earnest demeanor made Su Ying feel somewhat bashful. After all, her trust stemmed from her absolute confidence in her mastery of the formations, not from them. What she deemed untouchable was beyond the reach of outsiders. At that moment, Zhang Dequan returned, his face alight with joy. Su Jing, Boss Su. I have found a suitable location for our camp and would like you to accompany me to inspect it. He also called for Zhou Kajia to join them. The site was indeed promising, situated halfway up a large garbage hill, featuring a relatively flat plateau backed by a steep garbage face, accessible only via a narrow, winding path, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. Moreover, it was located about a kilometer from the farm, not too far for convenience, yet not intrusive to the farm's future expansion. Both parties were satisfied with the location, and the position of Shi Wang Cun was thus determined. Upon returning to the farm, Zhang Dequan announced this good news to the villagers of Shi Wang Cun, decisively declaring that they would relocate collectively after work that evening. The villagers erupted in cheers, raising their hands in agreement. However, Su Ying, an outsider, voiced her dissent. Village Chief Zhang, let's postpone the move until tomorrow, she stated. This evening, I plan to have everyone work overtime. She was set to depart for the capital star tonight, not returning until the following evening. If they did not plant the new potatoes tonight, the land would remain idle the next day. Given their current financial strains, she was unwilling to squander a single day. However, the quantity of potatoes to be planted was considerable. She needed to breed and sow them, and it was evident she could not accomplish much alone. Turning to Chun Bing, she proposed, Sister Chun, I would like everyone to stay and work overtime tonight, with the task of planting all 5 acres we newly plowed with potatoes. As compensation, I shall pay double wages for tonight's overtime. Chun Bing hurriedly waved her hands. Boss Su, you provide us with work, ensuring we have a stable income, for which we are immensely grateful. Is it really necessary to pay double for merely staying to do a bit more work? Yet Su Ying resolutely insisted, overtime pay at double rates is perfectly justified. She sought profit, but did not wish to become an unscrupulous capitalist exploiting others. She held her principles and boundaries firmly. Zhang Dequan, listening nearby, was filled with emotion. Bowing deeply on behalf of all the villagers of Shi Wang Cun, Boss Su, on behalf of everyone, I thank you. You are our great benefactor. In the potato field, the children worked with remarkable efficiency. They spontaneously formed a rudimentary assembly line. The stronger among them took on the task of uprooting the potato plants, while the more meticulous individuals wielded small shovels to excavate the potatoes. The most agile among them swiftly gathered and organized the harvest. Their coordination was seamless, and each one was brimming with a vigorous spirit of labor. Before the workday had concluded, the entire potato field had been cleared. All the potatoes were gathered into a substantial mound, creating a rather impressive sight. Each potato was meticulously wiped clean by the children, their skins free of any soil. The bright yellow hue was a delight to behold. Ying was immensely satisfied with the fruits of the children's labor. When it came time to settle their wages, she generously added 10 star coins as a reward to each child's originally agreed payment. The children's faces flushed with joy, and their enthusiasm for work surged even further. However, the sheer volume of the potato mound made Ying realize that in her preoccupation with calculating the payments, she had entirely overlooked the issue of storage for such a large quantity of potatoes. Fortunately, she had confiscated all the possessions of the Heishu Bang, which provided her with 9 space buttons of varying sizes. Notably, 4 of these were intermediate space buttons, each capable of holding 100 cubic meters. Otherwise, with merely her 1 cubic meter space button, she would have been at a loss for how to accommodate all these potatoes. She consolidated everything from the various space buttons into a single 9 cubic meter space button and then emptied the remaining buttons entirely to store the potatoes. Even with this arrangement, it was barely sufficient to contain all the potatoes. Ultimately, the harvest was close to her estimate, totaling 195 potatoes. She reserved some for planting, personal use, and employee compensation, selling the remaining 20,000. The free market pre-sale yielded over 9,000, though it remained uncertain whether the remaining 10,000 would sell out. At the scheduled departure time, Ying simply greeted Chenbing, Zhou and Zhongmu with a casual, "I'm leaving. I trust you to oversee things here," and departed swiftly, without any superfluous instructions or reminders. This seemingly carefree demeanor inadvertently instilled a sense of profound trust in Zhou, Chenbing, and Zhongmu, leading them to believe that Ying had placed immense confidence in them by entrusting everything to their care. This heavy burden of trust spurred them on to exert maximum effort in their subsequent tasks, leaving no room for complacency. The following morning, in the capital star of the empire, Mercury Plaza, an unusual phenomenon captured the attention of passers-by. A long queue had formed in a relatively open area on the eastern side of the plaza, consisting of at least 50 to 60 individuals. They stood in quiet anticipation, the line orderly and composed. However, the front of the queue was conspicuously empty, devoid of anything. Chapter 69. Are these potatoes on the brink of extinction? Each passerby felt a surge of curiosity and could not resist approaching to inquire. What are you all queuing for? Yes, there's nothing up ahead. Is the government distributing some benefits? Or perhaps a celebrity is coming for a promotional event. Care to share? Yet, regardless of their inquiries, the individuals in line merely offered mysterious smiles or shook their heads, remaining tight-lipped. Absurd. The extraordinary effects of the potatoes were well known among their own. Why share this with outsiders who might deprive them of future purchases? This sentiment was unanimously shared among the queue. However, their reticence only intensified the curiosity of onlookers. Some were merely passing by and had nothing better to do, decided to linger, eager to discover what these individuals were awaiting. As time passed and the clock neared 9, the crowd in the plaza swelled, many drawn in by the peculiar queue. Some of those who had been waiting grew increasingly impatient, muttering complaints under their breath. Just then, a palpable stir erupted among the queue. All eyes turned toward one entrance of the plaza, faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The VE arrived. The wealthy owner is here. A voice rang out, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. We VE save your place for you, boss. Is there enough of your potatoes this time? We've been waiting for so long. Finally, you're here. Your potatoes are simply delicious. My child can't get enough of them. I must buy more this time. Yes, boss, how many potatoes did you bring? The chorus of eager shouts, filled with urgency, anticipation, and an unabashed craving for the potatoes, shattered the morning tranquility of the plaza, leaving surrounding bystanders utterly perplexed. What an absurdly ostentatious title for the wealthy owner. Potatoes? So many people queuing here merely to buy potatoes? While it is true that natural foods are perpetually in short supply, one would think that purchasing potatoes would not necessitate such a long wait. Why do they all seem to have lost their sanity? Yet, the ensuing scene of the sale left onlookers utterly astonished. The individuals at the front of the line immediately placed extravagant orders. Boss, I want 200. I had order 100, but now I want an additional 100. 300. Here is my order. This was merely the appetizer. Astonishing figures emerged intermittently. Boss, I need 500. Here's my order. Boss, I want 1000. I previously ordered 500, but I'd like to add another 500. Is that possible? This spectacle bore no resemblance to a simple potato purchase. It was akin to a frantic acquisition of survival supplies in the face of an apocalypse. It felt as though these potatoes were on the verge of extinction, or that a cataclysmic disaster was imminent. The urgency to buy as much as possible spread among those waiting in line and the onlookers, engendering a pervasive sense of anxiety. Unbeknownst to them, some originally hesitant bystanders became unwittingly swept up in the fervor and joined the line. What had begun as a line of 4 or 5 dozen people had grown exponentially after Su Ying's potato stand opened, swelling in numbers and even beginning to wrap around in circles. The human tendency to conform was on full display. This abnormal length of the queue attracted even more bewildered individuals to observe. Some, drawn purely by the sheer number of people waiting, assumed that something good must be in store and inexplicably joined the line. As they queued, they inquired of those ahead, "Hey, is this a sign-up for a potato giveaway?" In the midst of the line, Uncle Fu observed the escalating orders ahead. What was initially a request for 100 had doubled to 200, and those requesting 500 were likewise increasing their orders, and he too felt an inexplicable urgency rising within him. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Boss, can people at the front add to their orders so freely? What about us who are further back? Will there be enough for our reservations?" His question echoed the sentiments of many behind him. They all feared that those ahead would purchase too much, leaving nothing for themselves, and they voiced their agreement. "Yes, boss. There should be a first-come, first-served policy to ensure the reserved quantities." Just as it was about to be the turn of a rather plump lady who had just received a message from her son urging her to buy more to share with classmates at school. She overheard the protest from behind, and, fearing Su Ying might cave to the pressure and deny her additional order, became displeased. Turning around, she retorted sharply, "The boss has agreed to sell. Why are you all complaining back there? Why so many opinions? Just because you have money doesn't mean you can't buy." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and it seemed a quarrel was about to erupt. Su Ying hurriedly raised her hand and pressed it down. Her gesture seemed to possess an extraordinary calming power, which momentarily pacified the restless crowd. Then, she raised her voice and reassured, "Rest assured, everyone, I have prepared a substantial quantity of potatoes today. Furthermore, I have set aside the amounts that each of you reserved at the free market, ensuring that every customer who placed an order will be able to purchase them. Please maintain order and do not rush." Her words acted like a soothing balm, instantly alleviating the tension among the anxious crowd. Old Man Fu had initially agreed with Chu Mu Feng to buy 500 potatoes, but upon feeling the atmosphere shift, he gritted his teeth and decided to dig into his own pockets to purchase an additional 500. Zhuo Jian, following closely behind Fu, was left dumbfounded by the frenzied scene. This was utterly exaggerated, was it not? After all, these potatoes were priced at 180 star coins per 100 grams. This was not the same as the nutrient solution priced at 50 star coins each. Moreover, even for nutrient solutions, he had never seen anyone buy them in such large quantities. 1,000 potatoes would amount to 180,000 star coins. Are the people of capital Star all this wealthy? Am I the only impoverished one here? Beside him, Chu De, noticing his astonishment, leaned in and whispered to Good, "Do not doubt. Once you buy them and try them yourself, you will understand that these potatoes, priced at 180 star coins, are indeed a great bargain." The process of transferring payment and collecting goods progressed swiftly. Su Ying was nimble, and the transaction flowed smoothly. Soon, the customers who had queued in advance concluded their purchases, and it was the turn of those curious bystanders who had come to join the line. An energetic elderly gentleman stood at the front. He did not immediately state how many he wished to buy, but instead curiously examined Su Ying and the potatoes laid out on the ground. Lowering his voice, he asked with a hint of mystery, "Little girl, boss, tell me honestly, are these potatoes going extinct?" Su Ying chuckled at this question. "Grandfather, you are overthinking it. If they were truly going extinct, would I still be able to sell them? The old man nodded thoughtfully, then leaned in closer, continuing his speculation earnestly. Then could it be that there is some insider information? Is a new apocalypse upon us? If you have any news, do share it with me, so I can prepare in advance. Su Ying was both amused and exasperated. Grandfather, I am merely a potato vendor. I have no insider information. Besides, if an apocalypse were truly coming, I would be hoarding the potatoes for myself to eat, not selling them. The old man looked puzzled. Then why are they buying so many? One by one, they act as if money is no object, making me anxious. Su Ying smiled. Perhaps it's because my potatoes are exceptionally delicious. The old man remained skeptical. How delicious can they possibly be to prompt such purchases? Seizing the opportunity to promote her wares, Su Ying replied, if you wish to know how they taste, why not buy some and try? The old man, being straightforward and seemingly not short on funds, laughed heartily. All right, given the excitement of the queue, I shall indulge myself. I will take 10. Very well, 10 potatoes will cost 3,600 star coins. Su Ying announced the price. As the old man scanned to make the payment, he could not help but grumble. What kind of precious variety are these potatoes? How come they are so much pricier than those sold in specialty stores? A loyal customer who had just purchased potatoes and had not yet departed chimed in enthusiastically. Grandfather, you are mistaken. These potatoes from our esteemed vendor are of the highest quality. This price is quite reasonable. You will not regret it, I assure you. You will want more after trying them. The old man, hearing this, chuckled as he carried away his 10 potatoes, turning back to Su Ying to say, if they are as good as they claim, I shall return to buy more. The following customers in line, however, were not as familiar with the magical qualities of the potatoes as the seasoned patrons. Many hesitated at the price of 180 star coins per 100 grams, with most approaching the purchase with a sense of curiosity and a feeling of loss if they did not buy something after waiting in line. Su Ying was not bothered. A significant portion of the 20,000 potatoes had already sold, and she was in no hurry to sell the remainder. At that moment, the line reached a long-haired man whose gaze seemed a bit unfocused. He requested just 2 potatoes. However, when Su Ying presented him with 2, he began to scrutinize them. TSK, look at this one. Its shape is a bit crooked, not round enough. And this one, it has a small scar. Do these potatoes come with a quality certificate? Show me. Do you have a permit to sell here? This is illegal street vending, and if reported, you could face a fine. He rambled on for quite a while, and finally cleared his throat to add, how about this? Considering it's not easy for you, I will take these 2 potatoes for 500 star coins, and I 1T report you. What do you say? Su Ying, upon hearing this, without hesitation, reached out and took the potatoes back, declaring, I will not sell them. The man, taken aback by Su Ying's decisiveness, became furious and shouted, hey, you're being ungrateful. Do you think I 1T report you right now? I will accuse you of selling unlicensed foods. You'll regret it. His outburst drew the attention of those around. Several loyal customers were incensed. This person not only sought to take advantage, but also threatened their esteemed vendor, depriving them of their source of sustenance. This was intolerable. A tall, middle-aged man stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Ying, glaring at the long-haired man. Who do you think you are, causing trouble here? We, the long-time customers, know the quality of our esteemed vendor's potatoes. Were you to speak ill of them? Exactly. If you can't afford them, don't buy them. And you dare to threaten the vendor? Do you take us for fools? A matron carrying a bag full of potatoes chimed in, hands on her hips, scolding. Get out of here, or else don't blame us for being rude. A few younger loyal customers also gathered around, rolling up their sleeves, their expressions heated. The long-haired man, sensing he had incurred the wrath of the crowd, felt a bit intimidated. Yet he refused to back down, defiantly shouting, what? You want to fight? Call the police. I must call the police. You all are accomplices to this illegal food sales. The argument escalated, and amidst the pushing and shoving, the atmosphere grew tense, on the verge of erupting into violence. Just then, a stern voice rang out. What is going on? Stop it. Who wants to call the police? 2 uniformed police officers parted the crowd and approached. Their gaze swept over the chaotic scene, finally landing on the flushed, long-haired man. Seeing the police had indeed arrived, the loyal customers who had been on the brink of violence suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, their tension mounting. They quickly plastered on smiles, eager to diffuse the situation. Officer, nothing's wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. Yes, Just a joke. We were just playing around. Everyone disperse. They feared the police would truly arrest their esteemed vendor. For where else would they obtain these miraculous potatoes that restored their mental fortitude? The long-haired man, originally besieged by the crowd and feeling his power wane, now sensed an opportunity. Observing the other's demeanor shift upon the police's arrival, he straightened himself up, emboldened. He stepped forward, pointing at Ying, and exclaimed loudly to the officers, "Officer, I want to report her. I accuse her." His finger almost poked Ying's nose as he declared, "She is illegally vending here without any permits. Furthermore, the origin of these potatoes is suspicious, lacking any quality or safety certificates. This poses a risk to public safety." The two police officers followed his pointing finger to Ying, their faces momentarily revealing a hint of hesitation and conflict. For some reason, they appeared somewhat reluctant to take immediate action. The long-haired man remained blissfully unaware of the police officer's peculiar demeanor, mistakenly believing that his well-reasoned accusations had rendered the officer speechless. He became increasingly self-satisfied, flaunting his meager understanding of the law before Ying, as if victory were already assured. "Officer," he proclaimed, according to Article 127 of the Digua Jian Guanli Tiaoli, "conducting business in public without permission can incur a fine ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 star coins. Furthermore, under Article 58 of the Digua Shirpin Anchuan Fa, the illegal sale of unlicensed food that poses a health risk is a grave offense. For substantial amounts, one can face imprisonment of 3 to 7 years. He crossed his arms, chin slightly raised, casting a provocative glance at Ying, his tone rife with schadenfreude. "Ah, now you're frightened, are you? Had you known better, you could have sold me those 2 potatoes for 500 star coins and avoided this predicament. Prepare for your fine and imprisonment." Would Ying be frightened? That was utterly impossible. Under the gaze of the long-haired man and the onlookers, she not only showed no sign of panic, but instead revealed a hint of mocking amusement. Slowly, she raised her wrist, activated her holographic device, and displayed a projection for all to see. "I regret to inform you that you will be disappointed," she said, her tone calm with a touch of irony. "Is this the food quality certificate you mentioned?" The holographic screen displayed a clearly stamped certification from the Imperial Food Safety Testing Center, confirming the product as premium potatoes, with all indicators meeting or exceeding the standards for quality natural food issued just days prior. What a farce! During her initial venture at the Mercury Plaza, upon being tested by a customer who confirmed the quality of her product, she submitted a formal application for quality certification online, intending merely to facilitate future sales. Little did she anticipate that today it would prove so instrumental, sparing her from an unwarranted prison sentence. How can this be possible? The once arrogant, long-haired man was now taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the clear electronic certificate. The regular customers present exhaled in relief, smiles replacing their earlier anxiety as their worries were laid to rest. Fake. That certificate must be fake. The long-haired man, clutching at straws, cried out sharply in a desperate attempt to salvage his pride. How could a mere street vendor obtain a quality certification so quickly? It must be forged. At that moment, an annoyed voice emerged from the crowd. "Who says it's fake?" The crowd turned to see several individuals in white lab coats, clearly medical researchers, approaching. The leading young woman cast an annoyed glance at the long-haired man and then at Ying's holographic certificate, stating firmly, "This quality certification for the premium potatoes was personally reviewed and confirmed by Director Su Wei of the Imperial Third Hospital's Research and Rehabilitation Center for Psychic Damage." How could it possibly be fake? She scoffed, glaring at the long-haired man. "I see you're the one spreading slander and defamation. The Imperial Third Hospital is among the top 3 comprehensive hospitals in the Empire, and their certification is undoubtedly authoritative." This revelation shifted the tides of the situation. The two policemen, who had appeared somewhat conflicted, now fixed their disapproving gazes on the long-haired man. Panic-stricken, the long-haired man began to sweat, stammering his defense. "And no, I did not slander. It was her. She deliberately misled me. She hid the certificate from me." Desperately, he attempted to shift the blame on Ying, but his words sounded feeble. Suddenly recalling something, he pointed at Ying, his voice urgent and shrill. "Even if the certificate is real, she illegally occupied public space to set up her stall. That is a fact, is it not? You cannot ignore that. Can you, officer? Indeed, The Empire has regulations against occupying public space without permission. Just as the two officers were preparing to gather information from Su Ying, a slow, yet authoritative voice resonated, carrying the unmistakable tone of someone accustomed to authority. Public space? Young man, your assertion is incorrect. The crowd turned to see the elderly gentleman who had previously purchased 10 potatoes returning, hands clasped behind his back, a smile adorning his face as he observed the unfolding scene. In the gaze of the confused onlookers, he pointed at the expansive Mercury Plaza beneath them, his tone neutral yet explosive. This Mercury Plaza is indeed owned by the Su family. When did it become public property? The two policemen recognized the elder immediately. The older officer's face transformed into one of respect as he slightly bowed, saying, "Old Master Su, what brings you here?" The utterance of Old Master Su sent ripples through the crowd, as many onlookers, particularly those seasoned or well-informed, recognized the distinguished elder, Su Changfeng, once the formidable leader of the Su family. In its heyday, the Su family was even comparable to the top 5 families of the empire. Though they had since declined, their legacy remained potent, embodying a glorious history and formidable heritage in the minds of the elder generation. Although Su Ying was unaware of the Su family's specific background, the police and the crowd's reactions hinted at the elder's remarkable status. She stepped forward a few paces, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for not realizing I was not permitted to set up a stall here. I did not intend to cause any inconvenience to you or the plaza management. If a usage fee or compensation is required, I am willing to pay." Old Master Su chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I do not wish for any compensation." He regarded Su Ying with a gentle gaze, then glanced at the long line of customers behind her, his tone infused with admiration and nostalgia. This Mercury Plaza was the first large commercial square developed by our Su family. Over the years, it has lost its previous vibrancy and become quite desolate. Your stall has drawn so many people. It's delightful for me to witness. I grant you permission to use this space for as long as you wish. In fact, I must thank you for breathing some life back into this old place." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the long-haired man, now devoid of hope with the plaza's owner supporting the woman, turned pale, shrinking back as he attempted to slip away amidst the commotion. "Wait." Su Ying's cold voice halted him. The long-haired man froze, turning back with a forced calmness. "What do you want?" "I was merely exercising my fundamental right as an imperial citizen to supervise." I raised a question. "You're responsible for clarifying it. Now that the matter is clear, why can't I leave?" Su Ying ignored his feeble excuses and turned to the two officers, stating firmly, "Officers, I wish to report crime." Everyone paused in surprise. Su Ying pointed at the long-haired man and declared clearly, "I wish to accuse this individual of attempted malicious extortion." "You're talking nonsense. What did I extort you?" The long-haired man leapt up, his voice shrill as if he had been stepped on. Su Ying remained calm, her words clear and resonant. "You just stated, had you known better, you could have sold me those 2 potatoes for 500 star coins and avoided this predicament. I believe everyone present, including these 2 officers, heard you. You have resorted to threats of reporting, attempting to coerce me into selling my goods at a price significantly below market value. Is this not extortion?" The long-haired man was rendered speechless, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. In a moment of hubris, he had spoken without thought, unwittingly providing irrefutable evidence for his opponent's counterattack. "I was merely joking," he feebly defended himself. "Such jest is ill-advised." The young officer's expression darkened as he stepped forward, deftly producing handcuffs. "Come along. We must return to the station to clarify the matter." In the face of the long-haired man's despairing gaze, he was escorted away by the young officer. The commotion subsided, and the crowd exhaled in relief. However, the older officer did not immediately depart. Instead, he approached the queue. Seeing this, Su Ying felt a flicker of apprehension. Was there something amiss with her stall? She inquired politely, "Officer, is there anything further I need to address?" The older officer paused, turned, and his stern expression softened into a somewhat sheepish smile. "Do not be anxious, esteemed entrepreneur. Everything is in order here. Your documentation is complete, and the premises are satisfactory." He gestured towards the long line and added, "I too have reserved your potatoes at the free market, hence my presence in the queue to collect them." It all made sense. Su Ying realized why the officers had arrived so promptly. She had feared she might have inadvertently violated some imperial law. It appeared that this officer had come during a break in duty to collect his reserved potatoes. Fortuitously encountering the dispute, the surrounding crowd and loyal customers chuckled at the revelation. Someone called out, "Thank you, officer," maintaining public order while standing in line for goods. "Please allow you to proceed first." "Yes, let Officer Zhang go ahead." The crowd spontaneously created a pathway, allowing Officer Zhang to collect his goods first. Su Ying verified the order details on her hollow brain before retrieving a pre-packaged bag from her spatial button and handing it over. "Officer Zhang, here are the 100 potatoes you ordered. Please verify." Officer Zhang Jingzhong accepted the hefty bag without a second glance, stowing it directly in his spatial button, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, thank you, esteemed entrepreneur." After securing his potatoes, he expressed his gratitude to Su Ying and the surrounding crowd before hurrying away. As the crowd observed his somewhat hurried retreat, curiosity piqued, yet they thought little of it. However, Officer Zhang was indeed in a rush. He was eager to return home and boil a few potatoes to test whether they could truly mend his damaged mental strength. In fact, he was one of the officers who had responded during Su Ying's previous encounter with two ruffians. He had witnessed firsthand the astonishing changes in the mental strength assessment results of those two thugs. In the aftermath, he was left in awe, frequently seeking updates on Director Su's research regarding those miraculous potatoes at the Imperial Third Hospital, further solidifying his belief in the potatoes' restorative properties for mental injuries. This conviction reignited a flicker of hope in his once despairing heart. He had been a promising senior detective, but a perilous mission had left his core mental strength compromised, leading to a deterioration of his condition that forced him to transition to a community officer. Even more alarmingly, his mental injury had recently begun to accelerate. A physician had privately warned him that at this rate, within a year, he could face total mental collapse. Consequently, he was quietly arranging his affairs, preparing to ensure his parents and family were settled in advance. Just when he was on the verge of giving up, fate had presented him with this opportunity. How could he not be anxious? After sending off Officer Zhang, Su Ying noticed that the medical researchers in white coats who had earlier testified to the authenticity of her certificates had now joined the queue. Su Ying was taken aback. "Have you also reserved potatoes?" The leading researcher, Qing, nodded with a smile and spoke first. "Yes, esteemed entrepreneur. Many of my colleagues at the hospital have reserved your potatoes. However, they're unable to leave their posts, so we are here to collect on their behalf. Is that acceptable?" "Of course," Su Ying replied, "as long as you can provide valid order confirmations." Qing promptly retrieved several order confirmations from his hollow brain. Each order was substantial, totaling in the hundreds, which when combined was quite impressive. This scene completely dispelled the last remnants of doubt among the onlookers who had previously remained uncertain. Even officers and hospital researchers were purchasing in large quantities. These potatoes must indeed be extraordinary. Thus, after processing the bulk orders from Qing and his colleagues, Su Ying noticed the line of customers eager to buy potatoes was growing longer. The enthusiasm for purchasing was unprecedented. Those who initially intended to buy just a few to sample began to increase their orders. Ultimately, the entire stock of 20,000 potatoes that Su Ying had brought was sold out in less than a morning. Many were left without potatoes, surrounding Su Ying and refusing to disperse. "When will you come again, boss?" "Yes, boss. Please give us a definitive answer. We couldn't buy any." Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Su Ying raised her voice to reassure them. "Please do not worry. I will announce the next market day on the StarNet's free market platform, so do keep an eye on the updates there." With this promise, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse. Su Ying gazed at her empty stall and the substantial increase in her account balance, sighing with relief. This trip to the capital star had been a resounding success. As she began to pack up, she intended to find the young boy who collected garbage, hoping he might have gathered new crop seeds for her in the past few days. Just then, her wristband vibrated, indicating an unknown communication. Upon answering, she was greeted by an unfamiliar man's voice. Ying, you've been out for quite a while. Isn't it time to return home?" "Home?" Su Ying posed momentarily. "Who is this?" Immediately adopting a tone of sarcasm, she retorted, "You must have the wrong number, big brother. Whether I return home or not is none of your business." The voice on the other end seemed taken aback. Su Ying could even discern the sound of deep breaths through the static, as if he were desperately suppressing his emotions. After a few seconds, The voice returned, now laden with gravity. Su Ying, I am your father. Father? Su Wei-chen? Fragments of memories belonging to the original owner regarding this so-called father flickered vaguely in her mind. Coldness, favoritism, the choice to sacrifice his daughter for family interests at critical moments. The man claiming to be her father seemed to believe that invoking his identity would sway her. His voice softened, carrying a tone of misguided understanding and persuasion. Ying, I know you're upset. You resent me for not advocating for you, which led to your exile to the garbage star. But I did it for your own good. Su Ying had no interest in his condescending rhetoric about doing it for your own good. She interrupted coldly. I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number. My father left after my mother passed away. On the other end, Su Wei-chen was momentarily silenced by Su Ying's words, struggling to suppress his anger as he attempted to maintain a fatherly tone. Ying, I have been preoccupied with work and neglected your feelings, causing you much distress. But surely, there are no lingering grudges between a father and daughter? I have not slept well since your exile to the garbage star. Please grant me a chance to make amends. Will you come home? As Su Ying listened to the profoundly hypocritical words, she nearly laughed aloud. With unrelenting scorn, she mocked. Mr. Su, have you been possessed by some unclean spirit? Or has age caught up with you, causing an early onset of Alzheimer's, leading you to mistake your daughters? I distinctly remember you proclaiming that you have only one daughter, Su Huanyun. Her voice was frigid, each word striking Su Wei-chen like a whip upon his face. You, Su Wei-chen, struck at his sore spot, felt his facade of kindness shatter in an instant. His tone shifted abruptly. Su Ying, how dare you speak to your father this way? I am your father. Father? Su Ying scoffed. Where were you when I needed a father? Now you come here pretending to be deeply affectionate? Spare me, Mr. Su. Your acting is appallingly poor. It disgusts me. She did not allow Su Wei-chen another chance to speak, severing the communication and swiftly adding his number to her blacklist. In the study of the Su family villa, Su Wei-chen listened to the busy tone emanating from the communicator, his face turning ashen as he violently slammed the device to the ground. With a sharp crack, the communicator shattered into pieces. Qin Anna, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, rushed forward, her voice laced with urgency. Bei-chen, what happened? What did Ying say? When is she coming back? Su Bei-chen's chest heaved violently, his eyes filled with rage as he clenched his teeth to speak. That ungrateful child. She still holds a grudge against us for sending her to the military court. She refuses to come back. What? Qin Anna was instantly flustered, her voice rising in pitch. What are we to do? Commander Hua and his wife are coming to make a formal proposal soon. If Ying isn't here, what will that look like? Will the Hua family think we have wronged her? These words poured fuel on the fire, darkening Su Bei-chen's expression further. His face as black as thunderclouds. Initially, when he learned that Su Ying had been matched with Hui Chengyu and had become the young mistress of the Hua family, he had felt elated, believing it was a splendid opportunity for the Su family to reclaim their power. In the days following that announcement, many who had previously ignored the Su family began to approach him with false smiles, showering him with flattery. However, this favorable situation took a nosedive when Su Ying adamantly refused to return to the Su family. Without her return, their relationship with the Hua family appeared tenuous and illegitimate. In recent days, he had endured ridicule behind his back, being mocked as someone who mistook a mere fish eye for a pearl, sacrificing his own daughter for the sake of reputation, exiling her to a garbage star. Many who had just begun to be friendly now reverted to their distant, watchful demeanor. The immense psychological disparity and the impending awkwardness ignited Su Bei-chen's fury. He seized a heavy jade paperweight from his desk and hurled it at the antique shelf across from him. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed throughout the room. Wretched daughter! This wretched daughter! Su Bei-chen roared like a caged beast, his visage twisted with rage. She thinks she has grown wings, with the Hua family as her backing, and dares to disregard her father. How dare she throw a tantrum at me? His eyes glimmered with a fierce and brutal light, devoid of any paternal affection, only reflecting the wrath of rebellion and the madness of lost interests. Very well. She refuses to return. Su Bei-chen gasped, gritting his teeth as he growled. Then I shall send someone to bring her back, and then break her legs. We shall see how she runs then. Su Ying arrived at the garbage collection point behind the freight terminal, searching for the child who scavenged. Before she could approach, she heard fierce arguing and the cries of child. A burly man, his face a mask of anger, was viciously gripping the child's collar, his other hand mercilessly slapping the child's frail face, producing a sharp and chilling sound. "You little brat, still daring to bite me." The man, in pain, shook his arm, revealing a clear bite mark. Enraged, his eyes flashed with malice as he clenched his fist, swinging it towards the child's temple with tremendous force. Should that punch land, the consequences would be dire. "Stop!" Su Ying's gaze sharpened, her form darting forward like lightning, seizing the man's thick wrist. The forceful punch, restrained by her seemingly slender fingers, could advance no further. The man was taken aback, realizing the one stopping him was a young woman, and immediately his temper flared. "Who the hell are you, meddling in my business? Get lost." However, before he could finish his threat, pain shot through his wrist, and he found himself spinning. Bang! Ouch! With a swift and clean shoulder throw, Su Ying slammed the brute to the ground. Before he could react, her knee pressed against his back, and she bent his arms behind him. In a matter of moments, the once arrogant brute lay on the ground like a defeated dog, grimacing in pain, begging, "Please, miss. Spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again." Chapter 74. To A001 star, "This is not a garbage star," Su Ying stated coolly, not wishing to attract unnecessary trouble. "Leave." The man, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled to flee. "Wait," the little boy stubbornly called out to him, pointing to the man's arms. "Return my things." Under Su Ying's icy gaze, the man, not daring to defy her, grimaced as he reluctantly pulled out a dirty cloth bag from his coat and tossed it to the child. The boy quickly picked it up, carefully opening it to inspect its contents. Inside were some shriveled, darkened fruit pits, several indistinguishable plant roots, and some wrinkled seeds that resembled those scraped from rotten fruit. Once he confirmed everything was intact, he sighed in relief and began to repack them. The man, witnessing the shabby contents, nearly spat blood in disbelief. All for these discarded scraps that the wealthy threw away. "I nearly got my head knocked off for this," he spat in frustration, cursing under his breath before he fled in disgrace. Su Ying observed the child's swollen face and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The boy stood up, looked up at her, and smiled, assuring her he was fine. He then held the little cloth bag out to her. "Sister, do you want these?" Su Ying's eyes lit up at the sight of the tattered contents. She recognized several seed varieties she did not yet possess. Though they were in poor condition, they still held potential. "Yes, of course." Su Ying nodded eagerly. Instinctively, she reached for her star coins to offer the child, only to realize the boy had no wrist device, no way to receive them. Instead, she retrieved several vials of high-grade nutrient solution from her spatial pouch. "Here, take this in exchange." However, the boy shook his head, displaying a maturity beyond his years as he earnestly replied, "These are for you. Thank you for saving me. This is my way of repaying you." Su Ying couldn't help but smile at his demeanor. She crouched down to meet his gaze, her tone serious. "There's no need to thank me. Remember, you were beaten for trying to protect what you wanted to give me. In the future, if something is taken from you, let it go. Your safety is what matters most, understood?" The child pressed his lips together, not nodding, seemingly unconvinced by her reasoning. He quickly changed the subject. "Sister, I've collected many other seeds these past few days. They're at home. Wait for me. I'll be back soon." He pointed toward a cluster of low, dilapidated houses nearby. Seeing his eagerness, Su Ying nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you." However, as time ticked by, half an hour passed with no sign of the child. Su Ying had planned to do some major shopping at the mall that afternoon, and calculated that if he did not return in another half hour, she would have to leave without him. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the direction of the old, broken houses, filled with despair. Su Ying's heart tightened as she followed the sound, only to behold a group of personnel clad in law enforcement uniforms, carefully carrying a stretcher out from a narrow alleyway. Upon the stretcher lay a frail woman, tightly bound with specially designed restraints. She writhed violently, emitting guttural, inhuman sound from her throat, clearly in the throes of a severe mental breakdown. Beside her, a small boy was crying out, desperately trailing alongside the stretcher, clutching its edge as if he might be dragged along, repeatedly shouting, "Mother! Mother! Let go of my mother!" Su Ying swiftly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the procession, and in a grave tone inquired, "What is happening? What are you doing?" The leading officer, visibly impatient, barked, "Step aside. Do not obstruct official duties. This woman has suffered a mental collapse and is unfit to remain on the Imperial Prime Star. By regulations, she must be exiled." Exiled aware, Su-Ying pressed further. They can choose their own destination among the marginal waste stars. If they do not make a choice, then the nearest principle applies. They will be exiled to whichever planet the next waste transport ship is headed. The officer's tone was frigid, devoid of any empathy. Now step aside. Are you responsible if the flight is delayed? At that moment, the little boy, now a tearful wreck, caught sight of Su-Ying. He released the stretcher and dashed towards her, pulling out a small box wrapped meticulously in old newspaper from his pocket, thrusting it into her hands. Through his sobs, he stammered, "Sister, this is for you. I'm going to another planet with Mother, and afterwards, I can't collect garbage for you anymore." Su-Ying accepted the box, still warm from the child's touch. Upon opening it, she discovered a collection of neatly organized and meticulously cleaned plant seeds. There were more than she had ever received before, all arranged with care. One could only imagine the emotions this child harbored while painstakingly gathering and cleaning these discarded hopes in such dire circumstances. Witnessing the heart-wrenching scene of parting and holding the weighty seeds in her hand, Su-Ying felt a tumult of emotions surging within her, an indescribable sentiment swelling in her heart. She ceased to obstruct the enforcement officers and hastily followed the group, addressing the sobbing boy, who seemed on the verge of collapse, yet remained steadfast beside his mother-esque stretcher. "Child, go with your mother to A001 star." Upon hearing Su-Ying's suggestion for the boy to accompany his mother to A001 star, the leading officer furrowed his brow tightly, his face reflecting disapproval and even a hint of reproach as he turned to Su-Ying. "Madam, do you harbor a grudge against this child? How could you suggest he go to A001? His voice carried a note of agitation. Who does not know that A001 is the most dreadful and chaotic among all waste stars, a place devoid of hope? It is a forsaken wasteland. Going there is tantamount to a death sentence." He sighed, then turned his attention to the boy, whose eyes were swollen from crying, softening his tone with the wisdom of experience and a barely perceptible pity. "Child, heed my advice. Given your mother-esque condition, it is not that I speak harshly, but she likely would not last long on any waste star. You are still young, with a future ahead. There is no need to endure suffering alongside her, risking your own life." Though his words were harsh, they were rooted in a grim reality. In this era, underage children were already scarce, and most harbored a natural empathy and reluctance towards the young. However, the little boy shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face, yet his gaze remained resolute. Clutching the edge of the stretcher with determination, he cried out, "No, I want to be with my mother. Wherever she is, that is where I shall be." Chapter 75. The express station officer, seeing he could not sway the child, shook his head in resignation. Taking a step back, he attempted to offer a relatively better option. "Oh, child, let go. How about this? There happens to be a transport ship going to T256 star this afternoon. While T256 is also a waste star, its environment is far superior to A001, with at least some semblance of order and occasional relief supplies. You could go to T256, where you might endure a bit longer." This was the utmost kindness and flexibility he could extend within his authority. To his surprise, the little boy did not immediately accept this seemingly better arrangement. He raised his tear-filled eyes, first glancing at his mother, who was in agony and losing her mind, then turning his gaze to Su-Ying standing beside him. In those tear-streaked eyes, trust beyond his years and a desperate resolve shone through. He vigorously wiped his face of tears and mucus, turning to the officer and with a clear, unwavering voice declared, "Uncle, thank you, but I will listen to my sister." He paused, enunciating each word. "My mother and I wish to go to A001 star." Su-Ying was momentarily taken aback. She had said nothing yet, and here the child was unconditionally choosing to trust her. Did he not fear that she might deceive him and sell him away? Su-Ying pondered this and asked him. The child looked up with wide, earnest eyes and replied, "Sister saved me. She is a good person." Su-Ying gently ruffled his hair. "Very well. Then I shall be your good person for a while. When we reach A001 star, do not wander off. Wait at the waste recycling station. Someone will come to fetch you." The officer remained speechless throughout. He could not fathom why this child was so obstinate, insisting on choosing the path with the least hope. He opened his mouth, intending to say more, but upon seeing the child's eyes, though moist, brimming with unwavering determination, he simply sighed heavily, waved his hand, and signaled for his subordinates to continue carrying the stretcher forward. "Very well, since this is your choice, The destination is A001 Waystar. After purchasing the potatoes, Uncle Fu did not immediately return to the Chu family. Instead, he made his way to the Interstellar Express station. The place was bustling with people and filled with various goods and busy robots. Standing before a self-service terminal, Uncle Fu squinted his somewhat blurred old eyes, operating the touchscreen. His fingers trembled slightly from old injuries, yet they moved with remarkable determination as he meticulously entered several long-forgotten addresses into the recipient's address field. These addresses belonged to his former comrades, those who, like him, had bled on the battlefield, been wounded, and ultimately had to leave the military in sorrow due to either physical disabilities or mental impairments. When they had scattered years ago, they had vowed to keep in touch and support one another. Yet, as time passed and reality grew burdensome, each faced their own unutterable hardships, and their communication gradually waned. Now, many years later, he had no idea if these old friends were still alive, if they remained in the same place, or what kind of lives they were leading. Old Mark, the most hot-tempered assault trooper, had shielded their retreat with his body against the acid spray of the insectoid enemy. Xiao Lizzie, only 18 at the time, had been a promising scout, yet had returned from a mission after triggering a psychic shockwave grenade, leaving him severely impaired. And old Wong, the technician, had survived a downship only to suffer spinal nerve damage, leaving him unable to stand. Familiar faces and call signs flickered through Uncle Fu's mind, stirring memories laden with the scent of gunpowder and the fervor of youth, ultimately dissolving in silent sighs and deep-seated concerns. He carefully divided the potatoes into several portions, each containing over 20. After sealing them in the most ordinary of preservation boxes, he hesitated momentarily in the Sender's field, ultimately inscribing his own name and address. If they were still alive, if they still resided in the old place, he hoped these potatoes could bring them a modicum of comfort, just as they had once offered hope to the young master. Even if it merely alleviated their old wounds by a fraction, it would be worthwhile. If they are no longer here or have moved away, then these potatoes shall serve as a cherished reminiscence for this old fellow, a longing that has lingered for over a decade. After completing the shipping procedures and watching the package, laden with hope and memories, being conveyed by the conveyor belt into the sorting area, Fu Bo stood still, reluctant to depart. The afternoon sun streamed through the vast glass dome of the express station, casting mottled shadows on his wrinkled face. He was uncertain whether his actions would yield any results, even doubtful if these packages would reach their intended destinations. Yet, he had acted, and this brought a measure of peace to his heart. At the very least, he did not hoard this miracle solely for himself. He chose to share this mysterious gift from the planet Logi, this hope that could alter destinies, with those brothers who had fought alongside him through life and death. Regardless of the outcome, he felt no remorse. On the planet Aotes, within the sorting workshop of the waste treatment plant, Ning Meng furrowed her brow, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, filled with anxiety and unease. Her brother Ning Yang's mental fortitude, after consuming the miraculous potatoes, had astonishingly decreased from a critical state of over 70 to 69. Just 2 days prior, his fingers had twitched slightly, and a faint, unintelligible sound had escaped his throat. This was the first sign of awakening in 3 years. Hope glimmered before her like a faint light piercing through darkness. However, this fragile glow flickered as the supply of potatoes dwindled. Ning Meng scoured every possible venue on Aotes that sold natural food. Whether in large shopping malls or hidden corners of the black market, the potatoes she found were either ordinary white flesh or of such poor quality that they were inedible. She had failed to locate even a single one of those uniquely textured, golden-hued potatoes imbued with extraordinary power. What should she do? Just as despair began to overwhelm her, the intelligent assistant system in the workshop emitted an alert. Employee Ning Meng, you have a package from the capital planet awaiting pickup at the front desk. Please collect it promptly. The capital planet? A package? Ning Meng paused, perplexed, for she had no friends on the capital planet. With curiosity piqued, she hurried to the front desk and signed for a small but hefty cardboard box. The sender's information revealed a name, Quan Fu. Quan Fu? The name sounded vaguely familiar, as though it had surfaced from distant memories. Yet, she could not recall who it belonged to. Chapter 76. The potatoes have been found. She returned to her workstation, cradling the box, and eagerly sliced open the tape with a box cutter. When the contents came into view, she felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. Potatoes, 20 of them, their skin bearing familiar dimples, their color a rich golden hue, precisely the miraculous variety she had been desperately seeking. The overwhelming joy crashed over her like a tidal wave. The anxiety, helplessness, and oppressive fear of recent days transformed into torrents of hot tears in an instant. Unable to contain herself, she clutched the box of potatoes tightly and, like a child, wept uncontrollably in front of her astonished colleagues. Ningming, what's wrong? What happened? Supervisor Wang David, hearing the commotion, hurried over with concern, asking if she needed to take a leave of absence. Ningming, sopsaprupli. She snapped back to reality from the torrent of emotions. Wiping away her tears with determination, she stood up, bowing deeply to Wang David. Her voice still choked with emotion. Thank you, Supervisor Wang. I'm Fine. May I request a half-day leave? Wang David, observing her tear-streaked face mixed with laughter, nodded. Albeit puzzled. Of course, as long as everything is well at home. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the box in Ningmeng's arms. Upon recognizing its contents, his words faltered, his eyes widening with the same exhilaration Ningmeng had just exhibited. Ningmeng, where did you get these potatoes? Wang David's voice rose in pitch, tinged with urgency as he grasped Ningmeng's arm, his gaze intense. Realizing the significance of his reaction, Ningmeng understood he too must be aware of, or have personally experienced, the miraculous nature of these potatoes. She did not withhold the truth, explaining, a friend from the capital planet sent them. She pointed out the sender's address on the package to Wang David. The capital planet. Wang David's tone escalated, his face alight with disbelief and elation. Could it be that these potatoes had gained popularity on the capital planet? A flash of thought crossed his mind, recalling his son, who had also suffered from severe mental damage and was unable to progress further. His heart raced with excitement. Ningmeng, I still want to say something. But Wang David could no longer contain himself. He swiftly operated his holographic device, approving Ningmeng's leave, and spoke rapidly. Approved. Hurry back. I have urgent matters to attend to as well. With that, he dashed out of the factory without further explanation. He needed to return home immediately to share the monumental news with his wife, and then devise a plan to visit the capital planet. This was about his son's future. He could not afford to wait. Ningmeng watched as Supervisor Wang hurriedly exited, clutching the potatoes tightly in her arms. She too left the factory in haste. Upon returning home, she immediately compared the newly received potatoes with the few remaining in her possession. Their size, shape, color, and even a faint, distinctive aroma were identical. A profound sense of relief washed over her, the tension she had held onto for so long finally dissipating, leaving her nearly exhausted. At that moment, an exceedingly faint, hoarse voice, nearly indistinguishable, intermittently reached her ears. Meng Meng. Ningmeng felt as if electrified, jolting upright. She dashed to her brother Ning Yang's bedside. Indeed, those eyes, which had been tightly shut for 3 long years, were now slightly open, albeit still somewhat vacant and confused, yet unmistakably reflecting her image. His lips moved, struggling to utter those 2 syllables once more. Meng Meng. Brother. Tears streamed down Ningmeng's face once again, but this time they were tears of overwhelming joy. She leaned over her brother, grasping his frail hand tightly, weeping loudly as if releasing all the grievances, fears, and hardships of the past 3 years. Ning Yang weakly raised his other hand, which still had some movement, slowly stroking his sister's hair. Though his voice was faint, it carried a clear sense of guilt and tenderness. I'm sorry, Meng Meng, for the hardships you've endured these years. It wasn't hard at all, brother. I've had it easy. Ningmeng vigorously shook her head, lifting her tear-streaked face. As long as you are alive, as long as you can awaken, I would endure any hardship. Once her emotions had slightly settled, Ningmeng eagerly began to share the miraculous turn of events with her brother. She picked up one of the gray-skinned, golden-fleshed potatoes, excitedly recounting how it had gradually restored her brother's damaged mental power, pulling him back from the brink of collapse until his awakening today. Ning Yang listened intently, his pale face reflecting profound astonishment. He understood better than anyone the horror and irreversibility of mental damage. Since the discovery and application of mental power, the Empire had invested countless resources into researching its restoration methods, yet progress had been minimal. Who could have imagined that after 3 years of unconsciousness, a miracle would occur? Ning Ming continued describing the mysterious package she had received today and the sender named Quan Fu. Brother, do you know someone named Quan Fu? Uncle Quan Fu. Ning Yang's gaze flickered, seemingly lost in reminiscence of a comrade of his father, who had often lent a helping hand to their family during his father's lifetime. Later, when Ning Yang became a mercenary, feeling capable of supporting his family, he graciously declined the man's kindness, leading to diminished contact. Do you have Uncle Quan's contact information? Ning Ming asked eagerly. I want to inquire about where he acquired these potatoes. If possible, I would like to ask him to help us procure some. Seeing the rekindled spark of hope in his sister's eyes, Ning Yang felt a surge of determination. If there was a way to improve their situation, he would not relent. He would repay the debts owed, with interest, once he regained his strength. Struggling with his antiquated light brain, he eventually unearthed the nearly forgotten number tucked away in a discreet corner of his contacts. When the call connected, the elderly voice of Quan Fu, despite its frailty, resonated with vigor. Upon learning that his old comrade Ning had passed away a decade prior, and that Ning Yang had been in a coma for many years due to severe mental strain, the elder's tone shifted to one of urgent concern. Wishing he could immediately rush over to see them, Ning Yang worked to calm the agitated Quan Fu, assuring him that he was stable and improving, alleviating the elder's worries. Then, he posed a question that weighed heavily on both siblings' minds: the origin of the potatoes. Chapter 77. Deterioration upon hearing that they had indeed procured such potatoes from the recycling market at the Oat Stars waste processing plant. Quan Fu expressed his amazement at their good fortune and the serendipity of the situation. He then relayed everything he knew about the wealthy owner and the miraculous potatoes. This mysterious proprietor hailed from the notoriously inhospitable A001 garbage planet and would periodically announce pre-sale information on the StarNet's free market platform, personally setting up a stall to sell at Mercury Square in the capital star. After terminating the call, the siblings exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's excitement and urgency. They promptly logged on to StarNet, accessed the free market platform, and began searching for the account of the affluent owner. To their delight, they discovered the account and the previous 2 records of pre-sale announcements. Ning Ming grasped her brother's hand tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Brother, did you see? There's hope. Next time, when the wealthy owner releases the pre-sale information, we will place an order on the free market, and then we will ask Uncle Quan to help us send it. The dawn of hope had never shone so clearly upon their home, which had been shrouded in gloom for far too long. However, the joy of Ning Ming and Ning Yang proved short-lived, as the flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished by the harsh reality. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent and forceful knocking at the door sounded like thunder, reverberating from outside. Before Ning Ming could respond, a series of electronic disturbances emanated from the lock, and moments later, several stern-faced individuals clad in the joint uniforms of the Imperial Resource Management Bureau and the Mental Power Monitoring Center forcibly entered. What are you doing? Ning Ming exclaimed in shock, instinctively positioning herself in front of her brother's bed. The lead official displayed his credentials, his tone brooking no dissent. We have received a report suspecting the illegal use of unauthorized mental power intervention techniques in this location. We are conducting an inspection and will perform a mandatory mental state check on him. He pointed to Ning Yang on the bed. No, my brother has just started to recover. You can't. Ning Ming attempted to intervene, but 2 robust staff members had already bypassed her, abruptly pressing a portable mental power detector against Ning Yang's forehead. Ning Yang weakly struggled, his eyes filled with anger and fear. The detector emitted a faint hum as the data rapidly fluctuated. When the final value stabilized and appeared clearly on the screen, it read 69. This figure, in the eyes of Ning Ming and her brother, represented a miracle and hope, yet it caused the government personnel present to visibly blanch. 69. The leading official's pupils constricted, disbelief and grave seriousness etched on his face. The drastic drop in mental power damage value, in such a short time, was utterly abnormal. This was a serious violation of the Imperial Mental Power Safety Regulation. He abruptly turned to Ning Ming, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak. What prohibited substances or illegal techniques have you utilized? Nothing. We haven't used any forbidden items. Ning Ming cried, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to the table, clutching the remaining golden potatoes. It's because of these. It is because we ate these potatoes. They truly have the power to restore mental strength. Potatoes? The official glanced skeptically at the unassuming tuber in Ning Meng's hand, his expression morphing into one of ridicule and incredulity. Absurd. Utter nonsense. Natural food cannot repair mental damage. This is a problem that even the Empire's top research institute has not conquered. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? He dismissed her claims, categorizing them as dangerously unknown illegal methods. Take him away. He ceased his futile words, issuing a direct order to seize Ning Yang and transport him to the 7th Mental Power Research Institute for isolation, examination, and in-depth analysis. They must ascertain what hazardous substances he had employed. No, please, spare my brother. He truly just ate potatoes. Ning Meng frantically lunged forward, desperately clinging to her brother's frail form in an attempt to thwart their actions. Yet, as a mere woman, how could she contend against several trained men? She was ruthlessly shoved aside, crashing heavily to the ground, helplessly witnessing the uniformed individuals drag the weak Ning Yang, who could barely speak, from the bed, forcibly strapping him into a confinement suit as if he were an object. Brother! Ning Meng let out a heart-wrenching scream as she chased to the door, only to be coldly blocked. Despair washed over her like a frigid tide, drowning her instantly. She slumped onto the icy floor, trembling, her mind devoid. No, I must save my brother. Seizing what felt like the last straw, she shakily activated the communication with Quan Fu. She sobbed incoherently, recounting the recent events and pleading with him to find a way to rescue her brother. Quan Fu, on the other end of the line, was filled with shock and fury, repeatedly assuring her that he would immediately leverage all available connections to assist. However, the Empire's bureaucratic machinery, coupled with certain hidden forces at play, proved far colder and more efficient than they had anticipated. Before Quan Fu could yield any results, that very evening, Ning Meng's light brain received a chilling notification from the Imperial Mental Power Monitoring Center. Notice, after verification, the exile Ning Yang, due to the illegal use of unknown high-risk methods to intervene with his mental power, has caused an uncontrollable malignant collapse of his mental core. The current damage value has surpassed the 80 safety threshold, classifying him as a highly dangerous individual. In accordance with the Imperial Security Law and the Exile Management Regulation, it has been decided to expel him from the Imperial Star domain immediately. Destination, self-selection, or random assignment by the system. Family members may proceed to the 7th spaceport within 24 hours to complete the necessary procedures or choose to accompany him. Exceeding 80 malignant collapse and expulsion. Each word struck Ning Meng's heart like a poisoned dagger. She understood that this was no mere malignant collapse. It was undoubtedly the dire consequence of the unspeakable examinations conducted by the Research Institute. They had drained him of his last value, only to discard him like a failed experiment. Quan Fu's communications soon followed, the old man's voice heavy with exhaustion and anger. Girl, how is your brother now? Don't worry. I've already reached out to Director Su of the 3rd Hospital in the Capital Star. She is conducting research in this field and can provide relevant documentation proving that Ning Yang's decline in mental power damage value was due to consuming the wealthy owner's potatoes, not any prohibited substances. Director Su is an expert in this area. Ning Yang will be fine. Chapter 78. Journey to A001 Star Uncle Quan. Ning Meng's voice was hoarse. Thank you for everything you have done for my brother, but it is no longer necessary. What do you mean? What do you mean it is no longer necessary? Quan Fu pressed anxiously. Lemon, they say that my brother has illegally employed unknown high-risk methods to intervene in mental strength, resulting in an uncontrollable malignant collapse of the mental core, and now he is to be expelled from the Imperial Star Domain. How could this happen? Could there have been a mistake? Director Su stated that the potato posed no danger. How could it lead to such a collapse? Chuan Fu anxiously lamented over the phone. Yet, Ning Meng heard nothing. She clutched her light brain, sitting in a daze for a long while, her tears long dried, leaving only a numb coldness. Then, she slowly rose to her feet and began to silently pack her belongings. Her movements were slow but resolute. She possessed very few items, merely a handful of old clothes and the last 2 potatoes she had secretly hidden away, which had not been confiscated. The next day, she appeared at the Exile Registration Office of the 7th Spaceport. The staff, lethargically operating the light screen, routinely inquired, "Are you a family member of the Exile Ning Yang? Do you choose to accompany? If so, please select a destination. Otherwise, the system will randomly assign you to the nearest garbage planet." Ning Meng lifted her head, Her face devoid of expression, her voice eerily calm. "I choose to accompany." She paused, clearly articulating 3 words. "A 001 star." "A 001? The staff halted their movements, looking at Ning Ming as if she were a fool, even letting out a derisive laugh. "Hey, are you mistaken? That is the most desolate and chaotic of all garbage planets, known as the Death Planet. The system rarely sends people there by random assignment. Are you certain you wish to go there voluntarily? You must be mad." Ning Ming disregarded his mockery, merely repeating, her tone unwavering. "I am certain. A 001 star." The staff shook their head, inputting information into the system while muttering under their breath. Truly a sight to behold, someone eager to court death. Ning Ming silently accepted the ticket that symbolized her exile, gripping it tightly in her hand. Her nails dug deep in her palm, yet she felt no pain. The Empire had abandoned them, stripping away her last glimmer of hope. Thus might that fabled A001 star, a place where all despair converges, the very planet of the affluent tycoon, harbor a flicker of life instead? She did not know. However, she and her brother had already reached a dead end. Zhang Jingzhong rushed back to his single dormitory after acquiring the potatoes. Upon closing the door, he immediately dove into the kitchen, hurriedly washing a majority of the 100 potatoes, throwing them all into a large pot with water to boil. He stood by the pot, listening to the sound of bubbling water, inhaling the gradually wafting unique aroma, his heart racing uncontrollably. Each passing moment felt excruciatingly long. Finally, the potatoes were cooked. He paid no heed to the heat, directly scooping them out with a spoon. Peeling off the still warm skin revealed the golden, starchy flesh within, and then he began to devour them ravenously. He ate at an astonishing pace, scarcely chewing before swallowing, as if he sought to ingest all the despair and pain that had accumulated within him over the years, along with the life-saving potatoes. Only when a feeling of fullness enveloped his stomach and his throat grew uncomfortable from swallowing too quickly did he finally halt, staring blankly at the remaining small pile of potatoes in the pot. Next came the moment of truth. He took a deep breath, retrieving his nearly battered portable mental strength detector, trembling as he pressed it against his temple. Buzz. The detector emitted a faint light. The values fluctuated and ultimately settled. 66. Just as it had been during his last official test at the hospital, there was no change. It was all right. Perhaps the effects weren't immediate. Zhang Jingzhong reassured himself. Yet a flicker of disappointment inevitably crossed his eyes. He forced himself to remain calm, sitting on the sofa, yet his gaze remained fixed on the clock on the wall. Every few minutes, he could not resist picking up the detector once more. 66, 66, still 66. Each test brought forth a wave of disappointment. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind, seemingly within reach, yet on the verge of extinguishing. Agitation grew within him like wild grass, tormenting his nerves. A cold voice seemed to whisper in his mind. "See, it's truly useless. You are destined to become a madman." Negative emotions threatened to engulf him. He abruptly raised the detector, his eyes bloodshot, arm muscles taut, poised to smash it to the ground, obliterating the source of his continual disappointment. At that critical moment, buzz. The detector emitted a faint light once more. Perhaps the violent fluctuation of emotions had triggered something, or perhaps the energy of the potatoes had finally begun to take effect. The stubborn value gently fluctuated. 65. Zhang Jingzhong's movements instantly froze, his arms still raised, yet his eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on that number. 65 decreased? It truly decreased. This was not an illusion. The vibrant red number had indeed diminished by 1. An immense, indescribable ecstasy surged within him, like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly sweeping away all his defenses. This man, who had never flinched amidst gunfire, who had never shed a tear in the face of severe injury and pain, now resembled a child, his nose tingling as hot tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. He maintained that comical posture, yet his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, a colleague happened to pass by his door. Through the slightly ajar window, they saw Zhang Jingzhong holding the detector, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face, and were immediately taken aback. Oh no! Is this a sign of mental instability about to erupt? Alarm bells rang in the colleague's mind, instinctively reaching for the restraint equipment at their waist, preparing to take emergency measures to prevent him from harming himself or others. "Brother Zhang," Brother Zhang, calm down. The colleague called out nervously, slowly approaching. Zhang Jingzhong was jolted awake by the voice. He suddenly regained his composure, hastily wiping his face with his sleeve, removing the unbidden tears. Lowering his arm, he turned around, his face still marked by drying tear stains, yet his lips involuntarily curled upward into a smile that, to an outsider, appeared strange, even terrifying, mingling excitement, joy, and a sense of relief. Upon seeing his expression, the colleague became even more alarmed, halting in their tracks and cautiously inquiring. Brother Zhang, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Chapter 79, Being Bullied. Who in the department did not know that Zhang Jingzhong had retired due to severe mental strength damage? Everyone both admired and subtly worried for him, fearing he might collapse completely at any moment. I've never been better. Zhang Jingzhong's voice was hoarse from excitement as he firmly patted his colleague's shoulder, the force causing them to wince. Brother, help me ask for a leave from boss. Just say, I have an urgent matter. A matter of utmost importance. With that, he did not wait for a response. Striding out the door, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. The colleagues stood there, rubbing their sore shoulder, utterly bewildered. Fine? Smiling so frighteningly, yet saying everything is fine? And he still wants to take leave? Is he truly better, or is it worse? After leaving home, Zhang Jingzhong did not immediately return to reunite with his family. He suppressed his inner excitement and first went to the Imperial Third Hospital for a more precise mental strength assessment. When the doctor in a white coat handed him the freshly minted report, which clearly stated current mental strength damage value, 64, Zhang Jingzhong felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. It had decreased again. The official test confirmed a drop of 1. He clutched the report tightly, as if it were his very life, unable to contain the smile spreading across his face. This time, he could finally return home without any burdens. As he pushed open the door to his home, his parents and wife, who were in the living room, were initially taken aback, their faces soon reflecting a blend of surprise and concern. Zhang Jingzhong had been apprehensive about his unstable mental state potentially harming his family, which led him to minimize his visits home, even maintaining a deliberate distance when he did return. Upon his unexpected arrival at this hour, their first instinct was to wonder if something terrible had happened. Jingzhong, what's wrong? His wife asked anxiously as she approached him. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Jingzhong, with a smile, handed them the freshly printed test report still warm from the printer. The three of them exchanged puzzled glances as they took the report and huddled together to examine it closely. While they struggled to comprehend the technical jargon, the prominently bolded number was unmistakable. After a considerable moment of scrutiny, it was his wife, the most perceptive among them, who first grasped the significance. She abruptly lifted her head, her voice trembling with excitement as she gazed at Zhang Jingzhong in disbelief. Jingzhong, I recall your last test result was 66? How could this be? Seeing the mixture of disbelief and hope in their eyes, Zhang Jingzhong nodded emphatically, a long-lost, genuine smile gracing his face. With a thought, he retrieved a handful of yellow potatoes from his spatial pouch and placed them on the table. Dad, Mom, Xiaoya, he called out to his family, his tone infused with an unprecedented joy. My mental damage value has decreased, and it is all thanks to these potatoes. Potatoes? The trio's gaze quickly shifted to the seemingly ordinary tubers, filled with astonishment. Yes, indeed, potatoes, Zhang Jingzhong affirmed, a very special kind. They can gradually repair mental damage. I have personally tested them, and the results are genuine. His wife, Wang Xiaoya, suddenly covered her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Jingzhong, does this mean your injury is treatable? You want to worsen? You want to leave us? This shadow of despair had loomed over their family for far too long, embodying their deepest fears. Zhang Jingzhong stepped forward and gently embraced his wife. Turning to his tearful, speechless parents, he nodded firmly, delivering the answer they had longed for. Yes, there is hope. Even if I cannot fully recover to my pre-injury state, at least I should not worsen any further. I will not lose control and become a madman. Nor will I leave you. How wonderful. Oh, thank the heavens. Truly wonderful. Zhang's mother could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. While Zhang's father wiped his eyes vigorously, his shoulders trembling. The family embraced each other, and the tears that had been suppressed for far too long flowed freely at that moment. However, These tears were no longer bitter or despairing. They were imbued with hope and rebirth. After a significant time, their emotions began to settle. Zhang Jingzhong looked around and inquired, "Where is Duo Duo? Isn't she home from school yet?" He had longed to hold his daughter properly, a yearning that felt like a gnawing ache in his bones. Now, finally easing a little. "Almost there," Zhang's mother glanced at the time. "I was just about to go pick her up." "I'll go," Zhang Jingzhong immediately exclaimed. "I'll pick up Duo Duo." He had seen her in so long and had dreamt of embracing her. With anticipation and exhilaration, Zhang Jingzhong took the pickup slip and arrived at his daughter Zhang Duoduo's elementary school. Before he even reached the third grade area, he heard a cacophony of harsh laughter and a small girl's stifled sobs. His heart lurched, prompting him to quicken his pace. In the hallway's corner outside the classroom, he saw several children in uniform surrounding his daughter, Duo Duo. Her small frame was curled up against the cold wall, her head bowed low, and her shoulders trembling. Her beautiful braids were askew, and her uniform was dusted with dirt. A chubby boy stood triumphantly, pointing at her and loudly mocking. "What are you crying for? Crybaby. Your dad is a madman on the brink of insanity. My mom said he is going to be locked up soon. You're going to be without a dad. Yeah. Stay away from us, crazy kid." Another girl chimed in. "I'm not. My dad is not a madman. He is a hero." Duo Duo suddenly lifted her head. Her tear-streaked face defiant as she shouted back, but her voice was faint against the onslaught of the other children. "Hero? Huh, that's a joke. His mental state is almost shattered and he is a hero? More like a coward." The chubby boy shoved Duo Duo, causing her to stumble and nearly fall, her tears flowing more fiercely as she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to cry out again. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jingzhong felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His heart gripped by an invisible hand, pain to the point of breathlessness. He had never before felt such hatred for the harm and humiliation his injury had inflicted upon his family. "What are you doing?" His voice, low yet imbued with fury, reverberated through the hallway like thunder. The children bullying her jumped in surprise. Turning abruptly, they saw a tall, strong man in civilian clothes, exuding an air of authority, standing behind them with a thunderous expression. His sharp, eagle-like eyes bore into them. The chubby boy, intimidated by his presence, took a step back and stammered, Who are you? What is it to you?" Zhang Jingzhong ignored him, striding forward as the children instinctively parted to make way. He crouched down, carefully enveloping his daughter, who was curled up in a corner, in his arms as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. "Duo Duo, Daddy is here." His voice, though barely trembling, was filled with tenderness. Duo Duo felt the familiar yet strange warmth of his embrace, initially stiffening before bursting into tears. Clinging tightly to her father's neck, "Daddy, Daddy, they said bad things about you. They said you're going to go mad. Don't be afraid, Duo Duo. Daddy is here." Zhang Jingzhong gently patted his daughter's back, feeling her shivers, his heart shattered. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping back to the stunned children, his expression icy. "Listen." His voice, though calm, resonated with a gravitas born from survival, clearly reaching the ears of every child. "My daughter, Zhang Duoduo, her father, I, Zhang Jingzhong, am a soldier who was wounded on the battlefield protecting the citizens of the empire. My injuries are a mark of honor, not a pretext for your ridicule." He paused, his eyes lingering on the chubby boy's face for a moment. "If I find out that anyone bullies my daughter or uses my injuries to insult my family, I would not hesitate to personally speak with your parents and the school authorities about what respect and upbringing truly mean. Do you understand?" The children, terrified by his piercing gaze and words, nodded vigorously. The chubby boy turned pale, on the verge of tears. Just then, several parents, drawn by the commotion, arrived, including the chubby boy's mother. Upon witnessing the scene and hearing Zhang Jingzhong's words, her face turned pale with embarrassment, and she rushed to pull her son aside, apologizing awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. The children are young and ignorant. They speak without thinking. I will certainly educate him properly." Zhang Jingzhong cast her a cold glance, saying nothing more, simply standing up with his still sniffling daughter in his arms. "Let us go home, Duo Duo." He lowered his head, gently wiping away her tears with his fingertip, his voice returning to its earlier softness. "Daddy will make you something delicious today, all right?" Nestled in her father's broad and warm embrace, Duo Duo nodded vigorously, her small hands gripping his clothing tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, he would vanish. It was a sense of reliance and reassurance that felt as if it had been lost and then regained. Zhang Jingzhong held his daughter close, straightened his back under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, and proceeded step by step toward the school exit. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting elongated shadows of the father and daughter duo. With several million Xing coins recently deposited, Su Ying felt her posture straighten significantly. Without delay, she made her way to the largest comprehensive shopping mall in Capital Star. She had already placed orders for the most sought-after energy stones, nutrient solutions, and sedatives online, intending to collect them from the freight terminal later, which was far more economical than purchasing them in a physical store. This visit to the mall had a clear purpose: to acquire a house and a vehicle. The motive behind purchasing a house was privacy. The number of workers on the farm had increased significantly, creating a chaotic environment, although there was a protective formation of the Great Five Elements swordlight. Living in a tent made her feel a lack of privacy and security. This was especially inconvenient during her cultivation or when handling confidential matters. A vehicle was essential for transportation, as the road conditions on Garbage Star were torturous for her ankles. Navigating the uneven terrain led to frequent sprains, and she was utterly fed up with it. With limited funds, every Xing coin had to be spent wisely. Su Ying embraced the spirit of comparison shopping, diligently traversing various stores specializing in portable living pods, meticulously comparing parameters, materials, energy consumption, and after-sale service. Ultimately, she chose a cost-effective basic model from the Explorer series of portable ecological pods. Although the layout of one bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom was not expansive, it was well-equipped, featuring basic air circulation, temperature control, and water recycling systems. The defense level was sufficient to withstand ordinary sandstorms and minor beast attacks, making it adequate for her solitary living and basic activities. Priced at 1,500,000 Xing coins, it pained her to part with the money. But considering it was a necessity for improving her quality of life and ensuring privacy, she gritted her teeth and made the purchase. Having resolved her housing dilemma, Su Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her as she turned to enter the adjacent vehicle specialty store. Upon entering, she was dazzled by the array of vehicles on display, each with unique designs. From sleek, low-flying hover sports cars to imposing off-road hover vehicles, and even personal spacecraft that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen and could conduct short-distance interstellar travel. Every model captivated her heart. Particularly, the small interstellar spacecraft in the center of the showroom, resembling a soaring eagle in silver gray, nearly glued her eyes to it. With such a craft, she would no longer have to wait for the dilapidated ship at the recycling station to travel back and forth to Capital Star. She could depart whenever she wished and go wherever she desired. However, a glance at the dizzying price tag felt like a bucket of cold water was thrown over her, leaving her chilled. Never mind, she thought it was better to be realistic. She reluctantly diverted her gaze. Although the ride with the recycling station was not free in terms of time and felt somewhat stifling, it was affordable at 50,000 Xing coins per trip. There was no need for spacecraft. She forced herself to calm down and began to carefully select from the more modest area. Eventually, her attention settled on a compact, agile mini-hover motorcycle, entirely matte black. This motorcycle was easy to operate and had extremely low energy consumption. The description indicated that a low-grade energy stone could sustain it for approximately 50 kilometers, and it was quite capable of navigating complex terrains, making it ideal for the dreadful roads of Garbage Star. Most importantly, its price was quite attractive at only 250,000 Xing coins. This was the one. Su Ying decisively made her choice. The saleswoman who attended to her was a young woman dressed impeccably with an exquisite makeup look. From the moment Su Ying entered the store, she maintained a professional smile and showed remarkable patience. Even while Su Ying lingered in front of the expensive spacecraft without making a purchase, the saleswoman did not exhibit a hint of impatience. When Su Ying ultimately chose the store's most affordable mini-hover motorcycle, the saleswoman's demeanor remained unchanged, and she provided detailed explanations regarding usage precautions and warranty terms. The payment process, paperwork, and product inspection unfolded smoothly. Finally, the saleswoman personally escorted Su Ying to the store entrance, bowing with a smile and saying, "Ms. Su, thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit." As Su Ying happily mounted her newly purchased hover motorcycle, she couldn't help but glance back at the magnificent commercial complex behind her. From an ecological pod store to the vehicle center, All the staff exhibited an impeccable enthusiasm. This made her secretly marvel at the exceptional service quality of Capital Star's most upscale mall. However, unbeknownst to her, above the dome of the mall named Xinghuan, the emblem of the Hua family floated. From a moment she stepped into the mall, the intelligent security system had confirmed her identity as the young lady of the Hua family through retinal recognition. Those perfectly timed smiles, the discreet priority access, and even the dust-proof mats laid out during the inspection were merely special privileges reserved for members of the Hua family. As she merged into the aerial traffic on her hover motorcycle, the mall manager reported her shopping activity to the higher-ups. After collecting all the supplies she had purchased online at the freight terminal, Su Ying boarded the recycling station spacecraft and successfully returned to A001, Garbage Star. The moment she stepped out of the recycling station's door and inhaled the familiar air tinged with decay, Su Ying was eager to ride her beloved mini motorcycle to experience the exhilarating speed on the garbage hills before rushing back to her cozy nook to set up the ecological pod. Just as she was about to start the hover motorcycle, an urgent voice called out from nearby, "Boss Su, you're finally back." Su Ying turned to see Zhong Mu striding towards her, followed by a few others. Among them were the little boy Tao Tao, who scavenged in Capital Star, and his mother. It seemed that his mother had passed through the period of mental turbulence. She was wrapped in a large coat, her expression still a bit dazed. But at least she was no longer bound, and her gaze had regained some clarity. Additionally, there was a young couple appearing to be in their 20s. Though their clothes were somewhat worn, they were relatively tidy, distinctly different from the marks of hardship seen on the villagers of Hope Village who had long been rummaging through garbage. "Zhongye," Su Ying asked, puzzled. "What is going on?" She remembered contacting Zhong Mu after parting ways with the child, asking her to assist in bringing the mother and son who had chosen to come to A001. Logically, they should have been settled by now. Zhong Mu displayed a hint of helplessness, pointing at Tao Tao, who was tightly holding onto his mother's hand, his eyes filled with unease. "This child is far too cautious. I told him it was you who sent me to pick them up, but he absolutely refused to come with me, insisting on seeing you in person for reassurance. I had no choice but to stay with them here and wait for your return." Upon hearing this, Su Ying turned her gaze to Tao Tao. The little fellow, noticing her looking over, timidly called out "sister" before immediately lowering his head, his little hands twisting the hem of his clothes, appearing as if he knew he had done something wrong, but was still quite stubborn. Su Ying's heart softened, and she walked over, gently ruffling his disheveled hair, speaking in a soothing tone. "It's all right. Being cautious is a good thing. Here, it's most important to protect yourself and your mother." Feeling Su Ying's reassurance, Tao Tao's tense little body relaxed slightly, and he secretly offered her a smile. After calming Tao Tao, Su Ying's attention shifted to the unfamiliar young couple, asking, "And what about them?" Their demeanor suggested they were not people accustomed to life on Garbage Star. Before Zhong Mu could explain, the young girl, Ning Meng, excitedly stepped forward. Her eyes shimmered with anticipation and a hint of reckless courage as she introduced herself. "Are you the wealthy owner selling potatoes at the capital's Xing Shui Xing Square? My name is Ning Meng, and this is my brother, Ning Yang. My brother suffered a mental breakdown and was expelled by the Empire. Upon hearing you were here, we followed the exile ship to A001 star." As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, yet she strived to maintain clarity. "Boss, we are quite capable and can perform any task. If you would just sell a few potatoes to my brother, we are willing to do anything." Su Ying regarded the pair of siblings. Ning Yang appeared pale and weak, yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce desire to survive. Ning Meng, though weary, possessed a resolute gaze, clearly indicating her resilience. Just when she was concerned about insufficient manpower, this duo had presented themselves at her doorstep. Su Ying contemplated her farming enterprise, which required a significant number of diligent workers. The siblings seemed genuine, and Ning Meng's tenacity piqued her admiration. "Very well. Since you are here, you may stay. I happen to need help, and compensation will be according to the established rules. As long as the work is done well, potatoes will not be an issue." "Thank you, boss. Thank you," Ning Meng exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she expressed her gratitude repeatedly, while Ning Yang made an effort to bow in appreciation. However, accustomed to solitude, Su Ying was not inclined to allow unfamiliar individuals into her inner sanctum. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Tao Tao and her child or the Ning siblings, she ultimately entrusted their arrangements to Zhong Mu. "Sister Zhong, Please take them back to Hope Village 2 for settlement, and they will work alongside everyone else. Understood, Su boss. Leave it to me, Zhongmu promptly replied. The Ning siblings had no objections. Having a place to stay and work in exchange for life-saving potatoes was more than they could have hoped for. Although Tao Tao felt some trepidation in this unfamiliar environment, she nodded obediently at Su Ying's encouraging gaze, tightly holding her mother's hand as they followed Zhongmu. After bidding farewell to her new employees, Su Ying mounted her small motorcycle and headed toward the farm. Despite the deplorable road conditions on Garbage Star, the hover vehicle significantly increased her speed, sparing her from the discomfort of stepping on the jagged debris. Upon entering the farm, enveloped by the protective formation, Su Ying acutely sensed the changes that had transpired in her absence of over a day. The previously expanded garbage site had been cleared by a substantial margin. Dozens of acres of newly cultivated land lay evenly turned, with the yellow-brown soil meticulously prepared. The furrows had been excavated, ready for planting once the formation was set. The crops previously sown, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, thrived robustly, lush and green, with no signs of damage or theft. Chapter 82. Dark Web orders. Everything was in order, even progressing slightly faster than she had anticipated. However, Su Ying's brow furrowed slightly as she noticed a reduction of 3 free laborers within the formation's confines. Before she could inquire, Zhongmu, who had been following closely, stepped forward to report, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. Su boss, after your departure, those black rats became restless, plotting to escape. Yet, fearing for their lives, they dared not attempt it themselves. Instead, they coerced 3 lower-tier minions to act as their vanguard, urging them to charge out first. Zhongmu paused briefly. A trace of scorn for those fools mingled with reverence for the formation's power crossing her features. As a result, the moment those 3 crossed the boundary, they were slaughtered before they could even utter a scream. The remaining individuals, including the black rat, were instantly paralyzed with fear, yet they have since worked much harder. Hearing this, Su Ying's lips curled into a frosty smile. Ah, this black rat possesses a modicum of cunning, cleverly sending others to their doom as scouts. However, intelligence can often backfire. Losing 3 strong laborers is a cost I will not soon forget. Each of these free laborers represented a precious asset to her. Losing even one was disheartening. Clearly, an opportunity must be sought to adequately reward this black rat leader. Su Ying chuckled coldly, already formulating her plans. Yet, in this lawless land, restless individuals extended beyond merely the black rat. As Su Ying returned to the farm, assessing her assets and gains, in another sector of Garbage Star, a fervent and greedy atmosphere permeated the stronghold of the Scarface gang. True to his name, Scarface bore a grotesque scar that stretched from his left temple to his right jaw, enhancing his already fierce visage. He was neither a criminal exiled here, nor someone expelled due to a mental breakdown. Instead, he had fled to this lawless region to evade enemies and the Empire's pursuit after failing a crucial assassination mission. With his ruthless skills honed on the edge of life and death, he quickly established himself on A001 star, amassing a band of equally merciless renegades. Unlike the Black Rat Gang, which primarily thrived by oppressing lower-tier scavengers and extorting protection fees, Scarface's crew engaged in these activities while also tapping into secret channels to undertake dirty work for the Empire. Assassinations, kidnappings, and disposing of unsavory individuals and items constituted their primary trade and the most lucrative aspect of their operations. However, as fewer individuals were exiled to A001 star, the targets for their work naturally dwindled. Initially, they had planned a major operation to seize the supplies from Hope Village entirely and then hire a private spaceship to escape to other garbage stars. Instead, they encountered a formidable opponent. Not only did they fail to secure their haul, but they also suffered considerable losses, with several of their men falling, leading to a dire financial situation. Consequently, when Scarface received a new order through an encrypted dark web channel today, his sinister eyes ignited with a wolfish hunger. The task was straightforward: locate a woman on A001 garbage star and capture her alive. Accompanied by a remarkably clear photo and the name Su Ying, the order's promised reward of 100,000 star coins sent Scarface and his subordinates into a frenzy of excitement. Boss, with this money, can we finally afford to hire a spaceship? An eager, one-eyed henchman exclaimed. It's just about capturing a woman, right? In this godforsaken place, How could she possibly escape? Another burly man flexed his fists in anticipation. Scarface fixated on the photo on the screen, licking his cracked lips as the scar on his face twisted, rendering him even more menacing. He chuckled darkly. Ah, it seems some noble figure wishes to invite this lady as a guest. 100,000 is indeed a fitting reward for our efforts. He did not regard the task with much seriousness. To him, capturing a woman on A001 star was akin to collecting easy money. As for the possibility of failing to find her, Scarface scoffed, instructing his men, stay alert. Memorize her appearance. Unless she perishes in this garbage heap, she will inevitably come out to exchange for nutrient solutions at the recycling station. Lying in wait was their best strategy for tracking her down. Yes, boss. His henchmen echoed in unison, their eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. They could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of seizing this walking bounty of 100,000, eagerly anticipating a jubilant celebration thereafter. Su Beichun closed the anonymous interface of the dark web, leaning back against the luxurious leather chair. A shadow of gloom that had lingered on his face finally gave way to the first semblance of ease he had felt in days. He had received a contract from the notorious Scarface, known for his ruthless methods. This news put his mind at ease. In his perspective, as long as that rebellious daughter remained on A001 star, in the hands of a reckless outlaw like Scarface, there was no chance of escape. When the time came, whether he brought her back by breaking her legs or through a gentler approach would solely depend on his mood. In any case, Su Ying must return, must appear before the Hua family, fulfilling her last worth as a daughter of the Su family. With this pressing concern resolved, Su Beichun found his breathing significantly eased. He stood up and paced a few steps in the spacious study, a thought gradually becoming clearer. Merely bringing back that troublesome daughter would not suffice. The occasion must be grand. He needed everyone to witness that the Su family and the Hua family were indeed true relatives. He immediately activated the internal communication line, his tone imbued with a long-lost vigor. Anna, immediately issue invitations on behalf of the Su family to the prominent figures of all circles. Announce that to welcome Commander Hua and his wife, the Su family will host a grand welcome party at the estate in 3 days. On the other end, Qin Anna paused momentarily before regaining her composure, her voice tinged with surprise and uncertainty. Beichun, we have yet to receive any news from Ying. Are we rushing this? She will certainly return. Su Beichun interrupted her, his tone firm and exuding undeniable confidence. You just take care of the arrangements. The grander, the better. I want everyone to know that our Su family has officially boarded the Hua family's ship. Chapter 83. The Su family's banquet. He intended to use this evening to declare the resurgence of the Su family to all those who had previously ridiculed them, as well as to the opportunistic onlookers. He aimed to leverage the Hua family's influence to restore the prestige of the Su family. The news swiftly spread, causing quite a stir in high society. The Su family was hosting a banquet to welcome Commander Hua. Was their daughter exiled to a garbage planet? Could this marriage still hold? Who knows? Perhaps the Hua family is just being gracious. After all, the genetic compatibility is indeed substantial. I suspect Su Beichun is merely putting on a facade. However, since Commander Hua is willing to attend, some respect must be afforded. Amidst various speculations and discussions, exquisitely designed invitations, phrased with humility yet difficult to conceal an air of ostentation, were dispatched to the prominent families and factions across the capital star. The Su estate bustled with activity. Qin Anna personally supervised, directing the servants to tidy the courtyard, arrange the venue, finalize the menu, and select the band. Striving for perfection in every detail to showcase the Su family's heritage and their respect for the Hua family. Su Beichun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, observing the flurry of activity in the garden below, as if he could already envision the evening of the banquet, filled with esteemed guests and clinking glasses. Commander Hua and his wife would attend with smiles, while he, Su Beichun, mingled among the elite, receiving compliments and congratulations. A determined smile graced his lips. As for Su Ying, she had better be sensible and return obediently. Otherwise, he would not mind having a mad daughter. In the classroom of the Tactical Command Department at the Imperial Military Academy, several students gathered, whispering about the recent buzz in high society regarding the Su family's banquet. Have you heard? The Su family is throwing a grand banquet to welcome Commander Hua and his wife. Our family received an invitation. A girl with short brown hair spoke first, her tone filled with curiosity. What? You mean the Su family invited Commander Hua to the banquet? Li Rue, a blond boy, rushed over, his face brimming with curiosity. Could it be that Su Ying is really marrying into the Hua family? Oh, please, Roland rolled her eyes. The Imperial Gene Bank has already announced it. Major General Hua and Su Ying have officially tied the knot. How could there be any doubt? However, a girl with a high ponytail and a somewhat sarcastic demeanor scoffed. So what if they went through the formalities? As long as Major General Hua doesn't acknowledge it. It's just a worthless piece of paper. Have you seen him make an appearance or declare anything since their registration? I think it's highly unlikely. Sunway is right. A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, chiming in. When two families unite, there should have been a grand welcoming ceremony or a joint appearance by now. But with no signs at all, it's probably fallen through. Let me tell you, he lowered his voice, adding a hint of mystery. My cousin's colleague lives next to the Hua family and drives for them. Apparently, that young lady has never even set foot through the Hua family's front door. They probably never intended to acknowledge her. Upon hearing this, Sunway's smirk became more pronounced, with Su Ying's character. She hasn't even stepped inside and has already brought shame upon herself. Who could tolerate that? Let alone someone like Major General Hua. Initially trying to steal her sister's fiancé and resorting to such despicable means. How embarrassing. But I heard Gu Huaishan was originally Su Ying's fiancé, right? Li Rue couldn't help but interject. Huh? Sunway immediately retorted. So what? In love, the one who is unloved is the third party. Gu Xiao likes Huan Yun, and Su Ying, unable to let go, went so far as to drug him. How could she not be the third party? She deserves to be exiled to a garbage planet. Exactly. Several other students nodded in agreement, expressing disdain for Su Ying. Sunway added with envy. Yet her luck is astonishing. Even in exile, she was pardoned. Among so many people in the Empire, how did she become Major General Hua's perfect match? Truly a stroke of luck. Roland, who was the least malicious among them, could no longer hold back her frown as she listened to their increasingly harsh criticisms. She said, but my mother mentioned that the Hua family seems to be preparing a betrothal gift for their new daughter-in-law. What? Is that true? Several were immediately astonished. So the Su family is hosting a banquet, and the Hua family is coming to visit. Could it be that the two families are genuinely discussing marriage? Zhao Ming exclaimed in surprise. While the group was engrossed in their gossip, two figures entered the classroom. It was Su Huan Yun and her close friend Xiao Bailian, walking arm in arm with an air of intimacy. Xiao Bailian curiously asked, what are you all discussing? What marriage? Upon seeing Su Huan Yun, the faces of the students instantly flashed with embarrassment. Sunway, acting quickly, smiled at Su Huan Yun. Huan Yun, we're just talking about your family's banquet tomorrow. I heard that Commander Hua and his wife will attend. Is that true? They're hosting a banquet? Commander Hua and Madame Hua will be attending? Why was I not informed? Su Huan Yun is perfectly practiced. Gentle smile momentarily stiffened. Ever since the marriage announcement of Su Ying and Hua Chengyu was made public, it seemed she could hear people discussing Su Ying wherever she went. The gazes that once envied her engagement to Gu Huaishan now mixed with a complex array of emotions, especially sympathy. This made her feel exposed. When had Su Huan Yun ever needed anyone's sympathy? Did they think her fiancé was inferior to Su Ying's husband? Facing the curious and probing eyes of her classmates, Su Huan Yun quickly adjusted her expression, casually explaining, yes, Uncle Hua and Annie who will be coming to visit. After all, our two families are now relatives, so some interaction is quite normal. However, her oblivious classmates grew even more curious. Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask, Huan Yun, is your sister currently living in the Su family, or has she moved into the Hua family? Will they have a wedding ceremony? What is Major General Hua's attitude towards his, unexpected spouse? These questions pricked at Su Huan Yun's heart like needles. She maintained her smile, but her words began to subtly shift the rhythm. Sister might still be a bit unaccustomed. She hasn't returned home yet, and it seems the Hua family hasn't made any arrangements either. Her tone was gentle, yet she deliberately cultivated an atmosphere of disapproval towards Su Ying from both families. She sighed softly and said, with a hint of implication, I am not entirely certain why the Hua family has come to visit this time. Perhaps there are important matters that require careful discussion. Xiao Billion immediately grasped the underlying meaning and interjected, oh, I understand. Given the despicable things Su Ying did, how could a family of such high standing as the Huas easily accept her? I suspect they are here to discuss how to dissolve this ill-matched engagement. However, Sun Wei recalled Luo Lin's earlier words and questioned, but Luo Lin mentioned that the Hua family is preparing a betrothal gift for the young lady. If they're getting a divorce, what is the purpose of a betrothal gift? The smile on Su Huanyun's face was now genuinely on the verge of breaking. Her nails dug into her palm as she struggled to explain. Is that so? I'm not quite sure. Perhaps the Hua family wishes to offer some compensation to my sister. She nearly forced these words through clenched teeth. Throughout the day, wherever she went, it seemed she could hear discussions about the Su family's banquet, the Hua family, and Su Ying. These voices echoed in her ears like an ominous chant, making her restless and unable to concentrate. After enduring until the last class ended, she hastily asked the instructor for leave, citing illness, and rushed back to the Su residence. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of servants bustling about, meticulously preparing the venue for the evening's festivities. Everywhere was adorned with lights and decorations, an atmosphere of celebration. This scene pierced Su Huanyun's eyes deeply. She angrily sought out her mother, who was directing the servants, and demanded, "Mother, what's going on here? Why is the event being made so extravagant?" Qin Anna, startled at her daughter's arrival, quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "Huanyun, calm down. The Hua family's butler personally contacted your father, clearly stating that this visit pertains to Ying's marriage. They are here to deliver the betrothal gifts. This banquet must proceed, and it must be grand." Betrothal gifts? Su Huanyun's voice rose sharply, filled with disbelief and jealousy. How could this be possible? Does the Hua family not know what kind of person Su Ying is? She is despicable enough to drug a man. Surely the Hua family must be unaware. I must go to the Hua family. I must expose Su Ying's true nature. Her emotions spiraled out of control as she shouted, turning to storm out. A sharp slap suddenly struck Su Huanyun's face, interrupting all her words and actions. Su Beichen stood behind her, his face pale, eyes filled with unprecedented severity and warning. Silence. If you dare to speak out against the marriage between Su Ying and the Hua family, do not blame me for being unkind. Stunned by the blow, Su Huanyun stood frozen, her cheek burning with pain. It was the first time her father had struck her. Previously, she had only watched as Su Ying was punished. A surge of emotions, aggrieved, furious, unwilling, and envious, overwhelmed her. She wanted to cry out, to vent her frustrations. Seeing this, Qin Anna quickly stepped forward, dragging her daughter upstairs. Back in her room, Su Huanyun could no longer hold back, collapsing on her bed in tears. Why? Why can that wretched Su Ying marry Hua Qingyu? Why must she reap all the benefits? I refuse to accept this. I simply refuse. Qin Anna held her daughter tightly, softly soothing, "Foolish child, even if you are unwilling, you must keep it to yourself. This is not the time for your caprices. What kind of family is the Hua family? How could they be unaware of Su Ying's background? Since they have chosen this path, they must have their reasons. If you create a scene now, what good will it do besides making your father resent you?" She paused, lowering her voice even further, adding a note of caution. "And if Hua Haishan finds out about your disgraceful behavior over Hua Qingyu, have you considered the consequences?" Su Huanyun's crowds abruptly ceased, as thoughts of Gu Haishan flooded her mind, bringing forth a wave of complex and stifling emotions. The news of the Su family's grand preparations for the banquet to welcome the Hua family's commanding couple had, of course, reached the Hua family estate. In the elegantly decorated small parlor, Madame Hua, Zanya, leisurely savored her floral tea. Upon hearing the old butler's low report regarding this news, her well-groomed brows furrowed slightly, displaying a genuine look of confusion. "Did we send an invitation to the Su family?" She set down her teacup and looked at the butler standing beside her. The butler bowed slightly and replied in a steady tone, "Madam, we have not. We did not send any formal or informal visitations to the Su family." A flicker of displeasure crossed Zanya's face. Then what kind of banquet are they holding? The butler contemplated his words carefully before cautiously speculating. Perhaps the Su family wishes to use this opportunity to welcome the young lady back home? Back home. Zanya caught on to the critical information, sharply inquiring, "Is the young lady not residing in the Su family now?" "Indeed, madam," the butler confirmed, nodding as he recounted the information. After registering her marriage with the young master, the young lady did not return to the Su family, but went directly to A001. A001? Zanya's brows tightened further. Hadn't the imperial pardon already been issued? Why had she returned there? In her view, since the engagement was established and the pardon granted, Su Ying should have returned to the capital star, whether to reside in the Su family or at the place arranged by the Hua family. The butler paused for a moment before continuing. The pardon has indeed been issued. On the day of registration, the second young lady of the Su family and her fiancé attempted to bring the young lady back to the Su family, but were rejected. He added, based on what we know, the relationship between the young lady and the Su family seems rather strained. Upon hearing this, Zanya's expression turned serious. She had previously not paid much attention to the background of this unexpected daughter-in-law. Most of her knowledge of Su Ying's past came from idle gossip among other noble women. Nevertheless, she knew that Su Ying's banishment to the garbage star was caused by this second young lady and her fiancé. The intention behind bringing her fiancé to retrieve Su Ying was painfully obvious. As an open-minded mother, she had adopted a laid-back attitude, believing that since her son Hua Qingyu had not explicitly opposed this marriage arranged through genetic matching, there was no need for her to investigate Su Ying's background. However, the circumstances now seemed to be different. This concerned the situation and interests of her Hua family's daughter-in-law. Bring me the information regarding the young lady, Zanya commanded. Yes, madam. Soon, a detailed dossier about Su Ying was delivered to Zanya. She perused it carefully. The more she read, the more her brows knitted together, and her expression grew increasingly grim. What troubled her were not the so-called indiscretions recorded in the information. At her level, having witnessed many high society disputes, she understood that many matters could not be judged merely by appearances. What truly displeased and even angered her was the Su family's treatment and harshness toward Su Ying, the eldest daughter. The dossier clearly indicated that Su Ying had long been neglected and suppressed within the Su family, with resources heavily tilted towards the stepdaughter, Su Huanyun. In the aftermath of her troubles, rather than making an effort to protect her, the Su family was eager to distance themselves, even remaining indifferent after her banishment. Only after her marriage announcement to Hua Qingyu did the Su family suddenly become enthusiastic. Their intentions were all too clear. The last part of the dossier included the latest information from the previous day, detailing Su Ying's shopping records at the Hua family's Xinghuan Mall. Among the purchases were a basic portable ecological cabin and the cheapest mini hover motorcycle. As she gazed upon the models and prices of these two items, and reflected on the exquisite jewelry, haute couture dresses, and luxurious vehicle she had meticulously arranged for her yet-to-be-met daughter-in-law, Madame Zanya felt a pang of discomfort. This child resided in a rudimentary cabin on the garbage planet. Her only means of transport was a modest motorcycle. It seemed she had truly been neglected. After several minutes of silent contemplation, her fingertips gently tapped the table. Then, she lifted her head and instructed the elderly steward, "Please put away the items we have prepared for the young mistress for the time being." The steward hesitated for a moment, but respectfully complied. Understood. Madame Zanya continued, "Furthermore, in the name of myself and the commander, transfer 10 million star coins into the young mistress's private account." She fixed her gaze on the steward, her tone bearing a sigh. "Inform her that this is our wedding gift, to be used as she pleases. She need not compromise her desires. We shall discuss other matters later." As the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, Su Ying mounted her small motorcycle and commenced her inspection of the refuse accumulation area surrounding the farm. She aimed to identify the next section that required priority clearance, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the rusty metal heaps, twisted plastic debris, and unidentified decaying matter. Upon finding a suitable plot, she would halt, bury energy stones, and set up formations. After locating 2 plots covering over 100 acres, her light brain chimed, her preset alarm indicating that the strawberries were ripe for harvest. Strawberries, the tantalizingly sweet and tart strawberries. Since her arrival in this wretched place, she had not tasted a morsel of sweetness. At this moment, her eagerness was palpable. She turned her motorcycle around, eager to return and savor her precious strawberries. However, as she passed by the area where He Shu and his crew were laboring, she spotted Zhou Kajia confronting them. Zhou Kajia wore a grim expression, speaking sternly. Opposite him stood He Shu and several core members of the former He Shu gang. Though they bowed their heads, their slightly hunched backs and disdainful expressions radiated a defiance against authority. The remaining lackeys cowered behind them, unable to utter a sound. The roar of the motorcycle engine drew the attention of all present as Su Ying came to a stop and removed her wind goggles. The moment her piercing gaze swept across the scene, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The facade of indignation on He Shu and his companions deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly replaced by an unmistakable dread, their heads bowing even lower. What is happening? Suying aprorochid Zolkiji, Hartonenoitrad. Zokijia immediately turned, respectfully reporting, Boss Su. Eishu, Dia Guan. And they are leveraging their previous standing in the He Shu gang to coerce the workers into completing their assigned tasks while they shirk their responsibilities. I just discovered this and was reprimanding them. No sooner had he finished speaking than He Shu abruptly raised his head, his face contorted with grievance, exclaiming, Boss Su, this is unjust. We have consistently worked diligently, adhering strictly to your requirements, without a hint of neglect. It is Zhou Kajia. He has harbored a grudge against us and is now deliberately seeking trouble, claiming we are unsatisfactory and wronging us. You can ask everyone. As he spoke, his gaze flitted towards the surrounding figures, who appeared to shrink away. Tai Quan and he quickly chimed in, yes. Zhou Kajia is settling personal scores. Su Ying's gaze turned towards the crowd. Each pair of eyes flickered nervously, and upon meeting her gaze, they hastily lowered their heads, their faces etched with fear, their lips trembling, too intimidated to utter even a word of dissent. Her eyes roamed the crowd before finally settling on Huang Mao, pausing at the unmistakable bruise on his cheekbone. The injury on your face, Su Ying began, her voice calm yet chilling, causing Huang Mao to shudder. Where did it come from? Huang Mao trembled uncontrollably, stammering, It was an accident. I fell. You fell? Su Ying echoed, her expression devoid of warmth. Then show me how you fell. I am curious how one could fall and end up with such a bruise around their eyes. Huang Mao's face turned pale as a ghost. He wished to plead for mercy, but upon meeting Su Ying's frigid gaze, all words caught in his throat, leaving only the sound of his chattering teeth. Under the suffocating silence and pressure, he quivered and actually toppled towards the refuse-laden ground. With a dull thud, he fell, scraping his face against the rough surface, blood seeping from the wound, yet no signs of bruising from a beating appeared. Su Ying's voice remained steady, but it bore an undeniable weight of authority. Continue. After several more falls, Huang Mao broke down. He scrambled to his feet, kneeling on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Boss Su, spare me. Please, Boss Su, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Su Ying ignored his pleas, her gaze sweeping toward another group of individuals bearing injuries on their faces or arms. You all step forward. Those few, terrified, crawled forward in a panic. Think carefully before you answer. Su Ying's gaze bore down upon them like a tangible force, making it impossible for them to lift their heads. How did you get those injuries? If they were also from falls, then demonstrate for me. If you cannot replicate the injuries on your faces and bodies today. She paused, her tone turning frigid. You need not live any longer. With terror gripping their hearts, the group collapsed to the ground, trembling, as the air became thick with the acrid scent of urine. Observing this, He Shu, with a steely resolve, stepped forward, attempting to argue. Boss Su, the angle and intensity of each fall vary. It is impossible to sustain identical injuries. Please reconsider and do not make things difficult for them. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ying's thoughts shifted. Suddenly, He Shu emitted a piercing scream, as if an invisible whip had struck him hard, staggering him back as he curled up in agony. Before he could regain his composure, a second strike followed, causing him to roll on the ground, shrieking in pain. Standing beside him, Tai Quan and Dia, who had initially intended to join in the defense, turned pale at the sight of He Shu's suffering and collapsed to their knees. Their voices trembled. Boss Su, spare us. We will never dare again. Huang Mao watched as his former tormentors, once so formidable, now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter before Su Ying. Reflecting on his own past oppression, an inexplicable blend of courage, fear, and vengeful delight surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at He Shu and the others, declaring loudly, Boss Su, I will tell the truth. The injuries we bear are all from He Shu, Tai Quan, and Dia. They forced us to work for them, and when we were too exhausted to continue, they struck us. With Huang Mao leading the charge, the nearby Shou Ho found his voice as well, exclaiming, Exactly. He Shu and the others called us traitors, blaming us for their downfall. They demanded we work to atone, and if we failed to complete our tasks, they would beat us mercilessly. Just as He Shu, having just regained a breath from the agonizing formation, heard these accusations from the lackeys he often disregarded, his fury ignited. And he glared at Huang Mao and Shou Ho with murderous intent. Huang Mao trembled under his gaze, but, remembering Su Ying's presence, gathered his resolve and reported again. Bosu, look, he is glaring at me. He surely intends to take revenge on me later. He Shu, startled, opened his mouth to explain. But once again, an invisible force struck him, leaving a bloodied mark as he swallowed his words, left only with pained groans. Su Ying turned to Huang Mao, nodding slightly. Well done. For your bravery in reporting the situation, I shall reward you with a sedative. Huang Mao was initially taken aback, but soon elation flooded through him as he repeatedly bowed. Thanking her profusely, the thin monkey, upon noticing the situation, quickly raised his hand and reported, Su Lauda, I have a situation to report. Yesterday, while you were absent, He Shu, Tai Quan, and he threatened Ma Zi and Fathead, forcing them to flee. It was only after listening to He Shu that Ma Zi and the others ran away, which is why they lost their lives. As he spoke, a look of fear and indignation appeared on his face. Su Ying replied calmly, report truthfully, and you shall be rewarded with a sedative. The thin monkey, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude profusely. With these two examples set, and coupled with He Shu being punished on the spot, the others suddenly felt emboldened, their long-suppressed grievances and fears finding an outlet. Su Laoda, I have a report. He Shu and Tai Quan conspired secretly last night, saying that when they find an opportunity to escape, they will certainly make things difficult for you. Yes, I heard that too. They have cursed you more than once, saying that it's only a matter of time before. As He Shu listened to his once submissive subordinates, who were now turning against him, revealing their conspiracies and curses, he realized that it was all over. Extreme fear instantaneously morphed into a frantic desperation. You traitors! Nonsense! Su Lauda, they are framing me. He howled, and seizing the momentum of his cries for justice, the remnants of his strength erupted suddenly, his body launching like a cannonball. 5 fingers clawing towards Su Ying's throat. W.D. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light of mutual destruction. This was his ultimate strike. Fueled by all his pent-up hatred, Zhou Kajia, standing nearby, changed color and reacted swiftly, moving to intercept. However, he had barely approached when, thud, it was as if a pair of invisible hands had suddenly gripped the central mass of flesh. The sickening sound of bones cracking and flesh compressing erupted. He Shu's body, suspended in mid-air, abruptly stiffened, then exploded like a violently crushed rotten tomato, scattering into a blurred mass of blood and flesh. The gruesome remnants fell to the ground, and the heavy scent of blood immediately permeated the air. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Everyone stood frozen, terror-stricken, gazing at the shapeless mass of blood and flesh on the ground, then looking at Su Ying, who stood there with not a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Tai Quan and Iya, along with others, were so frightened that their souls seemed to fly away, their faces drained of color, collapsing onto the ground like a puddle of mud, weeping and desperately bowing their heads. Su Lauda, spare us! Spare us! We were forced by He Shu. He threatened us. In a moment of madness, we did not dare to resist. Please spare our lives. Su Ying's gaze slowly swept over each of the terrified individuals present, her voice cold and clear, carrying an undeniable authority that reverberated throughout the venue. Listen well. From the moment you stepped onto my territory, you became my slaves, my labor assets. She paused, emphasizing her words. Anyone who dares to harm my assets, regardless of who they are, shall not be forgiven. Her gaze settled on the crumpled forms of Tai Quan and Iya. Considering this as your first offense, I shall spare your lives for now. The expressions of Tai Quan and the others flickered with a hint of relief. However, she continued, but while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Su Ying raised her hand, pointing towards a distant area piled high with refuse, almost devoid of visible earth. You lot, go over there and clear the new area I have designated. Clean it up within 3 days, or I shall send you to meet your leader. The garbage in that area was clearly more abundant and far more challenging to clear. Tai Quan and Dia looked in the direction she indicated, seeing that the refuse was piled like a small mountain, a tangle of sharp metals and heavy concrete blocks, emitting an even stronger stench of decay. Merely gazing at it filled them with despair. Yet they dared not voice any dissent, crawling and bowing their heads, Yes, yes. Thank you, Sulauda, for sparing us. We will go at once. Su Ying no longer regarded them, instructing Zhou Kejia to be unyielding with them, before remounting her small motorcycle. The engine roared with a deep growl as she swiftly departed from the area still steeped in fear and bloodshed. As if the recent thunderous punishment had merely been a trivial task completed in passing. She had far more important matters to attend to, returning to harvest her strawberries. The motorcycle sped directly back to the patch of land protected by layers of formations, a stark contrast to the filthy and dilapidated outside world. Upon entering, the moist and fertile scent of the soil and the unique freshness of the plants enveloped her, instantly cleansing her of the earlier grim atmosphere. The 36 strawberry plants, nurtured by the gathering spirit array and spiritual rain, had grown increasingly lush, with thick, vibrant green leaves, and nestled among the foliage were clusters of bright red fruits, resembling scattered gems, a delightful sight to behold. Su Ying casually retrieved a clean little basket and crouched down at the edge of the ridge. She carefully avoided the branches and leaves, gently pinching the stem of a fully ripened strawberry, and with a slight twist, the plump fruit fell into her palm. Chapter 87. The Red Envelope. The strawberry was not particularly large, but possessed a perfect shape, a rich red color, its surface dotted with tiny seeds, exuding an enticingly fragrant aroma. She could barely resist the temptation to place it in the basket, bringing it directly to her lips for a gentle bite. In an instant, the sweet and slightly tart juice burst forth in her mouth, accompanied by an exceptionally pure and rich strawberry fragrance that instantly captivated her taste buds. This flavor was far more exquisite than any strawberry she had ever tasted in her memory. It was not merely sweet. It carried a freshness and vitality nourished by spiritual energy, as if each bite washed away her fatigue. Su Ying could not help but squint her eyes in satisfaction, letting out a joyful sigh. A look of rapture unconsciously spread across her face, the tension and toil of recent days seemingly soothed by the sweetness of the strawberry. She finished the strawberry in a few bites, lingeringly licking her lips before reaching for a second one. This time, she examined it closely for a moment before bringing it to her mouth again, savoring the taste that almost delighted her very soul. One after another, she moved through the strawberry patch, choosing only the fully ripened, vibrant fruits. With each one she picked, she either devoured it on the spot or reluctantly placed it in the basket. Gradually, a layer of red fruits filled the basket, and her expression of contentment deepened. Initially, Tao Tao had found 2 rotten strawberries in a trash box. From those 2 rotten strawberries, she had extracted 300 seeds. Not a single seed was wasted. All were used to germinate, subsequently nurturing them to maturity. Now, each plant bore at least 30 ripe fruits. Thus, from this small patch of land, she could harvest at least 1,000 strawberries. Ha ha ha! Strawberry freedom is assured. Beyond setting aside the most plump and healthy fruits for seeds to expand her planting scale, she decided to keep the rest for herself to enjoy slowly. As this thought crossed her mind, she gazed at the vibrant strawberry field before her, her eyes softening further. These were her treasures, her sweet fortress built piece by piece amidst the garbage wasteland. She plucked an exceptionally red fruit, placing it back in her mouth, allowing the ultimate sweetness to bloom on her tongue, so beautiful that she almost burst into song. Just as Su Ying was immersed in the sweetness of the strawberries, a crisp notification tone sounded from the light brain on her wrist. It was yet another payment notification. The pre-sale link for the Freedom Market had yet to be released. What kind of payment was this? She opened the inquiry, and her entire being felt as though it had been paused, frozen in place. On 10,000, 100,000 million, 10 million star coins. Su Ying's first reaction was not joy, but shock. She stood up abruptly, her heart racing wildly. Had a pie fallen from the sky? No, this feels more akin to a lethal poisoned pie falling from the heavens. How could her account possibly swell by 10 million out of thin air? Could it be that some nefarious organization is using her account for money laundering? I must report this. But what then? This mysterious sum will undoubtedly be frozen or even confiscated. What advantage could a mere tool, the owner of this account, possibly gain? Perhaps it would only invite trouble. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her light brain vibrated again, revealing a message from an unknown number. She hesitantly opened it, and the content left her once more in a state of shock. Madam, greetings. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Huozhong, the steward of the Hua family. By the order of the commander and madam, 10 million star coins have been transferred to your account. This is a wedding gift from the commander and madam, a token of their sincerity. Madam has instructed that you must accept it and feel free to spend it. Do not deprive yourself. Hua family? Madam? Commander and madam? Su Ying took a full 5 seconds to connect these titles to her absurd contractual marriage. Commander Hua and Madam Hua are none other than her nominal in-laws. This 10 million is their gift to her as their daughter-in-law. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Su Ying felt a pang of emotion. Had she truly been welcomed into their family as a beloved daughter-in-law, receiving such a generous wedding gift would have surely made her elated, wishing to embrace her in-laws and call them mom and dad. Alas, she was not. No reward without merit, especially not of this magnitude. Su Ying took a deep breath, suppressing the momentary dizziness brought on by the sudden influx of wealth, and her fingers deftly navigated the screen. Hello, Steward Hua. I am deeply grateful for the kindness of the commander and madam. However, my marriage to Mr. Hua Qingyu is of a unique nature, merely a temporary arrangement. I truly cannot accept such a valuable gift. I appreciate the sentiment and have returned the funds. Please check your account. Click send. As she confirmed the successful return of the 10 million, Su Ying felt a sense of decisiveness, her demeanor exuding a false nobility untouched by material wealth. Yet, when a notification of successful return echoed, and she witnessed her account balance diminish back to its former meager figure, her heart inevitably ached. 10 million. That was a staggering sum of star coins. It lingered in her account for merely a few minutes, akin to a fleeting yet brilliant dream. Gone as soon as she awoke. Sighing heavily, she seemed to exhale all her reluctance and heartache. Glancing down at the vibrant, fragrant strawberries in the basket and on the branches, she clenched her fist and encouraged herself. Su Ying, keep going. It's merely 10 million. With your abilities, you'll earn it back swiftly. What others give cannot compare to what one earns through their own labor. Yes, rely on yourself. These strawberries, these crops, are the foundation of her existence. She crouched down once more, preparing to transform her sorrow over lost money into motivation for strawberry picking. Just as her fingers brushed against a plump fruit, that cursed notification, a harbinger of wealth, rang out again. Su Ying's hand trembled, nearly crushing the strawberry. She incredulously raised her wrist, the screen glaringly displaying another transfer of 10 million star coins. An accompanying message soon followed. Madam, the funds you returned have been received by Madam. She wishes to convey that since you have registered your marriage with our young master, from that day forth, you are the Madam of the Hua family, an unchangeable fact. The red envelope is a gesture of goodwill from the elders. Please accept it without any burden. If returned again, Madam may personally reach out to inquire. Chapter 88. A return gift, gazing at the familiar yet blinding string of zeros, and then at the message's gentle yet insistent tone, which even hinted at a conversation should she refuse again. Su Ying's emotions were tumultuous. Her nominal mother-in-law is remarkably kind, understanding, generous, and protective of even a merely nominal daughter-in-law. Had she not been a staunch advocate against marriage, forced into this union, she would have certainly found a way to win over the man, Hua Qingyu, solely for the sake of such an admirable mother-in-law. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Su Ying stared at the 10 million, now returned to her account, and took a deep breath. Well then, since she could not refuse, and the other party was so resolute, her continued reluctance would only seem pretentious. She might as well accept it, albeit begrudgingly. Of course, Su Ying was not one to take advantage of others without reciprocation. Accepting such a lavish red envelope without a return gift would be improper. She immediately began to assess her assets, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and those freshly ripe strawberries. She promptly cleared 2 space buttons, one with a capacity of 1 cubic meter and the other 9 cubic meters. For the 1 cubic meter button, she selected the finest strawberries, boxed them, and stored them within until it was full. This nearly accounted for 1/3 of her current harvest. Gazing at the enticing red hue within the space button, she felt a twinge of regret, but considering the 10 million, she believed her return gift must reflect sincerity. The 9 cubic meter space button was filled with equal portions of sweet potatoes and potatoes, completely packed. The heavy, substantial tubers filled the space nearly to capacity. These were tangible foodstuffs valuable on any planet, especially those nurtured with her spirit rain, ensuring their top-notch quality. with a return gift prepared. Su Ying felt considerably more at ease. After harvesting all the strawberries, she ventured past the area where the children were working. There, she found Tao Tao diligently sifting through small stones alongside the children of Hope Village. Beside him stood a pale, frail woman, moving with a certain sluggishness as she performed the same task. That was Tao Tao's mother. Tao Tao's sharp eyes spotted Su Ying first, and he excitedly jumped up, tugging at his mother's sleeve, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Mom, Mom, this is Sister Su, who saved us. Sister Su brought us here and gave us jobs." Upon hearing this, Tao Tao's mother was instantly filled with an indescribable gratitude, her murky eyes sparkling. She struggled to kneel before Su Ying, murmuring, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving Tao Tao and us." Su Ying quickly stepped forward to support her, preventing her from kneeling. "Please, don't do that. Taking care of your health and working diligently is the best way to repay me." As she spoke, she retrieved a small plastic box from her space button and handed it to Tao Tao. Inside were 10 perfectly red strawberries, arranged neatly. Tao Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly recognizing the beautiful fruits that were notoriously expensive in the market. He quickly hid his little hands behind his back, shaking his head repeatedly. "Sister Su, this is too precious. We can't accept it." Su Ying firmly placed the small box in his hands, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "Take it. The seeds of these strawberries were gathered by you. Now that they are ripe, you should taste them, shouldn't you?" Holding the box of strawberries as if cradling a fragile dream, Tao Tao's face flushed with excitement, his lips trembled, and he ultimately bowed deeply. "Thank you, Sister Su. You are amazing. You can grow such expensive strawberries." Following this, Su Ying found Xiao Tian and Nana, likewise gifting them a box of strawberries. "Take this and share it with the other children." The children immediately gathered around, and when they beheld the boxes filled with the vibrant, fragrant fruits they had never seen before, they were all taken aback. They gathered around the box of strawberries, their small heads huddled together, emitting soft gasps of wonder, yet none dared to reach out for them. "What exquisite fruits! They smell so fragrant. They must be incredibly sweet, right?" The children involuntarily swallowed, their eyes wide with anticipation. Observing their hesitant demeanor, Su Ying felt a twinge of warmth in her heart and explained, "This is called a strawberry, a delicious fruit. Please share and eat them quickly. These fruits do not last long and will spoil if left uneaten." Hearing that they would spoil, the children became cautious. Under the distribution by Xiao Tian and Nana, each child, including the older ones, Tu, Zhongning, and Xiao Pingyan, received one. Zhongning held the small strawberry, her eyes filled with nostalgia and disbelief. She had tasted strawberries in the Empire, but they were always a luxury. She never expected to encounter them again on this desolate garbage planet. Moreover, the aroma emanating from the strawberry was far more enchanting than any she remembered. Cautiously, she took a small bite, and instantly, the exquisite sweetness and juicy texture exploded in her mouth, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. How could this strawberry be so delectable? It was infinitely more delicious than any fruit she had ever eaten before. Exercising restraint, she consumed only half, carefully offering the remaining portion to her mother, Zhongmu, who was nearby. "Mom, you must try this. It's exceptionally delicious." Zhongmu quickly waved her hands. "Mom, one to eat it. This is a reward from Boss Su for you children. You should enjoy it all." But Zhongning persisted, holding out the half strawberry, unwilling to retract it. Seeing her daughter's sparkling eyes and glancing at the quietly smiling Su Ying beside her, Zhongmu reluctantly accepted it and took a gentle bite. In the next moment, she too was taken aback. The indescribable sweetness and vibrant sensation instantly conquered her taste buds. She gazed in disbelief at the half-bright red fruit in her hand, murmuring, "How can this strawberry be so fragrant and sweet? It completely overturns my understanding of strawberries, and indeed, all fruits." Watching the children savoring the strawberries, their faces radiating pure joy, a smile graced Su Ying's face as well. She turned to Zhongmu, who was still relishing the flavor of the strawberry, and said, "Sister Zhong, I need to send something out. I must make a trip to the recycling station." Upon hearing this, Zhongmu immediately responded, "To the recycling station? Boss Su, do you want me to accompany you? It's quite chaotic on the garbage planet. Having someone else for support is better." Su Ying waved her hand dismissively. "I will be back soon. Just oversee the farm and ensure the work here is well arranged. After finishing her words, without waiting for Zhongmu to insist further, she nimbly mounted her small motorcycle. The engine emitted a low hum, and the levitation device activated, lifting the motorcycle a foot off the ground. With the gentle hum of the power core, the motorcycle shot forward like a silver streak, stirring a breeze that tousled her bangs. Regardless of the rusty metal debris, cracked crevices, or towering piles of refuse, it maintained a constant levitation height, racing forward with an almost absolute steadiness. Along the way, occasional glimpses revealed scavengers rummaging through the trash. At the sound of the motorcycle's engine, most of them cautiously lifted their heads, either quickly hiding or watching with a mixture of numbness and wariness as the obviously non-proletarian vehicle sped past. Su Ying remained focused, gripping the handlebars tightly to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. As she neared the recycling station, the surrounding environment grew increasingly chaotic, and the unpleasant odors in the air intensified. Some malevolent gazes emerged from shadowy corners, assessing the solitary motorcycle and its seemingly frail rider. However, when some noticed the almost indifferent calmness in Su Ying's eyes, their restless intentions were quickly suppressed. In the garbage planet, anyone who could ride a levitating motorcycle with such confidence was never simple. What would originally have taken a 2-hour walk was accomplished in just 15 minutes by the levitating motorcycle. Feeling the wind rush against her face, Su Ying mentally applauded her wise decision once more. This motorcycle was indeed worth the purchase. The levitating motorcycle smoothly descended at the recycling station's entrance. Su Ying swiftly dismounted, retracting the motorcycle with a seamless motion, her presence immediately attracting the attention of those cued. Their gazes were a mix of curiosity, scrutiny, and an instinctive wariness towards someone who possessed such a high-end vehicle. Su Ying remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the stares that clung to her, and quietly took her place at the end of the line. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a shrewd and somewhat mercenary appearance frequently glanced back at Su Ying, his face displaying a struggle of hesitation. After a long moment, as if making a decision, he forced a smile full of obsequiousness and stepped out of the line. Approaching Su Ying. "Excuse me, are you Boss Su?" he asked, bending slightly, his tone laced with cautious respect. "Is there something?" Su Ying replied, casting a fleeting glance at him. Upon her acknowledgement, the man's smile broadened, laced with flattery as he stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. "Oh, it truly is Boss Su. A busy person like you shouldn't waste time standing in line. Please go ahead, take my place." Su Ying did not even glance forward, her voice calm and unwavering. "No need, I'm not in a hurry." Undeterred by rejection, the man moved closer, rubbing his hands together as he introduced himself. "Boss Su. I'm from Hope Village, Wang Wu. I'm not a bad person. I heard many from our village are working with you and earning nutritional liquid. Could I join too? I'm strong and can handle heavy work. Moving things, cleaning up trash, I'm quite capable. Moreover, I have low demands. Just a single tube a day would suffice, or even half a tube. I can also help you manage the others. If anyone slacks off, I'll be the first to report it." He rambled on, nearly spitting as he spoke. Su Ying frowned slightly, and without waiting for him to finish, she decisively interrupted. "I'm not hiring anyone at the moment. If there's a need, I will have your village chief inform you." Wang Wu's hopeful expression faltered. Seeing Su Ying's growing impatience, he panicked and instinctively reached out to grab her arm, attempting to persist. "Boss Su, please reconsider." However, his hand never touched her sleeve. With a resounding thud, accompanied by Wang Wu's unanticipated scream, he was abruptly kicked away, crashing onto the hard ground several meters away, clutching his abdomen and curling up in agony, unable to rise for a while. Su Ying slowly retracted her leg, her gaze as cold as frost, her voice carrying an unmistakable disdain that resonated around her. "Do not touch me. I have a cleanliness obsession." Wang Wu lay on the ground, groaning in pain, and when he lifted his gaze towards Su Ying, a flicker of barely concealed resentment flashed in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by fear, rendering him silent. Instinctively, everyone around made way for her, clearing a path directly to the window. Su Ying, not one to be pretentious, naturally approached the front of the line, standing before the robotic window. "I'd like to send something," she stated, her tone returning to its usual calmness. As if the earlier moment of aggression had not been hers at all, the robot, upon hearing her request, promptly displayed a menu for her to choose from. Standard Express, Delivery within a week. Fee 10,000 star coins. Express delivery. Next day delivery. Fee 100,000 star coins. Previously, Su Ying would not have chosen the ordinary express service at 10,000 star coins. However, now considering the hefty sum of 10 million star coins in her account, she swiftly selected express delivery. Spending 100,000 star coins to send a package leaves one with a tinge of regret. Yet, it must be accepted as an additional cost of reciprocity. While filling out the recipient's information, she simply entered Shaoduxing di Erkong Dao Huojia in the address field. Those from the Empire are well aware that the entire Second Sky Island is the territory of the Hua family. Thus, there is no need to specifically inquire about the precise address from the Hua family members. In the recipient's section, she inscribed the name Madame Zanya. She placed the two spatial buttons, containing strawberries and sweet potatoes respectively, onto the security conveyor belt designated by the robot, and paid the exorbitant shipping fee of 100,000 star coins. Watching the robot generate the electronic receipt, the entire shipping process took no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Upon completing the shipping task, the robot politely inquired, "May I assist you with anything else?" Su Ying instinctively glanced at the list of goods, mistakenly believing that the prices indicated at the end of the list warranted a dismissive wave of her hand. She could now travel to Shaoduxing every 3 days. It would be foolish to purchase overpriced goods here. Exiting the recycling station, she retrieved her scooter, preparing to head home. However, Su Ying remained unaware, or perhaps indifferent, to the fact that as her floating scooter appeared near the recycling station, several hidden eyes locked onto her. These were the spies of the Scarface man. One of them quickly lowered his head, transmitting a message through his light brain. "Boss, the target has appeared. She sent something at the express station and is now about to leave." As Su Ying rode her scooter away from the express station, heading back towards the farm, she keenly sensed that someone was tailing her from distance. A barely perceptible, cold smile curved her lips. Instead of hastening to shake them off, she slightly reduced her speed to allow her pursuers to follow more easily. Free labor? She had been troubled by a shortage of hands for the land reclamation. If they were genuinely so eager to send someone away again, she would welcome it. Meanwhile, following the submission of Su Ying's express order, the cargo terminal system emitted the highest level of alert. Destination: Shaoduxing, Second Sky Island, Hua family, recipient, Madame Zanya. The previously orderly robot operation backend was suddenly disrupted as several human executives appeared in virtual projection. They stared at the two unremarkable spatial buttons displayed on the screen, each of them sweating profusely as if facing a grave threat. The Second Sky Island is directly sending a package to Madame Zanya, and the sender is Su Ying, the one who has just married into the Hua family. The Hua family did not send anyone to greet her, nor did they publicly acknowledge her. This relationship is quite delicate. What if there is something unsavory within? Shouldn't we scan and inspect it? Someone suggested. Are you insane? Do you dare casually scan the Hua family's belongings? We would lose our heads for looking where we shouldn't. Immediately, there was a sharp rebuttal. A group of executives surrounded the two spatial buttons, frantic as if holding two scalding hot potatoes. Ultimately, the person in charge made a decisive call. Notify the Hua family. Hand over the decision-making power to them. Send the express order number and sender information, and inquire whether the Hua family will accept it. That evening, at the Xinghuan Hotel, resplendently illuminated, Madame Zanya was accompanying her husband Huating at a small family banquet, engaging in cheerful banter with several socialite wives. At that moment, her exquisite light brain on her wrist gently vibrated, signaling an encrypted message from the old butler Huizhong, succinctly requesting guidance regarding the package sent by Su Ying. Upon reading it, a delightful smile unfurled across Madame Zanya's face. Sitting beside her, Madame Chu noticed the change in her expression and teasingly inquired, "Zanya, what brings you such joy? Has that child, Chengyu, won another victory?" In a pleasant mood, Madame Zanya did not conceal her happiness, smilingly revealing to the gathered ladies, "It is my daughter-in-law, Su Ying, who has sent us a gift. This child is truly thoughtful." Upon hearing the name Su Ying, the expressions of the other ladies transformed simultaneously. In the exchange of glances, an air of strangeness and disbelief permeated. Madame Chu, struggling to maintain her composure, almost lost control of her expression and forced herself to refrain from appearing too flustered. She carefully chose her words, her face betraying hesitation. Zanya, you seem quite fond of this daughter-in-law. Madame Zanya, seemingly oblivious to their unusual reactions, lifted her wine glass, her tone natural yet tinged with jest. Well, I suppose so. Initially, I had resigned myself to never being a mother-in-law in this lifetime. Yet here comes a child willing to accept my troublesome son. How could I not like her? The gathered ladies could only respond with awkward laughter, their smiles strained. Internally, they all murmured to themselves. Fondness? This is the very Su Ying who has sullied her name on Xiaodu Xing, even resorting to drugging men and attempting to force her will upon them. Any family with a modicum of dignity would shun her, let alone a prestigious lineage like the Hua family. Having such a daughter-in-law is nothing short of a grand farce, a disgrace that could tarnish the entire star system. Madame Zanya is likely merely putting on a brave face. Yet in that moment, none dared to openly contradict Madame Zanya, only able to awkwardly agree, while privately harboring disdain for her unusual attitude. Madame Zanya perceptively noted their thinly veiled hypocrisy and contempt, feeling a sudden sense of ennui. She could not be bothered to engage further, directly retrieving her light brain to reply to the old butler. Arrange for delivery as soon as possible. I am eager to see what my daughter-in-law has sent. The spies from the Scar-Faced Man were quite efficient, and given that Su Ying had not intentionally concealed her whereabouts at the recycling station, the precise location of the farm soon lay before the Scar-Faced Man. Huh. A woman occupying a patch of wasteland truly believes herself to be someone of significance? The Scar-Faced Man observed the rudimentary map drawn by his subordinate, his face contorting with disdain as a sneer emerged. He held Su Ying in utter contempt, consumed by thoughts of capturing her to claim the 100,000 star coin bounty, and then swiftly purchasing a ticket to leave this wretched planet. Greed and urgency clouded his last vestige of caution. That night, as the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, casting only sparse, dim patches of light upon the earth, the Scar-Faced Man personally led more than 20 of his most formidable subordinates, armed with various crude, yet lethal weapons, stealthily making their way toward the farm. On the farm side, as dusk approached, Su Ying summoned Zhong Mu and Zhou Kejia. After you return tonight, ensure everyone's safety. Do not allow anyone to roam unnecessarily. Su Ying instructed succinctly. Zhong Mu and Zhou Kejia exchanged glances, instantly understanding that something was amiss. Zhou Kejia spoke in a low voice. Boss Su, should we set up a defense? No need. Su Ying shook her head. Just keep the others in check. Zhong Mu pondered for a moment before stepping forward to propose. Boss Su, let me stay and assist. Su Ying regarded her, raising an eyebrow, as if to imply what assistance could she provide with her strength. Zhong Mu seemed to grasp her unspoken words, smiling. I'm not staying to help you fight. Rather, I am here to help with the aftermath. If another batch of free labor arrives, someone will need to manage registration and work assignments. Once you handle the pressing matters, you need not concern yourself with these trifles. Su Ying considered her words seriously. Zhong Mu made a valid point. After a fierce encounter, dealing with a group of terrified new captives would indeed require someone capable of immediate management to prevent chaos. Zhou Kejia will be busy restraining others and unable to spare time. All right, you can stay. Su Ying nodded in agreement. Thus, under the anxious gazes of Huang Mao, Shou Ho, and others, they witnessed as the sky had not yet fully darkened. The female tyrant accompanied by the female overseer setting up a table and 2 reclining chairs on the only thoroughfare leading into the farm's perimeter. The table even held a pot of water and several items that resembled snacks. The 2 leaned leisurely against their chairs, engaging in casual conversation, occasionally stifling small yawns. The atmosphere was not one of a heavily guarded night, but rather reminiscent of a gentle evening breeze at a resort. This familiar scene instantly sent shivers down the spines of Huang Mao and his companions. Swallowing hard, the lanky monkey nudged Huang Mao beside him, his voice trembling. Does this scene look familiar? Huang Mao's face turned pale as he nodded vigorously. Familiar. Too familiar. Wasn't it just like this when we stumbled upon them back then? A chill shot up their spines. So, does this mean some oblivious individuals are seeking their doom tonight? Moreover, it appeared that Su Laodao was already aware, waiting specifically for this moment. Realizing this, the fear in Huang Mao and his companions strangely morphed into a twisted excitement and anticipation. When misfortune befalls oneself, it feels as though the sky is collapsing. However, witnessing others on the brink of calamity, potentially worse than their own past, ignited a morbid curiosity within them. Who could be the unfortunate soul this time? Someone muttered quietly, a hint of schadenfreude in their tone. The night deepened. In the area where Su, Ying, and Zhongmu were, a circle of dim lights cast a yellowish glow, standing out starkly against the endless darkness and silence, creating an eerie ambience. Scarface, accompanied by his men, stealthily approached the farm's perimeter, using the shadows of discarded refuse as cover. From a distance, he spotted the flickering lights and the vague silhouettes of two figures beside them. They dared to light a fire? They clearly don't know how to write death. Scarface sneered, signaling his men to spread out and encircle, ready to strike decisively. He could almost see the million star coins beckoning to him. Just as he was about to give the order to act, his trusted lieutenant, a bald man, suddenly whispered, "Boss, something feels off. Aren't those the Black Rat Gang's kids over there?" Scarface focused his gaze in the direction indicated. Indeed, he spotted a few furtive figures within the shadows of the farm, with the distinctive features of Huang Mao and the lanky monkey standing out. Almost simultaneously, Huang Mao and his group seemed to sense the movement outside, anxiously glancing in their direction. The Black Rat Gang? Scarface frowned deeply. How could they be here? Could it be that this woman has allied with the Black Rat? This thought suddenly made a lot of sense to them. Another subordinate, nicknamed Bigfoot, muttered, "No wonder this woman is so arrogant, daring to ride a hover bike around alone. It turns out she has latched onto the Black Rat's leg. The Black Rat is quite swift." The bald man spoke gravely. "If that's the case, we are in trouble. It's not that we fear the Black Rat Gang's bunch of useless fools. In a real fight, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in Scarface's team. But if a shootout ensues, casualties are inevitable. What if they use that woman as a hostage? That would be even more problematic." The bald man thought for a moment and suggested, "Boss, how about we negotiate directly with the Black Rat? Have him hand over the woman. That coward would surely weaken at the sight of us and wouldn't dare confront us over a woman." Scarface fell silent, quickly weighing his options. A direct assault carries risks, while negotiation could avoid bloodshed. But would he allow the Black Rat to steal the prize he had nearly grasped? That was out of the question. While Scarface's gang hesitated, lying in wait, Su Ying, reclining in her chair, grew somewhat impatient. She stifled a small yawn, rubbed her eyes, and queried Zhongmu beside her in a hushed tone, "What's going on? Are those guys turtles? Why haven't they come in yet? I'm getting sleepy." Zhongmu maintained a heightened sense of alertness, scanning the perimeter before glancing at the restless Huang Mao and his companions, replying quietly. They probably spotted Huang Mao and the others. Upon hearing this, Su Ying abruptly sat up straight, her sharp gaze locking on a Huang Mao and his group not far away. Her voice tinged with evident displeasure. "You lot, what are you sneaking around for?" Huang Mao and the lanky monkey had just finished clearing the designated area of trash, eagerly hoping to report their progress and perhaps earn some praise or rewards while enjoying the spectacle. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon the gun's muzzle. Startled by Su Ying's icy inquiry, they realized they might have done something wrong. The lanky monkey, quick-witted, instantly grasped the situation and Su Ying's intentions. He hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and scraping. Su Lauda, are you trying to lure those people outside in?" Su Ying snorted coldly. They were about to come in anyway. The lanky monkey internally despaired, but quickly proclaimed loyalty. "Su Lauda, we are willing to make amends. We have a way to trick them inside." Su Ying raised an eyebrow. Observing them without asking for details, she stated, "Lead them across that line, and I'll reward each of you with a tranquilizer." "A tranquilizer? Ha ha, another tranquilizer." During their time with the Black Rat Gang, they hadn't seen one for half a year. To think that under a new leader, they were now earning tranquilizers one after another. The lanky monkey and Huang Mao were overjoyed, their fear swiftly replaced by excitement, and they eagerly pounded their chests in assurance. "Su Lauda, you can count on us. Just wait for the show." With that, the lanky monkey took a deep breath, striving to adopt a demeanor of sycophancy mixed with urgency, beckoning Huang Mao and the others as they swaggered toward the direction where Scarface and his men were hidden. They dared not cross the not-so-obvious boundary set by Su Ying and stopped just inside. The lanky monkey tiptoed, calling out toward the shadowy pile of refuse with a voice deliberately ingratiating yet urgent. "Brothers up ahead. With that kind of momentum, are you not Scarface's subordinates? We are under Black Rat's command. There's no need for rash actions." Huang Mao and the lanky monkey wore the humility and fear that were expected when facing Scarface's gang. Indeed, They had once been terrified of Scarface's group, but now, with a more fearsome female tyrant in the mix, Scarface seemed a mere little brother. The lanky monkey bent at the waist, nervously rubbing his hands, and continued to shout into the shadows. "Scarface? I wonder what brings you here tonight. If it's not too much trouble, please step forward for a chat." Silence enveloped the darkness for a moment. Finally, Scarface's rough voice, dripping with undisguised contempt, emerged. "Humph. Where's that coward black rat? Let him come out and talk to me." Huang Mao jolted, quickly responding with the stammering lines they had previously agreed upon, assessed Sir Scarface. "Our leader, he went out with Iron Fist and Big Tooth to find some fun and hasn't returned yet." "Oh, not here." Scarface's voice revealed a hint of surprise, followed by a more evident relaxation. Even his subordinates seemed to ease their tense bodies. With Black Rat and his most capable subordinates absent, what was there to fear from Huang Mao, the lanky monkey, and their notoriously cowardly crew? Bigfoot could no longer contain himself, speaking ominously with a hint of threat. "Since Black Rat isn't here, that makes things easier. Is the woman you're talking about named Suing? Hand her over to us, and on account of Black Rat, we won't make things difficult for you little shrimps. Otherwise, HM." He snorted, the implication clear. The lanky monkey's face instantly filled with distress and terror, nearly breaking into tears. "BB brother, that's not possible. Our leader isn't here. We can't make that decision. If we hand her over, our leader will definitely skin us alive when he returns." Bigfoot, upon hearing this, spat in annoyance. "Pa, it's just a woman. What decision can't you make? Stop dragging your feet. We'll take her with us now, and we'll return you a few women later." Black Rat won't say anything. His tone was domineering, as if he were already bestowing a favor. "No, absolutely not." Huang Mao and Shouho vehemently shook their heads, their expressions etched with terror. They repeatedly muttered their dismay, fearing the wrath of their leader. Yet their bodies betrayed their apprehension as they instinctively sidled aside, inadvertently clearing the path leading into the farm. Caught in the throes of indecision, they found themselves yielding to the oppressive authority, ultimately appeasing the gang led by Scarface. "Pathetic fools," the bald man scoffed disdainfully. Scarface, having cast aside his last shred of doubt, waved his hand commandingly. "Move. Go in and fetch the person. Be swift about it." He led a cadre of over 20 men, emerging from their concealment and striding confidently toward the pathway vacated by Shouho and Huang Mao. Despite their history of surviving in a brutal world, a vestige of caution lingered, with weapons firmly grasped, their eyes scanning the surroundings keenly. However, the moment they stepped into the formation, all vigilance became futile. As they advanced, their attention was drawn to Su Ying, languidly reclined in a deck chair, illuminated by the glow ahead. She did not rise, but regarded them with a tranquil, unwavering gaze. Da Jiao, incensed by her calm demeanor, leered maliciously and taunted. "Little girl, quite composed, aren't you? We'll see how calm you remain when we strip you bare and bind you." His words were abruptly cut short. In an instant, countless sharp silvery lights appeared as if summoned from the void, weaving into a lethal net that ensnared Da Jiao. A piercing scream shattered the night, echoing with terror. Da Jiao found himself enveloped in the silver light, swiftly severed as blood erupted from his body like a fountain, his clothing reduced to tatters. Skin and muscle sliced open, with gaping wounds revealing bone. Most horrifying of all was his neck, where the silver light repeatedly passed, nearly severing his head from his body, leaving only a thin layer of skin and a few muscle fibers tenuously connecting them. He stood frozen, a gory spectacle, his eyes filled with sheer terror and disbelief. Mouth agape, emitting only a wheezing gasp before collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. The scene fell into an eerie stillness. All intruders, including Scarface, stood frozen in shock, gazing at the almost dismembered corpse on the ground, a chilling dread coursing through them. Shouho and Huang Mao, standing nearby, felt their scalps prickle as a perverse thrill surged within them. This was the signature method of the female demon. Thankfully, this time they were not the targets. Although Scarface and his crew were seasoned survivors of the treacherous garbage star, the bizarre and brutal scene before them exceeded their comprehension. They had not seen the enemy nor heard gunfire. In a mere encounter, their most formidable member, Dejao, had been reduced to a nearly disemboweled carcass. Fear washed over them like a frigid tide, engulfing all. "Ghosts are real. Run. Run fast," someone shouted, panic spreading like wildfire. Those in the back instinctively turned to flee, retracing their steps. "Stop right there!" Scarface roared, suppressing his racing heart and the terror threatening to burst from his throat. His face contorted with rage as he glared at those attempting to retreat. "Who dares to step back? I will deal with them first. Raise your blades. Damn it, it's this bunch of scum at fault. Cut them down first." The scum he referred to were, of course, Huang Mao and Shouho. Scarface believed this was a devious ploy orchestrated by the Black Rat Gang, using these small fry as bait to lure them in, only to employ sinister methods to kill Dajiao and establish their dominance. Intimidated by their leader's fierce glare and threats, those who wished to flee halted in their tracks and charged toward Huang Mao and the others. Meanwhile, Scarface surged forward, brandishing his machete, lunging at the nearest target, Shouho. He was determined to eliminate these tricksters, convinced that doing so would render the hidden antics useless. "Sulaoda, save us!" Shouho and Huang Mao, witnessing Scarface's gang barreling toward them like a pack of mad bulls, with a gleaming blade flashing ominously in the dim light, were gripped by fear. Forgetting their pretense, they screamed and fled towards Su Ying, their speed surpassing that of their earlier approach. Just as Scarface's blade was about to strike Shouho's back, the silvery light burst forth once more. This time, the target was none other than Scarface himself. A scream, though slightly less haunting than Dajiao's, erupted from Scarface. Countless silvery lights, like the most precise of scalpels, carved into his flesh, leaving multiple gaping wounds that bled profusely. His machete clattered to the ground, and he staggered like a torn sack of blood, collapsing heavily to his knees with a pained groan. Though he was not dead, he was left with but half a life, thanks to Su Ying's mercy in sparing him, with their leader transformed into a bloodied figure. Kneeling and uncertain of his fate, the remaining semblance of reason and discipline among the crew shattered completely. "Run! The boss is down. Escape quickly!" They disregarded Scarface's earlier threats, fleeing chaotically like headless chickens back the way they had come. Huang Mao and Shouho, observing this, momentarily cast aside their fear, recalling Su Ying's mission and the allure of the sedative, and they shouted, "Don't run! Everyone stop! Those who wish to live, halt! Don't run!" Unfortunately, the panicked crowd, governed by terror, paid no heed to their cries, wishing only that they had been born with 2 extra legs to flee more swiftly. Then, the silvery light appeared for the third time. This time, it precisely enveloped the 2 individuals at the forefront of the escape. The same tragic scene replayed itself. Blood sprayed forth, screams abruptly silenced, as 2 mangled corpses collapsed onto the ground, completely obstructing the escape route. The remaining individuals abruptly halted, gazing at the horrific fate of their comrades, then turning to see the bloodied Scarface kneeling and the distant figure of Su Ying, still leisurely in the light. The last vestiges of courage dissipated. They stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, despair etched across their faces. Huang Mao and Shouho approached, observing the pale faces of the remaining individuals with a sense of superiority, as though they had long anticipated this outcome. Shouho, hands on his hips and panting, remarked, "We told you not to run, yet you wouldn't listen. Must you only shed tears when faced with a coffin?" Huang Mao chimed in, his tone tinged with condescension. "Indeed, we are seasoned veterans. We would not lead you astray. Fear not. Our Su Lauda is exceedingly benevolent and will not indiscriminately slay the innocent." Will not indiscriminately slay the innocent? How could one utter such blatant falsehoods? The corpses on the ground were still warm. Shouho waved dismissively. "Oh, do not concern yourselves with them. They brought this upon themselves, insisting on wielding blades and guns while attempting to flee. Who can they blame? So long as you are obedient and compliant, Su Lauda will surely treat you well. Not only will you have nutrient solutions to drink, but there are also rewards of sedatives for good behavior. Is it not preferable to the perilous existence of fighting for survival outside?" Shouho added, "Exactly. We were once like you, and now we live well. Obedience is the key to survival." The 2 of them sang in harmony, diligently embodying the role of guiding the lost back to righteousness. Although their tone was amiable and warm, a subtle glimmer of schadenfreude lay hidden in their eyes, watching the newcomers as they were about to follow in their missteps. Su Ying stifled a yawn and said to Zhong Mu beside her, "Sister Zhong, I will leave the aftermath to you." In the drawing room of the Hua family residence, the aroma of tea wafted gently through the air. Madame Zanya, dressed in appropriate attire, was warmly welcoming her guest, the mother of the Empire's third princess, Princess Gong Ranyue, Lady Lydia. With a face well-preserved and exuding just the right amount of concern, Lady Lydia engaged in small talk before seamlessly steering the conversation towards the true purpose of her visit. Zanya, we have known each other for many years, so I will not beat around the bush. What is the situation with your son Qingyu's marriage? I have heard it is with that daughter of the Su family, Su Ying. Huh, is there any need to hear about it? This marriage has been announced throughout the Empire, thought Madame Zanya, though she maintained a gentle smile on her face. What else could it be? The mandatory matching result from the Empire's gene pool indicates a perfect compatibility. As you know, at Qingyu's level, once a perfect match appears, there is no room for refusal according to the regulations. Her tone was calm, attributing everything to the cold, unfeeling laws of genetics. Isn't that merely a temporary measure? Lady Lydia leaned in slightly, lowering her voice with a hint of disapproval. I have also heard that you are preparing a dowry. Does the Hua family truly intend to grandly host a wedding and accept this daughter-in-law? Madame Zanya gracefully poured tea for Lady Lydia, her tone still gentle, yet imbued with undeniable affirmation. Isn't it only natural for the groom's family to provide a dowry for marriage? We cannot disregard customs. Maintaining dignity is essential. Ah, you always prioritize appearances in your endeavors, sighed Lady Lydia, adopting a seemingly sincere demeanor. But I must tell you, this marriage, relying purely on genetic matching, is inherently against human nature. Qingyu is such an exceptional child, the Empire's youngest major general with a boundless future. Should he really be bound to someone entirely mismatched due to a cold piece of genetic data? Her words brimmed with lament for Hua Qingyu. Madame Zanya's smile remained unchanged, though the warmth in her gaze dimmed slightly. She set down her teacup, her voice steady yet tinged with a barely perceptible distance. Your Highness, I understand your concern for Qingyu. However, this marriage is a requirement of the genetic law, and Qingyu himself has not expressed any objections. As elders, sometimes we should not interfere too much in the affairs of the younger generation. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Lady Lydia's expression momentarily stiffened, as though she had been pricked at a sensitive spot. Chapter 94. A gift unworthy of mention, she certainly remembered the time they had boasted a staggering 69 genetic compatibility between Gong Ranyue and Hua Qingyu. Although it did not meet the mandatory standard, it was nonetheless exceptionally high. Yet, just as they were filled with hope in attempting to facilitate this union, Hua Qingyu had callously rejected them in person, leaving their royal family utterly humiliated. She sighed deeply, her tone laced with bitterness and regret. Zanya, what do you think is going through your son Qingyu's mind? My Ranyue possesses both beauty and capability, having achieved military honors at such a young age on the battlefield. In what aspect does she not measure up to him? Now, alas, he is being coerced by the genetic law into this arrangement with such a person. The disdain in her tone was unmistakable. Enough, Madame Zanya said gently, yet with an air of finality. The fortunes of our children are their own to determine. You need not worry so much. Let us enjoy this tea, which Qingyu brought back last time. It is quite delightful. Lady Lydia, however, could not bring herself to enjoy the tea. Worrying, she looked at Zanya. How can I not be concerned? You have no idea how deeply Ranyue was affected when she learned this news while on the front lines. She was in the midst of a mission to eradicate the insect beasts and almost got injured due to distraction. My heart aches for her, and I sought her aunt's assistance, trying to find a way to bring her back for a while. But that stubborn child refuses to return, insisting on proving herself through military achievements. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, vividly portraying the image of a mother deeply pained for her daughter. Madame Zanya listened quietly, offering a tissue at the appropriate moment, yet refrained from responding. Lady Lydia wiped away non-existent tears and continued to persuade. Zanya, heed my advice. As long as your Hua family maintains a facade with that Su Ying, do not take her seriously, and certainly do not invest any genuine feelings. She is likely reveling in her current situation, clinging to your Hua family. Once the year is up, swiftly facilitate a divorce for Qingyu, and send her far away to avoid tarnishing your family's reputation. Hearing this, Madame Zanya merely smiled slightly, lifting her teacup anew, her tone light, yet laden with significance. Let us speak of future matters when the time comes. However, for now, she is already a member of our Hua family. At that moment, the elderly steward Hua Zhong entered, respectfully addressing Madame Zanya. Madam, gifts from the young mistress have arrived. A flicker of genuine joy passed through Madame Zanya's eyes. However, mindful of Lady Lydia's presence, she did not wish to dwell on it and instructed, "Please take them to my room first." To her surprise, Lady Lydia became intrigued. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, her tone laced with unmistakable sarcasm. "Oh, how swift. Has she already begun to curry favor with her future in-laws? Zanya, since they are here, why not open them and let me see what this Miss Sue has managed to procure from that wretched planet to honor you?" Madame Zanya sighed internally, recognizing that this lady would not relent until she achieved her goal. Nevertheless, she maintained an appropriate smile on her face and nodded to the steward. "Then please bring them over." The steward placed the tray on the tea table. Lady Lydia cast a glance and immediately covered her mouth and nose with a finger adorned with an exquisite gemstone ring, as if something filthy had touched her. TSK, TSK. Such shoddy spatial buttons? Even your lowest-ranking servants would not use such a design, would they? How dare she present this as a gift? Before she could finish her sentence, the steward, following Madame Zanya's indication, began to take out the items from the spatial button. In a spatial compartment, a small plate of vibrant red strawberries, not particularly large, yet exuding a rich, fruity aroma, was retrieved. In another compartment, several plump and sturdy sweet potatoes and potatoes were produced. Upon seeing these, Princess Lydia's disdain was nearly palpable. She exaggeratedly laughed twice, exclaiming, "My heavens! Strawberries? Sweet potatoes? Potatoes? Ha! Zanya, does your family really lack such fruits and vegetables? Do you need to have her send these from the garbage star for miles away? This has truly opened my eyes." It seems this Miss Sue not only has issues with her character, but also lacks the sophistication and insight one would expect. Such low-grade agricultural products are only suitable for deceiving the inexperienced. I found them rather appealing, but Mrs. Zanya interrupted her barrage of mockery, her gaze fixed on the strawberries. Particularly, the pure and natural sweet fragrance wafting towards her brought her joy, completely unaffected by the princess's scathing remarks. She directly instructed the old butler, Uncle Jean, "Please wash a small bowl of strawberries." "Yes, madam," the old butler replied and went about his task. Princess Lydia looked at Zanya in disbelief. "You really intend to eat them?" "Zanya, I'm not criticizing you, but look at these strawberries. They are small and irregular. The color is uneven, clearly produced by some low-grade farm, perhaps even failing basic food safety tests. With your esteemed status, what if you encounter a problem? It's better to be cautious." Mrs. Zanya found herself somewhat speechless at her tirade. To silence her and to ease her worries, she turned to the old butler, who returned with the washed strawberries, and said, "Uncle Jean, please scan them with the testing device." The old butler promptly fetched a portable food testing device and scanned the bowl of vibrant strawberries. The screen lit up instantly, displaying prominent green characters: quality, superior; nutritional content, exceeds standard by 187; safety level, highest. Now, are you reassured? Mrs. Zanya held up a strawberry, shaking it in front of Princess Lydia before eagerly popping it into her mouth. The next moment, her face revealed unrestrained enjoyment and surprise, her eyes slightly squinting in delight. It's truly delicious," she exclaimed genuinely, reaching for another, inviting the Princess Lydia. "You must try it. Believe me, it is better than any strawberry I have ever tasted in my life." In fact, as Mrs. Zanya consumed the first strawberry, the incredibly tempting blend of freshness and sweetness permeated the air. Princess Lydia had already swallowed hard, captivated by the aroma. At this moment, upon Mrs. Zanya's renewed invitation, she feigned reluctance, adopting a demeanor of giving face, and delicately picked one to taste. However, as the strawberry dissolved in her mouth, the explosion of layered sweetness and indescribable fruit fragrance instantaneously conquered her palate. Chapter 95. Misplaced anger. She froze, her heart shaken beyond measure. Was this truly a strawberry? How could it be so delectable? If this was a strawberry, then what were those larger, perfectly round, exquisitely presented royal strawberries she had previously consumed? Mea pelle imitations. Yet, she forced herself to maintain composure, even slightly furrowing her brow, placing the remaining half of the strawberry down, wiping her mouth with a silk handkerchief, and insincerely commenting, "The flavor is rather average, a bit too sweet for my taste." "What? You don't like it?" Mrs. Zanya inquired, her face displaying just the right amount of regret. "I was thinking if you liked it, I would share some for you to take home. Since you find it average, let be. With that, she happily consumed several more strawberries, then handed the remaining small bowl to the old butler. Uncle Jean, you should try some too. This is a token of the young mistress's kindness. The old butler, pleasantly surprised, accepted the bowl, and after tasting a strawberry, his face broke into a broad smile as he exclaimed, "Oh, young mistress, these strawberries are truly exceptional. At my age, I have never tasted such delicious strawberries. You are truly thoughtful." At that moment, in military attire and standing tall, Ting walked in, casually inquiring about the cheerful commotion in the living room. The old butler promptly extended the bowl containing a few remaining strawberries. "Commander, you're back. These are the strawberries sent by the young mistress. They are extraordinarily delicious. Do try some." Ting had never been particularly fond of such watery fruits, but upon learning they were sent by his daughter-in-law, he took one out of courtesy and casually tossed it into his mouth. The next moment, his chewing halted, his authoritative visage revealing a hint of surprise. "Is this a strawberry? It certainly differs from what I've previously tasted. The refreshing, non-cloying sweetness, abundant juiciness, and unique aroma completely overturned his perception of strawberries." "Mrs. Zanya smiled and asked, "So what do you think? Isn't it delightful?" Ting remained silent, yet his actions spoke volumes. He reached for another strawberry, then another, nearly uninterrupted, devouring the remaining strawberries in the old butler's bowl. Mrs. Zanya shot him a playful glare. "Those were meant for Uncle Jean. Why did you consume them all?" Ting, realizing his oversight, coughed awkwardly. "I couldn't resist." He gazed longingly at the empty bowl. "Is that all?" "Wait." Mrs. Zanya rolled her eyes at him, turning to the amused old butler to fetch 2 more plates. One plate was given to Ting, while the other remained with the old butler. Ting accepted the plate and, for the first time, noticed Princess Lydia, whose expression shifted from green to pale on the sofa. "Your Highness, you are here? When did you arrive?" Princess Lydia nearly fainted from indignation. She had been sitting there for so long, and Ting had not even noticed her. Moreover, the entire family was happily sharing the strawberries sent by that little wretch, completely disregarding her presence. She suppressed her rising anger and the inexplicable frustration stemming from not having tasted more strawberries, forcing a smile. "Commander Hua, you've returned. I happened to pass by and came to see Zanya. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you." She nearly bit her tongue as she spoke these words, maintaining the last vestiges of royal decorum before rising to take her leave. Upon exiting the Hua family estate and settling into her luxurious hovercar, Princess Lydia's expression darkened completely. Her heart was filled with disdain for the unfamiliar Su Ying, mingled with a tinge of jealousy she was reluctant to admit. Of course, this jealousy was directed at Zanya, jealous of her affectionate marriage and her exceptional son. Initially, she had thought that being forcibly paired with a daughter-in-law of such low standing would cause her great annoyance. Indeed, her visit today was not only to demand an explanation for her daughter, but also to witness Zanya's embarrassment. Little did she expect to become the subject of ridicule herself. Princess Lydia returned to her luxurious yet oddly desolate palace, filled with frustration and anger. Upon entering, she irritably tossed her shawl to the approaching maid. Her mind was plagued by images of the Hua family joyfully sharing the strawberries and Ting's complete disregard for her, along with Mrs. Zanya's regretful remark, "Since you find it average, let it be." Each memory felt like a needle piercing her heart. "Go, bring me strawberries," she commanded sharply, attempting to suppress the turmoil within her by recalling the fleeting sweetness she had experienced. A young maid named Amy, not daring to delay, hurried to the kitchen and returned with a plate of royal-grade strawberries, each one plump, round, and vibrantly colored, carefully presenting them before the princess. Princess Lydia eagerly picked the largest strawberry and took a bite. However, the anticipated explosion of sweetness did not occur. Though the strawberry was juicy, it bore a blandness, with a somewhat coarse texture and a hint of graininess. She directly vomited into the exquisite bone china dish, her elegant brows furrowing in disdain as she forcefully smashed the remaining half of a strawberry onto the plate, juice splattering everywhere. "What kind of rubbish is this? How dare you serve me such swill? Go, bring me the finest strawberries, the best. Do you hear me?" Amy trembled in fear, collapsing to her knees, her voice tinged with sobs. "Your Highness, this is already a royal special variety, the best strawberries currently cultivated by the Empire." "The best?" Princess Lydia's tone sharpened, as if she had been stepped on. Are you mocking me? Do you think that now that the crown prince is gone, my daughter and I have lost our support, and you can look down on us? Bringing me this pig food to placate me. Her fury escalated, as if all her humiliation and resentment were being unleashed upon the innocent young maid. Stepping closer, she dug her sharp nails into Amy's bare arm, leaving clear red marks. Amy winced in pain, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not flinch, biting her lip to endure the torment. Useless. You can't even find a decent strawberry. What good are you to me? Princess Lydia vented her frustrations with a few more painful pinches, feeling slightly relieved at the sight of Amy, trembling in agony. Yet, she remained relentless. Get out. Go find the best strawberries. If you don't return with them, just wait and see how I deal with you. Amy covered her bruised arm, weeping as she exited the grand hall. In the corridor, other attendants cast sympathetic glances her way, yet none dared to approach her with comfort. Chapter 96. For our filial piety, those who can serve in the palace, who among them has not received a generous settlement from their families, signing contracts for 10, 20, or even longer years. This is their bond of servitude. Unless the royal family shows mercy, leaving without permission would result in being blacklisted by all institutions across the empire, and their families would face consequences, often ending in tragedy. They have nowhere to go and no means to escape. A slightly older palace maid, seeing Amy in tears, sighed and approached her, offering a clean handkerchief. Wipe your tears. The third princess's marriage is not going well, and her highness has been in a foul mood lately. Be cautious and try to avoid conflict. Amy nodded through her sobs. Thank you, Sister DeLuan. She raised her tear-filled eyes, filled with distress and helplessness. But the princess ordered me to find the best strawberries, and I rarely leave the palace. Where can I find them? DeLuan frowned, feeling that Princess Lydia was being unreasonable and venting her anger on her subordinates. However, as a palace maid, she could not criticize her mistress, so she consoled Amy. Just agree for now, take a walk outside and see. Perhaps she is merely venting her frustration, and once her anger subsides, she will forget about it. At that moment, DeLuan's wrist communicator vibrated gently. She glanced at it. It was a message from the palace guards, stating that Madame Zanya from the Hua family had sent some items for Her Majesty and needed her to receive them. Madame Zanya and Her Majesty had been close friends since their youth, and their bond had remained strong over the years, making gift exchanges a common occurrence that the palace staff had long grown accustomed to. DeLuan patted Amy on the shoulder and quickly made her way to the palace gates. Receiving a simple yet elegant spatial button from a servant of the Hua family, she hurriedly proceeded to the palace where the queen was handling state affairs. Inside, the current queen, Xiaoyue, was bent over her desk, reviewing documents with a hint of fatigue on her brow. Her chief lady-in-waiting, Anqi, was holding a bowl of carefully prepared soup, softly urging, Your Majesty, you haven't eaten anything substantial all day. Your health will suffer. Please, drink this soup first. Xiaoyue did not raise her head, simply waving her hand dismissively. Leave for now. I'm not hungry yet. I will eat once I finish these. Anqi's face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. The queen's appetite had been poor lately, and she was genuinely concerned for her health. Just then, DeLuan entered, respectfully greeting the queen and presenting the spatial button. Your Majesty, Madame Zanya has sent some items, saying they are for you to sample. Upon hearing this, the queen finally lifted her gaze from the documents, her face lighting up with genuine delight, laced with playful teasing towards her old friend. Is she sending me something now? Could be an invitation for that child, Qingyu? Anqi chuckled in agreement. Maybe. Didn't Madame Zanya come to consult you just a few days ago about the betrothal gifts for her daughter-in-law? It seems she is quite invested in this marriage. As she spoke, she took the spatial button and proceeded with the customary safety check, examining the contents within. Upon sensing the items inside, Anqi paused for a moment. What is it? Xiaoyue inquired curiously. Anqi's expression grew somewhat nuanced. Your Majesty, it is strawberries. She paused, adding, they appear to be very fresh strawberries. DeLuan, standing below, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Strawberries? Hadn't Princess Lydia just thrown a fit over strawberries and sent Amy to find the best ones? The timing of Madame Zanya delivering strawberries was too coincidental. Anqi skillfully used a device to check the strawberries for safety, confirming they were free from harm before presenting a small plate of clean, vibrant red strawberries before the queen. Strangely, the queen, who had previously claimed to have no appetite and shown no interest in the soup, felt a slight stir in her empty stomach upon catching the fresh and rich aroma of the strawberries. A long-forgotten appetite was suddenly rekindled. Setting aside her documents, she picked up a seemingly unremarkable strawberry and brought it to her mouth. The next moment, her eyes widened slightly, her face revealing unmasked astonishment and pleasure. The exquisite sweetness, abundant juice, and an indescribable fragrance reminiscent of sunshine and nature instantly captivated her discerning palate. As Xiaoyue savored the strawberries, unable to resist picking up another, she exclaimed in admiration, "Where did Xania get these? The flavor is extraordinary. Extraordinary enough to impress a queen who had tasted the finest delicacies of the empire." Just as Xiaoyue was indulging in the delightful strawberries, her personal communicator chimed at an opportune moment, displaying the smiling visage of Madame Xania. Upon connecting, Xania's cheerful voice immediately came through. "Your Majesty, have you received the items? Have you tried the strawberries? How are they? Aren't they delicious?" Her tone was filled with unabashed anticipation and a hint of pride. Xiaoyue swallowed the sweet fruit flesh in her mouth, sincerely praising, "They are indeed exceptionally delicious. Among the most unique strawberries I have ever had." "Xania, where did you acquire them? Has the Agricultural Research Institute secretly developed some remarkable new variety that you got to taste first?" Though she spoke casually, she felt a strong inclination that this was the case. After all, only the Agricultural Research Institute, with its cutting-edge technology, could produce strawberries of such quality. On the other end of the communication, Madame Xania's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. "I cannot say if the Agricultural Institute has any new results. However, these strawberries were sent to us by my newly married daughter-in-law, Su Ying. She grew them herself." "Su Ying?" Xiaoyue was indeed a bit surprised. She elegantly picked up a napkin to dab at the corner of her mouth, leaning slightly forward with newfound interest. "What prompted her to send you something? Could there be some ulterior motive?" "Of course, it is to show her filial piety." Madame Xania completely omitted the fact that she had sent a substantial sum of money first. In a moment of ease, Xiaoyue began to converse with Xiaoyue regarding Su Ying, unconsciously infusing her words with a sense of protection and praise. That child, despite the myriad criticisms circulating on Xinguang, does not appear to be as deplorable as they claim. She remembers us fondly and has even sent us gifts. The strawberries are exceptionally delicious, a testament to the care she has invested in them. Chapter 97. Warning: listening intently. Xiaoyue nodded slightly. Prior to this, she was indeed aware of Su Ying's notorious past, which had garnered much discontent. Huo Qingyu, not only a national hero, but also regarded as a family member in her eyes, is exceptionally talented and possesses commendable character. However, his marital situation has always been a source of concern. Thus, when the mainframe facilitated this marriage through perfect genetic matching, even invoking a bit of special authority, she did not wholly agree but refrained from imposing her will. In her perspective, if Huo Qingyu was truly unwilling, they could simply annul the engagement once the one-year period concluded. After all, the most outstanding general of the empire should not suffer due to matrimonial issues. Nevertheless, the development of this matter seems to surpass her expectations. At least, Xania is pleased with this daughter-in-law, and Su Ying does not appear entirely devoid of merit. Understanding and respecting one's elders is always commendable, Xiaoyue gently remarked, indirectly expressing her initial approval of Su Ying. Seeing her friend's attitude, Madame Xania felt a surge of happiness and could not resist boasting further. "By the way, that child sent not just strawberries. There are also sweet potatoes and potatoes. Although they may not look particularly appealing, I hesitated to bring them along. Let me taste them first, and if they are good, I shall share half with you." Her tone, both possessive and eager to share, elicited a smile from Xiaoyue, easing the fatigue she had endured from handling state affairs in recent days. She glanced at the remaining vibrant strawberries on the plate and then at her old friend's genuinely joyful expression on the screen, feeling a genuine curiosity for that young girl. Su Ying, who resides on the distant garbage star, whom she had yet to meet. As the date for the Huo family's official visit drew near, Su Beichen's inner turmoil grew like an ever-tightening vine. The scarred face, having accepted a task, had seemingly vanished without a trace. According to the rules of the dark web and the greedy nature of the scarred face, he would undoubtedly contact him for the final payment once the job was completed. Yet now, with only one day remaining until the agreed deadline, the communicator remained ominously silent. Qin Anna, observing his glum expression, cautiously brought him a cup of calming tea and softly inquired, Beichun, Commander Hua, and his wife will arrive tomorrow. Is there still no news from Ying? What if, when the Hua family arrives, Ying is absent? Will they think we? She dared not utter the word deceit, but her concern was palpable. Suvachin, Ayetatif, rubbed his temples and interrupted her. Enough. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he made the worst-case assumption. If Su Ying does not appear tomorrow, we will say she is harboring resentment over her exile and has temporarily retreated to A001 star to clear her mind. Sometimes, speaking the truth can earn trust. Qin Anna opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but upon meeting Su Beichun's unwavering gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words, her worry deepening. As night fell, Su Beichun could no longer sit still. He entered his study alone, activated the encryption program, and logged back into the secret dark web interface. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he sent a message to the scarred face's contact code. What is the status of the task? Do you still want the final payment? After sending the message, he held little hope for a response. Perhaps the scarred face had failed or even perished. However, to his astonishment, mere minutes later, his communicator emitted a notification sound indicating a reply. Su Beichun's spirits lifted as he quickly opened it. Instead of text, a brief video appeared before him. The backdrop revealed a dimly lit, filthy garbage heap. At the center of the frame stood a man, covered in grime, his face and body marred by bruises and blood. Bent over in a daze as he picked up a rusted piece of metal and tossed it into a nearby dilapidated cart. Although he bore the signs of a brutal beating, Su Beichun recognized him immediately as the scarred face. Gone was the fierce countenance of a fugitive. He appeared instead as a laborer, utterly devoid of spirit. Su Beichun was nearly propelled from his chair in shock, his first instinct to shout. What in the world are you doing? Yet, the remnants of his reason compelled him to type a probing question. Who are you? Almost instantaneously, a reply came back with the exact same words. Who are you? A chill surged from Su Beichun's feet to the crown of his head. This was a warning. The scarred face had not only been captured, but his dark web contact had also fallen into enemy hands, and they clearly discerned his intentions. Damn it! Su Beichun cursed under his breath, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. Swiftly exiting the dark web and executing the highest level operation, permanently deleting the anonymous account he had painstakingly acquired. He needed to sever all potential tracking leads. Unbeknownst to him, this brief confrontation was orchestrated by Su Ying, who, after the scarred face's capture, had divulged all under the threat of the elusive Silverblade. Su Ying thus became aware of the task posted on the dark web, offering a high bounty for her capture. As for the identity of the employer, the scarred face, merely a task acceptor, had no means of knowing. The dark web's confidentiality mechanisms were fundamental to its survival. When she received the inquiry from the other party, Su Ying had no expectation of revealing the employer's identity. Instead, she casually sent a video of the scarred face laboring diligently, accompanied by a rhetorical question, succinctly conveying, "Your man is in my possession. I am aware of your little schemes. Do not provoke me further." This served both as a deterrent and a declaration. Closing the communication interface, Su Ying furrowed her brow slightly. Who could it be that sought to capture her alive? The original persona had indeed been quite arrogant and abrasive, offending many. However, after firmly establishing herself as a member of the Hua family, the risk of antagonizing them for her capture significantly narrowed. Her first suspicion fell upon the Su family. Su Beichun and Qin Anna had motives to prevent her from associating with the Hua family, fearing she might leverage her position to retaliate against them. The second possibility involved political adversaries or enemies of the Hua family, seeking to capture her for leverage or humiliation against them. Unable to comprehend, Su Ying rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. The enemy lurked in the shadows while she remained exposed. Such a sensation was indeed uncomfortable. Yet soon, she found solace. A flicker of defiance and confidence gleaming in her clear eyes. Chapter 98. Proactive Forget It. If I cannot figure it out, I shall not dwell on it. She stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I shall build a dam. As long as she possesses sufficient strength, all schemes, both covert and overt, can be shattered with a single blow. This unwavering confidence emanates from her mastery of formations and her gradually increasing control over this land. She intends to transform this garbage star into her personal fortress. At that moment, Her wristwatch chimed melodiously, signaling that her crops were ready for harvest. Su Ying's eyes brightened, instantly casting aside her troubling thoughts as a smile of anticipation graced her face. Ah, the peppers and beans are ripe. I must take the little ones to pick the peppers and beans. For her, harvesting the crops she had personally sown far outweighed the importance of tracking down those shadowy adversaries. Ultimately, the tangible power and resources in her possession are the foundation of her existence. Standing at the edge of the land she has cultivated, Su Ying placed her hands on her hips, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within her. Before her lay what was once a desolate expanse, shrouded in refuse, now transformed into orderly rows of earth, exuding the fragrance of soil, vibrant and teeming with life. This is her own agricultural empire. Although this empire has only recently been cultivated into 35 acres, with 10 acres dedicated to potatoes. This remarkable crop has rightfully earned its title as the savior during times of famine. With an impressively short growth cycle of merely 3 days to maturity and astonishing reproductive capabilities, she has expanded from just a few potato pieces to 10 acres in a mere week, selling off a significant portion to secure initial capital. Such rapid expansion brings her immense satisfaction. 5 acres are devoted to sweet potatoes, which also grow and reproduce swiftly, requiring 5 days to reach maturity. 2 days longer than potatoes. Therefore, when the first batch ripens, she refrains from selling any, reserving them for seed to steadily expand to the current 5 acres. Once this batch matures, it will become a stable source of income, akin to the potatoes. 1 acre is planted with chili peppers, sourced from 2 peppers found by Xiao Tian, from which she extracted dozens of seeds. The vibrant red peppers now hang abundantly from the branches, bringing joy to the observer. With a 5-day maturation period, they are ripe for harvest. She plans to reserve half of the plumpest for seeds to further her cultivation, while the remainder will satisfy her culinary desires. The chili powder purchased from Xinguang, although spicy, lacks the richness of flavor she craves. 2 acres are allocated for green beans, also seeded from beans discovered by Xiao Tian. The verdant vines now climb a makeshift trellis, laden with slender pods, thriving splendidly. Like the chili peppers, they mature in 5 days, with half reserved for seeds and the rest for personal use. Additionally, there are apples and melons, both salvaged from a refuse pile in the capital star alongside Tao Tao. The apple trees occupy 3 acres, with 6 trees already reaching a considerable height after 5 days, but yet to blossom. The time until they bear fruit remains uncertain until harvest. The melons take up 4 acres. Initially, she failed to recognize the seeds, only confirming through her holographic scanner that they belonged to 2 distinct varieties, seemingly new species from the Interstellar era, which she had never encountered in her past lives. This piques her anticipation. The remaining 19 acres are fully dedicated to strawberries, undoubtedly the crown jewel of her farm at present. Each strawberry contains 200 to 300 seeds. Starting from 2 spoiled strawberries, she initially cultivated 3 acres, leading to an endless supply of seeds. Upon discovering that a single strawberry could fetch an astonishing price of 100 star coins, she expanded her strawberry fields without hesitation. Feeling that planting 19 acres was a remarkable display of restraint on her part, primarily constrained by the available labor. The pace of land cultivation cannot keep up with the burgeoning seed supply. These fields and crops, compared to the vast expanses of fertile land in her past life, fall short. Yet Su Ying firmly believes that it is merely a matter of time. All right, little ones. Su Ying clapped her hands, summoning the children who were collecting gravel to gather around. Sister has a task for you. Pick the fiery red chili peppers and the lush green beans from this section. Only this patch. Leave the other one untouched. Do you understand? Understood. The children cheered, immediately following Nana and Xiao Tian, baskets in hand, chattering as they rushed towards the chili and bean fields. Tao Tao and her mother were among them. Having organized the children, Su Ying turned to find Zhong Mu, who was inspecting the results of Ba Yin's work. Sister Zhong, Su Ying instructed, send half of the workers to assist with plowing the fields. Zhong Mu instantly grasped her intention. Preparing for the next batch of crops to expand? Precisely, Su Ying nodded, her gaze sweeping over the timid free laborers. We need to expedite the plowing process and clear the remaining wasteland. Understood. I will arrange it immediately, Zhong Mu responded, heading toward the laboring group to assign tasks. Huang Mao and Shou Ho once the most inconspicuous minions of the Heishu gang, had previously lived under the thumb of a so-called leader, enduring a precarious existence. Each day, they were either compelled to rob weaker scavengers or pushed into conflicts as cannon fodder for other factions, with genuine benefits perpetually eluding them. Living from meal to meal was the norm, always fearing that the next moment might lead to their demise among the refuse. That kind of life, seemingly wild, felt like sliding into a pitch-black abyss, devoid of any glimmer of hope for the future, merely surviving day by day in numbness. However, since being captured by Su, Ying, and forced to work on this farm, their lives appear to have been forcibly redirected onto another path. Initially, they were filled with fear and resentment, compelled to bow their heads under the threat of the female tyrant. Yet gradually, an unprecedented sense of order and stability quietly took root in their daily labor. As long as they complied and completed their assigned tasks, they could reliably receive a nutritious liquid to fill their bellies. If they performed well or reported on others as before, they might even earn additional rewards, such as precious tranquilizers. This treatment far surpassed their previous lives in the gang, where they fought for survival, yet often went hungry. Although labor was arduous, at least they no longer feared for their lives. Each day brought the assurance that their efforts would yield the necessities for survival. This simple and direct fairness was an experience they had never known. The balance in their hearts had unknowingly tilted. From initially being forced to work, they gradually transformed into a proactive desire to contribute. They sensed that if they put in the effort, this ruthless yet fair leader, Su Ying, would not shortchange them. This land might become an unexpected refuge for these rootless drifters. Thus, when Zhongmu announced the need to draw half the workers for the more arduous task of plowing, Huang Mao and Shou Ho raised their hands without hesitation, their faces reflecting a desire to volunteer. Sister Zhong, choose us. We have strength. Yes, yes. To be honest, we secretly learned how to plow and are sure we can do it. This was not mere boasting. They had indeed observed the villagers in Hope Village at work and had stealthily learned. They understood that plowing was far more strenuous than sorting through refuse. Yet, an inexplicable certainty filled their hearts. Here, effort and reward were proportional. Hard work promised greater recognition and better treatment. Their enthusiastic attitude stood in stark contrast to the members of the Bal Yin group, who had been captured only recently and still harbored resentment and defiance. One burly man with a scarred face could not help but scoff, muttering under his breath, "A bunch of spineless fools getting addicted to being worked like beasts." His voice, though low, was clear enough in the relatively quiet setting. Huang Mao's enthusiasm instantly froze, morphing into indignation. He whirled around, glaring at the man who had spoken, while Shou Ho and several others from the former Heishu gang quickly gathered around, their expressions hostile. "What did you just say?" Huang Mao stepped forward. Though his stature paled in comparison to that of his opponent, his aura exuded an undeniable strength. "What kind of attitude is this? Do you look down upon Su Laoda's arrangements? Or do you disdain our brother's labor?" The scarred-faced henchman, surrounded by several others, felt a twinge of apprehension but refused to concede. "What? Is it forbidden to speak the truth now? Aren't you just—" Before he could finish, Huang Mao had already unleashed a powerful punch. "I won't let you speak nonsense. Su Laoda is someone you can slander." The skinny monkey chimed in, kicking and cursing simultaneously. "Exactly. You newcomers understand nothing. Here, obedience brings sustenance. Hard work yields rewards. Isn't that better than fighting for your lives out there? You dare to look down on us? We're here to teach you the rules." The others surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the loquacious brute. They were careful not to inflict mortal harm, but their strikes were sufficient to elicit pained expressions, effectively extinguishing his bravado. This commotion did not escape Zhongmu's notice. However, she refrained from intervening immediately, merely observing with a cold gaze. It was only when the brute began to plead for mercy, and Huang Mao's group had vented their frustrations, that she spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. "Enough." Huang Mao and the others promptly halted, obediently retreating to the side, as if they had not been the ferocious figures moments prior. Zhongmu's eyes swept over the newly subdued captives, finally resting on the battered brute, her voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable command. "Here, compliance with the arrangements and diligent labor are the keys to survival and future prospects. Any doubt or provocation is tantamount to courting disaster. This is the first and last warning. Do you understand?" Yes, yes, we understand. The brute and the other new captives hurriedly bowed their heads, no longer daring to voice any dissent. Huang Mao and his companions straightened their backs, a sense of pride swelling within them. They may still be at the bottom, but here, they had discovered a new order and were willing to fight to maintain this hard-won hope. The minor frictions between the new and old captives on the farm were soon reported to Su Ying by Zhong Mu. Upon hearing the account, Su Ying merely raised an eyebrow and remarked, Huang Mao and his group are becoming increasingly astute. She then instructed Zhong Mu to meticulously document everyone's performance, whether positive or negative, for future reference. Zhong Mu complied and departed. Su Ying redirected her focus to the impending Shaoxing market day. With the 3-day cycle approaching once more, she needed to prepare for her journey back to Shaoxing skillfully. She logged into the free market platform and posted the pre-sale link. This time, in addition to potatoes, she had also added sweet potatoes to her offerings. The growth cycle of sweet potatoes spanned 2 days longer than that of potatoes, seemingly accumulating more spiritual energy and flavor. Su Ying set the price for sweet potatoes at 300 star coins per 100 grams, a staggering 3 times the official price of 100 star coins listed on the Star Network. Yet, she felt no remorse. The quality she had cultivated was undeniably worth the price. Observing the vast fields of soon-to-ripen potatoes and sweet potatoes, Su Ying felt a pang of worry. The anticipated harvest would likely exceed the capacity of her existing storage buttons, necessitating a purchase of larger capacity storage buttons in Shaoxing. She had heard of special storage buttons with locking freshness features. Although expensive, they could preserve the crops in optimal condition and were worth considering. Alas, this market setup is still too inefficient, Su Ying sighed. The speed of sales barely kept pace with the farm's output. If only a 001 Xing could establish a cargo transport route, she could directly set up a Star Network store and ship online, eliminating the hassle. With this thought, she promptly searched for the specific requirements for establishing cargo transport routes on the Star Network. The officials had outlined several criteria, one of which stated, the daily stable transport total for external applications must not fall below 1,000 tons. Su Ying pondered, calculating that once her farms produce garner a reputation, meeting this transport requirement seemed achievable and promising. With a mindset of cautious optimism, she accessed the Imperial Transport Route Management Bureau's official website to attempt submitting a request for the opening of a transport route for A001 Xing. Knowing the current conditions were not ripe, she thought it wise to familiarize herself with the process. However, when she entered A001 Xing in the location selection field, the drop-down menu did not contain this option. After attempting to input it manually, a red error prompt immediately appeared. Error. Target planet A001 is classified as a legal exile planet, according to Article 7, Clause 3 of the Imperial Regulations on Exile Planets. No form of official or civilian cargo transport routes can be established. Staring at the message, Su Ying was momentarily stunned, then self-deprecatingly slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten? A garbage planet, after all, was one that the Empire had abandoned, designated for the exile of criminals. How could it possibly permit the establishment of convenient cargo transport routes? What if it were exploited by some restless exiles, creating trouble? Chapter 100. Establishing a cargo transport route with hope dashed, Su Ying felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Was there truly no other way? Making a market trip every 3 days would take an eternity to achieve financial freedom. Perhaps she could find an agent? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Ying promptly dismissed it. No. The fruits of her labor were not meant to generate wealth for others. What if the agent grew too powerful and turned the tables on her or compromised her reputation by providing inferior goods? While she was lost in thought, she spotted Chun Bing approaching from a distance and called out, Sister Chun. Chun Bing paused and walked over. Boss Su, what can I do for you? Recalling their previous conversation, Su Ying inquired, Sister Chun, you mentioned earlier that you were exiled here mainly due to Brother Zhou's mental breakdown? A flicker of bitterness crossed Chun Bing's face. Yes, Jiego was forced into exile due to his mental collapse. I was exiled for protesting and causing quite a scene. Causing quite a scene? How many years were you sentenced to exile? Su Ying pressed further. Chun Bing pondered, somewhat uncertain. I think it was 3 years? I can't recall the specifics. Anyway, I have no intention of returning. So what does it matter how many years? Su Ying's eyes brightened as she asked. If Brother Zhou's mental state improves, can he return? Improve from a mental breakdown? Chun Bing was momentarily taken aback. instinctively questioning the feasibility of such a notion. This was something nearly impossible in her, and indeed all interstellar people's understanding. Su-Ying responded with utmost conviction. Why wouldn't it? Suddenly, Chun Bing felt a jolt. As if struck by lightning, she recalled that Zhou Kajia had not shown any signs of a mental breakdown for 3 or 4 days now. Previously, he would invariably suffer an episode every 1 to 2 days, enduring immense pain. Furthermore, Zhongmu seemed to have stabilized significantly as well. Bosu, wait for me. Chun Bing's voice took on a different tone, and without further explanation, she turned and sprinted away, her steps hurried yet swift. Su-Ying blinked in confusion, puzzled as to why their conversation had taken such a turn. But soon after, Chun Bing returned at full speed, accompanied by a grave-looking Zhou Kajia and a similarly puzzled Zhongmu. Breathless, Chun Bing rushed to Su-Ying, overwhelmed with emotion. Grasping Su-Ying's hands, tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, Boss Su, Yi, and Sister Zhong, their mental damage levels have decreased. They've really decreased. In that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. Her sobs were filled with disbelief, joy, and the release of long-suppressed feelings. Zhou Kajia, with reddened eyes, stepped forward, embracing the emotionally overwhelmed Chun Bing tightly, gently patting her back, his own voice choked with emotion. Su-Ying gazed at the scene before her, increasingly perplexed. The damage value has diminished. Is that not a good thing? Could there be adverse side effects? Zhongmu's eyes were similarly glistening with unshed tears. Yet she maintained her composure better than Chun Bing. Taking a deep breath, she explained to Su-Ying, Boss Su, Chun Bing is simply overwhelmed with emotion. You may not be aware that in the Empire's understanding, mental damage is deemed irreversible. Once it collapses, the damage value will only gradually worsen over time or suddenly spike under certain stimuli. It has never been reported that it could decrease. Thus, after our exile, we resigned ourselves to living one day at a time, never hoping for a day of recovery. It was at this moment that Su-Ying finally understood. Zhou Kajia steadied his emotions and added, his voice trembling slightly, my original damage value was 95. I just measured it with my handheld device, and now it stands at 87. Zhongmu chimed in with her data. Mine was 88, and now it is 82. After venting for a while, Chun Bing gradually settled her emotions. Embarrassed, she wiped her tears and bowed deeply to Su-Ying. Boss Su, I apologize for my outburst. Thank you. The improvement in Jiegu and Zhongjia's conditions is undoubtedly due to the potatoes you provided. It must be. Thank you so much. If you do not mind, I am willing to dedicate my life to repay your kindness. Su-Ying knew in her heart that the potatoes she cultivated indeed had a gentle restorative effect on mental faculties. But the results were likely amplified by the spiritual gathering array she had established to nurture the land over time. She smiled and helped Chun Bing to her feet, half jokingly and half seriously saying, well, you said it, and I won't be modest about it. As my farm expands, there will be many opportunities for help. The three spoke in unison, their tone gravely sincere. As long as you do not mind, we are willing to follow you for a lifetime. Very well. It is settled then. Su-Ying nodded, then recalled an important matter. By the way, the question I posed earlier remains unanswered. If your mental faculties recover to a safe range, according to the law, can you return a capital star? Zhongmu pondered for a moment before replying. The exile management regulations only stipulate the requirements for mental collapse. They do not clarify whether one can return after recovery. However, whether we can return is not the crux of the matter. She paused, exchanging glances with Zhou Kajia and Chun Bing, all three displaying a complex yet resolute expression. Zhongmu continued, in any case, we do not intend to go back. What purpose would it serve to return to an empire that so easily abandoned us once we lost our value? Would we merely be exploited once more, only to be discarded again? Upon hearing this, Su-Ying immediately waved her hands. No, you must return. Huh? The three stared at her in astonishment. Puzzled by her reaction, Su-Ying pointed emphatically at the vast fields of potatoes and sweet potatoes in the distance. If you do not return, who will help me sell the potatoes and sweet potatoes on Capital Star? With so much produce, how can I manage to set up a stall alone every 3 days? It would be such a waste if it rots in the ground. Zhongmu instinctively thought to say, can't we sell it on the Star Network? But then she abruptly remembered that A001 star had not established any cargo transport routes. At that moment, Zokajia suddenly spoke up, posing a question that left her dumbfounded. Boss Su, have you considered building our own cargo transport route? Su Ying was taken aback for a full 3 seconds, incredulously repeating, build our own cargo transport route. You mean, here, on A001 star? This notion seemed utterly fanciful. Shouldn't cargo transport routes be major infrastructure projects planned and constructed by the Empire? As a planet of exile, official cargo routes had been denied. Could private ones be permitted? Chapter 101. 50 billion star coins. Seeing the astonishment on Su Ying's face, Zokajia nodded affirmatively. Yes. Build it ourselves. The Empire does control the main interstellar routes, but it has not entirely prohibited private individuals or enterprises from constructing short-distance or dedicated cargo transport routes connecting non-military, non-core star regions. Elaborated. Consider the waste recycling companies. They can schedule large recycling ships to various garbage stars because they utilize privately built and maintained cargo transport routes. Some large mining companies also establish exclusive transport lines on their resource planets. As long as they comply with basic spatial safety regulations and report to the Empire's Route Management Bureau, paying the necessary management fees, they can construct and operate such routes. Su Ying's eyes gradually brightened, as if a new world had opened before her. Indeed, if the official routes were not available, could she not pave her own way? Is it truly possible? She felt a surge of excitement, wondering what conditions were required. Was the process complicated? What about the costs? Surely, it would be exorbitant. As she voiced her last question, her heart skipped a beat. Zokajia wore a wry smile that suggested she had hit the nail on the head and nodded. The process is not overly complex. Primarily, it involves qualification review, route planning, safety assessments, and the payment of substantial security deposits and management fees. As for the construction costs, he paused, revealing a figure that made Su Ying gasp in shock. Based on the distance of the journey, the level of the route, and the necessary infrastructure, such as basic navigation beacons and asteroid impact barriers. To construct a private route from A001 star to the nearest transfer star or a node connecting to the official main route, a preliminary estimate would start at no less than 50 billion star coins. This does not include the long-term maintenance costs and energy consumption. 50 billion. Su Ying felt her heart skip a beat, her voice rising in pitch. Previously, she had been elated to earn a few million and receive a 10 million star coin windfall, thinking she was one step closer to financial freedom. Yet, in the face of such astronomical construction costs, her meager savings seemed insignificant. It felt as though she was casting a mountain of gold into a bottomless pit. Noticing Su Ying's suddenly disheartened expression, Zokajia quickly added, "This is just a rough estimate. The specifics will require professional route engineers for survey and design. Moreover, if we can utilize some existing resources or find cheaper alternatives, costs may be reduced somewhat. However, this is indeed a colossal investment." Gradually recovering from the immense shock, Su Ying began to contemplate the feasibility of the idea. The keywords "build a route for 50 billion by a private enterprise" whirled in her mind. Although the cost was dauntingly high, at least this path existed. It felt like an unreachable dream. Even though she could not yet touch it, it hung there, offering a direction to strive towards. Su Ying exhaled deeply, her gaze regaining its determination, even ignited by a newfound fighting spirit. 50 billion, is it? I will remember that. She looked at Zokajia, Zhongmu, and Chunbing, a hint of ambition curving her lips. It seems I must expedite my efforts to earn money. Once I expand my farm several-fold and establish a solid reputation, perhaps I might just manage to tackle this route. As for how to enhance her visibility, perhaps she could consider live streaming. By purchasing a high-quality light brain and enabling 5D holographic features, she could provide a sensory experience rich in color, aroma, and flavor. If she could entice the netizens of the Star Network to demand her stalls, she would abandon her aspirations of becoming a tycoon. Zokajia and the others watched as the fire reignited in Su Ying's eyes, feeling inspired by her audacious spirit. Although the road ahead was long and the costs astronomical, for some reason, they sensed that following this miraculous boss, Su might indeed hold a glimmer of possibility. Su Ying clapped her hands, pulling her thoughts back to the present. The matter of the trade route was a long-term goal to be set aside for now. At this moment, we must prepare to head to Shaoxing to set up a stall selling potatoes and sweet potatoes. Money must be earned penny by penny. Given the vast quantity of potatoes and sweet potatoes we would be selling at Shing, which would only increase in the future, Ying decided to bring along a few assistants. Jiong Unit, Xiao Kei, and several others who had been exiled due to mental breakdowns were clearly unsuitable to appear in the imperial capital until their mental state fully recovered and their identities were unbound. Thus, Ying turned her gaze towards the younger generation within the group. Among them were those who had accompanied their parents into exile since childhood, as well as those born directly on this planet, not part of the exiled populace, such as Ping, Zhongning, and Nana. And Ping, being slightly older, was composed and observant. Zhongning hailed from Shing and was familiar with the environment, possessing a keen intellect. Nana, though younger, was clever and adaptable, having developed remarkable resilience from her life at the bottom of the garbage star. Compared to other children their age, they appeared more reliable and resourceful. When Ying announced that she would take the three of them to Shing, and Ping and Nana initially widened their eyes in disbelief, soon engulfed by immense joy and deep apprehension. Having lived on the filthy garbage star since birth, their understanding of the outside world had come solely from the sporadic videos and fragmented stories shared by Zhong Mu and Chun Bing. The opportunity to witness the legendary imperial capital with their own eyes was something they had never dared to dream of. However, soon worries surged in their hearts. Could they be of any help? Would their ignorance complicate matters for Sister Su and hinder her plans? Zhongning was equally exhilarated. Having followed her mother into exile for over a year, she had nearly forgotten the splendor of Shing. To return, even for a brief moment, would be enough to stir her emotions. Do not worry, Ying discerned their unease and calmly reassured them. Just follow my lead and do whatever I ask. It will be quite simple. The other children, such as Xiao Tian and Shi Tu, displayed unabashed envy on their faces. Yet, they had no objections to Ying's choice, believing that Ping and the others were simply more capable and deserving of selection. This sparked their competitive spirit, each secretly resolved to work harder, study diligently, and strive to be called by Sister Su next time. Chapter 102. Late-night snacks. In addition to the three children, Ying also brought along Chun Bing. Chun Bing had specifically checked her exile records and confirmed that her 3-year sentence had concluded half a year ago, thus theoretically restoring her freedom. However, having had nowhere to go and being unable to leave Zhou Kajie behind, she had remained. Now that Ying had need, she was more than willing to assist. That evening, 10 acres of potatoes were ripe for harvest. To avoid delaying the next day's plans and subsequent planting, Ying ordered everyone to work overnight to gather the crop. The farm was ablaze with light, and all were diligently toiling amid the rows, sweating profusely yet full of vigor, because Ying had promised that those who finished their work would enjoy a late-night snack. Indeed, as the harvesting neared completion, Chun Bing arrived with several young people, bringing baskets brimming with freshly baked potatoes and sweet potatoes. They even had a small basket of washed, vibrant strawberries. The rich aroma, mingled with sweetness, instantly filled the entire farm, igniting everyone's appetite. Ying personally distributed the late-night snacks, giving each person a baked potato, a sweet potato, and a strawberry. People lined up carefully, gingerly accepting these hot yet immensely precious foods from her hands, treating them as treasures. Holding them, they would lean in to inhale the enticing fragrance or gently touch the crispy or soft skin, reluctant to take a bite, until Ying reminded them loudly, "Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat tonight, the temperature will rise tomorrow, and even the tastiest food will be devoured by insects." Only then did everyone awaken from their reverie and cautiously begin to savor their treats. So fragrant. This sweet potato is delicious. It's still sweet inside. Strawberries. These strawberries are absolutely delightful. How can there be such delicious things in the world? Exclamations of praise and satisfied sighs filled the air. Tao Tao and his mother also received a portion. Tao Tao's eyes squinted in delight as he ate. Tao Tao's mother, observing her son's joyful demeanor, instinctively considered saving her portion for him to eat tomorrow. But Tao Tao resolutely pushed his mother's hand away, his little face serious as he said, "Mom, you eat." Sister Su said that by enjoying these delicacies, your health will gradually improve. Please eat. Naturally, Tao Tao's mother did not believe that a mental injury could be healed by food. However, seeing her son's earnest anticipation and the warm aroma wafting from the food in her hands, she smiled and nodded, gently taking a bite of the sweet potato. The exquisite sweetness and soft texture instantly captivated her, as she savored the warmth and fullness brought by the food, and observed the weary, yet hopeful faces around her. The heavy worry that had long plagued her, what would happen to Tao Tao after her passing, suddenly dissipated. Here, under the protection of Boss Su, even children like Tao Tao could labor and live with dignity. On the periphery of the farm center, Huang Mao and others, having completed a day's work and preparing to rest, were drawn in by the enticing aroma carried by the wind, their mouths watering. They craned their necks, trying to glimpse the central area, but could only see vague figures and flickering flames. The thin monkey swallowed hard, murmuring, "It must be those potatoes grown by Boss Su. They smell so good." Huang Mao took a deep breath, confidently asserting, "Not just potatoes. I smell something particularly sweet. It must be the baked sweet potatoes." Following Huang Mao, a guy nicknamed Big Eyes closed his eyes, straining to inhale the air, a look of obsession on his face, and strawberries. "I can't forget that strawberry scent. I saw Boss Su eat them once, and that aroma is engraved in my memory." The crowd was filled with both envy and reflection. Sigh, "I wonder when we'll get to taste something grown by Boss Su." The burly man named Tunyo, who had previously been taught a lesson by Huang Mao, and the thin monkey, despite also salivating, stubbornly mocked, "Humph, what a daydream. Don't forget our status as prisoners. Free labor. Why would they give us such good food?" Huang Mao shot him an indignant glare. "Humph, we're not the same as you. Just wait and see. As long as we work hard, one day, we too will get to eat." Tunyo wanted to retort, but was silenced by a look from a usually quiet bald man. After laboring until midnight, the 10 acres of potatoes were finally harvested, piled high like small mountains. Su Ying instructed everyone to hurry back and rest, for with the dawn, they would face the heavy task of replanting potatoes in that land and harvesting 5 acres of ripe sweet potatoes. Chun Bing organized the group efficiently to tidy up the tools, clean the site, and then they returned to their quarters in batches to rest. Before leaving, Zhong Mu approached Su Ying, presenting her with 7 distinct but well-maintained spatial buttons. Su Ying looked surprised. "What is this?" Zhong Mu explained. "These are the personal spatial buttons we brought during our exile. The personal items inside have been cleared out, and now they are empty. Together, they hold over 10,000 cubic meters of space. I thought you might need them, so I brought them along." Su Ying gazed at the 7 spatial buttons. Smiling, she accepted them. "Wonderful. I was just worried that we have too much to carry and not enough spatial buttons. This solves a major problem. Sister Zhong, thank you all. I won't be polite. With this vast space of thousands of cubic meters, she would be able to take most of the harvested potatoes and sweet potatoes with her. The more she takes, the more she can sell." On the following evening, Su Ying meticulously prepared everything and set off toward the recycling station with Chun Bing and Ping, Zhong Ning, and Nana. Boarding the silver-white spacecraft of the recycling station, they experienced the exhilarating speed of express delivery. When in Ping, Zhong Ning, and Nana learned that this round trip would cost each of them 100,000 star coins, their eyes widened in astonishment, and their little faces scrunched up in dismay. 100,000? And Ping counted on his fingers, feeling overwhelmed. Nana clutched her chest and whispered, "How much nutrient solution can this buy?" Back then, they couldn't even afford the most basic nutrient solution, and now they were able to board a ship worth 100,000 star coins. Even Zhong Ning, who once lived on Capital Star, was taken aback. This fee was exorbitant for her family in the past. The 3 little ones exchanged glances, each seeing the same determination reflected in the other's eyes. They must work hard to help earn this substantial sum for Boss Su. However, as they followed Su Ying out of the cargo airport of Capital Star and arrived at Mercury Square, the sight of the dense crowd awaiting them replaced their newfound courage with shock and anxiety. Chapter 103. Major client: the dazzling neon lights, the bustling throngs of people, the shimmering trails of various hover vehicles and flying crafts, along with the vibrant atmosphere that contrasted starkly with Garbage Star, left them feeling dizzy and disoriented. Their steps became unsteady, and they almost moved in sync, uncertain of where to direct their gaze. Su Ying turned around and saw their nervous expressions, their gait resembling that of soldiers preparing for battle, and couldn't help but chuckle. She turned back, clapped her hands to capture their attention, and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Hey, focus. Don't be nervous, just relax." She pointed to the crowd. "Most of these people are here for our potatoes and sweet potatoes. They are our benefactors." She began assigning tasks. "And Ping, be a bit bolder. Follow Chen Bing, and you too will be in charge of selling sweet potatoes. Zhong Ning and Na Na, you will stick with me, and we will handle the potato stall. Your task is simple. Based on the quantities the customers want, retrieve the goods from the spatial button, bag them up, and hand them over. Do you understand? Why, yes, we understand. The three of them took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, and tried to present themselves with greater composure. Su-Ying glanced at Chen Bing, who nodded back, conveying a reassuring look. Great. Su-Ying surveyed her small sales team, her spirits high, and declared, let us get to work. Let them see the prowess of our A001 star. With that, she took the lead, guiding them toward the eagerly waiting crowd. The customers in line quickly spotted Su-Ying, and a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Here she comes. The boss is here. Looks like she has a few more hands this time. Hey, don't crowd. Form a line. Let the boss through. Wealthy boss, what is the quality of your sweet potatoes? I've ordered 200 Jean. The crowd spontaneously parted to create a pathway, their eager gazes fixated on Su-Ying. With a smile, Su-Ying reached her usual stall position. Chen Bing intuitively stood next to her with Ping. Zhong Ning and Na Na closely followed Su-Ying's side, watching the sea of expectant faces before them, their palms beginning to sweat. Yet, recalling their task and the trust in Su-Ying's eyes, they forced themselves to straighten their small backs. Thank you for your patience. Su-Ying's clear voice rang out, imbued with reassuring strength. Rest assured, the quality of our potatoes matches that of our sweet potatoes. Quantities are limited and will be sold out quickly. As her words echoed, two simple tables materialized before the crowd. She and Chen Bing took their positions, marking the official opening of their stall. Please provide your order number. Thank you. Su-Ying called out while deftly verifying the customer's information on their light screens. Once confirmed, she relayed the sweet potato quantities to Chen Bing while retrieving the corresponding potatoes from the spatial button. Meanwhile, Zhong Ning and Na Na helped with the packaging. Chen Bing and Ping worked swiftly, one retrieving goods while the other sealed them. Before long, a portion of potatoes and a portion of sweet potatoes were pushed forward to the customer. The customer, clearly irregular, chuckled, having help makes all the difference. The speed is remarkable. Wealthy boss, I have faith in you. One day you will become the richest in the empire. Su-Ying smiled, her eyes sparkling. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words. As orders continued to flow smoothly, Ping, Zhong Ning, and Na Na grew increasingly adept. Eventually, they even took over the order verification tasks. With the intention of training the children, Su-Ying stepped back and handed over the reins to Zhong Ning and Na Na, shifting her role to that of support. Chen Bing completely relinquished control, with Ping managing the entire process independently, requiring no further assistance from her. Observing the long lines still awaiting service, Su-Ying contemplated whether she should set up a separate stall with Chen Bing, which might expedite their work. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled yet carrying an air of arrogance, approached Su-Ying with an assistant at his side. Ignoring the disgruntled glares from the customers in line, he directly addressed Su-Ying with a condescending tone. You're the boss here? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Li, the marketing manager of Hai Nong Group. We will purchase all your sweet potatoes and potatoes. You won't need to toil away here anymore. We will take everything you have. Su-Ying, who had been preparing to find a new spot for her stall, lifted her head upon hearing this. Her expression a mixture of amusement and skepticism as she regarded the uninvited guest. Purchase everything? Mr. Gao, do you know how many potatoes and sweet potatoes I've brought this time? Chao Li, with his hands clasped behind his back and chin raised, spoke with the confidence and arrogance typical of a large corporation. No matter how many you have, Hai Nong Group can handle all. Hai Nong Group? Is that the Hai Nong Group? The surrounding customers' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. A wave of hushed gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd. Hai Nong Group has set its sights on the wealthy boss's goods. Will she agree? Surely she will, right? If the price is right. Selling everything to Hai Nong means she won't have to work so hard at this stall. Does this mean we won't be able to buy such delicious potatoes and sweet potatoes anymore? That seems likely, even if we can find them. The prices surely won't be as favorable as now. Listening to the murmurs around her, Su-Ying feigned genuine curiosity, looking at Chao Li and innocently asking, Hai Nong Group? What is that? Is it impressive? Chao Li was momentarily taken aback by her ignorant inquiry, his expression becoming even more arrogant as he explained with a patronizing tone, 70% of the agricultural products circulating in the empire come from High Known Group. What do you think? Su Ying nodded as if she had an epiphany, but then displayed an even more puzzled expression. What do you mean? Do you think that makes you impressive? If you were so powerful, why would you need to buy things from my small stall? Gao Li says, my mundas, Feng. Clearly unprepared for Su Ying's attitude, which exhibited no reverence or admiration for High Known Group. He reined in some of his overt emotions, adopting a more direct and somewhat pressuring tone. Miss Su, let us be frank. Selling your goods to High Known will only bring you benefits, not drawbacks. He deliberately emphasized Miss Su, indicating he had done his homework beforehand. Chapter 104. Tiered pricing. Su Ying caught this designation, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Yet her expression remained adorned with a smile. Oh, only benefits and no drawbacks? What if I choose not to sell? What consequences might I face? Chao Li narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone laden with meaning. Miss Su, perhaps you are unaware that the Empire Agricultural Product Association was spearheaded by our High Known Group. With a nonchalant expression, Su Ying replied, Oh, and then what? Does that mean the association can engage in forced purchases? Certainly not. Chao Li responded with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. However, I advise you, Miss Su, if you wish to continue selling agricultural products, it is impossible to completely detach yourself from the influence of High Known. His words carried an unmistakable threat. Although it might be somewhat exaggerated, High Known Group, with its vast scale and deep-rooted foundation, indeed holds significant sway over the pricing and distribution channels of agricultural products within the empire. The 70% market share includes even special orders from the royal family and military, highlighting its considerable influence. In the past, there have been numerous instances of small farm owners being driven to bankruptcy and obscurity for refusing to bow down. Listening to Chen Bing whispering in her ear about High Known's exploits, Su Ying nodded in understanding, then raised a beaming smile. Thank you for the reminder, Manager Chao. As long as I know you won't engage in forced purchases, that's all that matters. If you wish to buy all my goods, I would be more than delighted. How could I possibly refuse? Upon hearing this, the customers in line around them suddenly displayed expressions of disappointment. It was not disappointment directed at Su Ying, but rather the realization that they might never again procure such high-quality goods at such reasonable prices. Chao Li's face revealed a satisfied smile, believing that the other party had ultimately recognized the situation. Then you need not sell the remaining sweet potatoes and potatoes today. Please calculate the total price and provide it to me, he said, his tone softening somewhat. All right, just a moment. Su Ying readily agreed, then stated, the price for potatoes is 180 star coins per 100 grams. Gao Li note that they had already researched this price before coming. Su Ying continued with a smile. But Manager Chao, please don't be hasty. I have not finished yet. The price of 180 star coins per 100 grams is the retail price, applicable for purchases under 100 jade. Since High Known Group desires such a large quantity, it falls under wholesale and thus cannot be calculated at the retail price. It must adhere to our farm's wholesale pricing. Chao Li's satisfaction grew, recognizing that Su Ying understood the distinction between retail and wholesale. Then, he heard Su Ying's clear voice. Steady and unhurried as she articulated, our farm implements a tiered pricing system for wholesale. For purchases under 100 jade, the price is 180 star coins per 100 grams. For quantities between 100 and 200 jade, the price is 360 star coins per 100 grams. For quantities between 200 and 300 jade, the price is 720 star coins per 100 grams, and so forth, with each additional 100 jade doubling the price of the previous tier. Manager Chao, which tier of quantity do you require? Chao Li's smile instantly froze, his expression darkening at a visible rate, his tone grim. Miss Su, are you intentionally toying with me? In truth, when Su Ying first set up her stall to sell potatoes, their marketing department had received notifications. However, they did not regard it seriously, considering the limited quantity a mere stall could yield. It was only after her second stall, when rumors about her agricultural products gently restoring mental strength spread, that they took notice. After purchasing some secondhand potatoes and being astonished by their quality, they sought her out, intending to acquire them at a high price, package them as premium goods, and sell them to the affluent. They never perceived any issues with Su Ying, clearly the wife of the whole family, selling a stall, reflecting the family's disdain for her. Such a person could be easily dealt with by spending a little money. They never anticipated a miscalculation. Su Ying feigned innocence. her eyes wide as she spread her hands. Manager Chow, on what basis do you say that? How am I toying with you? This is a new regulation I established today to prevent anyone from hoarding large quantities, disrupting the market, and ruining the reputation our farm has painstakingly built. If you don't believe me, ask the customers in line. Did I not announce this to them? The surrounding customers, having stifled laughter, immediately chimed in, eager to confirm. It's true. Manager Chow, Boss Su indeed announced this new regulation. Yes. We all heard it before you arrived. Oh dear, I wanted to buy more. But upon hearing this price, I was only bold enough to buy 100 jade. Who could disagree? I was going to help a few friends buy some too. But now they have to come themselves. Chow Li's expression darkened further, nearly palpable with rage. Su Ying, seemingly oblivious to his demeanor, enthusiastically pulled out her light brain, feigning to calculate. By the way, Manager Chow, I still haven't completed my calculations. I have over 60 tons of potatoes and more than 20 tons of sweet potatoes left. Let me calculate the total price based on this tiered pricing for you. That's enough. Chow Li abruptly interrupted her, his chest heaving, clearly infuriated. He glared at Su Ying, forcing out through clenched teeth, Miss Su, very well. We shall see. With that, disregarding any semblance of decorum, he turned away with his assistant, storming off in a huff. Su Ying, however, seemed unwilling to relent, calling out after him, Hey, Manager Chow, don't leave yet. I still haven't finished calculating. The price is negotiable. Please buy the goods before you go. Isn't Hainon Group capable of handling all? Only when she watched Chow Li's floating vehicle merge into the traffic and disappear did Su Ying relent, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Excellent. Our esteemed boss is remarkable. What a relief. It should be like this. Go, esteemed boss. We shall always support you. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Others, with genuine concern, reminded Su Ying, esteemed boss, be cautious. Hainon Group wields considerable power. There have been others who oppose them, and, yes, they have many tactics at their disposal. Su Ying acknowledged those who cautioned her with a nod. Thank you for the reminder. I shall be careful. Now let us continue. Next, the first in line, a sprightly old gentleman, laughed heartily, waving his hand. Young lady, you have guts. I'll take 200 jade of potatoes and 200 jade of sweet potatoes. Su Ying, grinning, looked at the elder and cautioned, Sir, have you understood clearly? With my newly established regulation, for quantities exceeding 100 jade, the price indeed doubles, meaning 200 jade will be charged at 360 star coins per 100 grams. Are you certain you want that much? The crowd gasped in unison. Esteemed boss, are you serious about this rule? Chapter 105. The Su family banquet. Su Ying maintained her demeanor, her smile unwavering. Of course, I treat all transactions equally. Once a rule is set, it remains unchanged. Fair to all. Though this regulation was a spontaneous invention, it proved to be a clever strategy. During this pre-sale, several individuals had ordered thousands of jade in one go, likely hoping to profit from price fluctuations, while she could not prevent others from buying and reselling at inflated prices. It was unacceptable for her hard-earned produce to benefit others while she was left with mere scraps. A wave of lamentations swept through the crowd. Yet, curiously, despite the grumbles, not a single person departed. Following a brief commotion, the crowd began to exhibit new behavior. Many opened their communicators, urgently rallying others. Hey, stop sleeping and hurry to Mercury Square to queue. Sister, bring a few more people. Yes, right now. Limited purchase, don't be slow. Quickly. I'll re-queue for you all. Bring my brother and sister too. In a moment, the air was filled with the sounds of communication and cries, clearly indicating that many present were purchasing proxies, having secured their spots, but eager to call their friends and family to join the line. Chun Bing and Ping, Zhongning, and Nan Na watched in admiration as Su Ying effortlessly dismissed the manager of Hainon Group with just a few words, simultaneously reinforcing the scarcity and value of their own products. They couldn't help but smile, their gazes towards Su Ying brimming with respect and admiration. Their boss, Sister Su, truly was remarkable. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate on Xing Kong Island in the capital, the atmosphere was equally vibrant. In preparation for the first official visit of Commander Hua and his wife, Su Beichen spared no expense. The residence was adorned in opulence, with a team of top chefs preparing a feast and waitstaff bustling about. Most of the guests who received invitations arrived punctually. Among the most noteworthy were representatives from the five great families: the Gu family, the Chu family, and the Han family. Their presence instantly elevated the status of the gathering, bringing honor to Su Beichun, yet the atmosphere among them was subtly tense. The Gu family was represented by Madame Gu and her eldest son Gu Huaishan. Madame Gu wore a smile that was visibly strained and awkward. The reason was simple. Su Ying had been betrothed to her son, Gu Huaishan, but he had since engaged in a secret affair with Su Ying's half-sister, Su Huanyun. Su Ying, unable to bear the betrayal, had drugged Gu Huaishan in a fit of rage, leading to a scandal that resulted in her exile. They all believed Su Ying's life was effectively over. Who could have predicted her remarkable resurgence? She had not only returned, but had ascended to become the young mistress of the Hua family. Today, Madame Gu braved the visit, fearful that Su Ying might seek revenge against the Gu family through her connection to the Hua family, while also hoping to establish ties with them. As for Gu Huaishan, he was compelled to attend by his mother. The Hua family commanded significant influence within the military, and if he wished to achieve anything in that realm, he needed to foster this relationship. Beichun, congratulations. Madame Gu forced a smile, her voice dry. I truly never expected Ying to achieve such fortune. She deliberately avoided mentioning the Hua family, as if omitting it could alleviate some of the awkwardness. Gu Huaishan, standing in his mother's shadow, wore a sullen expression, his gaze wandering as if searching for something in the crowd. He soon locked eyes with Su Huanyun, whose gaze was filled with longing. In that moment, his initial gloom was quickly replaced by guilt. Regardless of the past, Su Ying was now a bygone chapter. Huanyun was the woman he cherished. How could he allow thoughts of Su Ying to wound Huanyun's heart? The Chu family was represented by the second young master, Chu Yunfei, and his fiancée. Following a serious accident that left the original heir, Chu Mufeng, with significant mental impairment, Chu Yunfei swiftly supplanted his half-brother in the family hierarchy, bringing his fiancée along in the process. The Chu family had previously regarded the Su family as beneath their notice, yet upon learning of Commander Hua's attendance, he insisted on attending. Although their family belonged to the 3rd Military Division, which was separate from the 1st Military Division, it was common knowledge that the 1st Military Division was the Empire's primary combat force. Establishing a good rapport with them could only yield benefits. At this moment, he felt a sense of triumph, embodying the arrogance of a newly empowered individual. Spotting the visibly discontented Gu Huaishan in the corner, he approached with a glass in hand, his tone laced with derision. Oh, isn't this Gu Shao? Tell me, how does it feel to be in such a situation today? Chu Yunfei shook his glass, a boastful smile on his face. By breaking off your engagement with Su Ying, you've indirectly facilitated a splendid union between the Hua and Su families.